Chapter 1, I dreamed of dominating the school beauty 100 times. Blue Star. Dasha Kingdom, Tandu University. Late at night, there was thunderous snoring in Dormitory 107, South Building 2, 4 boys. Suddenly, a fairly handsome male student on the upper bunk to the right of the door let out 2 slightly lewd laughs, and it was obvious that he was having an indescribable dream. This man's name is Mu Feng. He awakened the dreaming system 100 days ago. Apart from dreaming, no other functions have been discovered so far. There is no money to be gained, and no skills to be purchased. However, with this dreaming system, he can control his own dreams. Others dream passively, but he dreams actively and can dream whatever he wants. The key is not to interfere with sleep. Even if you do something harmful to your kidneys in your dreams all night, you will still feel refreshed and energetic when you wake up the next day. As the saying goes, a man who doesn't have erotic dreams is not a normal man. So, on the night he got the dream system, he had a dream that seemed as real as reality. The person in his dream was Shi Qing, the most beautiful girl at Tandu University and the dream lover of countless boys. In reality, he could only watch the goddess from a distance like other classmates. In his dreams, he can do whatever he wants. Every dream starts with him forcibly pressing the top-notch school beauty against the wall. The location of the wall dong is different every time. Sometimes on the playground, sometimes in the corridor, sometimes on the bus. He has already dodged the school beauty against the wall in his dreams 99 times, and today is the 100th time. Without further ado, let us get on the highway. No, it's directly into the dream. In the dream, the sky was still clear. In the 3rd class of the music department of the Conservatory of Music, Mu Feng walked directly into the classroom, ignoring the astonished looks of the teachers and classmates who were in class, and walked towards the top school beauty who was sitting against the wall in the second to last row. The school beauty has a delicate face and waist-length hair. Her skin is whiter than the white shirt she wears, and her full breasts fill up the shirt. The moment she saw Mu Feng, the school beauty stood up in panic. In this dream, everything is so real. Student, please make way. Mu Feng walked up to the school beauty's deskmate and said lightly, "Don't go." The school beauty pulled her deskmate's hand pleadingly. Perhaps if this scene happened in real life, her deskmate would stand up and stop it. Unfortunately, this is just a dream. A dream dominated by Mu Feng's will. Her deskmate slapped the school beauty's hand away and left his seat very tactfully. Now that the annoying person was gone, Mu Feng took a closer look at the school beauty in front of him. She has a slender waist and a pair of snow-white and smooth calves are revealed under the knee-length patchwork skirt. Mu Feng walked over slowly, put his hands on the wall behind the school beauty, leaned forward, admired the perfect face up close, and said with a smile, "Little beauty, it's been the 99th time, why haven't you learned to accept it calmly?" The school beauty leaned against the wall, unable to retreat. She could even feel the hot breath of the boy opposite her. A trace of helplessness appeared on her delicate face. "It's been 99 times, why don't you let me go?" "Let you go? I can't bear to do that." Mu Feng chuckled, rolled his eyes, and said inexplicably, "What if you can give me a kiss in public at the opening ceremony of the school basketball game tomorrow? Maybe I will disappear from now on." There was a slight fluctuation in the school beauty's eyes. "But now, let's complete the next process first." Mu Feng showed an evil smile on his face. Upon hearing this, the school beauty closed her eyes resignedly. During this period, she tried to resist, but it was useless because this was a dream that was beyond her control. Mu Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, picked up the school beauty by the waist, and strode out of the classroom. "As for where I went, it's not something I can tell outsiders." The next morning, Mu Feng hummed a song while washing up happily, feeling refreshed. As for the 3 roommates, they had already gone to grab a seat, and breakfast was left for him on the table. 16 dumplings and a cup of soy milk. After washing up and having breakfast, Mu Feng took his jersey and sneakers and left the dormitory. After the opening ceremony, he will warm up and prepare for the afternoon basketball game. Although he is only a substitute center, he still needs to get his form to its peak, just in case the gap between the 2 sides lies in the substitutes. At the same time, in a girls' dormitory of the music department of the Conservatory of Music, school beauty Shi Qing sat blankly on the bed, her pretty face slightly blushing and a look of helplessness in her eyes. That bastard had appeared in her dream again and was doing evil things. 100 days ago, she inexplicably had an erotic dream, and the person in the dream was an unfamiliar male classmate. He said his name was Mu Feng, and he was a student in Class 1, Grade 2, Department of Automation, School of Computer Science at our university. The dream was so clear and real that she still remembers it vividly. But it was just a dream after all, so she didn't care. But for the next 100 days, no matter where she slept, she had similar dreams at night. Although the beginning of the dream is not exactly the same, the ending never changes. She tried to resist in her dream, but it was just a dream after all and it was not subject to her will. She picked up her phone, opened the photo album, and found a photo. Having been bullied 100 times in her dreams, it was impossible for her to have done nothing. She had already investigated Mu Feng's information clearly. Although this guy looks pretty, the school hunks are much more handsome than him. Why do I always dream about him bullying me? Shurcheng bit her red lips and frowned slightly, looking very confused. Xiaocheng, why don't you wash up? The opening ceremony of the school sports meet is about to begin. Don't forget that we have a chorus program? Her roommate and best friend, who was also her deskmate in the dream, saw her in a daze on the bed and couldn't help but urge her. Yeah, I almost forgot. Shurcheng quickly got up and asked while washing up, Xiaoya, I keep having the same dream recently. What does it mean? Xiaoya's roommate, who was not as pretty as Shurcheng, was still a beautiful girl. She blinked her eyes and said with a smile, I don't know what it means, but the old people often say that if you think about something during the day, you will dream about it at night. It means that if you think too much about something during the day, you may dream about it at night. What you think about during the day, you dream about at night? Shurcheng was stunned. Could it be that I have always longed to be bullied by him? No. That's not the case. Before that dream, I didn't know him at all, absolutely not like that. Shurcheng shook her head fiercely, denying herself very firmly. Xiaoqing, what are you doing? My best friend's roommate asked in confusion. Fine. Shurcheng waved her hand and asked again, what if you have a nightmare and someone in the nightmare wants you to do something? Does it really have to disappear after you have the nightmare? My best friend's roommate tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, that should be the case. I used to dream about my deceased grandmother saying that she was short of money and asked me to prepare more money for her. After my grandfather heard me tell this dream, he asked me to go to my grandmother's grave and burn a lot of paper for her. After that, I never dreamed about my grandmother again. Is that so? Shurcheng touched her lips, her eyes a little uncertain. Was she really going to kiss him at the opening ceremony? This is my first kiss. Well, first kiss in real life. Chapter 2, Beautiful, that's enough. The autumn breeze blew on the faces, refreshing the sleepy students. The open-air football field of Tiandu University was already packed with people and the sound of discussion was noisy. All students are seated according to college, department, and class. Because it is an open-air football field, we have to move the chairs ourselves. You three guys left without even calling me. I almost overslept. When he arrived at his class, Mu Feng went straight to the last row and complained to his 3 roommates who were playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He had long forgotten everything in the dream. For a boy of this age, who would care about a wet dream? Fuck. You lunatic, you scared me. An obese roommate was not wearing headphones. After hearing the sound, he turned around to look at him, then quickly concentrated on the operation. As for the other 2 roommates, they wore headphones the whole time with the volume turned up very high and were not affected by the outside world at all. By the way, did I throw the grenade just now? The fat man was throwing a grenade just now, but was frightened by Mu Feng. His hand slipped and he didn't know where he threw it. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud thunder, killing him and his 2 other roommates. Fuck. Fatty, believe it or not, I'm reporting you for intentionally harming your teammates. I'm gunning for the enemy and about to kill him, and you give me a grenade? The other 2 roommates took off their headphones and yelled at the fat man. One of them is strong and muscular. He is the captain of the basketball team in the class. He likes to show off his muscles and is nicknamed the Macho. The other one wore glasses and looked gentle, but he was actually a sullen man who liked to read novels. Because his glasses only had a few dozen degrees of power, it didn't matter whether he wore them or not, but he always used his glasses as a cover to sneak a peek at the bodies of beautiful women, so everyone called him 4 Eyes. Ha! The madman is here? The tough guy saw Mu Feng, looked at him with a strange look, and asked, Crazy, were you tired last night? Will it affect today's basketball game? Mu Feng looked puzzled. I slept very well last night. Very good? The fat man showed an evil smile on his face. Crazy, when we called you this morning, you were still moaning non-stop. Based on my experience of being single for 20 years, you must have had an erotic dream all night last night. Farais pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, the madman did have an erotic dream last night. What's wrong with having a wet dream? Is it against the law? Mu Feng sat down on the chair without any rebuttal. The fat man moved the chair next to Mu Feng and asked curiously, Crazy, which beauty did you dream about? How is her figure? Mu Feng's mind flashed with the image of the top school beauty Shi Qing, and he quickly changed the subject. 3 noobs, let me take you to eat chicken. After that, he took out his mobile phone and entered the chicken game. Come on, 2 more plates. I still don't believe I can't eat chicken. When the 3 roommates heard this, they quickly entered the game again and pulled Mu Feng into the team. I have to admit that Mu Feng is the best gamer among the 4. Under his leadership, they can always enter the top 5 in every game. As for winning the chicken, it all depends on luck. As the 4 fought for the chicken, the opening ceremony took place as scheduled. The hosts are juniors, and they all look pretty good. Please keep quiet. Next up is a duet performance. One of the singers is a well-known figure in Tiandu University. At this point, the male host's tone became a little excited. Let's welcome Wang Ye from the 3rd class of the music department of the Conservatory of Music in Shi Qing, the campus beauty of Tiandu University, to perform the song Falling in Love with You for everyone. The school beauty show is coming up? Be quiet, don't disturb me from enjoying my wife's singing. Get lost. That's my wife. The male students were very excited because they could usually only see the school beauties on posts like the beauty rankings on the school forum and had few opportunities to see them in person. Monkey, are my flowers ready? A tall, muscular male student in the last row of Class 1, Basketball Department, Sports College asked. A classmate next to him said quickly, Brother Chu, the flowers have been prepared for you. The host has also taken care of them. They will be sent to the stage after the school beauty finishes singing. 999 red roses, no woman can resist such romance. Brother Chu will definitely win the heart of the school beauty this time. Yeah. Brother Chu nodded, his face filled with confidence. Fuck, the school beauty also has a show? Upon hearing this, Fatty and others who were in the final battle stopped playing games and craned their necks to look at the stage. Damn. She's just a woman. Is it necessary for you to do that? Can't you have some playfulness? Mu Feng complained. Madman, are you a man? The most beautiful school beauty is coming out, why are you still playing games? The fat man said without turning his head. Mu Feng rolled his eyes, put his phone in his pocket, and looked up at the stage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 2 women slowly walked onto the stage holding microphones. One of them was wearing a pink dress. She looked pretty and had a decent figure. One of them was wearing a white shirt, which was bulging due to her fullness. She has a slender waist and a pair of snow-white and smooth calves are revealed under the knee-length patchwork skirt. She was wearing a pair of white flat shoes, but she was a little taller than her companion who was wearing high heels. This is the top school beauty Shi Qing. She is wearing the same clothes as what he saw in his dream last night, which makes Mu Feng feel strange. The moment Shi Qing was seen, the entire football field was filled with wolf howls. The popularity of the top school beauties is unmatched. Xiao Chang, I realize it was a wrong decision to ask you to go on stage to sing with us. My best friend and roommate Wang Ye laughed softly. Shi Qing smiled and said, it's too late for you to regret it now. Wang Ye smiled and said, I don't regret it. I'm just afraid that after you finish singing, a large group of people will come to confess their love and block our way. Shi Qing smiled slightly. As the campus belle of Tiandu, she would receive confessions of love almost every day. Soon, the singing sounded from the stage, floated over the football field, and reached everyone's ears. The people are beautiful, and the songs are beautiful too. The fat man and the other 2 were immersed in it. I admit that she is beautiful, but her singing ability is worse than her companions, right? She is absent-minded and even forgot the lyrics a few times. Mu Feng muttered. To be honest, the school beauty has a nice voice and sings pretty well, but her best friend and roommate is better than her in singing. Shut up, just being beautiful is enough. The fat man and the other 2 shouted in unison. Mu Feng shut his mouth tactfully and quietly admired the stunning face of the school beauty on the stage. Looking at the beautiful figure on the stage and the red lips opening and closing, Mu Feng suddenly returned to his dream. That feeling is unforgettable. Chapter 3, The School Beauty Calls the Roll, please invite Mu Feng to the stage. The song is over. While everyone was still savoring the beautiful singing, a group of people appeared on the stage carrying 999 red roses arranged in a heart shape. Fuck, is someone going to confess his love to the school beauty? All the male students felt nervous, as if something important was about to be stolen. No matter who he is, if he dares to snatch the goddess from me, I will beat him so hard that his mother won't recognize him anymore. Fatty and the others said with gritted teeth. Mu Feng's eyes narrowed. Someone was trying to steal his dream girl? It looked like he was going to create a terrifying dream tonight, and he would not stop until that person was frightened to the point that he could not take care of himself. Classmates. At this time, the male and female hosts walked onto the stage. The male host smiled and said, "This is something Chu Yun, a student from Class 1, Grade 2 of the basketball department of the sports college, specially prepared for our school beauty. This is definitely the most romantic confession I have ever seen." Chu Yun? The youngest son of the chairman of the Chu group? Upon hearing this name, Fatty and the others became dejected like deflated balls. The Chu group is one of the top large groups in Tiandu City and even in the entire Daxia Kingdom. As the youngest son of the chairman, Chu Yunxian's family background is incomparable to ordinary people. The key point is that this guy is quite handsome. Although his grades are not very good, he plays basketball very well. It is said that the Tiandu City basketball team once extended an olive branch to him, but unfortunately he rejected it. It is said that this man is a playboy who changes girlfriends more frequently than he changes clothes. At this time, the female host said enviously, 999 red roses represent eternity, staying together forever, and staying together until death. If someone gave me 999 red roses to confess his love, I would definitely agree to him without hesitation. No girl can refuse such a romantic confession. The male host continued, "Okay, now let's invite our leading actor, Chu Yun, to the stage." Soon, Chu Yun, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, walked onto the stage wearing a custom-made suit. His handsome face and neat short hair made a group of crazy girls scream in surprise. "Xiao Cheng, this time the guy is a tough guy, you must take care of yourself," Wang Ye said in a low voice. Shi Cheng frowned slightly and said nothing. "Xiao Qing, will you be my girlfriend?" Chu Yunxiang slowly walked up to her, knelt on one knee, took out a crystal box and opened it, revealing a thumb-sized blue diamond. Wow! Such a big blue diamond, it must cost at least $1 million. Blue diamonds are more precious than ordinary diamonds, second only to the legendary blood red diamonds. As expected of the young master of the Chu group, he is so generous. The students were stunned by this generosity. Most of them are children from ordinary families, and their parents may never be able to earn enough money to buy this diamond in their entire lives. This is too bullying. It's not a big deal to be rich. The fat man muttered quietly. Will the school beauty refuse? Cyan was a little unsure. Probably not. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to refuse. The tough guy muttered. Sometimes, the world is just so unfair. Pure love cannot last long under the bombardment of money. Everyone's eyes were focused on the school beauty Shi Qing, wanting to know what choice she would make. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shi Qing slowly spoke, "You should use these methods to deal with your girlfriends. I won't fall for them. Also, my name is Shi Qing. You can call me by my name or call me classmate. We are not familiar with each other." Her voice was cold and her tone was indifferent, with an aura that kept people at a distance. The school beauty actually rejected me so ruthlessly? The students were stunned for a moment. She is indeed a cool school beauty. Even though he was rejected in public, Chu Yunxiang kept smiling. He had guessed this scene a long time ago. The reason why he did this was just to announce to all the teachers and students in the school that he was going to start pursuing the campus beauty, and all outsiders should stay away. He stood up, put the blue diamond back into his pocket, and said with a smile, "It's okay, there's a long way to go, no need to rush. Our two families are old friends, so we should visit each other more often. I'll have someone deliver these roses to your bedroom later." After saying this, he turned around and walked off the stage. His goal had been achieved. Seeing that the school belle rejected Chu Yunxiang, all the male students couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. On the stage, the host was about to speak when the school beauty Shi Qing said, "Seniors, please give me a few more minutes." Wang Ye looked at Shi Qing in surprise, there was no such segment in their program. "Okay, no problem." The two hosts were stunned for a moment and nodded in agreement. "It only takes a few minutes, and I can make up for it later." If they reject the school belle, they will become the target of public criticism. "Thanks." Shi Qing thanked him, picked up the microphone, took a deep breath, and said in a cold voice, Mu Fengmu, a student from Class 1, Grade 2, Department of Automation, School of Computer Science, please come on stage. Before coming, she thought for a long time and finally decided to try it according to what the person in her dream said. If I could really make him disappear from my dreams forever, losing my first kiss wouldn't be unacceptable. Having such dreams every day, she felt like she was about to collapse. School of Computer Science? All the students looked towards the School of Computer Science. Why did the top school beauty let this classmate, whose gender is unknown, go on stage? Wang Ye whispered, Xiao Chang, what are you going to do? Dream interpretation. Shi Qing said 2 words lightly, and then urged, Mu Feng from Class 1, Grade 2, Automation Department, School of Computer Science, classmate Mu, I know you are here, please come up to the stage. What's the relationship between Mu Feng and the school beauty? The students in Class 1, Grade 2, Automation Department of the School of Computer Science all looked towards the back row, their faces filled with surprise and confusion. Fuck, lunatic, tell me the truth, what did you do to the school beauty? The fat man and the other 2 also came to their senses and asked in surprise. Mu Feng shrugged and said unhappily, what can I do to her? I did everything in my dreams, but I did nothing in reality. Stop lying to us. The fat man was full of disbelief. If you didn't do anything to the school beauty, would she call your name in front of all the teachers and students in the school? Farais pushed up his glasses and said, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, the lunatic must have coveted the beauty of the school beauty and raped her on a dark and windy night. She is pregnant now and wants the lunatic to be held responsible for her. Mu Feng was stunned and said speechlessly, Cyan, with your imagination, it would be a waste of talent if you don't go to Tomato Novel Network to write novels. It just so happens that I know an editor of Tomato. Do you want me to introduce him to you? Writing novels is too brain-intensive. I just happened to go to Fanxie to read novels recently. The readers there are all very talented and knowledgeable. Often the comments in the novels are more exciting than the main text of the novel. I strongly recommend you to go and take a look. Cyan said with a smile. Damn, 4 eyes, you're off topic. The fat man said unhappily. The tough guy waved his hand and said, brothers, now is not the time to think about these issues. The school beauty and all the teachers and students are waiting there. What we need to consider is whether the madman should go up. Forget it. The fat man said quickly, if we go up now, we will definitely become the public enemy of the whole school. It will be difficult for lunatics to have a good life in the future. It is better to run away quickly. I agree too. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. The tough guy also nodded heavily. Mu Feng looked at the 2 of them in surprise and said, it seems that you haven't been blinded by beauty yet. The fat man smiled and said, no matter how important beauty is, it is not as important as brothers. After all, we are also people who have worshipped heaven and earth in the dormitory. I can't just watch you go to die. Good brother. Mu Feng patted the fat man's shoulder. Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, avoiding it will only make the misunderstanding worse. 4 eyes also echoed. Mu Feng nodded, 4 eyes is right, all the students in the school already know about my existence. If I run away now, those guys will have more wild thoughts in the future. It would be better if I go up and explain it clearly in public now. After saying that, he stood up and slowly walked towards the stage. Also, fatty, we don't call that worshipping heaven and earth, we call that worshipping brothers. Mu Feng's voice came from afar. Is there any difference? Don't we all have to worship heaven and earth? The fat man muttered. Chapter 4, Being Kissed by the School Beauty in Public. He is Mu Feng? What is his relationship with the school beauty? Why did the school beauty let him go on stage? All the students' minds were filled with question marks. Walking onto the stage and approaching the school beauty step by step, Mu Feng could clearly feel countless hostile gazes moving towards him. Hello, my name is Shi Chang. The school beauty briefly introduced herself. I know. Mu Feng nodded and his eyes moved to Shi Chang. Although I already knew everything about this school beauty in my dreams, this was the first time I met her face to face in reality. This figure, this face, this skin, are exactly the same as in the dream. A blush appeared on Shi Chang's delicate face. This look was exactly the same as the one in the dream, both were full of aggression. The scene in her dream inexplicably emerged in her mind, and when she faced Mu Feng's gaze, she felt like she was not wearing any clothes. Others were far away and might not notice the change in Shi Chang's expression, but Wanya, who was right next to her, saw it clearly. What's going on? Xiaoqing actually blushed? Since entering Tiandu University 2 years ago, this cold school belle has been confessed to countless times and received countless flowers, but she was not moved at all. How could she blush after being looked at by this male classmate? Wanya rubbed her eyes, somewhat unable to believe her eyes. Do you have something to talk to me about? Mu Feng asked. Standing on this stage, he was being stared at by countless gazes, many of which were malicious, which made him not want to stay any longer. Even though he had dodged this school beauty against the wall 100 times in his dream, it was just a dream after all and could not be applied to reality. In his dream, he was omnipotent and could do whatever he wanted. In reality, he is just a child from an ordinary family. The school belle's family background is of the same level as Chu Yun, otherwise how could she have left a playboy like Chu Yun helpless? The gap between the two is too big, and everything that happens in the dream is impossible to happen in reality. Mu Feng is very self-aware of this. However, he didn't know that his dream would be synchronized with Shirqing's dream. Shirqing also experienced everything he did in his dream. Looking at Mu Feng's face that could not be more familiar, Shirqing bit her red lips lightly. Do you really want to do that? This man was the first time I met him in real life and I was not familiar with him at all. Moreover, once he does that, the man will become the target of public criticism, which will bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble in his future life. But this was the only way for her to get rid of that dream. For a moment, she was in hesitation and entanglement. Forget it. He is innocent after all. I can't bring him trouble because of my own troubles. Thinking of this, Shirqing decided to give up. Just as she was thinking about how to smooth things over, Mu Feng urged her again, Student Shirqing, what exactly do you want me to do? This bastard, how could he be so impatient? She's the school beauty. MLGB, get off and let me get on. Mu Feng's attitude obviously angered Shirqing's admirers, and they all roared in the audience. It's over now. Even if the madman and the school belle are innocent, they can't avoid becoming the public enemy of the whole school. The fat man and others rubbed their foreheads, quite distressed. He is usually a very smart person, why is he so confused now? Chu Yun, who had just returned to his seat, narrowed his eyes slightly. People who were familiar with him would know that he was angry. At this moment, Shirqing on the stage looked at Mu Feng's impatient look and suddenly became a little annoyed. I am the school belle of Tiandu, but I am not worthy of your attention? If anyone else was called by her to come on stage for close contact, they would probably faint from excitement, but this guy actually looked impatient. Snort! You bully me in every way in my dreams, but ignore me in reality? The more I thought about it, the more upset I felt. She took 2 steps forward, and in front of Mu Feng's astonished gaze, a pair of white jade hands pressed his cheeks on the left and right. What are you doing? Mu Feng was startled and instinctively wanted to dodge. Suddenly, that delicate, blushing face approached quickly. Before he could react, something cool and soft touched his lips. So soft. It seems to be even better than the feeling in the dream. Wait, am I being kissed forcibly? Mu Feng's body was stiff and motionless, with a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind. Bang! The microphone in Wanya's hand fell, and the harsh sound of electricity made her teeth ache. The 2 hosts standing a little further away also opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with shock. The football field was completely silent, without a single noise. The aloof school beauty forcefully kissed that male classmate? The ice goddess who has rejected countless handsome guys and rich second generations actually kissed a male classmate in public on this stage? Thinking of the song Falling in Love with You sung by the school beauty before, everyone couldn't help but have an idea that they were unwilling to admit. Is the school beauty expressing her love to Mu Feng in public? This wave of dog food came too unexpectedly. The key point is that she rejected the confession of the young master of the Chu group the moment before, and kissed another man in public the next moment. Wasn't she giving the young master of the Chu group such a lack of face? At this moment, they just wanted to know how big the shadow in the heart of the young master of the Chu group was. This is a pair of dogs and bitches. Chu Yun from the basketball department of the physical education college suddenly squeezed the water bottle in his hand, gnashed his teeth as he looked at the 2 people who were kissing each other, his face extremely gloomy. The classmate next to him, nicknamed Monkey, looked at his expression and didn't dare to say a word. After a moment, Chu Yun took out his cell phone and made a call, saying coldly, Mu Feng, Class 1, Grade 2, Department of Automation, School of Computer Science, Tiandu University, check his background for me. After waiting for a while, there was a response from the other end of the phone. After listening, he said calmly, "I understand." An orphan? Snort. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yun turned around and asked, "You just said he has a basketball game this afternoon?" "Yes, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we will play against Class 3, Grade 2, Department of Finance, School of Business Administration." Monkey nodded. Chu Yun said coldly, 300,000, let the finance department team admit defeat, and then communicate with the school to let our class play against them this afternoon. I have lost all my face today and I must get it back. Especially on the court, even if you make some small moves to disable someone, the most you will do is pay some money. His family has nothing but a lot of money. 300,000? He spent 300,000 for such a small matter, he is really generous. Monkey thought about it and asked tentatively, "Brother Chu, should we give them all the 300,000? Chu Yun stood up, glanced at him, and said calmly, "As long as you have the ability, you don't have to give them a penny." Having said that, he turned and left. When the monkey heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing Chu Yun walking away, he shouted, "Brother Chu, do you still want to send those flowers to the school beauty's dormitory? Send it to you. I, Chu Yun, will never take back what I have said, and I will never give up halfway on what I am going to do," Chu Yun said without turning his head. Chapter 5, Dreams Affect Reality, Rewards God-level basketball skills. At this time, Mu Feng on the stage naturally had no time to think about his own crisis. In line with the code of conduct that it would be a bastard not to take advantage of an opportunity, he just reached out to hug the school beauty who came to him for a passionate kiss of the century, but the school beauty had already pushed him away, her face flushed, and she ran away without looking back, leaving Mu Feng disheveled in the wind. "What is this? You stole my first kiss and ran away?" "Well, first kiss in real life. This is simply blatant hooliganism. Are there any laws and is there anyone in charge? Xiaoqing, wait for me." Wang Ye looked at Mu Feng deeply, then picked up the microphone on the ground, handed it to the confused host, and quickly chased after him. The male host took the microphone, rushed over, and asked in an excited tone, "Student, tell me how you feel." "Oh no, tell me what is your relationship with the school beauty?" "Relation? Does a dream lover count?" Mu Feng spread his hands, shrugged, and said, "Go ask her yourself." "I'm confused too." Having said that, he turned and left. Confused? Anyone would be confused if they were kissed in public by a school beauty. Ding! The person in the dream forcefully kisses the host. The dream affects reality with a 4-star influence. The host is rewarded with +8 charm and the attribute panel is opened. In addition, the host can choose one of the following skills to upgrade to God level: cooking, basketball, parkour, singing, dancing. Please make a choice as soon as possible. Suddenly, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in Mu Feng's mind, startling him so much that he almost fell down. Ever since he awakened the dreaming system 100 days ago, the system has disappeared. Apart from allowing him to dream independently, it has no other function, and there is no introduction to this system. At first he tried every possible way to elicit a response from the system, but after failing 10 times in a row he gave up and simply pretended that the system did not exist. I didn't expect there would be a reaction today. Do dreams affect reality? What does it mean? It's just a dream, how can it affect reality? Etc. Could it be that the school beauty could also sense my dream? Or would she have the same dream as herself? In my dream last night, I seemed to have told her that I would let her go if she could kiss me in public at the opening ceremony of the school sports meeting. At the opening ceremony of the school sports meeting today, the school beauty kissed me forcefully in public. Oh shit. After connecting the two, his eyes suddenly widened. This is a bit outrageous. Is it possible to make the dreamer take any action related to himself in reality through dreams, even if the dream affects reality? Can I get rewards? It turns out that this is the correct way to open the dream system. Host, please make a choice as soon as possible. The system prompt sounded again. Choose a skill? Just basketball. There is a basketball game in their class in the afternoon, which can come in handy. Ding! The host has selected a God-level basketball skill and is currently imparting it. As the system prompt sounded, Mu Feng's mind suddenly filled with a lot of information about basketball. At the same time, his physical fitness is gradually improving. Without a certain level of physical fitness, it is impossible to reach God-level basketball skills. Ding! The teaching is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level basketball skills. The information was imparted and his physical fitness was successfully improved, and a smile appeared on Mu Feng's lips. You can try out the power of this God-level basketball energy in the afternoon. By the way, there seems to be a property panel. With a thought, a virtual attribute panel similar to a game panel appeared before my eyes. Host, Mu Feng. Physical strength, 16. Normal for a 20-year-old man is 10, the higher the physical strength, the better the endurance. Strength, 17. Normal for a 20-year-old man is 10, the higher the strength, the greater the strength. Agility, 15. Normal for a 20-year-old man is 10, the higher the agility, the faster the speed. Charm, 18. Ordinary people have 10. The higher the charm, the easier it is to gain the favor of others, and the easier it is to attract the hatred of enemies. Skills, God-level basketball. Cash, 2021. Stamina, power, and agility should be the physical fitness improvement that comes with the God-level basketball skills, and charm is the reward obtained by dreams affecting reality. I was very satisfied with the previous attributes, but when I saw the cash amount in the last column, my good mood disappeared instantly. It's time to find a way to make money. Look, this guy was kissed by the school beauty and almost fell down. Sometimes he had an intoxicated smile on his face, and sometimes he looked sad. I'm afraid he's going crazy, right? This is normal, right? If the school beauty gave me a kiss, I would probably faint on the stage. It's amazing that he can still walk on his own. Suddenly, I heard the voices of my classmates talking. Mu Feng looked up quickly and saw many classmates pointing at him, some even looking at him maliciously. He couldn't help but feel nervous and quickly sped up, running away. Just as he returned to his seat, before he had the time to sit down, the fat man pounced on him like a hungry tiger and knocked him to the ground. He turned over and sat on Mu Feng, saying viciously, "Madman, I was wondering why you pretended to be indifferent to the beauty of the school belle before. It turns out you had already succeeded." Such a serious matter was hidden from the three of us brothers. Humph, without 10 meals, no, 100 meals, this matter will not be resolved. Confess and be treated leniently, resist and be treated severely. Tell me the truth, when did you secretly catch the school beauty? The strong man in 4 eyes protected him on both sides, not giving Mu Feng any chance to escape. Fatty, don't you have any idea how much you weigh? You've almost squeezed out my breakfast. Mu Feng wanted to change the subject. Unfortunately, as a brother who has worshipped heaven and earth, how could he not understand his little thoughts? The fat man sneered and said, "Crazy, don't try to change the subject. If you really squeeze out the breakfast in your stomach, I will treat you to 10 days of buns. If you don't explain this matter clearly today, don't blame the brothers for being ruthless with the bird-catching dragon claw hand. A bunch of hooligans. Fine, I confess." Mu Feng raised his hands in surrender. I still remember, it was a dark and windy night. I was walking alone on the food street outside the school, smelling the delicious aroma. My face was intoxicated. Fuck, get to the point. The fat man moved his butt, pressing on Mu Feng so hard that he let out a very suggestive howl, which attracted surprised looks from countless classmates around him. Mu Feng said quickly, don't worry, the key point is coming soon. I know what is going to happen next." At this time, 4 eyes spoke up. Suddenly, the madman saw a group of hooligans trying to bully a woman in a dark corner. With his violent temper, how could he bear it? He immediately rushed over, punched left and kicked right, and beat the hooligans away in no time. He rescued the woman, and it turned out that the woman was actually our school's beauty, Shi Chang. It was a classic story of a hero saving a beauty and a beauty falling in love with a hero. Yes, 4 eyes still understands me. This is the situation. I am also very distressed to let the school beauty fall in love with me. Mu Feng nodded repeatedly and gave Cyan a thumbs up in his heart. He was still thinking about how to make up a story to get away with it, but he didn't expect that this kid's ability to fill in the blanks with his imagination was so incredible. What a talent! The fat man and the strong man looked at Cyan in surprise and asked in unison, "How do you know so clearly?" Cyan pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "That's what's written in the novel." Grass. The fat man and the strong man almost fell down. This kid was so poisoned by the novel that there was no hope for him. So, lunatic, you're lying to us? The fat man turned around and looked at Mu Feng under him, rubbing his fists with an evil smile. "Brothers, use your tickling skills to serve our crazy uncle." Suddenly, 6 hands started scratching Mu Feng's body. Fuck, which bastard is picking at my underwear? What a beast, what a hooligan. Chapter 6 Chu Yunxian's counterattack. The opening ceremony was still going on, but no one cared about the subsequent programs. Everyone's mind was still on the scene where the school beauty kissed him. The cool and aloof school beauty has a boyfriend, and the hearts of countless single men are broken into pieces at that moment. In the finance department's Class 2, Class 3, Monkey found the captain of the class's football team and said, "Student Li Fei, you guys are going to play a game against Automation Class 2, Class 1 this afternoon, right?" "Good." Li Fei nodded and swung his fist twice. "That brat actually stole my goddess. I must teach him a lesson on the court this afternoon." The monkey laughed and said, "Teach him a lesson? It's not your turn yet." "What do you mean?" Li Fei frowned slightly. Monkey raised a finger and said calmly, "Just admit defeat this afternoon, and I can give each member of your team 1,000 yuan as compensation. Your strength is almost the same as Mu Feng's team, and even if you can win, you won't go far. As long as you admit defeat, you can get 1,000 yuan, why not?" Li Fei said coldly, "Classmate, you are insulting my basketball literacy. A mere 1,000 yuan. 3,000. As long as you admit defeat, you can get 3,000 yuan. That's enough for your living expenses for a month." Monkey interrupted Li Fei before he could finish. 3,000? Li Fei's eyes flashed slightly and he was a little shaken. Seeing this, the monkey gritted his teeth and said, 10,000, no more. "Okay, deal." Li Fei smiled and said, "There are 5 starters and 5 substitutes in our class, and each of them gets 10,000 yuan. Good." A smile also appeared on Monkey's face. He had a total of 100,000, and there were still 200,000 left. Excluding the money he paid to the school, he would at least have 100,000 left. It was a huge profit. Li Fei took out his phone, found the WeChat payment code, and said, "Scan it." Monkey took out his phone and scanned it, saying, "Pay half of the deposit first, and I'll give you the rest after the deal is done. I'll remind you in advance that you have to do the job after receiving the money. If you pretend to obey but secretly disobey and try to be clever, you should know Brother Chu's ability." "Which Brother Chu?" Li Fei frowned slightly. "Chu Yun." Monkey said lightly. Li Fei's pupils shrank and he nodded, "I understand." Originally, he did have some little thoughts in mind, but when he heard the 3 words Chu Yun, they instantly wilted. He had some understanding of the methods of the rich second generation, so it was best not to provoke him. "That's good to know." The monkey looked at him and turned away. He also has to take care of the people in the school and send flowers to the school bell. After he left, Li Fei gathered the players of the class team and said, "Brothers, Chu Yun wants to teach Mu Feng a lesson on the court and make us admit defeat in the afternoon game. In order to compensate for our losses, he gave each of us 100 yuan to have a meal. Just give us $100 and ask us to admit defeat?" The team members were obviously reluctant. "What can you do with $100? Li Fei sighed and said, "He is a rich second generation and has a lot of connections in the school. What's more, after graduation, we may have to work for his company, so we should try not to offend him. It's just admitting defeat, and it's not a big loss for us. What's more, he gave us 100 yuan each, so let's go to the delicious street Luisho hot pot tonight and have a big meal." "All right." The team members nodded. It is indeed not worthwhile to offend Chu Yun for such a small matter. Li Fei showed a smile on his face and turned to look in the direction of Class 1, Grade 2 of Automation. Mu Feng, why did you have to offend Chu Yun when you could offend anyone else? Just enjoy it." The long opening ceremony finally ended, and Mu Feng's 4 brothers who had worshipped heaven and earth disappeared in a flash. If I wait until those school bell suitors react, I don't know if I can walk out of the stadium alive. Hurry up and eat, tough guy. After you finish eating, go to the stadium to warm up. In the cafeteria closest to the indoor basketball court, Mu Feng spoke as he ate quickly. He, as a substitute, is more active than the captain, who is a tough guy. Good. The tough guy nodded and quickened his eating pace. Their class's basketball team was ranked last in the entire college, not to mention the entire school. But the skills can be bad, but the attitude towards basketball must not be bad. Even if we can't win, we have to try our best, otherwise how can we justify the jersey we wear? Their opponents were not very strong either, so they were not without a chance of winning. What's more, Mu Feng has just acquired god-level basketball skills. As long as he warms up and gets familiar with the game, it shouldn't be a problem for him to win the first game. Madman. Farais pushed up his glasses and warned, "I'm afraid this basketball game won't be peaceful." "What do you mean?" The fat guy and the strong man were both confused. It was just a basketball game. What was so unpleasant about it? Mu Feng also raised his head and looked at him curiously. This guy usually likes to read novels and look at beautiful women, and he always has some weird ideas in his mind. For Eyes analyzed seriously, Crazy's biggest potential enemy right now is Chu Yun. After all, he lost face on the stage. With his personality, he will probably try to get back at it. The fat man nodded, then shook his head. That being said, our class's afternoon game is against the finance department team, which has nothing to do with Chu Yun from the basketball department. The macho man nodded vigorously, then went back to eating. Cyan shook his head and said, with his status, he can find a way out by just throwing money at someone. For example, he can ask a player from the finance department to do some tricks on the court, or he can even change the match roster directly. Shouldn't this kind of bloody plot only exist in novels? How dare they be so arrogant in real life? The fat man frowned slightly. Cyan glanced at Fatty and said earnestly, Fatty, you are still too inexperienced to understand the viciousness of human nature. There is no absolute fairness in this world. We follow the rules, but the capitalists control the rules. Mu Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped the corners of his mouth, and asked curiously, Cyan, did you understand these words by yourself? For Eyes shook his head and said seriously, this is what I concluded from my 9 years of experience as a bookworm. Puff. The fat man who was eating suddenly sprayed semen, spraying the muscular man sitting opposite him all over the face. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. The fat man apologized and took out a few pieces of paper and handed them over. The macho man took the tissue, wiped the rice grains off his face, looked at the unfinished food in the bowl, and suddenly lost the desire to continue eating. But he didn't blame the fat man because he almost burst out laughing too. Cyan, read less novels that are harmful to children and read more classics. This will help improve your literary literacy. The tough guy said earnestly. Cyan said unconvincedly, I read famous books too. You can also read famous books? The fat man looked surprised. Of course. I'm reading Jean Ping Mei these days. Do you want to take a look? It's really well written, especially the details. It's so addictive. Cyan said seriously. Several female classmates passing by heard his voice and all looked at him with contempt. I'm done eating. I'm leaving now. The tough guy quickly stood up, not wanting to stay for a moment, it was really too embarrassing. I finished eating too, tough guy, wait for me. The fat man quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice, then took a piece of paper, wiped his mouth, and ran away. Mu Feng sighed, stood up, patted Cyan's shoulder, shook his head, turned and left. This child is too deeply poisoned and there is no hope for him. Jean Ping Mei is a famous novel. I am not wrong. Cyan muttered something, drank a mouthful of soup, then stood up and chased after him. Chapter 7, Make Way, the school beauty's boyfriend is here. As soon as I left the cafeteria, I saw a female classmate who looked familiar, looking around anxiously. The moment she saw Mu Feng, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she ran towards him. Mu Feng, I finally found you. A clear voice sounded, and the female classmate had already appeared in front of everyone. What's going on? Could it be that he is here to forcefully kiss my lunatic again? No, we must not let the madman get hurt again. The fat man stepped in front of Mu Feng and said righteously, my classmate, please let my lunatic go. Look at his physique. He can handle one woman, but he can't handle two. If you need anything, you can come to me. I'm strong and it's free. The female classmate stopped in front of the fat man with an abrupt break. She raised her eyebrows and said in a delicate voice, Fatty, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth to pieces. Get out of here. The fat man wanted to say something more, but was pulled away by the muscular man. What does your fat body have to do with being strong? Don't disturb me from watching the show. Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm. For Eyes pushed up his glasses and was about to make a comment when he was glared at by the macho and fat man, and he shut up obediently. You are, Wangya? Mu Feng took a look at the woman. He had seen this female classmate 100 times in his dreams, but he didn't know her name. It was only when he sang a song Falling in Love with You with Shi Qing at the opening ceremony of the school sports meeting that he learned that her name was Wangya. Yes, it's me. Wangya nodded. Ah. I remember now. The fat man whispered, she is the female classmate who sang a song with the school beauty. Of these two beauties, one forcefully kissed my lunatic on the stage, and now it's her turn? Do they have any bad intentions towards my lunatic? Don't talk, just watch the show. The macho man whispered. The school beauty is in trouble, it's time for a hero to save her. Cyan said lightly. The school beauty is in trouble? How do you know? The fat man and the strong man asked curiously. I inferred this based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm. Four Eyes said seriously. Roll. The fat man and the strong man glared at him. Do you have something to talk to me about? Mu Feng asked. Wang Ye said anxiously. Chu Yun had someone deliver the 999 red roses to the dormitory building. If Xiaoqing doesn't accept them, they won't leave. Now Xiaoqing and other students in the dormitory are stuck in the dormitory building and can't get out. If it takes too long, something bad might happen. After thinking it over, I can only ask you for help. What does this have to do with me? I still have to go play ball. Mu Feng frowned slightly. Wang Ye glared at him and said, Are you still a man? Your girlfriend is blocked in the dormitory building and can't get out. You still have the mind to play basketball? Also, those are 999 red roses given to your girlfriend by your rival. Do you want your girlfriend to accept them? Of course not, the problem is that the school beauty is not my girlfriend. Mu Feng muttered to himself. Sister-in-law is in trouble, and we have no choice but to help. Crazy, come on, we will go with you. When Cyan heard this, he immediately patted his chest and said. But I was muttering in my heart that I had been in college for 2 years and had never been to the girls' dormitory. Today I finally found the opportunity. The fat man looked at him suspiciously. When did this guy become so active? He turned to look at Wang Ye and asked in confusion, Didn't you call the teacher at school? Wang Ye rolled her eyes and said unhappily, What can the teacher do if he goes? He can only wait on the sidelines. Then call the police and sue him for harassment. The fat man said again. Wang Ye shook her head, It's useless. After the police leave, they will come again. These guys are too arrogant. The fat man was helpless. The tough guy said at this time, Crazy, no matter what the situation is between you, the whole school knows that you have some unclear relationship with the school beauty. If you don't go at this time, I'm afraid people will talk about you behind your back. Anyway, I don't have much hope for this basketball game. Come on, we will go with you and calm you down. It seems to make sense when you hear this. Ever since he was forcefully kissed by the school belle, he seemed to have been labeled as such. If you don't go to help the school beauty in trouble, won't others think you are irresponsible and lack manliness? He thought for a moment and said, How about this, Fatty and Four Eyes come with me, and Strong Man, you go and lead the team and warm up. It would be inappropriate for you, the captain, not to be here. Besides, it's getting late now, and there's not much time left before the game starts. I'm just a substitute, so it doesn't matter if I'm late. The opening ceremony ended at almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is now 1:30, so there is not much time left until the game. Okay. The tough guy patted Mu Feng on the shoulder and said, Crazy, if it doesn't work, give me a call. Even if we don't play this game, I will bring my brothers to support you. Mu Feng waved his hand and said, Okay, I'm not going to fight. You know, my purpose has always been to win people over with virtue. The tough guy nodded and turned to leave. Student Wang, lead the way. Mu Feng looked at Wang Ye and said. Good. Wang Ye turned and left. The three followed her all the way to a female dormitory building of the Conservatory of Music. From afar, they saw countless classmates crowded together, surrounding the dormitory building. Please make way. Wang Ye tried to squeeze in, but there were too many people and she couldn't move at all. The fat man rolled his eyes and yelled, The school beauty's boyfriend is here. Hearing this, the students who were originally huddled together turned around to look. It's him. The male student who was forcibly kissed by the school beauty on the opening ceremony stage. Nowadays, Mu Feng is considered a celebrity in Tiandu University. There are posts about him in all the school forums. His popularity is comparable to that of the school belle and Chu Yun. Cyan took 2 steps forward and said loudly, Please make way for us, students. This time, the students voluntarily moved aside, revealing a path. Brother, please. The fat man and Four Eyes were on the left and right, like 2 bodyguards. Mu Feng glared at the 2 of them, acting like a gangster. But he still walked to the center position without hesitation, put his hands behind his back, and strode towards the dormitory building. Wang Ye rubbed her forehead and began to doubt her decision. These are clearly three idiots who have suffered from the second-year syndrome. Can they solve this problem? Mu Feng, what are you doing here? A male classmate who was 1.9 meters tall stood in front of the three people. The fat guy and the eyes were only about 1.7 meters tall, and they were much shorter than the boy standing in front of him. The fat man looked up and didn't give in at all. My classmate, my crazy guy, is the boyfriend of the school beauty. He came to pick up his girlfriend for dinner. Do you have a problem with that? We didn't know the school beauty had a boyfriend. If she doesn't accept the flowers sent by Brother Chu, we won't leave. The male classmate naturally saw the school beauty forcefully kissing Mu Feng, but at this moment he pretended not to know, just to find an excuse to block the way. Moreover, while he was speaking, 4 or 5 male classmates who were about the same height as him came forward and completely blocked his way. Looking at their standing posture, it is exactly the same as the defensive posture when playing basketball. Chapter 8. I didn't eat enough food, but I was fed with dog food. Farais pushed up his glasses and whispered, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, I should give the tough guy a call and ask him to bring more people. Let's wait a little longer. I don't think they will take action, the fat man said uncertainly. Behind them, outside the dormitory building, a thin male student stood in front of 999 red roses and advised earnestly, Shirqing, this is a message from Brother Chu, just accept it. Look, all the students in this building can't go to lunch because of you, Shirqing must feel bad. Shirqing, just accept it. It's just 999 red roses. Accepting it doesn't mean you have to be Chu Yun's girlfriend. My classmates in the dormitory and even the building manager were trying to persuade me. Their stomachs were growling with hunger. Shirqing bit her lip, feeling anxious. If she were alone, she wouldn't care even if the other party waited here for 10 days or half a month. But because of her, all the students in the building couldn't go out to eat, which made her feel very guilty. Hearing the voice coming from inside, Mu Feng felt inexplicably anxious. After all, he still had to accept the 999 red roses from the school beauty. He patted the shoulders of Fatty and Four Eyes, walked forward, and said in a deep voice, get out of the way. Although Mu Feng is only 1.83 meters tall, which is quite a gap compared to his basketball classmates who are 1.95 meters tall on average, the aura he exudes is awe-inspiring. One of them said coldly, if you want to get over there, then take us all down. Fuck you? I'm not interested. Mu Feng walked forward and pushed hard, easily pushing away the 2 classmates who were blocking his way. The power of 17 points is not to be trifled with. By the time they came to their senses, Mu Feng and the other 2 had already passed by. What a great strength! The 2 male students who were pushed away showed a hint of shock in their eyes. They were members of the basketball team. They were very strong and heavy, and they had always been on guard, yet they were easily pushed away by someone who was obviously shorter and smaller than them. Seeing Mu Feng and others walking away, they quickly chased after them, but were blocked by Fatty and Four Eyes. Get out of the way, said a male classmate. The fat man said calmly, why, you want to fight? Then you better think carefully, do you want to be expelled from school for such a small matter? Tiandu University prohibits fighting. The consequences may be deduction of credits or a serious warning, or direct expulsion. Several male students were very angry, but they didn't dare to really take action. There are so many people watching here, and if you take action, you will be hard to escape punishment. Mu Feng, what do you want to do? When the thin male classmate saw Mu Feng rushing in and walking towards the 999 red roses, he couldn't help but frown and shouted. Crazy, this guy is Chu Yun's follower, nicknamed Monkey. Cyan said in a low voice. Mu Feng nodded and walked forward. Your flowers are blocking my girlfriend's way. After saying that, he stepped on the red roses and walked towards the door of the dormitory building. A row of large footprints were left on the bright red roses. Asshole! How could you trample on Brother Chu's red roses? The monkey roared angrily. Mu Feng ignored her and walked step by step to Shirqing. Looking at the trace of sadness between her brows, he felt inexplicably distressed. He reached out and smoothed Shirqing's brows, and said gently, don't frown all the time, it will age you quickly. Looking at the skillful movements, it doesn't look like it's the first time he has done this. How could this guy be like this? Shirqing's body was a little stiff. In real life, no man has ever done such an intimate thing to her. However, he can be so gentle in reality, completely different from the overbearing bastard who always bullies me in my dreams. Oh! The boys and girls around all howled. This wave of dog food came unexpectedly. I didn't eat enough food, I was fed with dog food. The fat man muttered, "You said it didn't matter before, are you kidding me?" Farais pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, the madman and the school beauty have been in love for no less than 2 years." "Well, I agree this time." The fat man nodded in agreement. "What can I do?" Only the skinny monkey looked anxiously at the red rose with several footprints on it. "This amount is equivalent to his living expenses for 2 months. If Brother Chu asked him to pay for it, he would be heartbroken." Why are you here?" Feeling the atmosphere around her and the ambiguous looks from her classmates, Shurching always felt that she should say something to ease the embarrassment in her heart. "My girlfriend has been bullied, can I not come?" Mu Feng smiled gently. "Who is your girlfriend?" Shurching stamped her feet, anxious to clarify. She forcefully kissed Mu Feng, really just wanting to get rid of the nightmare. But her stamping feet and angry expression made her look more like she was acting like a spoiled child. "Oh, my girlish heart is about to melt. Brother, hold me up, I can't stand steadily." In the past, the school belle was always cold towards any male classmates, even male teachers, but when the male classmates suddenly saw her attitude, they were almost killed. Mu Feng, who was the first to be hit, was a little dazed and had the urge to hug her in his arms. "This is so beautiful." Feeling that burning gaze, Shurching's pretty face turned slightly red. She also felt that her previous reaction was a little inappropriate and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The school beauty blushed. "It would be great if I could replace Mu Feng." You dare to trample on the 999 red roses that Chu Yun gave to the school beauty?" "I don't dare." Listening to the discussions around him, Mu Feng bent down and picked up Shurching in a princess hug, causing exclamations from the audience. Looking at the skillful movements, it is obviously not the first time. "What are you doing? You scared me." Shurching clenched her fist and punched him on the shoulder, but the force was no different from that of a spoiled child. "Don't move, be careful not to fall." Mu Feng smiled, hugged Shurching, turned around and stepped on the 999 red roses again. This damn familiar feeling made Shurching feel dazed, as if she was back in a dream. The scenes in her dream unconsciously emerged in her mind, and her pretty face turned even redder. "Excuse me, single people can't afford to be hurt." A male student left, holding his chest, unable to bear it anymore. "Wow. I suddenly feel that he has a bit of a domineering CEO vibe, and I'm a little tempted." A big and strong female classmate had stars in her eyes. I'm afraid Mu Feng can't hold you." A male classmate next to him muttered with a pout. "What did you say?" The female classmate immediately became furious. She picked up the male classmate like a chicken and threw him out, causing him to fall flat on his face. The boy got up and subconsciously wanted to fight back, but was glared at by the girl and was immediately silenced. "I'm a man who doesn't fight with women." After leaving a few words, he ran away in shame. Chapter 9. You are not allowed to dream of me. "Mu Feng, stop right there." The monkey roared continuously, but Mu Feng ignored it and strode away with Shurching in his arms. Several tall male students from the basketball department wanted to stop him, but Mu Feng turned around and pushed them away with his back. Then he turned around again and strode away through the gap. The set of movements was so smooth and flowing that everyone was stunned. By the time the 5 basketball students came to their senses, Mu Feng had already walked away carrying Shurching. Shock appeared in their eyes again. Just now, he clearly used the basketball back-to-back technique. This person's basketball skills must be good. "Mu Feng, stop right there and don't leave." The monkey caught up. Suddenly, a fat figure blocked his way, and he bumped into him before he could stop. With a bang, the opponent didn't move at all, but he was bounced back several steps by the soft fat and sat down on the red rose. "Oh, you can't blame me for this, you bumped into me." TSK, now you have another but mark. By the way, judging from the situation, you probably won't want these red roses. It would be a waste to throw them all away. Why don't you give me one? Is that okay with that? The fat man chuckled, walked up to the other party, picked up a red rose and turned to leave without caring whether the other party agreed or not. The basketball students did not stop him. The real boss had already left, so what was the point of stopping this fat guy? Could they really beat him up? Cyan pushed up his glasses, glanced at the red roses and said, "My classmate, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, you have done more damage to these 999 red roses than a madman." In addition, you used them to block the normal road, and now it is damaged, you should bear full responsibility. Of course, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, your brother Chu should not think highly of this little money and will not let you pay for it, don't worry. After saying that, he turned around, pushed up his glasses, and quickly chased after him. Isn't that guy afraid of Chu Yun's revenge? Wanya stared blankly at the backs of Mu Feng and others, and has not yet come to her senses. On the way here, she thought of many solutions, but she never expected Mu Feng to be so direct and overbearing. What I didn't expect was that those two guys still had the mind to show their affection in this situation. Forget it, let us go back to the dormitory and take a nap. As for lunch, I can't eat anymore. I feel a bit full after eating such a large amount of dog food. The students who watched the show left one after another, and the female students in the dormitory also went to the cafeteria to eat, hoping that there would be some food left. In an instant, Monkey and 5 male students from the basketball department were the only ones left in front of the dormitory building. They were in tears as they looked at the red rose that had been destroyed beyond recognition. What should we do now? One person asked. What else can we do? Let's go. The monkey sighed and prepared to leave. Students, please clean up the garbage and don't block the way for the students. The building manager stood in front of the dormitory door and spoke loudly. The monkey looked at the damaged red rose, waved his hand, and said, "Take it away." Then several people worked together to carry the destroyed red rose away, their backs looking rather embarrassed. It's great to be young. The building manager chuckled and went back to her own dormitory. Whether it is the one who sends flowers or the one who comes to the rescue, in her opinion, they are both full of youthfulness. Thinking back to the days when I was young, I was the most beautiful girl in the village. After they were far away from the dormitory building, Shi Cheng whispered, "Can you let me down now?" In real life, it was the first time I was hugged by a man. And it happened in front of so many classmates, it's really hard to explain. No, what if they catch up with us again? Mu Feng shook his head to refuse, he really couldn't bear to give up this warm and soft feeling. It was not until they reached the cafeteria that they put Shi Cheng down. Shi Cheng glanced at him, then quickly looked into the distance, straightening her dress while saying, "Thank you for helping me out." Mu Feng smiled, "Why are you so polite? I'm your boyfriend." "I don't have a boyfriend." Shi Cheng stamped her feet. Why couldn't she explain it clearly? This guy wouldn't want to keep pestering me and rely on me, right? Really? Then why did you do that to me on the stage? Do you know that was my first kiss? Mu Feng tilted his head and asked curiously. He wanted to confirm whether his previous guess was true. That's because. Shi Cheng suddenly stopped talking halfway through her words. There were some things she couldn't say. Could I tell him that I had dreamed about him bullying me for 100 days in a row? How does this make him see me? Will he think I'm a bad girl? Besides, even if I tell it, I'm afraid the other party won't believe it. Who has similar dreams for 100 days in a row? Oh, anyway, you can't take it seriously and treat me as your girlfriend. Shi Cheng stomped her feet and said angrily. Well, it seems I can only be your dream lover. Mu Feng said with a sigh. What dream lover? Shi Cheng was a little confused. Mu Feng smiled and said, as the saying goes, if you think about something during the day, you will dream about it at night. If I think about you all day, maybe I can dream about you at night and become your lover in the dream, which is called dream lover in short. Shi Cheng's body trembled. These words made her feel strange, and the scenes in her dream reappeared in her mind. Looking at her reaction, Mu Feng knew that his guess was correct. Shi Cheng also experienced the same dream that she had. It is even possible to be in sync with yourself. This capability of the system is really great. You are not allowed to dream about me. Shi Cheng said, biting her lip. Why? No reason, just not allowed. Mu Feng smiled slightly, you are too domineering, you can't even dream. I am just so unreasonable and fierce. As he spoke, Shi Cheng waved his little fist, bared his teeth, and acted as if he was very fierce. He looked so fierce and aggressive, really scary. Mu Feng smiled calmly and said, it's a pity that I can't control whether I dream or not. Okay, you go eat first. I also want to go to the basketball court. Our class's game has already started. As he said this, he touched Shi Cheng's head out of habit. Shi Cheng's body stiffened. This guy touched my head again. This action has appeared countless times in my dreams. But in the dream, he was domineering and unreasonable. In real life, he is gentle and full of boyfriend power. No, I can't be fooled by his appearance. This guy must be a bad guy at heart. Remember to come and watch my game after dinner. Oh, and buy me a bottle of Pocari Sweat as a thank you for helping you out. Hearing the voice, Shirqing looked up and found that Mu Feng had already walked away, leaving her no chance to refuse. Who wants to go to your game? I'm not going. She stamped her feet, muttered something, and turned into the cafeteria. Chapter 10, Give Up? That's not my style. Fatty and Four Eyes were originally standing in the distance watching the show, and only walked forward when they saw the two people go their separate ways. Crazy, why don't you go out to dinner with the school beauty? The fat man waved the red rose in his hand, with a look of disappointment. You didn't even seize such a great opportunity. I don't know how you managed to catch up with the school beauty. Four Eyes pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, the madman should have dinner with the school beauty first, then go to the movies together, and find a better hotel at night, and everything will go smoothly. Your thoughts are too dirty. Mu Feng turned around and glared at the two of them unhappily. Am I the kind of person who would disregard the honor of the class for a woman? That's hard to explain. The fat man shook his head. I've been sworn brothers for more than a year, but you still don't understand me at all. Mu Feng looked deeply shocked. The fat man sighed and said, a single lunatic is definitely not that kind of person. I don't know after he has a girlfriend. Four Eyes continued, besides, you are just a substitute. Whether you go or not will not have much impact on the outcome of the game. Mu Feng stopped and pointed at his heart with a sad face. See? My heart is broken. Is it broken? Let me see. The fat man rolled up his sleeves and was about to take off Mu Feng's clothes. Get lost, you bastard. Mu Feng kicked him in the stomach and changed the subject. Fatty, where did you get this red rose? The fat man rubbed his bulging belly and chuckled. I stole it. They won't want it anyway, so I'll just use it. Bring it to you, 5 fingers girl? Mu Feng said with disdain. Damn. Fatty, I'll bring a girlfriend to show you this afternoon. The fat man seemed to have been greatly stimulated and said with gritted teeth. Okay, let's wait and see. Mu Feng smiled and turned to leave. You crazy bastard, what's that expression on your face? Don't you believe in my ability? The fat man quickly caught up. Alas, why should singles make things difficult for singles? Four Eyes sighed, then felt something was wrong. It seems like Crazy is no longer single now. While playing around, they soon arrived at the basketball court. At this time, the game had already started and all the students from both classes were present. There were also some students from other classes who did not have any games in the afternoon. Chu Yun. Chu Yun. The entire stadium was filled with this sound. As a rich second generation, he is good looking and has excellent basketball skills. He is very popular in Tiandu University. Even many female classmates in Mu Feng's class were so obsessed with him that they completely forgot their own identities. Four Eyes, your 9 years of experience as a bookworm have not been wasted. The fat man looked at Cyan in surprise. They were originally playing against Class 3, Year 2 of the Finance Department, but now their opponent has become Class 5, Year 2 of the Basketball Department. One is an amateur class basketball team, the other is a professional class basketball team. The difference between them is like that between children and adults, they are not on the same level. Generally speaking, the first few games will basically not be against basketball teams. In the current situation, it is obvious that Chu Yun did something. Having lost face at the opening ceremony, we must make it up on this basketball court. Cyan pushed up his glasses, patted Mu Feng on the shoulder and said, Crazy, if you really can't do it, just admit defeat. There is no chance of winning against the basketball team. Rather than bringing humiliation upon yourself, it is better to admit defeat as soon as possible. Give up? That's just not my style. Mu Feng went to the locker room to change into his jersey and went to the bench. The fat man and Four Eyes went to the audience and took their seats. Nailed it? The beautiful counselor looked back at Mu Feng and asked. Obviously the tough guy had already told her some of the situation. Yeah. Mu Feng nodded and looked at the scores of both sides. 12-2, actually 10 points behind. Aren't we playing against Class 3, Grade 2 of the Finance Department? How come we are playing against the basketball department's team? Can the school change the roster at will? He asked with a frown. The beautiful counselor smiled bitterly and said, "The people from Class 3, Year 2 of the Finance Department admitted defeat. To save time, the school let us go directly to the second round. I drew the lot and got Class 5, Year 2 of the Basketball Department. If I'm not mistaken, it was Chu Yun who did something. He should be coming for you." At this point, the beautiful counselor looked at Mufeng with a strange look and said in amazement, "You are really good, you won the school beauty of our school without making any noise." She was absent from the opening ceremony due to some matters. After she came back, she heard that the school beauty had forcefully kissed Mufeng on the stage. She was extremely shocked at the time. How could a child from an ordinary family, who behaves very normally, be related to the school belle? "I said she is not my girlfriend, do you believe it?" Mufeng asked. "What do you think?" The beautiful counselor smiled. "They kissed in public, and you still dare to say it's okay?" "Never mind." Mufeng gave up explaining, "Counselor, when can I go to class?" At this time, Chu Yun made another three-pointer, and their class was already 13 points behind. If a basketball team from an ordinary class plays against a team from the basketball department, it will be completely defeated unilaterally. Take the center forward for example, he is 2 meters tall and huge. The center in their class is a hunk, only about 1.9 meters tall. The level of players in various positions such as point guard and forward is also too different. Only by using his god-level basketball skills, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. You are replacing Wang Xiong's center position. If Wang Xiong doesn't come down, you won't have a chance to play. The beautiful counselor said with a smile. Of course she knew something about the basketball skills of the students in her class. Mufeng was the type who liked to play basketball but had very poor skills. Let him dribble the ball, and he can't even get across half court if no one is defending him. If the class wasn't really short of basketball players, Mufeng wouldn't even be a substitute. I can also play other positions. Mufeng said seriously. If any one position reaches its peak, it can only be considered top basketball skill. Only when every position reaches its peak can it be called god level. Wang Xiong, Mufeng's roommate and brother, is a tough guy with great endurance. He is also the best basketball player in the class and he will not leave the court easily unless he is too tired to walk. Once he leaves the court, it means the game is over. Either you are powerless to recover, or the other side is powerless to recover. Being a substitute for a tough guy is almost equivalent to having no chance to play. Let's wait and see. The beautiful counselor smiled. No, counselor, just let me go. I'm very good. Mufeng pulled the beautiful counselor's arm and shook it with an expectant look on his face. The substitute players around had strange looks on their faces. Why did these words sound a little off? Chapter 11 Pull-up fadeaway, long three-pointer. Fortunately, the counselor was relatively naive in this regard and didn't think too much about it. He was dizzy from being shaken by Mufeng and quickly said, "Stop shaking. Go and replace the power forward." The gap between the power forwards of the two teams is the biggest. They are not on the same level at all. Almost all the rebounds on both sides are in the hands of the other side. Anyway, the game is already lost, so let Mufeng go up and have his fun. Thank you, counselor. You are a nice and kind person. You will definitely find the most handsome prince charming. Mufeng smiled immediately and flattered the counselor. The instructor looked at Mufeng, who was stretching his muscles and getting ready to go on stage, and said with a smile, "What if we can't find it?" Mufeng chuckled and said, "If you can't find it, then wait until I graduate. Get lost." The beautiful counselor kicked Mufeng's butt, rubbed her fist, and sneered, "You've really become much bolder. You even dare to tease the teacher. Don't you know that I'm the national champion of women's martial arts? Do you believe that I can beat you so hard that you can't get out of bed? It's just a joke, don't take it seriously." Mufeng said with a smile. In fact, he was also surprised that he could say such words. He would never dare to do so in the past. At this time, Chu Yun made another three-pointer, and the score difference came to 16 points. The beautiful counselor called a timeout and asked Mufeng to replace the power forward. At this time, school beauty Shi Chang and her best friend Wang Ya also walked into the stadium. "I said there were so many games today, but you had to come here instead of watching them. It turns out you came to see your boyfriend." Wang Ya saw Mufeng, who was about to go on stage, turned to look at Shi Chang, and joked with a smile. After seeing what happened outside the dormitory building, she became more and more certain that the two were in a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, and no matter how Shurcheng explained, it was useless. Shurcheng moved her lips and said helplessly, "I've told you many times that he is not my boyfriend. I only accepted his invitation to watch his game to thank him for helping me out." Yeah? Wang Ye remained non-committal. As a school beauty and the daughter of the chairman of Shishing Tianxia, it was understandable that she concealed her relationship. However, if she wanted to hide it, she had to make it look more real. She held a bottle of Pocari Sweat in her hand, but she didn't drink it herself, nor did she give it to her best friend. Even a fool would know that it was prepared for Mu Feng. The two found a seat in the front row of the audience and sat down, and Wang Ye took out her cell phone. "What are you doing?" Shurcheng asked curiously. "Record a video, a rich second generation and a poor boy competing for love, and post it on Douyin, maybe it will go viral. If it becomes popular, maybe I can also become an internet celebrity and make money through live streaming," Wang Ye said with a smile. Shurcheng rolled her eyes and didn't want to talk. On the court, Mu Feng looked at the four players and said, "Originally, winning or losing this game doesn't matter, but since the other side has gone to such great lengths to humiliate us on the court, how can we not resist? We must win this game. Win." The four team members looked at each other, without any confidence on their faces. The opponent crushed us in every position, and it was good enough not to get a shaved head. Next, we'll implement a new tactic. I'll be in charge of the offense. When you get the ball, just find an opportunity to pass it to me. Don't worry about anything else. Mu Feng said with a smile. "You're coming to attack?" The four team members were silent. The tough guy even touched Mu Feng's forehead and said, "You don't have a fever either." "Okay, there's no time to explain. If you want to win, just do as I say." Mu Feng knew that his basketball skills were so poor in the past that he couldn't gain the trust of his teammates. Once on the court, he had his own ways to make them believe in themselves. At this time, the whistle sounded, the game continued, and the point guard received the ball across half court. Mu Feng knew that his teammates still didn't trust him, so he took the initiative to run out and relied on his speed advantage to create an open space. His agility is 15 points, half more than that of an average person. He was facing off against the opponent's power forward. Although his speed was not slow, he was still a little behind him. "Give me the ball." After finally running out to find a point guard, seeing that his teammates still had no intention of passing the ball to him, Mu Feng couldn't help but yell and simply ran behind his teammates, only one step away from the half-court line. The teammates scanned the court and found that the other teammates were being tightly guarded by the opponents and could not find any chance to pass the ball. They had no choice but to pass the ball to Mu Feng, hoping to use him to pass the ball. The moment I caught the ball with both hands, a sense of familiarity came over me. I don't even want to dribble the ball, let's just serve it first. Looking at the basketball power forward who was waiting for him to attack outside the three-point line, Mu Feng's lips curled up slightly. Pull up and fade away. The basketball slipped out of his hands, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and went into the net. The basketball power forward who was playing against him was stunned. Such a long three-pointer, and he can make such a standard pull-up fadeaway shot. Is this luck or ability? After a brief silence, the students in Class 1, Grade 2 of Automation burst into thunderous cheers. "Oh my god, he can make a shot from such a long distance. It should be luck, right? Chu Yun has always liked to shoot three-pointers." Mu Feng shot a three-pointer right after he came on the court. This is a declaration of war on Chu Yun. The students were talking about it. The fat man in the audience also opened his mouth wide, surprised. "Today's madman gave me too many surprises." Farais pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, it seems that Crazy Man may be stimulated to unleash his potential and rise strongly in the basketball world. Xiaoqing, your boyfriend seems to be very capable." Wang Ye looked up at the court, her face full of surprise. Shurcheng nodded, then felt something was wrong and explained, "He is not my boyfriend." Understood. Understood. Wang Ye raised her hand and made an OK gesture, indicating that she fully understood her concerns. Shurcheng was speechless and simply stopped talking. "Brothers, remember what I said, give me the ball, I will lead you to victory today." On the court, Mu Feng looked at his teammates who were returning to defense and laughed out loud. "Okay, I'll give it to you when I get the ball." Several teammates laughed. Since it was a losing game anyway, they might as well give Mu Feng a try with his luck. The tough guy also laughed and said, "Crazy, if you keep up this luck, maybe we can still win." As brothers, the two often play ball together, and he naturally knows Mu Feng's ball skills well. At such a long distance, if it were the old Mu Feng, he might not be able to hit the backboard even if he threw it with one hand. Today's long three-pointer can only be attributed to luck. Give me the ball. Chu Yun looked at Mu Feng deeply, then ran to the three-point line and asked for the ball. Want to shoot three-pointers against yourself? Then give it a try. The point guard from the basketball department passed the ball to Chu Yun. After getting the ball, he made a pull-up three-pointer, bringing the score back to 16 points. The small forward facing him couldn't stop him at all. Chu Yun. Chu Yun. The cheers of the students from Class 5, Grade 2 of the basketball department rang out on the court again. Chu Yun's face was filled with confidence again. Chapter 12 720-degree dunk from the free throw line. Give me the ball. The ball possession changed, and Mu Feng started asking for the ball as soon as he crossed the half-court line. He jumped up after receiving the ball. However, this time the basketball power forward who was facing him was obviously well prepared and jumped almost at the same time as him. He is about 1.95 meters tall, a full 12 centimeters taller than Mu Feng, and his extra long arms easily block his shooting route. If Mu Feng forced a shot at this moment, he would definitely be blocked by the opponent. A smile appeared on Mu Feng's lips. He grabbed the basketball with his right hand and stretched his arm to the right so that the other party could not touch the basketball. At this point, the upward momentum of both sides came to an end. The basketball power forward began to fall, but Mu Feng still remained in the air. At the same time, he took the basketball back, held the ball with both hands, and threw the basketball out in an extremely standard posture. Before throwing the ball, he deliberately moved his wrist close to the opponent's palm, and at the moment of throwing the ball, the opponent's hand just hit his hand. The basketball went into the net and the whistle sounded. 3+1. The students in Mu Feng's class were instantly excited. The first time could be explained as luck, but the second time, facing the block from the opposing power forward, he was still able to shoot such an accurate long three-pointer. That was not something that could be done by luck. Especially the extremely long hovering time, it was simply terrifying. Both sides jumped almost at the same time, but the opponent's power forward had already landed, while Mu Feng was still in the air. This amount of time he stayed in the air could probably be compared with that of the god of basketball. Mu Feng, great! The beautiful counselor jumped up like a little girl, very excited. In less than a minute on the court, he made 2 long three-pointers. Whether it was luck or strength, it is worth remembering. Mu Feng turned around and winked at the beautiful counselor, adjusted his hair, and made a handsome and coquettish pose. Xiao Chang, your boyfriend is flirting with you. You better keep a close eye on him. Seeing this, Wang Ye quickly turned around and reminded in a low voice. He's not my boyfriend, so it's none of my business who he ogles. Shi Qing murmured, but for some reason she felt a little sour in her heart. On the court, the tough guy looked at Mu Feng in surprise and said with a smile, "Good job, lunatic, your touch is so hot, it seems that the kiss from the school beauty gave you great strength." Mu Feng scratched his head and thought that this was correct. Just because of the kiss from the school beauty, he acquired god-level basketball skills. Their conversation happened to be heard by Chu Yun, who looked a little gloomy and said coldly, "You are lucky, but luck will eventually run out." "I'm sorry, I've always had good luck." Mu Feng smiled slightly and walked towards the free throw line. He took the basketball thrown by the referee and shot it in a standard posture, which went into the net, narrowing the score difference to 12 points. The ball possession changed, and the basketball point guard received the ball across half court and passed it to Chu Yun in the bottom corner of the three-point line. After getting the ball, he directly shot it. The small forward who was facing him tried his best to defend, but he still interfered with Chu Yun's shot, and the three-pointer did not go in. Fortunately, the center in their class relied on his tall and strong body to grab the rebound and score 2 points, widening the score difference to 14 points. The point guard received the ball and crossed half court. Mu Feng deliberately passed by Chu Yun while running and said calmly, "It seems that your luck ran out before mine." As soon as he finished speaking, he received the ball from his teammate and made a pull-up shot in front of Chu Yun. Chu Yun didn't expect Mu Feng to shoot the ball in front of him. By the time he reacted, he was a beat too late and the basketball had already gone into the net, narrowing the score difference to 11 points. Awesome, Mu Feng is awesome. Super long three-pointer, 3 hits out of 3, Mu Feng is simply amazing. Look at Chu Yun's face, it's almost turning the color of liver. He shot a three-pointer right in front of Chu Yun. This is humiliating Chu Yun. The audience seats were in an uproar in an instant, and the anger between Mu Feng and Chu Yun seemed to be getting more and more intense. Fuck. You lunatic, you are possessed by the three-point god today. The macho man let out an exaggerated shout and made 3 three-pointers in a row. Even his luck was incredible. Mu Feng chuckled and said, I am now possessed by the god of basketball. Just pass the ball to me when you get it. Okay, no problem. Several teammates laughed heartily. Lin Feng, I'll switch defense with you. I'll guard Chu Yun. When returning to defense, Mu Feng said to the small forward of his team. Good. The small forward nodded. It was difficult for him to limit Chu Yun, but Mu Feng's performance today was too eye-catching. Perhaps he could find a way to limit Chu Yun's scoring. Want to play against me? Chu Yun got the ball and looked at Mu Feng, who was lowering his center of gravity to defend in front of him, with a sneer on his face. He had originally planned to defend Mu Feng after the ball was scored, but he didn't expect Mu Feng to switch defense first. You can't. Mu Feng stretched out a finger and shook it. Yeah. Chu Yun did not plan to shoot a three-pointer this time, but was preparing to break through and make a layup, which is his strong point. He dribbled the ball left and right, looking for an opportunity to break through. I have to say, his basketball skills are really good, but it's a pity that he met Mu Feng. No matter how he shook or changed direction, Mu Feng could easily keep up, leaving him no chance of breaking through. Time passed by second, and seeing that the 24th violation was approaching, teammates began to actively ask for the ball. But Chu Yun, who was determined to get back on track, ignored his teammates' requests for the ball and forced a jump shot. Bang! A big hand swung the basketball that had just left its hand away. Standard large hat. The basketball flew to the back of the court and bounced toward the half-court line. Swish! A figure passed Chu Yun and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! Chu Yun cursed softly, turned around and chased after him. Unfortunately, he was slower than Mu Feng and was far behind, so how could he possibly catch up? By the time he reached the half-court line, Mu Feng had already controlled the ball and reached the free throw line. He stepped on the ground with his left foot, held the ball in one hand and flew into the air. After spinning his body twice in the air, he dunked the ball directly into the basket, narrowing the score difference to 9 points. The whole audience was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Mu Feng under the basket, unable to recover from their shock. A 720-degree dunk from the free throw line? They have only seen 720-degree dunks at the basket and 360-degree dunks from the free throw line in the NBA, but have never seen a 720-degree dunk from the free throw line. Today I actually saw it on a substitute who was said to have very poor basketball skills. All the students who loved basketball stood up in shock. This will definitely go down in history. Even students who are not very fond of basketball can feel the difficulty of this dunk. Even the referees were stunned. It's unbelievable. For eyes, this is the first time I feel that your 9 years of bookworm experience is very accurate. Crazy guy really has unleashed his potential and is about to rise in the basketball world. The fat man whispered. Cyan pushed his glasses and said nothing. He didn't expect that Mu Feng had this skill. Xiao Cheng, your boyfriend is so awesome and handsome. Wang Ye said in surprise. I've already told you, he's not my boyfriend. Shi Qing muttered, but her eyes were sparkling. Mu Feng. Mu Feng. The students in Class 1, Grade 2 of the Automation Department shouted Mu Feng's name loudly. The teammates who had originally lost hope for this game were completely excited. Perhaps, as Mu Feng said before, he can lead the team to victory. Chu Yun was also stunned. Is this a fucking substitute? Chapter 13, Stepping on You? You guys attack, and I'll defend against Mu Feng. Chu Yun changed his tactics. No matter where the ball was, he would stare at Mu Feng. Wherever Mu Feng goes, he goes. His teammate took the ball to the three-point line and found the right opportunity to pass the ball to the 2-meter-tall center under the basket. With his size and height, he is invincible under the basket. Although the tough guy tried his best to defend, he still couldn't stop the opponent's back to the basket attack. He was pushed away and then turned around for a jump shot. Careful! Faintly, he seemed to hear the captain's anxious voice. Before he could react, a pair of large hands appeared above his head and knocked the ball away. Wow! There was a burst of exclamations at the scene. It's not like I've never seen someone directly knock the ball away like this, but it's the first time I've seen a player about 1.8 meters tall knock down a shot from a 2-meter tall center. Don't even think about scoring a goal this time. Chu Yun retreated quickly and waited outside the three-point line in advance. Mu Feng controlled the ball and walked in front of him, saying with a smile, "It's too much of a bully to shoot a three-pointer in front of you. This time, I want a breakthrough, and I want a breakthrough from your right side." Chu Yun snorted coldly and said, "Breakthrough? You can try." Mu Feng smiled indifferently, and suddenly accelerated to break through to the right. When Chu Yun caught up, he suddenly pulled back to the left. Chu Yun showed a sneer on his face and quickly pulled his body back. "You still want to deceive me?" He had known for a long time that Mu Feng could not break through to the right, so he had been prepared. However, the moment he pulled his body back, Mu Feng accelerated again and broke through to the right. 2 consecutive change of direction breakthroughs, each faster than the last. At this time, Chu Yunxian's body center of gravity was on the left. He changed direction in a panic, stumbled and fell to the ground. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. Chu Yunxiang from the basketball department was actually knocked down? Mu Feng smiled at Chu Yunxiang on the ground, quickly broke through to the right, dribbled past the defender, came to the basket, and took off into the air. Damn it! Chu Yunxiang, who got up and rushed forward, was still a step too late and had to watch Mu Feng perform a crotch-changing dunk. The gap narrowed to 7 points. Looking at Mu Feng hanging on the basketball hoop, a cold light flashed across Chu Yunxiang's face, and his left foot stretched forward inconspicuously, appearing just under Mu Feng's feet. If Mu Feng did not change the position of his feet, he would definitely step on Chu Yunxiang's instep. Most people might just let go after dunking, but Mu Feng is different. He hung on the basket and looked down to avoid stepping on anyone. But he just happened to see Chu Yunxiang stretching his leg. "Want to step on your feet?" A sneer appeared on Mu Feng's face. He pulled hard with both hands, and his body rose up again a little before he let go and fell down. In the air, he also posed, with his left foot straight, his right foot bent and raised upwards, one hand on his waist, and one hand pointing to the sky, falling in a taking off posture. The moment his left foot landed steadily on the ground, his right foot, which was still in the air, slammed down suddenly and stepped on Chu Yunxiang's outstretched left foot. When all the power of 17 points is released, it must be very painful when it hits the instep. Ah! A scream was heard, and the referee's whistle sounded. "Student Chu Yunxiang, are you okay?" Mu Feng quickly moved his feet away, hiding his smile, and asked with concern. The severe pain from the instep made Chu Yunxiang unable to stand up. He sat down on the ground. After a while, he raised his head and gritted his teeth and said, "Did you do this on purpose? Who would step down so hard after landing after shooting?" Moreover, Mu Feng landed his left foot first to stabilize his body before he stepped down hard with his right foot. This was obviously intentional. Mu Feng waved his hand and said, "Classmate Chu Yunxiang, don't say anything nonsense. I waited for a while before landing after dunking. Everyone had already left. Who knew you were still waiting for me here? Besides, you didn't go to such a big place, but had to run to the basket and stand there. Who knows what you were thinking? You." Ah! Chu Yunxiang wanted to refute, but when he moved his foot, he felt a sharp pain in his instep again. It was indeed a very painful blow from being stepped on. Referee, this is a flagrant foul, this is a flagrant foul." The counselors of Class 5, Grade 2 of the basketball department, as well as the players, all roared in anger. Some came up to check on Chu Yunxiang's injuries, while others went to argue with the referee. There are 3 referees in total, one is a senior from the basketball department, one is the coach of the automation department team, and one is the basketball coach of the school team, who is relatively professional. The referee from the basketball department and the automation department were at the sidelines and happened to see the whole process. The referee of the basketball department naturally sided with Chu Yunxiang, believing that Mu Feng had committed a flagrant foul and caused Chu Yunxiang to be injured, which was a second-degree flagrant foul and he should be expelled directly. The referee from the automation department naturally sided with Mu Feng, believing that Chu Yunxiang had deliberately stepped on someone's foot, but instead was injured after failing to do so, and that Mu Feng had not committed a malicious foul. The 2 referees were arguing. Mu Feng didn't say anything, and neither did the beautiful counselor and several teammates. They were all quietly waiting for the penalty. The school doctor has arrived, but Chu Yunxiang did not leave. He wanted to wait for the verdict to come out before leaving. The only person who can influence the penalty now is the school team basketball coach, who has been silent. He was in the bottom corner just now and was blocked by Chu Yunxiang's body, so he didn't see the specific situation. However, now that Chu Yunxiang is injured, he is more inclined to believe that Mu Feng committed a foul. "Can I ask a question?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Mu Feng turned his head and saw school belle Shi Chang and Wang Ye coming together. Please go ahead. The school basketball team coach nodded. If it was an ordinary student, the three judges would naturally ignore it. But the person who spoke was the campus beauty of Tiandu University and the daughter of the chairman of Tiandu City Shixing Tianxia Group, so naturally he didn't dare to ignore her. Shi Qing said, I don't know how to play basketball, and I don't understand the rules of basketball. I want to ask what this tactic is? As she spoke, she took out Wang Ye's mobile phone and played a video. That was exactly the video that Wang Ye had recorded earlier. After watching the video, the three referees were silent. From the video, we can clearly see Chu Yun stretching his foot, which is a deliberate stepping. The senior from the basketball department was silent for a moment and then said, Mu Feng's kick was obviously intentional, otherwise how could he have stepped on Chu Yunxiang's foot like that? This is a question that everyone can figure out, but the problem is that it cannot be seen from this video. Mu Feng's entire set of movements was as smooth as flowing water, without any flaws to be seen. Finally, the three referees discussed it and gave Mu Feng and Chu Yunxiang each a technical foul, and both sides were awarded one free throw. Naturally, the students and players from the automation department were not satisfied with the penalty. It was clearly Chu Yunxiang who deliberately tripped Mu Feng, so why was he given a technical foul? However, Mu Feng did not refute, but directly made the free throw and got another point. Chu Yunxiang was injured, so a shooting guard was substituted in to shoot free throws and also got a point. This bitch. When Chu Yunxiang was helped away by the school doctor, he glared at Shi Qing fiercely. Chapter 14, 5 Doubles, Unprecedented. Thank you, Mr. Shi, for coming forward to testify. Otherwise, I would not be able to clear myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Mu Feng walked up and held the hand of school beauty Shi Chang with a look of gratitude on his face. Shi Qing's body stiffened and she looked at Mu Feng suspiciously. This guy, if you want to thank me, why did he hold my hand? Is he deliberately taking advantage of me? Thinking of this, she wanted to pull her hand out, but she couldn't pull it out after trying twice. She said helplessly, You don't have to thank me, I didn't do anything. If it weren't for classmate Shi's video, this matter would be hard to explain. So, does classmate Shi like to watch 3-point shots or slam dunks? I'll show you a few more later, and you can also show them more when I'm not around. Mu Feng said with a smile. Shi Chang moved her lips, wanting to explain that the video was shot by her best friend Wang Ye and had nothing to do with her, but she was afraid that Wang Ye would be retaliated against by Chu Yunxiang, so she could only remain silent. The classmates around them looked at the two people holding hands and whispering, and they all wailed. Please, when you show your affection, can you please consider the occasion and the feelings of us single guys? Mu Feng is thick-skinned, but that is okay. When Shi Qing heard the wailing sound, her pretty face turned red. Mu Feng swallowed his saliva, and at this moment he suddenly understood what beauty is a feast to the eyes meant. Feeling the burning gaze, Shi Chang became a little restless, and quickly handed over the pulse in her other hand, changing the subject, drink some water first. Mu Feng then let go of Shi Qing's hand, took the Pocari Sweat, unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip, praising, well, the water sent by a beautiful woman is so fragrant. You've been so smooth talking all day. I'm leaving now. Shi Chang stamped her feet, turned around and pulled Wang Ye away. Oh. The school beauty is shy. The students in Class 1, Year 2 of Automation howled like wolves again. Shi Qing's pretty face turned even redder and she walked faster. Mu Feng drank pulse while looking at the beautiful figure gradually going away, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The game continues. Although Chu Yunxiang is gone, the opposing team is still very strong. In the subsequent competitions, Mu Feng enjoyed extraordinary treatment. As soon as he gets the ball, 2 or 3 people will come up to double-team him, which greatly reduces his shooting percentage. However, this will give other teammates open space and their shooting percentage will increase significantly. As the whistle sounded at the end of the game, Class 1, Year 2 of Automation defeated Class 5, Year 2 of Basketball Department with a slight advantage of 3 points. We won, we won. Mengnan and other team members stared at the scorer blankly, as if they were in a dream. Class 5, Grade 2 of the Basketball Department is among the best in terms of strength even in a department full of top players. And they are at the bottom of the entire school team. Before the game started, everyone thought it would be a one-sided massacre. Even Mengnan and others thought they were doomed to lose, and their only goal was not to lose too badly. No one expected that the appearance of Mu Feng, a substitute, would turn the tide and achieve a comeback. Mu Feng. Mu Feng. Mengnan and several other team members picked up Mu Feng and threw him into the air, and students from all classes shouted Mu Feng's name. At this moment, no one doubted Mu Feng's strength anymore. Look, the statistics of each player are out. Let me take a look at Mu Feng's data. Everyone was curious about what kind of data Mu Feng, who had a very eye-catching performance, got. 60 points, 12 rebounds, 14 blocks, 10 steals, 15 assists, 8 turnovers. Damn, a 5-double. This is an unprecedented 5-double. And it's 60 plus 5-double. It's unbelievable. He made 7 of 12 3-pointers, with a hit rate of 58%. He made 16 of 26 2-pointers, with a hit rate of 61%, and he made 7 of 7 free throws, with a hit rate of 100%. It's incredible that he can still maintain such a high hit rate even when being double-teamed. The moment everyone saw Mu Feng's data, they were shocked. A 5-double has never happened before, even in the NBA. Of course, the battlefield of the NBA is not the same as the battlefield of school. But even so, Mu Feng's 5-double data is enough to be recorded in the school's history. Not to say that there will be no one to surpass him, but at least there has been no one before him. From the data, it can be seen that Mu Feng turned the tide in this game with his own strength. Speaking of which, if Mu Feng makes 2 more mistakes, will it be a 6-double? Well, that seems to be correct. Some people were talking in low voices. Mu Feng, who had just been put down by Mengnan and others, couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard the discussions of his 2 classmates. Later on, whenever he got the ball, 2 or 3 people surrounded him, making it very difficult for him to shoot or pass the ball. Naturally, his number of mistakes increased day by day, almost reaching double digits. There was no way. The gap between the other teammates and the opponents was too big, and almost all the pressure was on him alone. But anyway, they won the game. The players and students from the basketball department have already left the court. When they came, they were full of enthusiasm and did not take the Automation Grade 2 Class 1 team seriously at all. When they left, they were dejected and didn't even have the face to say hello to the players from Class 1, Grade 2 of Automation. Student Mu Feng, are you interested in joining our school's basketball team? At this time, the coach of the school basketball team came over and extended an olive branch to him. He witnessed Mu Feng's normal performance with his own eyes, which was simply amazing. If school teams can be introduced, the National College League will surely go further in the future. The Macho Man nudged Mu Feng with his elbow. Joining the school team is the dream of every basketball fan. Does it mean training every day when you join the school team? Mu Feng asked curiously. Yes, apart from normal class time, we have to train during the rest of the time. The school team basketball coach nodded. Is there any salary? Mu Feng asked again. The school team basketball coach was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, no. That's fine. Mu Feng waved his hand and said, I have to make money in my spare time, so I don't have time to participate in training. After these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. The school team's basketball coach also laughed. Mu Feng, don't be so quick to refuse. Although the school team doesn't pay salaries, there are bonuses for entering the top 10 in the annual National College League. If you can win the championship, the bonus is as high as 1 million, and you are more likely to be selected by the provincial team or even the national team. Think about it carefully. If you change your mind, you can always come to the school team to find me. Okay, I'll think about it. Mu Feng nodded. After the school team basketball coach left, the beautiful counselor came over and said with a smile, you guys performed well today. All the players should gather at Lu Isho Hot Pot in the food court tonight. I'll treat you. Yeah. All the players cheered. It is a once-in-a-century opportunity to have a beautiful counselor treat you to a meal. Chapter 15, Crazy, you are completely famous. Brother Chu, check out the school forum. At the same time, Monkey, who was taking care of Chu Yun in the school clinic, suddenly shouted and handed over the phone. Chu Yun frowned slightly, took the phone and looked at it, his eyes instantly became cold. Chu Yun couldn't save the game even after stepping on his feet, shocking. Basketball prince Chu Yun was knocked down by his school beauty boyfriend, horror. The school beauty boyfriend dunked 720 degrees from the free throw line, unprecedented. The school beauty boyfriend got a luxurious 5-double. Countless posts about this game exploded in the forum. Each post is accompanied by corresponding text and pictures or videos, and has received tens of thousands of clicks within a few minutes of being published. Chu Yun has always been popular, and his popularity in the school forum has always been high. Although Mu Feng is not very famous, after being forcibly kissed by the school belle at the opening ceremony today, his identity as the school belle's boyfriend has become known to the whole school and his popularity is not low. Two names that are considered to be the top in the school appeared on the same post at the same time, which naturally attracted huge traffic. Fuck, I didn't expect the basketball prince would actually step on his feet. The key is that they lost. A strong basketball team actually lost to an amateur class team. It's unbelievable. This school beauty's boyfriend is really good. His moves are so smooth that he even knocked down the basketball prince. It's nothing to knock down the prince of basketball. You haven't been to the scene to see him dunk 720 degrees from the free throw line. That's what's shocking. 60 points, 12 rebounds, 14 blocks, 10 steals, 15 assists, 8 turnovers, these numbers are incredible. Countless comments keep these posts popular. Chu Yun looked at these posts with a gloomy face, and his fingers holding the phone were creaking. Brother Chu. Monkey called out cautiously, fearing that Chu Yun would get angry and smash his phone. That was the new phone he had just bought. Chu Yun took a deep breath, threw the phone over, and said coldly, "Find out who posted it and ask them to delete it." "Okay, I'll go right away." The monkey hurriedly caught the phone and turned away. "Return." Chu Yun stopped him, "Keep an eye on Mu Feng, and notify me once he leaves the school." Monkey thought for a moment and said, "Brother Chu, according to the students at the scene, their counselor is going to invite Mu Feng and others to eat hot pot at Luisho Food Street tonight to celebrate the victory in the first battle." "Celebrate?" Chu Yun's eyes flashed with coldness. "Okay, go ahead." The monkey then turned and left. "Mu Feng, Shirqing, you two are a pair of bastards." Chu Yun's teeth were almost broken, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be able to burn the sky. Since birth, he has been pampered and the center of attention. He has never been humiliated like this. If I don't avenge this, I would be unworthy of being a member of the Chu family. Shirqing cannot move for the time being, so the poor boy Mu Feng can be taught a lesson first. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Old Lu, find a few hooligans and go to Luisho Hot Pot, a food court outside Tiandu University, to teach a guy a lesson. I'll send you his photo later. As long as they don't beat him to death, I'll pay for all his medical expenses." After saying that, he hung up the phone and sent a screenshot of a frontal picture of Mu Feng dunking from the school forum. "Crazy, you're totally out of control. After returning to the dormitory and taking a shower, I saw the fat man running towards me with his phone. Look, the school forum is full of posts about you." Mu Feng took the phone and looked at it, then said with some dissatisfaction, "Who took this photo? They can't even choose the angle. They made me look so ugly. It really affects the viewing experience." The fat man was speechless. "Brother, can you grasp the point? You are famous. You are completely famous in Tiandu University, and at the same time, your hatred with Chu Yunxiang is getting deeper and deeper. So what? Can I kill him?" Mu Feng returned the phone to the fat man and said nonchalantly, "That's true. Fighting is prohibited in school." The fat man nodded. Farais pushed up his glasses and said, "Madman, with my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, I can provide you with 108 ways to kill people without them being seen. Do you want to try?" The tough guy slapped him on the head and said, "You little bastard, I think you've read too many novels and are too addicted." Mu Feng was also speechless. "Young man, your idea is very dangerous." As he spoke, he looked at the time and said, "It's only 3:30, there's still some time, do you want to play a few? Come on, don't waste time." As the fat man spoke, he had already opened the chicken game. After playing about 10 games, Mu Feng's cell phone rang. It was the beautiful counselor calling. "Counselor, we'll be there soon." Mu Feng hung up the phone and looked at the time. It was already 5:30, so he quit the game, glanced at Fatty and Four Eyes, and asked, "Do you want to go together? Your team is celebrating, why should we go?" "We won't go." The fat man waved his hand and went back to playing games. Cyan raised his head, pushed up his glasses, and said, "Crazy, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, there will definitely be trouble when you go to Luisho Hot Pot this time, so be careful." Mu Feng smiled and said, "Your 9 years of experience as a bookworm is sometimes quite useful." "Okay, I'll be careful." The tough guy rolled his eyes and said, "Do you want me to pack dinner for you guys?" "No, let's order takeout." The fat man waved his hand. "Okay, let's go." Mu Feng looked at the two people who started playing together again, shook his head and smiled, then turned and left. After arriving at Lu Yishou Hot Pot restaurant, we walked towards the private room indicated by the beautiful counselor. This time Chu Yun has paid for his sin. Who said it wasn't? They paid us to admit defeat. We originally wanted to teach Mu Feng a lesson on the court to get back our reputation, but we didn't expect that Mu Feng's skills were so superb. Not only did we get beaten, but we also lost face and our character. Fortunately, we admitted defeat directly and did not fight them, otherwise we would have lost miserably. TSK, ever since he gave us 100 yuan each and told us to give in, I knew he was a bad person. When Mu Feng and Meng Nan passed by a private room, they heard a conversation coming from inside and couldn't help but look at each other. The players from Class 3, Year 2 of the Finance Department are also having dinner here? Giving each of them 100 yuan would make them admit defeat? This Chu Yun is really stingy. Okay, let's go. Mu Feng shook his head and smiled, then left with the tough guy and entered the private room booked by the beautiful counselor. Our god of war is here. What would you like to drink? White wine, beer, or a beverage? The beautiful counselor asked with a smile. A white shirt and tight jeans show off her curvy figure to the fullest. Forget about the wine. I'm afraid I'll do something stupid if I drink too much. Let's have a bottle of pulse. Mu Feng said with a smile. I want a bottle of the one, said the tough guy. Okay. The beautiful counselor nodded. Mu Feng, when did your skills become so good? I remember you couldn't even dribble across half the court before. A classmate asked with a smile. This really can't be explained. Mu Feng shrugged and said, maybe he got enlightened after being kissed by a school beauty in public. Why don't you try to find a school beauty? This reason is really speechless. Besides, they don't have the ability to make the school beauty kiss them in public. While waiting for the hot pot to boil, the team members were still discussing Mu Feng's incredible performance today, but Mu Feng started watching Douyin. He was surprised to find that many people posted the video of his 720-degree dunk from the free throw line and the video of his extremely long air stay on TikTok, and they received quite a lot of likes. The account with the most likes actually belonged to Wang Ya, the best friend of school beauty Shi Qing. Is this considered infringement? Mu Feng muttered something and went to Wang Ya's homepage to see that she actually had 20,000 to 30,000 fans. The other works are some of her selfies, which have received a lot of likes. Although this girl's looks are not as good as the school belle Shi Qing, she is definitely not bad either. If taken on her own, she is also the most beautiful girl in the department. It's just that she always stays next to the school belle, so her presence is not strong. If she were shown on TikTok, she would definitely be a natural beauty. Stop looking at your phone and eat first. Then go back to the dormitory and rest early. The beautiful counselor said with a smile. Okay, let's eat. Chapter 16 The Beautiful Counselor with Violent Tendencies. At the same time, in the next private room, 20 men dressed in colorful clothes, who looked like social people, were eating hot pot and drinking. There was also a middle-aged man in a suit who did not pick up his chopsticks and was drinking the tea he brought. Master Lu, they are just a group of students. Why go through so much trouble? Why not just rush in and beat up the target person? A man with dyed yellow hair asked in confusion while looking at a photo. For people like them who do nothing all day, fighting is a common occurrence. As long as they are not beaten to death or disabled, generally nothing will happen. The man in the suit called Mr. Lu looked up at him and said nothing. A red-haired man shouted at the yellow-haired man, Xiao Lu, we can't guess what Master Lu is thinking. We should do whatever Master Lu tells us to do. Oh. The yellow-haired man nodded. The red-haired man then smiled and asked, Master Lu, what should we do specifically? Master Lu took another sip of tea and said calmly, drink more wine. When the counselor leaves the private room, you can pretend to be drunk and tease her to lure Mu Feng into taking the initiative. This way, they will definitely think that you are simply attracted to the counselor and will not connect today's incident with the third young master. Now the entire Tiandu University knows that Mu Feng has a conflict with the third young master of the Chu family. Going directly at him will make people suspect the third young master. Although the third young master didn't care, he had to get him out of this matter. Master Lu is wise. I understand. The red-haired man praised, then stretched out his right hand and rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Master Lu, look at this. Master Lu glanced at him calmly, took out a suitcase, and said, this is $1 million deposit. I'll give you the remaining $1 million after the deal is done. Just don't beat him to death. The transfer is recorded, which is unsafe for him. The safest way is to pay in cash. The red-haired man took the suitcase, looked at it, then handed it to the yellow-haired man and asked him to go to the nearest bank to deposit the money in it. Please rest assured, Master Lu, we will definitely complete the task. The red-haired man patted his chest and assured. 2 million, each person can get 100,000, which is enough for them to squander for a while. That's better. I'm leaving now. When you're done, come find me at suite number 1 at Tiandu Hotel. Master Lu nodded, stood up and left. After he left, a man in green clothes exclaimed, room number 1 in Tiandu Hotel? It is said that it costs 100,000 yuan a night. The world of the rich is really incredible. 100,000 yuan to them is about the same as 10 or 100 yuan to us. The red-haired man shook his head and said to the man in green, keep an eye on the movements in the next room and find a secluded place to start. Good. The man in green clothes nodded, walked to the corridor, leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, lowered his head and smoked, occasionally glancing at the private room next door. When the cigarette was almost finished, the door of the private room opened, and a beautiful woman, about 25 or 26 years old, came out with 10 college students and went to the counter to pay. The man in green clothes' eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the counselor was so beautiful. He quickly ran into his private room and said to the red-haired man, Brother Yang, they are about to leave. Should we just rush over and fight them? The red-haired man slapped him on the head and said, are you fucking stupid? There are so many people here, and if they kick you, you'll have to lie on the ground, pretend to be drunk, and follow them to find a good place to start the fight. The man in green touched his head and chuckled, Brother Yang is really thoughtful. Let's go and pay the bill. The red-haired man unbuttoned his collar, picked up a bottle of white wine, rubbed it on his face and neck twice, and prepared to go out. Brother Yang, watch your step. The man in green clothes reminded. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. The red-haired man straightened his clothes, staggered a few steps, turned around and asked, does it look like it? The man in green gave a thumbs up and said, Brother Yang's acting skills are definitely at the level of an award-winning actor. Ha ha. The red-haired man laughed twice and staggered out. The man in green clothes and others also spilled some white wine on their bodies. They supported each other and staggered out of the private room, scaring the waiters passing by. The pungent smell of alcohol made Mu Feng frown and take a closer look at these fancy-dressed people. The red-haired man's drunken eyes stayed on Mu Feng for 2 seconds, then fell on the beautiful counselor. Hey! This chick is pretty good. Does she have a boyfriend? He whistled. Let's go. The beautiful counselor ignored him, paid the bill, and left with Mu Feng and others. On the way from the food street into the school, there are occasionally 3 or 2 groups of students walking together, so it is relatively quiet. Teacher, those drunks are following us, let's walk faster. Mu Feng looked back and noticed the drunkards, and couldn't help but remind them in a low voice. Good. The beautiful counselor nodded. But at this moment, those drunkards in colorful clothes sped up, past the crowd and blocked their way. What do you want to do? The beautiful counselor frowned and protected Mu Feng and others behind her like an old hen protecting her chicks. It's nothing, the brothers just want to rape you. Don't worry, they won't touch your students. The yellow-haired man hid his alcohol and said evilly. How do you know they are students? The beautiful counselor frowned. Those who leave here are usually students from Tiandu University. The red-haired man staggered forward and reached out to touch the beautiful counselor's snow-white cheek. Mu Feng was about to step forward, but the beautiful counselor reacted faster than him. She grabbed the red-haired man's hand and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. The yellow-haired man and others on the opposite side were stunned and unable to react for a while. Mu Feng and others remembered that the beautiful counselor often told them that she was the national champion in women's martial arts. They didn't quite believe it before, but now they believe it a little. Catch her for me. The red-haired man stood up and roared. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over. What are you doing? Mu Feng shouted and stood out from behind the beautiful counselor. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes and said drunkenly, little brat, don't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. Do you believe I will beat you to death? Looking at his condition, he really looks like a drunk. Mu Feng frowned slightly. There was no point in talking to a drunk person. He rolled up his sleeves, and it looked like he was destined to have a big fight tonight. It seems that 4I's 9 years of bookworm experience is somewhat effective. The tough guy muttered softly, took 2 steps forward and rolled up his sleeves. As a man, I naturally cannot let the beautiful counselor face danger alone. Stay away, leave them to me. The beautiful counselor pulled Mu Feng and the tough guy back. Mu Feng tilted his head and glanced at the beautiful counselor. Why did he feel that she seemed a little excited? Mengnan, call the police first. Mu Feng whispered to Mengnan. The tough guy nodded and walked quietly to the back. When Mu Feng looked back again, he saw that the beautiful counselor had already rushed towards the group of men and kicked one of the men in the crotch with lightning speed. The man let out a sharp wail and fell to the ground. Profound. Mu Feng and others subconsciously covered their crotches and stuck out their buttocks. At this time, the beautiful counselor turned around and kicked the two men on the left in the crotch twice in succession. Oh! Mu Feng and others couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and even had the illusion of a dull pain in their crotch. So cruel. Chapter 17. If you can't find a boyfriend, I'll wait for you to graduate. 3 people were kicked to death in an instant, and the rest hesitated and dared not step forward. As soon as the beautiful counselor raised her foot, everyone quickly covered their crotches and stepped back. The red-haired man obviously didn't expect this beautiful counselor to be so powerful. He was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to react. He roared, "Catch her, students. I don't believe she won't surrender." Everything went smoothly and no one would have thought that their real target was not the beautiful counselor, but Mu Feng. Even Mu Feng himself had never thought about this question. The beautiful counselor was already beautiful, so it was normal for her to be raped by a group of drunkards late at night. "If you dare to touch a hair of my students, I will kill you." His words completely enraged the beautiful counselor, and her footsteps became more and more powerful. Snort! The red-haired man would naturally not be threatened by the beautiful counselor. No matter how powerful she was only one person after all. How could she stop everyone? 5 of them stayed behind to entangle the beautiful counselor, while the rest rushed forward and surrounded the 10 students. You have to do the whole act. The red-haired man turned his head and looked at the beautiful counselor who was fighting 5 people alone, and sneered, "Beauty, if you surrender, I will let you and your students go." Before he could finish his words, a figure appeared in front of him and knocked him to the ground with a punch. "I'll beat the hell out of you if you dare threaten my counselor." Mu Feng punched and kicked the red-haired man who fell to the ground. His strength was so great that the red-haired man had no power to resist. "Brother Yang!" The man in green was shocked and wanted to rush up to rescue him. Mu Feng reacted very quickly. He grabbed the red-haired man by the collar with one hand and lifted him up. He then grabbed his throat and shouted coldly, "If you take another step forward, I'll strangle him to death." The red-haired man grabbed the hand on his neck and tried to pry it open, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. Seeing his face gradually turning red and fear appearing in his eyes, Mu Feng loosened his grip a little to let him catch his breath. "Don't come over here, don't come over here." The red-haired man really thought he was going to be strangled to death just now, but now he can speak, and while coughing, he asked the man in green clothes and others to stop. "You, come here." Mu Feng glanced around and pointed at a yellow-haired man. The man was stunned for a moment and did not move. Mu Feng exerted force again and grabbed the red-haired man's neck, and did not let go for a long time. "Get the hell over here." The red-haired man coughed for a while before yelling at the man. The yellow-haired man hurried over and stood in front of the 2 men, at a loss as to what to do. "You were the one who said you wanted to rape someone?" Mu Feng kicked him in the crotch. "Wow, this feeling is so good." The yellow-haired man covered his crotch and screamed, then fell to the ground. They don't do their work all day, but hang around and pollute the air. Mu Feng looked up and glanced around, then pointed at the man in green and said, "And you?" When the man in green heard this, he subconsciously covered his crotch. What a coward! Mu Feng showed disdain on his face. "How dare you go out wearing green clothes? Why don't you dye your hair green and wear a green hat? Oh, I forgot, you don't even have the chance to wear a green hat. Looking at your miserable appearance, you probably don't even have a girlfriend. And look at your age, you must be in your 30s, right? A one-handed dog in his 30s, I'm afraid calluses have already grown on your hands, right? I'll fight you." The man in green clothes was poked in a sore spot, his face turned red and white, and he rushed over like a madman. Mu Feng kicked out and hit him right in the crotch. The man in green clothes screamed, covered his crotch and fell to the ground. The tough guy and others subconsciously took a step back and looked at Mu Feng with strange eyes. Why was this guy just like the beautiful counselor, kicking people in the crotch? Suddenly, sirens sounded and several police cars came speeding over. A well-built female police officer with delicate features got out of the first police car. Officer, help me. When the red-haired man saw the police coming, he shouted loudly. He would rather stay in jail for 10 days or half a month than face this brutal student and teacher. The female police officer glanced at the scene and frowned slightly. It was these guys again. After the police had rounded up everyone, she asked, "Who called the police?" "Officer, I called the police. These drunks wanted to rape me," the muscular man said hurriedly. "Rape?" The female police officer's eyes turned cold as she looked at the red-haired man and the others, and said in a cold voice, "Okay, you guys, fighting is no longer enough for you, so you've switched to rape?" "Officer, we don't want to rape you." The red-haired man wanted to cry but had no tears. Rape was just a cover, their real purpose was not to rape you. The female police officer looked around but didn't see any women. She frowned and asked, "Who are they going to rape?" At this time, the beautiful counselor came out from behind Mufong and the others and said with a smile, "Junior sister, long time no see." "Junior sister?" Mufong and the others were stunned for a moment. "Senior sister? These guys are so blind that they actually want to rape you." The female police officer was stunned for a moment, then walked up and hugged the beautiful counselor. The two pairs of plump breasts collided with each other, attracting attention. The beautiful counselor smiled and said, "I haven't had enough yet, and you're here." The red-haired man and others shuddered when they heard this. If they had known this woman was so violent, they would have changed their approach. "If you want to have fun, come and be an instructor in our station. You can beat those newcomers every day," the female police officer said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but observe 2 minutes of silence for the new police officers. It's not easy to work under this female police officer. Forget it. The beautiful counselor smiled slightly. The female police officer shook her head and said, "Okay, I should go back and report. I'll treat you to tea when I'm free." The beautiful counselor laughed twice and said, "The police invited people to have tea, but it feels like there is nothing good going on." The female police officer rolled her eyes at her, waved her hand, and had all those hooligans taken into the police car and left. "Are there any students injured?" The beautiful counselor looked at everyone and asked. "No." The students responded in unison. "Let's go." The beautiful counselor waved her hand and led everyone to the school. Mufong quickly followed and said with a smile, "Counselor, is this move of yours also a martial arts move?" As he said this, he also made a crotch-kicking gesture. Martial arts competitions are performance routines, and these movements are the most useful in actual combat. The beautiful counselor said seriously, and then seemed to remember something, turned to Mufong and others and said, "Forget everything you saw today, and don't mention it to anyone, otherwise I will let you try this trick too." Everyone couldn't help but raise their buttocks, and said with fear, "Counselor, we will never tell anyone about this." "It would be better." The beautiful counselor nodded. Mufong shook his head and sighed, "Counselor, you are so powerful that you don't give men any chance to be a hero and save the beauty. It's hard for you to find a boyfriend. If you can't find it, just wait until you graduate." The beautiful counselor blinked and blew air into her fist. "You seem to be quite resistant to blows." Mufong was stunned for a moment. "Mufong, take care." The classmates patted him on the shoulder with a heavy tone. "Madman, I can't save you either." The tough guy sighed, "What a sin, what a sin." Chapter 18. The school beauty personally brought breakfast to Mufong. After returning to the dormitory and taking a shower, I played a few games of black games with the tough guy, the fat guy and the four-eyed man until the lights were turned off and the internet was disconnected, then I went to bed. In less than a moment, 3 different snoring sounds were heard in the dormitory. But Mufong entered the dream again. This time, in his dream, he walked directly into the dormitory of school beauty Shi Qing. "My little beauty, you are not sleeping so late at night, are you waiting for me?" He walked naturally to Shi Qing's bed and sat down with a smirk on his face. Shi Qing, who was looking at her phone, was startled. She quickly sat up, wrapped herself in a blanket, and curled up in a corner. She said fearfully, "I kissed you in public at the opening ceremony of the school sports meeting. Why don't you let me go?" Mufong supported himself on the bed with his hands, leaned over and stared at her almost perfect face from close range. The light body fragrance and the refreshing scent after bathing are so tempting. This dream is so real. I've seen everything I can and can't see. What's there to cover up? Mufong kissed the school beauty on the forehead, then reached out and pinched her nose, then sat back down and said, "Since you are so obedient, I won't bully you today. But bring me breakfast tomorrow morning. I'm in dormitory 107, South Building 2. You know I like eating steamed buns the most. He deliberately emphasized the 3 words eat buns, and the school beauty's pretty face suddenly turned red. By the way, it would be better to add a portion of soy milk. Mufong thought for a moment and said, don't forget it, or you will have a nightmare. After saying this, he exited the dream. This should be the simplest dream I have constructed in the past 100 days. The moment he came out of the dream, the sleeping school beauty Shurching suddenly sat up from the bed, looked around, and after confirming that she was just dreaming, she was a little bit unbelievable. That guy really didn't bully me anymore. There was a hint of excitement in her tone, as well as a hint of indescribable emotion. It seems that what Xiaoya said is right. As long as I meet the requirements of the person in my dream, I won't have nightmares anymore. But, do I really have to bring him breakfast tomorrow? If I don't send him off, will he come to my dream and bully me again? If I send it to you, my relationship with him will become increasingly unclear. Tonight, she couldn't sleep. However, Mufong slept so soundly that he even forgot to ask the school beauty to bring him breakfast. The next morning, students from South Building 2 went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. A female classmate wearing a pink baseball cap and a veil covering her face was hesitating in front of the stone stairs outside the dormitory, holding 4 steamed dumplings and a cup of soy milk in her hands. Do you want to come in? Shurching was very conflicted. I guess other people won't be able to recognize me like this. Thinking of this, Shurching took a deep breath, and finally mustered up the courage to step onto the stone stairs and came to the door of the South 2 dormitory. Student, this is the boys' dormitory. If you don't have something important to do, you'd better not enter. The building manager stopped her and spoke in a relatively gentle tone. If a boy wanted to enter the girls' dormitory, he would have been chased out by the building manager with a broom. Auntie, I'm here to look for someone, can you let me in? Shurching has a sweet voice that makes it hard to refuse. The building manager thought for a moment and said, you can come in, but please show your student ID and register. Do I still need to register? Is it okay not to register? Shurching's eyes widened. Wouldn't she be exposed if she registered? Wouldn't the disguise she had spent half an hour thinking up be in vain? No, you must register. If anything happens, I can find you in time. The building manager had a serious face and a firm tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Shurching hesitated for a moment and whispered, can I let you watch it alone? The building manager looked at her suspiciously and nodded, okay. Shurching then reluctantly took out her student ID and handed it over. The building manager took the student ID and looked at it. It was Shurching, Class 3, Grade 2, Department of Music. You actually have the same name as the school beauty? The building manager was a little surprised. The school bell was very far away from them, and it was unlikely that she would come to the boys' dormitory alone. Wait, the school beauty's boyfriend seems to be named Mufong, and he lives in dormitory 107? Thinking of this, the building manager's eyes widened and she asked in surprise, are you the school beauty Shurching? Hearing her exclamation, the male students coming in and out turned their heads to look over. School beauty Shurching? She is school beauty Shurching? What is she doing in our dormitory building? It should be just a name. How could the school beauty come to our dormitory building? Are you guys stupid? Did you see the steamed buns and soy milk in her hand? She must be here to bring breakfast to her boyfriend. The male students gathered inside and outside the dormitory building, talking non-stop. Shurching almost tried to escape, but unfortunately the door was blocked. At this point, there was no point in her pretending anymore, so she simply took off her cap and scarf, and said helplessly, Auntie, can I go in now? Oh, sure. The building manager finally reacted and nodded subconsciously. Shurching turned around and took 2 steps, then turned back and asked, Auntie, where is dormitory 107? I know, I'll lead the way for you. I know that, too. A group of singles volunteered to be the guides. Are you really here to deliver breakfast? Seeing this, a classmate from Automation Grade 2 Class 1 turned around and ran to dormitory 107, shouting, Mufong, get up quickly, the school beauty is here to bring you breakfast. What? The school beauty brought breakfast to the madman? The macho, the fat guy and the 4-eyed guy suddenly sat up from the bed. After a moment's pause, they hurriedly put on their clothes and pants, and stuffed all the socks, underwear, and other things scattered around the dormitory into the closet as quickly as possible. The school beauties are already taken, so they won't compete with their brothers for women. Even if they want to, they don't have the capital. But the school beauty's best friends, roommates, etc., also smell great. Leave a good impression on your future crazy sister-in-law so that she can introduce you to one or two of her best friends and roommates. Only Mufone was still sleeping soundly. Fuck, Mufone, the school beauty came to bring you breakfast, and you're still sleeping? Seeing this, the classmate immediately lifted the quilt and pulled Mufone up from the bed. What? Mufone, wearing only boxer briefs, stood up in a daze. Ah! Suddenly, a scream resounded throughout the dormitory building. Ah! Mufone was also startled. He screamed and wrapped himself in the quilt. Looking at Shirqing, whose face was flushed, he wondered, "Why are you here?" Shirqing's face flushed, she lowered her head, put the buns and soy milk beside his bed, turned around and ran away. You bastard, you sleep without clothes on. Where's the school beauty? Where's the school beauty? The three roommates who had just finished cleaning the dormitory ran out and looked around. Already gone. The classmate said. Leave? Why don't you come in and sit down? The three of them were filled with disappointment, feeling that they had spent half a day cleaning up in vain. Chapter 19 Dreams Affect Reality, Lottery, God-Level Painting. Ding! The person in the dream brings breakfast to the host. The dream affects reality. The degree of influence is 1 star. The host is rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. Before Mufone could come to his senses, the system prompt sounded in his mind. He turned his head and looked at the buns and soy milk on the bed, feeling a little surprised. Are you really coming to bring me breakfast? Do my dreams have such a big impact on her now? However, the impact is too low. It's only 1 star, and the reward is just a chance to draw a lottery. What you get depends entirely on luck. Ding! Host, would you like to start the lottery now? The system prompt sounded again. Yes. Mufone responded in his mind. Then, a transparent turntable appeared before my eyes. There are a total of 49 grids on the turntable, and each grid has an option. There are +2 points of strength, there are +2 points of agility, there are many basic skills, as well as a top-level carving, a god-level painting, and a super god fighting technique. As soon as he thought about it, the turntable began to spin. Stop! After he shouted in his heart, the turntable began to slow down. I hope to draw a super god fighting technique. If that doesn't work, I'll draw a god-level painting. At worst, I'll draw a top-level sculpture. Mufone prayed in his heart. The turntable slowly stopped, and the pointer passed over the super divine fighting technique and landed on the grid of divine level painting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the god level painting. I will start teaching it now. As the system prompt sounded, a smile appeared on Mufeng's face. Phew! It's not bad. Although it's not the best, it's not worse than the god-level basketball directly awarded by the system. The next step is to accept the skills taught by the system. It's over. The madman is completely finished. I heard a sigh from the tough guy. Then the fat man's voice rang out, looking at his silly smile, I think he is completely fallen and is getting closer and closer to the grave of freedom. After accepting the inheritance, Mufone picked up the buns and ate them one by one. He finished them in a few bites, drank 2 sips of soy milk, and muttered, today's buns seem to be particularly fragrant? But there are not enough. Only 4 are not enough to fill my teeth. The onlookers who had not yet left the dormitory became furious when they heard this. The school beauty brought you breakfast, but you still complained about it. You really deserve a beating. This guy is only a little bit handsome, and there is nothing special about him. Why did the school beauty fall for him? Could it be that he used some means to threaten the school beauty? That makes sense. If I knew what he did, I would beat him so hard that his mother wouldn't even recognize him. Outside the dormitory, students from other classes left whispering. After everyone left, the fat man rubbed his fists and came over, grinning, Madman, tell me the truth, did you really use some means to threaten the school beauty into submission? Farais pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, the madman must have used some unknown evil means. The tough guys also came over and said, crazy, tell us something quickly so we can learn from you. Mufone finished drinking the soy milk, wiped his hair, and revealed a lonely look of a master, my method doesn't work on you. How do you know it doesn't work if you haven't tried it? Said the fat man. It was obvious that the tough guy and the 4-eyed guy had no intention of giving up. Mu Feng pointed at his own face and said, "Do you understand the beauty trap? Can it work with your rustic face?" Grass. The three of them roared in unison, threw Mu Feng to the bed, and used their tickling skills to attack him. Stop, stop, stop. I was wrong. Ahaha, I was really wrong. Damn, who is grabbing my underwear again? Suddenly, Mu Feng's wailing voice was heard in the dormitory. It is true that when heaven is mad, there will be disasters, and when people are mad, there will be misfortunes. After a while of commotion, Mu Feng dressed and washed up. He saw the three tough guys starting to play games again, and couldn't help but wonder, "You guys aren't having breakfast today?" The fat man turned around and glanced at him sideways, and said unhappily, "What breakfast? I was force-fed a lot of dog food early in the morning, how can I still have an appetite for breakfast?" The tough guy said, "I strongly oppose the school beauty coming to your dormitory to bring you breakfast, unless she brings her best friend and roommate with her." "I agree." Four Eyes nodded in agreement. Mu Feng chuckled, sat down on the wooden chair, rested his feet on the desk, and said, "I can't control this. What if the school beauty likes to bring me breakfast every day? If you have the ability, you can also find a female classmate to bring you breakfast." Listen, is this fucking human language? You don't treat single people as dogs, as human beings. Madman, I find that you are getting more and more like a jerk lately. The fat man rolled his eyes and continued to play games. Crazy man, you're a little too proud. The tough guy patted Mu Feng's shoulder and said with a sigh. Four Eyes pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Madman, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, crazy people will inevitably suffer misfortunes. It's time to turn back." Cut. Mu Feng sat at the desk and began to daydream. He closed his eyes, but was actually familiarizing himself with the god-level painting techniques taught by the system. There are painters in the real world too. A painting by those famous painting masters can sell for hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. The god-level painting technique can not only make the paintings vivid, exquisite and lifelike, but also bring people into a magical artistic conception. However, Mu Feng has not yet mastered the god-level painting techniques, and some special large-scale works cannot incorporate artistic conception well into them, but the vast majority of his works can perfectly present the desired artistic conception. It can be used to make some money. As for how to quickly use this god-level painting ability to make money, I need to think about it carefully. After all, even the best wine will not sell if it is not known by the bush. No matter how good a work is, it will not sell if no one knows about it. What's up? You're already missing your school beauty girlfriend after just 10 minutes of not seeing her? After the tough guy's game character died, he was about to drink some water. Seeing Mu Feng sitting there like a fool, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Anyway, there is no ball game for our class today. If you want to, go find her. Why are you standing here in a daze?" That makes sense. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Doesn't the school bell's best friend Wanya have tens of thousands of fans on Douyin? He could ask her to collaborate and live stream his painting. Maybe someone would like his work and offer to buy it. Even if no one buys, based on her painting skills, the number of people watching the live broadcast should increase. Maybe some people will give her gifts. I have to negotiate with her first on how to split the profits. I'm going out for a while. Mu Feng got up and left. What is he doing? The fat man looked up and asked in surprise. Looking for his school beauty girlfriend, what else can he do? Maybe he won't even come back tonight. The macho man winked and showed a smile that all men understand on his face. Oh. Fatty and Four Eyes gave each other an expression that said "I understand," and then went back to playing the game. Chapter 20, Mu Feng wants to take the school beauty to sketch? At the same time, a post titled "Shocking News, School Beauty Brings Breakfast to Mu Feng" was posted on the school forum. The post also included a photo of the school beauty standing at the door of the South Building 2 dormitory. Anything related to school beauties is very popular, and countless male classmates flocked to watch in an instant. Fuck, the school beauty personally delivers breakfast, wouldn't that make me so happy? Mu Feng must have saved the world in his previous life. I'm really envious. With so many comments, the post quickly became popular. This couple is really too much. Chu Yun, who had already returned home to recuperate, happened to see this post and was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. It was his father, who stayed in the company almost all day. He answered the phone, but before he could say anything, he heard a dignified voice from the other side. "Stinky boy, what's going on between Shirching and that Mu Feng?" Chu Yun frowned and said, I don't know either. Two people who originally had no relationship suddenly became very closely connected. The majestic voice sounded again, you little brat, weren't you good at playing with women in the past? Why can't you handle Shi after all this time? Hurry up and capture her. Old Shi has only this one daughter. After you capture her, Shi Tianxiao will belong to our Chu family. Do you understand? Dad, don't worry, Shi can't escape from my grasp. There was a cold gleam in Chu Yunxian's eyes. It would be better. The majestic voice continued, Shi birthday will be in 7 days. Old Ghost Shi has already sent an invitation. You should prepare a gift well. It would be best if you can capture Shi on that day. Good. Chu Yunxiang responded. After hanging up the phone, he made another call and asked someone to prepare gifts for 7 days later. This gift must suppress everyone. Moreover, if Shi and the two are really in a relationship, then Mu Feng will also go on his birthday, right? Thinking of this, Chu Yunxiang showed a sneer on his face. Mu Feng naturally didn't know about the Chu family's plan. At this moment, he was carrying the portrait and flower stand he had just bought and came to the dormitory building where the school beauty lived. Classmate, are you here to find the school bell? The building manager obviously still remembered Mu Feng. She took a sip of porridge and asked with a smile. Yes, please help me call her out, Auntie. Mu Feng scratched his head and said. I originally wanted to find Wang Ye directly, but after thinking about it, I felt that it was not appropriate. In the eyes of outsiders, I am the boyfriend of the school belle. When I come to her dormitory building, instead of looking for her, I go to look for her best friend. If this gets out, won't I be considered a scumbag? She just came back not long ago. Wait a moment, I'll go call her for you. The building manager was a kind-hearted person. She put down the hot porridge that she had not finished eating and ran to the school beauty's dormitory. Student Shi, your boyfriend is here to see you. The only drawback is that the voice is a bit loud, and I'm afraid the whole building can hear it. The school beauty's boyfriend is here? All of a sudden, countless female classmates swarmed in, and many even came out in their pajamas. What is he doing carrying such a big box? I know. That's a painting box and an easel. Can he paint? Judging from his posture, is he going to take the school beauty to sketch? Sketch the school beauty? The female classmates were chattering non-stop, and their beautiful big eyes looked at Mu Feng from head to toe, making him think that some important part of his body was exposed, so he lowered his head several times to check. Make way, classmate Shi is here. Soon, the voice of the building manager was heard again, and the female students moved aside, leaving a path. Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time he was surrounded by so many female classmates and he felt uncomfortable. School beauty Shi, accompanied by her best friend Wang Ye, walked over slowly. She first looked at the painting box in surprise, then bit her lip and asked softly, why are you here? Today's school beauty is wearing a pink corset skirt, which perfectly shows her fair skin, slender waist and plump breasts. What a nice view. Mu Feng was amazed in his heart and said with a smile, you came to bring me breakfast so early in the morning, I have to show my appreciation, right? I bought a set of painting tools today. Come with me to the football field, and I will draw a picture for you to express my gratitude. The female classmates around them were full of question marks. Aren't they lovers? Why are they so polite to each other? Shi wanted to refuse. She felt that she couldn't get too entangled with Mu Feng anymore, otherwise she would really not be able to withdraw. But before she could speak, Mu Feng said, I spent almost all my savings to buy this. You won't be so cruel as to reject me, right? Upon hearing this, Shi swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. All right. Shi turned to look at Wang Ye. Xiaoya, will you go with me? Wang Ye waved her hand and said, what am I going to do? Be a light bulb? Eat dog food? Xiaoya. Shi stamped her feet and said angrily, don't talk nonsense. Mu Feng smiled and said, Student Wang, come along too. You also testified for me last time on the court. I will draw a picture for you later as a token of my gratitude. The main purpose today was to find Wang Ye to discuss cooperation in live streaming to sell paintings, so how could she not go? Is there a share for me? Fine, I'll go with you. I just hope you don't think I'm too bright a light bulb. Wang Ye said with a smile. Mu Feng glanced at Wang Ye's hair and shook his head, with so much hair, it won't be too shiny and won't dazzle us. Wang Ye burst out laughing, Xiao Chang, your boyfriend is quite humorous." Shi Cheng also pursed her lips to reveal a slight smile, and suddenly all the flowers lost their color, which made Mu Feng stunned. In his dreams, he had never seen the school beauty smile from the heart. So beautiful. He couldn't help but hold Shi Cheng's hand. "Let's go." Having said that, he took Shi Cheng and turned to leave. Shi Cheng exclaimed and tried to pull her hand out, but failed after 2 attempts. She could only turn her head and look at Wang Ye. "Xiaoya, hurry up and follow me." Given the scenes of being bullied in her dreams, she didn't dare to stay alone with Mu Feng for fear that something might happen. "I have to eat dog food again." Wang Ye sighed and said, "You two were going to go sketching and have some romance, why did you have to bring me along?" "He just said he was going to the football field?" "Which football field?" "It must be the closest one. I have to follow and see." "What are you going to do?" "Go check it out, record a video and post it on the forum, it will go viral." "That makes sense." After discussing for a while, most of the female classmates went about their own business, while a few ran to the nearest football field, wanting to be the first to capture the most popular video. These people are basically students majoring in journalism. No sensitive content can be overlooked. This is the principle they are required to remember on their first day into the journalism program. Of course, there were also some students majoring in fine arts who wanted to see how Mu Feng, a layman in automation, got the courage to take the school beauty to sketch. Chapter 21 Magical Conception. This painting is amazing. On the football field closest to the dormitory, Mu Feng found a good spot, placed the easel, opened the painting box, took out the brushes, gouache paper, palette and other tools from the box, and clamped the gouache paper on the easel. There was also a bucket of water that had been prepared long ago. Oil paintings are the most realistic, but it takes several days or even months for them to dry, which is too long. Gouache paintings can dry in 20 to 30 minutes at most, but they are far less realistic than oil paintings. Of course, that only applies to ordinary painters. Possessing god-level painting skills, Mu Feng's control over colors and other abilities are unmatched by ordinary painters. Everything is ready. Mu Feng looked at Wang Ye and said, "Student Wang, let me draw a personal picture for you first." The painting I wanted to give to Shi Cheng had already been conceived and would require more time. Relatively speaking, Wang Ye's personal paintings take less time. The most important thing is that I have just acquired god-level painting skills and have not yet fully mastered them, so I will use Wang Ye to practice first. As for live broadcast, Mu Feng did not mention it immediately. I believe that once she sees her own skills, she will take the initiative to bring it up. Okay. Wang Ye nodded and didn't take it too seriously. How good a painting can a layman who is not a major in art draw? At this time, many classmates had gathered around, all of them coming for the school beauty. Everyone was a little surprised to hear that Mu Feng wanted to paint. According to their understanding, the school beauty's boyfriend who suddenly appeared seemed to be a major in automation? And he could also draw? Mu Feng knew that Shi Cheng and Wang Ye did not trust his painting skills, but he did not care. He stood up and walked to Wang Ye, looking carefully from her hair to her exposed shoulders and then to her purple skirt. Wang Ye felt a little scared when he looked at her, and she felt uncomfortable all over. If she hadn't seen Mu Feng's clear eyes, she would have almost thought that this guy was being a hooligan. How can you stare at your female classmates like this, in front of your girlfriend? Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be jealous? Although Shi Cheng had always told Wang Ye that Mu Feng was not her boyfriend, she felt a little sour in her heart when she saw him staring at Wang Ye so unscrupulously. She stamped her feet and said angrily, "What are you looking at? Hey, your girlfriend is jealous." Wang Ye smiled. Mu Feng said seriously, "To draw a realistic picture, you naturally have to remember every feature of her, and the same goes for you." Really? Shi Cheng was a little suspicious. Certainly. Mu Feng returned to the easel and picked up the paintbrush. You don't have to stand there so seriously. You can sit down or go somewhere else to play. Come back in half an hour to see the results. Of course, if you can sit still, you can also watch me paint on the spot. He is indeed a layman. Wang Ye was stunned for a moment, then confirmed, "You really don't need me to stand here?" Mu Feng shook his head and said, "What I want to draw is your posture just now, and all the details of you just now are already reflected in my mind." After saying this, he picked up the paintbrush and began to outline on the gouache paper. He wielded the brush at an extremely fast speed, far beyond the speed of ordinary painters. The classmates standing behind him opened their eyes wide, looking shocked. The speed of drawing is faster than their writing. Are you sure they can draw a good picture? Shi Chang and Wang Ya, who were standing opposite, looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. This guy can't draw at first glance. They actually followed this guy out to make trouble. They were also drunk. I hope he won't draw me too badly. Wang Ya muttered softly, then thought about it, and whispered in Shi Chang's ear, Xiao Chang, do you think I should evacuate early? It always feels unreliable. Shi Chang bit her lip, looked at Mu Feng who was painting seriously, and whispered, it's not a good idea to leave now. It will make him lose face. That's right, you are his girlfriend, so you don't care no matter how ugly the painting is. But it's a pity for me that I have to suffer with you. You have to treat me to a big dinner tonight. Wang Ya sighed. Shi Chang rolled her eyes and said with a smile, shouldn't we let him treat us to a meal? Wang Ya's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously, you're right, he should treat us to a meal. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Mu Feng began to adjust the colors and paint. Ha! You know what, the outline he drew is quite similar. The students behind him began to talk in low voices, showing some surprise. As Mu Feng continued to color, the classmates kept looking at Wang Ya and comparing her with the painting, gradually revealing strange expressions. Soon, the painting was completed. Mu Feng looked at his first masterpiece and was quite satisfied. Student 1, your painting is finished. Come and see it. He looked up at Wang Ya who was sitting in front of him and chatting with Shi Chang, and said with a smile. So soon? Wang Ya looked at her classmates with strange looks on their faces and had a bad feeling in her heart. This guy, wouldn't he paint himself into an ugly monster? With a nervous mood, Wang Ya walked to the easel and took a look. Her eyes suddenly widened and she looked strange like other classmates. Shi Chang took a curious look and showed the same expression as Wang Ya. The facial features are painted exactly like Wang Ya herself. The skin, the strands of hair on the forehead fluttering in the wind, the look of doubt mixed with a little uneasiness, the tiny mole on the left earlobe, the wrinkles on the dress, everything is lifelike, and the whole person seems to be alive. Even the clouds in the background sky and every blade of grass on the lawn are so vivid. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, no one would believe that this is a painting. They would rather believe that it is a photo taken with a high-pixel camera. The only drawback is that the color of her hair, skin, clothes, etc. are all somewhat different from Wang Ya herself. This is also the reason why the students looked strange. It stands to reason that a painter who can create such realistic works would not make such a low-level mistake. What a shame for such a perfect work. Everyone felt a little regretful. Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, don't worry, this work is not finished yet. There is still one last step, which is to wait for it to dry naturally. It will be almost done in about 10 minutes. Dry naturally? A student majoring in fine arts was somewhat surprised and said, after gouache dries, the color will change, either becoming lighter or darker, which is also one of the shortcomings of gouache. Could it be that he wants to use this feature of gouache to make it show the color of the work itself after it dries? No, it's impossible, no one can do this. After saying that, he denied it himself. This is simply a fantasy. The change in color after drying is impossible to control artificially. 10 minutes passed quickly and the gouache painting was completely dry. When everyone carefully compared herself with Wang Ya, they were shocked. The depth of color is exactly the same as Wang Ya herself. Not only that, when they carefully observed the painting, it was as if they were pulled back to the time and space more than half an hour ago by some force, and once again witnessed with their own eyes the state of Wang Ya when she was carefully observed by Mu Feng. The difference is that this time they can clearly feel all the emotions in Wang Ya's heart at that time, and they also have a feeling of empathy. This is simply amazing. Chapter 22, The School Beauty's boyfriend is having an affair with her best friend? The most horrified person should be Wang Ya herself. The emotions that the self in this painting brought to her were exactly the same as the emotions she had in her heart before, without any difference. It's unbelievable. How did he do it? This is definitely a Master S, no, a Grandmaster S level of painting technique. That's right. Not only does the painting look like a photo, but it also allows us to clearly feel the student's emotions at the time. This is simply unreal. I only know that there is a master named Leng in the oil painting world who can make oil paintings look like photographs, but it took him several months. Mu Feng's gouache painting only took him half an hour to complete. Logically speaking, the level of realism cannot be compared with oil paintings, but the level of realism of his painting is no worse than that of the oil painting master, and it can arouse the emotions of the people who see the painting. This is simply incredible. The students were talking about it, unable to hide their shock. Wait, generally speaking, if one can paint a work so vividly, he must know the subject of the painting very well. Could it be that the boyfriend of this school beauty has been having an affair with her best friend for a long time? Suddenly a voice was heard, causing Mu Feng, Wang Ye, and Shi Qing to freeze in surprise. Seeing her best friend's suspicious look, Wang Ye quickly explained, "Xiao Chang, he and I are absolutely innocent." Shi Qing shook her head and said, "You don't need to explain. Even if you really have something to do with him, it doesn't matter. I will sincerely wish you all the best." Although she felt jealous, she and Mu Feng were not real lovers, so it had nothing to do with her who he was with. But the more she said this, the angrier Wang Ye felt she was. "Really, Xiao Chang, I really have nothing to do with him." Wang Ye was almost crying with anxiety. What was going on? She was completely an innocent victim. Seeing her like this, Shi Qing smiled and said, "Silly girl, we have been best friends for so many years, don't I know you well? I am naturally confident in you, but it is possible that he secretly has a crush on you. He dares." Wang Ye glared at Mu Feng, "Why don't you say a word?" Mu Feng smiled bitterly and said, "You guys are talking one after another, and I can't get a word in. As a master painter, eyesight is the basic skill. If you can't capture the details, how can you draw a realistic work? Anything, as long as I want, I can remember it after watching it once. It sounds amazing." Wang Ye muttered something, then looked down at the painting with surprise and joy in her eyes. "Are you really going to give it to me?" She turned to look at Mu Feng again. If a painting like this were to be sold, it should be no problem to sell it for tens of thousands, if not millions. Of course, the premise is that she agrees. "Of course, this painting was originally of you. Who else should I give it to if not you?" Mu Feng said with a smile. "Give it to me, I want it. I want one too." A group of male classmates were making a fuss. "Get lost." Wang Ye raised her eyebrows and gave a delicate scolding. Then she looked at Shi Chang again, "Xiao Chang, I really accepted it. Don't be jealous." Shi Qing rolled her eyes, "Why would I be jealous? That's good." Wang Ye giggled, carefully took the painting off the easel, and took it aside to examine it carefully. Watching it up close, the shock is even greater. Some details cannot be captured clearly even with a high-pixel camera. But in this painting, it is so lifelike that it can be called a miracle. What is most shocking is the artistic conception contained in this painting. As long as you observe carefully, you can clearly feel the complex emotion she was feeling at that time. Such a painting has never been heard of in history. "Classmate, are you selling this painting? I'm willing to pay 10,000 yuan for it." A male classmate mustered up the courage to come over and ask. Just looking at Wang Ye herself, there is no feeling of love at first sight. But since he viewed this painting, he was brought into that complex emotion and developed an inexplicable liking for the person in the painting. Wang Ye looked at his loving eyes and felt a little amused. "Is this because I fall in love with myself in the painting? I was standing right in front of him, and you didn't even take a second look? I don't know whether I should be happy or sad, my mood is a bit complicated." She took a deep breath, shook her head and said, "My classmate, this painting is not for sale. If you want it, you can make an offer and ask Mu Feng to paint another one for you." Are you kidding? The person in the painting is herself. How could she sell herself? He is not her boyfriend. Excuse me for disturbing you. The male student turned and left with some disappointment. Seeing this, Mu Feng smiled slightly, took out another piece of gouache paper and put it on the easel, preparing to paint the second picture. Student sure. He walked up to Shi Chang and said, "Next I will draw a picture for you. I will do some processing on this picture. I hope you don't mind. It's just a painting, paint it however you want." Shi Chang said softly, with anticipation in her eyes. "I wonder what this guy thinks of the painting he gave me. If he can't compare to Xiaoya's, I won't bring him breakfast in the future." "No, why should I bring him breakfast in the future? That's good." Mu Feng leaned over and observed Shi Qing's hair, face, and neck closely. Even the tiny hairs on her face and neck were clearly observed. This was the second time I had such close contact with a man in the real world. Besides shyness, I also felt nervous. She wanted to step back and create some distance, but Mu Feng held her back. "Don't move. The clearer I can see, the more perfect the final work will be." Shi Qing could only suppress her shyness and stand there motionless. "Oh. I can't stand it. I came here to see the paintings, and you want me, a single person, to see this? A group of male students covered their heads, looking deeply shocked. Fortunately, Mu Feng observed quickly and soon returned to the easel, picked up the paintbrush and prepared to start painting. Wanya suddenly had an idea and said, "Student Mu, can I live broadcast your painting process? Can't bear it anymore?" Mu Feng smiled and said, "Of course. If they want a certain work, they can bid me a price to paint it for them. The price depends on the content of the painting. Students present can also do so, but I have to remind you that my paintings are not cheap. I want a dragon." Soon a classmate started making a reservation. Mu Feng smiled and said, "My dear classmate, dragons are creatures that are entirely imaginative. They are more expensive than those in reality. The minimum price is 100,000. The specific price depends on the size of the dragon in the painting. The bigger it is, the more expensive it is." 100,000? The student shrank his neck and dared not speak. Although his family had some money, if he were to spend 100,000 yuan to buy a painting, he would definitely be beaten to death by his father. Mu Feng shook his head, picked up the paintbrush and began to outline. The speed was much slower and more cautious than before. Chapter 23. This painting is called Sweet Love. My friends, I originally agreed not to broadcast live for the next 2 days, but today I met a painting master, and I was completely amazed. I decided to let you experience the incredible painting ability of the painting master. Wanya also took out her mobile phone, plugged in headphones and started the live broadcast. Ha, Misya is still as beautiful as ever. There aren't many natural beauties left. I'd been waiting for you, Misya. Hundreds of people gradually poured into the live broadcast room, and they were obviously die-hard fans. By the way, what did Misya say just now? Did you see a painting master? I know about painting masters, but I've never heard of a painting master. Where is he? Let me see. A diver asked curiously. Don't worry, first take a look at the painting that this great painting master drew for me on the spot. Wanya asked Shurqing to hold her phone for her, then she held up the painting in her hand and said excitedly, "Look at this painting, guys. Does it look exactly like me? Oh my god, they are exactly the same. Are you sure this is a painting and not a photograph? It's definitely not a photo. Whose photo is so big? That's definitely not a painting. Apart from Master Lang's oil paintings, I've never seen anyone else's paintings that are so realistic. Could it be that Master Lang is here? That's not right, this painting is not an oil painting." Barrages of comments flashed across the screen. Wait, am I the only one who feels the nervousness, confusion, and uneasiness that Misya feels in this painting? Suddenly, a barrage of comments caught the attention of all the netizens. Fortunately, there were not many viewers in the live broadcast room at that time, and the barrage of comments did not slide very fast, so basically all the viewers could see it. You know what, if you look closely, you really feel that way. Fuck, this painting is a bit weird. The viewers in the live broadcast room were completely shocked. A good painting can indeed allow people who understand painting to see the emotions of the person in the painting from his eyes. Moreover, it only showed his emotions and had no effect on him personally. But this painting is different. Anyone who looks at it carefully can feel that emotion, and it can also affect their own emotions and make them feel the same way. To put it simply, it's like you have become the person in the painting. If this is really a painting, it's amazing and will definitely sell for a sky-high price. After seeing this painting, I like Misya more and more. What should I do? Sister Ya, do you want to sell this painting? I'll give you 5,000. 5,000? You are humiliating Misya. I'll give you 50,000. I'm serious. Although most of the viewers in the live broadcast room are poor, there are occasionally one or two rich people. Wanya looked at the comments one by one, carefully put away the painting, and said with a smile, "Sorry, this is a gift from the painting master, and it is a painting of myself, not for sale." However, the painting master is right in front of me, painting for his girlfriend. If you want any painting, you can connect with me directly and let the painting master paint it for you on the spot. The number of places is limited, first come first served. As for the price, the painting master said it depends on the content. After saying that, she took the phone from Shurqing and pointed the camera at Mu Feng who was painting. Look, this is the Grandmaster of Painting. Is this the Grandmaster of Painting? Isn't he too young? He paints faster than I can scribble. Looking at the facial contour, the person being painted should be an extremely beautiful woman. The viewers in the live broadcast room were very surprised. As Mufong outlined the outline stroke by stroke, the students watching at the scene suddenly had a bad feeling, as if they were forced to eat dog food again. The person in the painting is not just Shurcheng, there is also a man. The two stood face to face. Shurcheng put her arms around the man's neck and tilted her head back. The man held Shurcheng's slender waist with both hands. Looking at the man's outline again, it was clearly Mufong himself. When Shurcheng saw this scene, her pretty face immediately turned red. So this is what Mufong called processing? She moved her lips, but in the end she didn't say anything. It's just a painting, what's the big deal? After the outline is drawn, the next step is the most important coloring. Mufong changed the paintbrush and slowed down. But in the eyes of others, the coloring speed is still incredibly fast. As the colors continue to fill in, the three-dimensionality and visual sense of the characters gradually emerge. An hour later, the coloring was completed. Mufong let out a long sigh and said, "Okay, wait for 10 minutes or so and let it dry naturally, and it will be done. By the way, I'm going to name this painting Sweet Love." After saying that, he walked to the side, drank some water, and left the camera of Wang Ye's live broadcast room. The viewers in Wang Ye's live broadcast room could not see Shurcheng and Mufong themselves, but they just thought that the painting was very realistic. They had no other thoughts for the time being, nor did they feel the artistic conception contained in the previous painting. The students who were watching the painting live could clearly see that the people in the painting and the colors of the background were somewhat different from Mufong and Shurcheng themselves, as well as the clouds in the sky and the lawn. Everyone stared at the painting, waiting for it to change. As time goes by, the paint gradually dries and the color changes. The color changes after drying. The person in this painting should be very different from the real person. The viewers in the live broadcast room felt a little regretful. Even though it was still realistic after drying, it was still very different from the real person. It has to be said that this was a pity. I can't help it. This is the biggest drawback of gouache painting. Some netizens who know how to paint sighed. Wang Ye glanced at the comments and said with a smile, "Do you think the color has changed after drying, and is very different from the original? Don't blink, you will see the miracle now." As she spoke, Wang Ye turned the camera towards Mufong and Shurcheng again. Fuck. Is this even possible? Awesome, the color of the person's clothes after drying is exactly the same as the person himself. Using the characteristics of gouache painting changing color when drying, to achieve such an effect, how abnormal is the control of color change? Amazing. It's fucking amazing. The viewers in the live broadcast room were completely shocked. Wang Ye smiled and said, "Not only that, if you look at the painting carefully, you will have unexpected feelings." After saying this, she pointed the camera at the painting again. The viewers carefully observed the painting and were instantly drawn into the artistic conception of the painting. The male compatriots seemed to have turned into the men in the painting, gazing at their lovers with doting and affection. The whole world became silent. In his eyes, there was only the lover in front of him, and he would protect the lover in front of him for the rest of his life. The female compatriots seemed to have turned into the women in the painting, enjoying the doting eyes of their boyfriends, their hearts filled with shyness, excitement and sweetness, and they wanted to accompany him for the rest of his life. At this moment, both people in Wang Ye's live broadcast room and students watching on site were all deeply captivated by the artistic conception of this painting. Even Shurcheng's eyes were blurry and her pretty face flushed. Chapter 24, Super Sweet, Fed with Dog Food by a Painting. After a long time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were the first to wake up from that mood. After all, the impact is not as great as it would be in person because of the screen. It's such a sweet feeling, my heart is melting. A talented man and a beautiful woman, they are a perfect match. The painting is full of love and affection, just like its name. Mom, I want to fall in love. Shaoli, I don't want to break up with you. Let's make peace. Will you sell this painting? If you do, I'm willing to pay 50,000 for it. I definitely won't sell it. Sister Ye said before that this was a gift from the Grand Master to his girlfriend. How could she possibly sell it? The barrage of comments scrolled rapidly. Now, tens of thousands of people have gathered in the live broadcast room. Although I can't buy this painting, it makes me feel such sweet love. I must give it a wave of gifts to calm my heart. The wildflowers on the roadside are very fragrant. Give me an emoji, 666, 66. Don't kneel on the keyboard, kneel on the durian, and give the gift, Guardian of Love, 6. Leave the window open tonight and get a gift, Romance Full Camp, 2. Brother has fun every night and gives away gifts. Romantic train 1. There are also a large number of gifts such as, you are the most beautiful, flowers, roses, etc. Wanya has never received so many gifts in all her long years of live streaming, but at this moment she had no intention of being excited about receiving so many gifts. She had just come out of that state of mind, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. The artistic conception of the two paintings is not at the same level at all. Looking at this romantic painting that I treasured so much, it suddenly lost its appeal. But there's nothing we can do, since they are lovers. The students who were watching also gradually woke up from the romantic atmosphere. This painting is simply a masterpiece. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would never believe it. This painting technique is absolutely godlike in the painting world, much better than that of Master Lang. This painting is so sweet that it makes me want to fall in love. I'm afraid no one will believe me if I tell them this, but today I was forced to be fed a wave of dog food by a painting. Even the bystanders felt like this, and Chu Yun, the heroine, was even more shy at this moment. How could this guy paint such a picture? The relationship between the two of them will become even more unclear from now on. Despite this, she felt a sweetness in her heart that she herself was not aware of. Suddenly, Wang Ye's cell phone vibrated. It turned out that a netizen with the nickname seeking an item to ward off evil spirits at a high price had initiated a live call. After the call was connected, before Wang Ye could speak, a man's voice came from the other side. Anchor, please ask the Grand Master if he wants to sell this painting. Any price is fine within 1 million. Wang Ye smiled and said, brother, this painting is a gift from him to his girlfriend. I'm afraid he won't sell it. How about this, go ask him yourself. As she spoke, she took out her headphones, turned on the speaker, and pointed the camera at Mu Feng. Master, are you going to sell this painting? Any price is fine, within 1 million. The netizen repeated what he said before, and it can be heard that he really likes this painting. Mu Feng shook his head, sorry, I have already given this painting away. She has the final say on whether to sell it or not. As he spoke, he took down the drawing paper, walked to Chu Yun, and said with a smile, Student Chu, this painting is for you, please keep it well. What should I do? Should I accept it? If it was just a simple personal painting of her, she would definitely accept it without hesitation, but Mu Feng was also in this painting. The most important thing is the artistic conception of the painting, which is so ambiguous. Hey, we are not in a relationship, how can you draw this kind of picture? Seeing Chu Yun was a little hesitant, Mu Feng said, if classmate Chu doesn't like it, you can throw it away or sell it. Well, this big brother wants to buy it, 1 million. Yes. As long as Mr. Chu is willing to sell it, I will not bargain for 1 million. The viewers who were connected to the microphone said quickly. Not for sale. Chu Yun took the painting, hid it behind her, and said with a firm face. There's her portrait on it, how could it be sold? As for throwing it away, she couldn't bear to do it. Seeing her reaction, the students around her all smiled ambiguously. These two people are really funny. They call each other classmate, which sounds very unfamiliar. But the actions and eyes between the two were so ambiguous. However, considering that the school beauty is the only daughter of the chairman of Shishing Tianxia, it is somewhat understandable. Hiding a romantic relationship is probably necessary for a young lady like the school belle. Although these actions seem extremely childish and useless to everyone. Seeing this, Mu Feng also showed a smile on his face. He touched Chu Yun's hair naturally and said, this painting is the most real reaction of my heart when I observed you closely just now. Damn it, touching my head again. Wait, what does he mean by that? Is he going to confess his feelings? If he really confesses to me, should I agree to him? Chu Yun felt a little nervous and conflicted. Fortunately, Mu Feng did not take any further action, which made her feel relieved but also a little disappointed. Look at this ambiguous and skillful action. Even a fool can see the relationship between the two. Is there any need to continue hiding it? I originally wanted to use this painting as a gift for my sick wife. What a pity. The water friend who was connected to the microphone was obviously extremely disappointed, but he did not pester him. He turned to Mu Feng and asked, Master, can you draw a picture like this for me? Mu Feng shook his head and said, sorry, I won't be drawing this style of romance anymore. I won't paint anymore? What does that mean? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chu Yun and suddenly realized. Oh. I see. This is customized for my girlfriend. It is a limited edition and will become out of print. Shi Qing's pretty face turned red, and she stomped her feet coquettishly. Wouldn't this lead to misunderstanding? Was this guy doing this on purpose? Wang Ya's eyes showed envy and helplessness. What I envy is this love that is so sweet to the heart, but what I feel helpless about is that I am being fed a mouthful of dog food again. Okay, then draw me a dragon. The netizen who was connected to the microphone sighed and spoke again. Obviously, I won't give up until I finish a painting today. No problem. Mu Feng nodded. But I have to remind you that it is quite expensive to draw a dragon. The cheapest one costs 100,000. It depends on the size and species of the dragon. For example, a 1-meter long dragon is more expensive than a half-meter long dragon. A 5-clawed dragon is more expensive than a 4-clawed dragon. The netizen who was connected to the microphone thought for a moment and said, let's just draw a 5-clawed golden dragon. I heard it can drive away evil spirits. Good. Mu Feng nodded, feeling very happy. This was a big customer. Then let me first talk about the price of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Mu Feng continued, a half-meter 5-clawed golden dragon costs 1 million RMB, and a 1-meter 5-clawed golden dragon costs 5 million RMB. Chapter 25, God is above my head, I am not afraid of punishment from heaven, but dog food. This price was set by Mu Feng casually. The netizen who was able to spend 1 million to buy the sweet love item was obviously a person with no shortage of money. Even if you don't want to spend 5 million to buy a 1-meter 5-clawed golden dragon, you can at least afford half a meter, right? He didn't believe that after seeing the magic of these paintings, this person would not be moved. It's not easy to get a big customer, so you have to make the most of it. The students who were watching and the viewers in Wang Ya's live broadcast room were shocked. It costs 5 million to draw a 1-meter long 5-clawed golden dragon. This is really an exorbitant price. Generally speaking, the price of a painting depends not only on its quality but also on the popularity of the painter in order to sell it at a good price. It is undeniable that Mu Feng's paintings are absolutely top-notch, and can even be said to be unique in the world. But he was unknown, so no matter how good the quality of his paintings was, they could not be sold at a high price. But this price of 5 million is no lower than those of world-renowned painters. That netizen probably won't agree. Even if he does, he will bargain for a while. The netizen, asking for an item to ward off evil spirits at a high price, fell silent. Perhaps he was also frightened by the price. Mu Feng was not in a hurry. After waiting for a while, the water friend's voice sounded again, Master, can you guarantee that the paintings you draw will have the same artistic conception as before? You actually know artistic conception? Mu Feng was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, don't worry, every painting I draw has a different artistic conception. As long as you focus on the painting, you can easily feel it and be immersed in it. The netizen was silent for a while and said, if that's the case, then draw me a 2-meter long 5-clawed golden dragon and I'll hang it in the living room. But I have to make it clear in advance that if it doesn't make me feel a certain mood, I won't want it. 2 meters long? The students who were watching and the viewers in the live broadcast room were all shocked when they heard this. According to the price set previously, a 2-meter long 5-clawed golden dragon would cost 10 million. This is a super rich man. Even Mu Feng was a little surprised. He thought it would be good enough if this guy could buy a half-meter 5-clawed golden dragon painting, but he didn't expect that he would ask for 2 meters. He must be a super big customer. Although he was thinking about how to spend the 10 million, he pretended to be calm and said calmly, it is no problem to draw a 2-meter long 5-clawed golden dragon, but there is no gouache paper that long on the market, and the drawing board is not long enough. The largest gouache paper on the market is the one he bought, which is only 787 mm 1092 mm, barely enough to draw a 1-meter long 5-clawed golden dragon. The netizen asked, where are you now? Tell me the specific address. The center line of Tiandu University's number 5 football field. Mu Feng said. Master, what's your name? The netizen asked again. Excuse me, my surname is Mu. Mu Feng said. The netizen was silent for another minute before saying, okay, I have already ordered the right paper and drawing board from the place closest to you, and it should be delivered to you soon. In addition, I will also fly over, and it will take about 2 hours. This efficiency is quite fast. Mu Feng smiled and said, 2 hours, if nothing goes wrong, the painting will be almost finished. Okay, I'll leave now. After saying that, the other party disconnected the microphone. It's really vigorous and decisive. Mu Feng smiled, turned to look at Shi Chang, who was observing Sweet Love carefully, walked over and asked, can I call you Shao Qing? Shi Chang was still immersed in the romantic mood and didn't react. She responded subconsciously. After she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong, but it was too late. Okay then, I'll call you Shao Chang from now on. Mu Feng chuckled, this makes us seem closer. Shi Chang bit her lip, glanced at Mu Feng, then quickly lowered her head and said in a very low voice, it's up to you, it's just a name, there's no such thing as being close or not. Seeing her shy and cute look, Mu Feng couldn't help but want to tease her. Oh no, tease her. He leaned over and whispered in Shi Chang's ear, I really dreamed of you yesterday. In the dream, you and I. Don't tell me. Shi Chang held the painting in one hand and covered Mu Feng's mouth with the other, her pretty face flushed. Mu Feng grabbed the white and soft jade hand and said with a smile, do you know what I am going to say? Shi Chang pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted, blushing and shaking her head repeatedly, no, I don't know. She really didn't know what Mu Feng's dream was, but for some reason, when she mentioned dreams, she would involuntarily think of the 100 dreams she had in the past and the blushing scenes in those dreams. He. Mu Feng chuckled twice, it's okay if I don't say anything, just add WeChat. Add WeChat? Shi Chang hesitated again. She doesn't have any male friends on WeChat except her father. You don't want to, then I have to say it. Mu Feng said with a smile. Add WeChat. Shi Chang took out her cell phone decisively. If you add him on WeChat, you can just not chat with him. But it would be so embarrassing if he were to reveal some embarrassing scenes. The students around were quite far away and couldn't hear what the two were saying. But their intimate movements and shy whispers were a blatant display of affection in the eyes of everyone. It wasn't enough that I was fed a wave of dog food by a painting before, now I have to watch these two people flirting with each other. There is a God above your head. Don't fear the punishment from heaven but the dog food. A group of single dogs held their heads and moved away from this sad place. However, they did not go far, as they all wanted to see what was so powerful about the 5-clawed golden dragon drawn by Mu Feng and why it was worth tens of millions. Mu Feng and Shi Chang had been chatting for a while when they saw two middle-aged men coming over carrying a drawing board that was more than 2 meters long. One of them was carrying a cloth bag about 70 to 80 centimeters high on his back. Who is Master Mu? The two walked to the center line of the football field and asked loudly. Here. Mu Feng waved his hand. The two men gently put down the drawing board and hung the cloth bag on a bracket of the drawing board. One of them came over, took out an order and a pen, and said, Master Mu, this is the 2.5 meter gouache paper and drawing board that Mr. Lu ordered. Master Mu, please check it. If there is no problem, please sign this order. Mu Feng looked at the drawing board, opened the cloth bag, took out 2.5 meters of gouache paper, clamped it on the drawing board, checked it carefully, and said with a smile, no problem, thank you for troubling the two big brothers. After saying that, he took the pen and signed his name on the order. Thank you, if there's nothing else we'll leave first. The man looked at the name of the order, thanked him, and turned to leave with his companion. Mu Feng picked up the paintbrush again, closed his eyes, and carefully recalled the appearance of the 5-clawed golden dragon in his mind several times. The 5-clawed golden dragon is just a totem of the Great Xia Kingdom. It only exists in legends and no one has ever seen it. Mu Feng could only imagine based on descriptions in movies and TV dramas, and some novels he had read before. Chapter 26, Frightened by a Painting. After standing for a full 10 minutes, Mu Feng began to outline the contours of the 5-clawed golden dragon. After 2 attempts at painting, he had become extremely skilled. The speed of sketching is even faster than the first time he drew Wangya. However, drawing a 2-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon was a huge amount of work, and it took more than an hour to outline the contours. Next, it's time to color it. In fact, coloring the 5-clawed golden dragon is much simpler. The 5-clawed golden dragon is golden all over and its eyes are like red candles. It took 2.5 hours from outlining to drying the colors, but no one felt bored. Watching Mu Feng paint is such a pleasure and time passes by unknowingly. When the painting was completely dry, everyone who saw it was instantly drawn into a wonderful state of mind. Everyone felt that they appeared in a boundless space, with the endless sea in front of them. Suddenly, a loud and majestic dragon roar resounded throughout the space. Crash! Immediately afterwards, a divine dragon broke out of the sea, soared into the sky, and swam freely. After a long time, the dragon swooped down towards everyone. Only at this moment can you see the appearance of the dragon clearly. camel head, cow ears, shrimp eyes, catfish whiskers, deer antlers, snake neck, fish scales, tiger paws, eagle claws. This is the authentic Daxia totem, the Daxia dragon. This divine dragon is golden all over, its eyes are like red candles, each of its 4 claws has 5 toes, and it is 200 meters long. It is the king of dragons, the 5-clawed golden dragon. As the 5-clawed golden dragon approached, a noble aura came over him. It seems that standing in front of it is disrespectful to it. When they got closer, everyone discovered that the golden dragon had a shining golden dragon ball in its mouth. The Scarlet Longan looks down on all living things. No matter how much money or power you have, you are all ants in front of it. Perhaps it was dissatisfied with everyone staring at it, and the 5-clawed golden dragon became angry. A domineering dragon roar sounded, and the entire space was shaking. The terrifying pressure swept over and made everyone bend down. Some people with weak willpower even knelt down on the spot. As they bent down or knelt, they gradually woke up from their artistic conception. Seeing himself bending over as if to greet someone, he quickly straightened up, feeling quite embarrassed. I was actually scared by a painting. Wouldn't I be laughed at if this got out? Oh my god, someone actually knelt down? They looked around and saw some people still kneeling on the ground with terrified looks on their faces, which made them laugh. They felt relieved when they saw that there were people who performed even worse than themselves. After those who were kneeling stood up, they looked at the strange looks from the people around them, their faces turned red, and they wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. When everyone looked at Mufeng again, there was awe in their eyes. At this moment, in their eyes, Mufeng was no longer a student of the same generation as them, but the lofty god of painting. Titles like Master or Grandmaster are no longer worthy of his paintings. Only the god of painting could create such a terrifying painting. No, these are not paintings at all, but miracles. Throughout the ages, I have never heard of a painting that can make the viewer feel as if they are in the scene, nor have I ever heard of a painting that can scare the viewer to their knees. This is so fantastic that they even suspected that Mufeng had traveled from the world of a fantasy novel. That's amazing, Xiaoqing, your boyfriend is so outstanding. Wanya was amazed. What a pity. If he wasn't your boyfriend, I would have taken the initiative to snatch him away. Asking him to draw a picture for me every day would be so romantic. He is quite amazing. Xiaoqing instinctively wanted to clarify the fact that Mufeng was not her boyfriend, but when she heard the second half of Wanya's words, her heart tightened and she suddenly changed her words. Her beautiful eyes looked at Mufeng in front of the drawing board, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. It turns out that he is so outstanding. Great! Such a masterpiece has never been seen before. Suddenly, an excited voice sounded. Everyone turned around and saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walking quickly towards them with a bodyguard and a beautiful secretary. You can tell at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. Arriving in front of the drawing board, the middle-aged man carefully examined the painting for a moment, then turned around and held Mufeng's hand, saying incoherently, "With this masterpiece, perhaps my wife can be saved." Thank you, Master Mu. Everyone didn't quite understand what a painting had to do with his wife. Although this painting contains powerful artistic conception, it cannot cure diseases or save lives. Even Mufeng was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions and said with a smile, "You must be Mr. Lu, the painting is finished, I hope you are satisfied." Satisfied, very satisfied. Mr. Lu nodded repeatedly. He had actually arrived half an hour ago, and seeing that Mufeng was concentrating on painting, he did not disturb him. The moment the painting was completely dry, he was also drawn into the artistic conception of the painting and felt the terrifying pressure of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Even with his status, he bent down under the pressure. It is because I have experienced it personally that I understand the value of this painting. Master Mu, please give me your card number. He was also a straightforward person. Since he was satisfied with the paintings, he started the transaction directly without any hesitation. Good. Mufeng retrieved the card number from his mobile banking app and handed it over, saying, "My name is Mufeng, and the card number is in my phone." Mr. Lu took the phone, handed it to the beautiful secretary beside him, and said, "Have someone transfer 10 million to this account, and also help him pay the taxes that should be paid." "Okay, Mr. Lu." The beautiful secretary smiled sweetly, then took the phone, walked aside and started making a call. Soon, she returned the phone to Mufeng, looked at him deeply, and was amazed in her heart. A college student earned 10 million yuan by painting a picture. She worked as a secretary for several years but didn't make that much money in total. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Not long after Mu Feng took the phone, a message sounded. When I opened it, I saw a text message about a deposit of 8.88 million yuan. The income from the sale of paintings is classified as royalties, and the tax payable for the 10 million is 1.12 million, so after tax there is only 8.88 million left. Master Mu, I have asked someone to pay the tax for you. You can check it on the tax app. Mr. Lu said with a smile. Mu Feng nodded and opened the personal tax app to check. This is not him judging others by his own standards. It would be very troublesome if he did not pay the 1 million tax. He does not want to be a tax evader. Seeing this, Mr. Lu just smiled calmly and said nothing. Soon, Mu Feng found his tax payment records. The income from royalties was 10 million, and the tax paid was 1.12 million. The tax-paying unit is Shanghai Lues Timber Group. Seeing this, Mu Feng was finally relieved. He put away his phone, looked up and said, "The transaction is completed. Mr. Lu can take the painting away." Good. Mr. Lu nodded, asked the bodyguard to roll up the painting, handed Mu Feng a business card, and after chatting for a few words, left in a hurry. Everyone looked at Mu Feng, feeling extremely uneasy. A painting was sold for 10 million. I'm afraid they will never earn that much money in their entire life after graduation. Chapter 27 How did you get the school beauty? Next, Mu Feng drew a small gadget for each of the students watching the scene until the drawing paper ran out. These paintings also have different artistic conceptions, but they are only the size of A4 paper, so the prices are naturally not too expensive, all within 100 yuan. After all, they are just students, not rich second generations, and they don't have much money. A 2-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon sold for 10 million, which was already beyond his expectations, so there was no need to charge too high a price for these little things. Those who got the painting were naturally very happy, while those who didn't could only shake their heads and sigh. Master Mu, you've made so much money, why don't you treat us to a big meal? Wang Ye turned off the live broadcast, walked over and said with a smile. Mu Feng smiled and said, "It is my honor to treat two beautiful ladies to dinner. We arrived at around 8 in the morning and it is now around 2 in the afternoon. Since he had two beauties stay with him here for 6 hours, it was only right that he should treat them to a meal. How about this? It's a bit late now, let's go eat something first, and then go to Tiandu restaurant at 6 p.m, it's my treat." Mu Feng said with a smile. Okay. Wang Ye nodded. Shi Cheng hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll go back to the dormitory and put the painting away first." Yes. It would be a heinous crime if such a masterpiece were damaged. Wang Ye nodded repeatedly when she heard it, and she did not forget to tease her best friend by the way, and said with a smile, "Especially the painting in Xiuqing's hand, this is Master Mu's rare edition, one of a kind in the world, if it is damaged, someone will be heartbroken." Xiao Ye. Shi Qing glanced at Mu Feng, her pretty face turning a little red. Mu Feng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Wang Ye, can you please speak properly? What do you mean by out of print? I'm not dead yet. Besides, your painting is unique in the world, don't you want me to paint a portrait of you for everyone on the street or in school? Do you want me to build a memorial archway for you and write 'Get your portrait to find a husband'? That's a good suggestion." When Shi Qing heard this, she immediately smiled. In an instant, it was like hundreds of flowers blooming, the light was so dazzling that Mu Feng was a little dazed. This is so beautiful. Why do I suddenly feel a little hungry? How come such a gorgeous school beauty is already taken? The classmates around were also amazed by Shi Qing's smile. It was so beautiful that even if she didn't know anything, she would take it home and use it as a vase to show off and never get tired of looking at it every day. What's more, this school beauty is not just a vase. She is proficient in all musical instruments and has passed the professional level 10 exams in all of them. It is said that when she plays the guqin, people can be immersed in the artistic conception of the sound. This respect is similar to Master Mu's paintings. Too bad she never showed her talent in school. The duet with her best friend Wang Ye at the opening ceremony was her first talent show at Tiandu University. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful, talented, rich and pretty girl? But when they thought that the school beauty was already taken, everyone felt disappointed. However, perhaps only someone like Master Mu is worthy of such an extraordinary woman. When they stand together, they are a perfect match. This is not a thought I had just because I received Master Mu's paintings. Absolutely not. Hey, you two are a pair of Mandarin ducks, bullying me, a single dog? Fine, today a single dog, admit defeat. Wang Ye glanced at Mu Feng and said, "Also, can you please restrain your gaze when you see Xiao Chang? It's okay for you to get naked when I'm not around. But it's broad daylight now, can you consider the feelings of us single guys? Shoya, what nonsense are you talking about? Shurqing's pretty face flushed red, and some embarrassing scenes in the dream emerged involuntarily in her mind. She pinched Wang Ya's waist hard in embarrassment. Ouch, stop, it hurts. Xiao Cheng, let go, it's okay if I'm wrong. Wang Ya screamed and begged for mercy. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng inexplicably felt a dull pain in his waist. If she is so cruel to her best friend, won't she be even more cruel to her boyfriend in the future? Thinking of this, Mu Feng shuddered inexplicably. That's not right. I'm not her boyfriend. Why should I worry about it? Thinking of this, Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, okay, go back to the dormitory and put the painting away first, I'll wait for you here. Good. Afterwards, Shurcheng and Wang Ya took the paintings and walked towards the dormitory. The football field was not far from their dormitory, and the two returned after more than 10 minutes. Let's go. Mu Feng carried the painting box on his back, carried 2 drawing boards, and walked out of the school with the 2 of them. The students who had not walked far away were shocked when they saw this scene. The small drawing board was fine, but the large drawing board was more than 2 meters long and weighed at least over 100 kilograms. Yet he could carry it on his shoulders so easily and still chat and laugh with the 2 beauties without even bending his back? How strong is this guy? Master Mu, Wang Ya held Shurcheng's arm and tilted her head to look at Mu Feng. You don't look that strong, but you are quite strong. Mu Feng turned his head and looked at her, then said with a smile, Student Wang Ya, you can call me Mu Feng, or you can call me Brother Feng, but please don't call me Master Mu anymore. Brother Feng? Wang Ya looked at Shurcheng and said with a grin, I'll still call you Mu Feng. As for Brother Feng, I'll leave the title to your sweet sister. Xiao Ya. Shurcheng stamped her feet, pinched Wang Ya's arm, and her pretty face blushed slightly. Wang Ya chuckled and said, Mu Feng, can I ask a question? Ask. Mu Feng nodded. How did you manage to win over my school beauty? She and I were almost inseparable at school, and we rarely went out alone, but I didn't even get a whim. This is what Wang Ya is confused about, or it can be said that this is also the confusion of all the teachers and students of Tiandu University. Before this, I had never heard any news about Mu Feng in the school bell. It was too sudden. Mu Feng smiled and said, I'm not her boyfriend yet, so don't spread rumors. Wang Ya pursed her lips and said dissatisfiedly, not a boyfriend? Xiaoqing kissed you in public at the opening ceremony of the school sports meeting yesterday, and you still say he is not her boyfriend? Do you think my Xiaoqing is such a casual girl? I know you are afraid to make it public because of Xiaoqing's family background. But think about it yourself, haven't you been showing off enough dog food in the past 2 days? I'm afraid Xiaoqing's family already knows about it. Shurcheng moved her lips, but didn't know how to explain. It couldn't be that she had dreamed of Mu Feng bullying her for 100 days in a row, and she kissed Mu Feng in public at the opening ceremony just to get rid of this nightmare, right? It would be too embarrassing to say this out loud. She decided to keep this secret in her heart forever and not tell it even if she had a boyfriend in the future. Chapter 28 We can stick together every day. Mu Feng glanced at Shurcheng, and seeing that she was avoiding his gaze, he couldn't help but smile. He then looked at Wang Ya, shrugged and said, You said it was almost. There are always times when you are not by her side. When she's not with you? Wang Ya suddenly fell into memories. The time I am not with Xiaoqing is very little. Even when she went home on holidays, she would often go to Xiaoqing's house to play. During the entire holiday, Xiaoqing stayed in her studio almost all the time, practicing various musical instruments, and she would accompany her friends when they occasionally went shopping. Except when going to the toilet. Thinking of this, Wang Ya turned around and looked at Mu Feng with strange eyes for a moment, then shook her head. Won't. No matter how bold this guy is, he would never go to the women's room to have a romance with Xiaoqing. Could it be that he attacked Xiaoqing while I was in the toilet? But that time was too short. How could he win over Xiaoqing in such a short time? Xiaoqing, you are too unrestrained. Wang Ya whispered to Shurcheng. What? Shurcheng looked confused. Wang Ya glanced at Mu Feng and whispered in Shurcheng's ear, I was just going to the toilet, why did your heart wander off with someone else? What are you talking about? The more Shurcheng listened, the more confused she became. Forget it. I'm heartbroken. I won't say anything more. Wang Ya was deeply shocked. The friendship between them for so many years could not withstand 2 or 3 minutes of sweet talk from this man. No, I must give him a good meal tonight. She thought for a moment and said, Mu Feng, can I invite my roommates and best friends to come over tonight? Of course, I also have 3 brothers to spend the night with. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. He was still thinking about how to start the conversation, but he didn't expect Wang Ye to take the initiative to bring it up. Brothers, whether you can grasp happiness depends on your own performance. Okay, the more people the better. Wang Ye didn't care who went. The more people there were, the better. The more people there were, the more they could eat, and the more they could be slaughtered. After leaving school, Mu Feng first went to the nearest art grocery store and sold his drawing board and painting box at a low price. Then he took the 2 of them to the food street. After buying 3 cups of milk tea, he found a restaurant and ordered food. Let's have a simple lunch. After lunch I'm going to find a suitable place to rent a studio. Mu Feng said with a smile. It seems like you are planning to do something big. Wang Ye smiled and said, that's right. With Xiaoqing's status, ordinary people can't get past her parents. She has to do something big. Mu Feng was speechless. How could this be related to Shi Qing? Since he possesses god-level painting skills, he naturally has to use this ability to make more money. What does this have to do with Shi Qing? However, Wang Ye's words made him take it to heart. It may not be easy to become Shi Qing's real boyfriend. Shi Qing, who had been drinking milk tea with her head down, raised her head and said, I'll take you there after dinner. You? Mu Feng was stunned for a moment. Wang Ye smiled and said, it seems that your boyfriend is not very qualified. Although Xiaoqing's family is mainly in the entertainment industry, they are also in the real estate industry. Although they are not as good as the Chu family in real estate, they are not much behind. The Tianyun office building closest to Tiandu University is her family's. Tianyun office building? That's a 5A grade A office building. The rent should be very expensive, right? Mu Feng asked curiously. Shi Qing thought for a moment and said, last year it seemed to be 15 yuan per square meter per day. I wonder if the price has increased this year. She knew something about her family's business. So expensive? Although Mu Feng was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard the price. 15 yuan per square meter per day. If you rent a 100 square meter apartment, wouldn't it be 1,500 yuan a day, 45,000 yuan a month, and 540,000 yuan a year? Who among ordinary people can afford to rent this? Tianyuan office building has a total of 30 floors. Each floor is about 2,000 square meters. Each floor is divided into 8 areas. Generally speaking, the entire floor is rented out, Shi Qing introduced. Excuse me. Mu Feng clasped his fists, picked up the milk tea and took a big gulp. I'm still not quite suited to the world of the rich. Shi Qing's family background seemed to be even more powerful than he had imagined. One floor is 2,000 square meters, which means 30,000 yuan a day, 900,000 yuan a month, and 10.8 million yuan a year. The little money he earned was not even enough to pay a year's rent. This was last year's price, it has definitely increased this year. Phew! Wang Ye laughed out loud, and when she saw Mu Feng looking at her, she quickly explained, sorry, I wasn't laughing at you, I just couldn't help it. Mu Feng rolled his eyes. What's the difference? He's still making fun of himself. Shi Qing also smiled and said, generally, large companies rent offices here, while personal studios and the like will choose to rent in small office buildings. However, there are exceptions. The 8th floor in the 8th area of Tianyuan office building is the studio my father gave me. Therefore, the 8th floor is vacant and not rented out. I can talk to my father and let you rent a room there to use as a studio. A 250 square meter room, based on last year's prices, would cost 3,750 yuan a day, 112,500 yuan a month, and 1.35 million yuan a year. This price is barely acceptable. At worst I can sell a few more paintings. The Tianyuan office building is occupied by big companies and big bosses, who would spend hundreds of millions or even tens of millions on a painting they like. The people they know are all big bosses, so wouldn't it be possible to make a profit just by introducing a few of them? Seeing Mu Feng was silent, Shi Qing thought he was hesitating about the price, so she continued, Tianyuan office building has a total of 30 floors, and most of them have been rented out. There are many bosses of large companies working there, and they are worth a lot of money. It's easy to sell your paintings, and you can set a higher price. Just like the 5-clawed golden dragon you sold before, you can directly set the price at 20 million, and someone will buy it. Mu Feng stared at Shi Qing blankly, unable to speak. What's wrong? Is my face dirty? Shi Chang asked doubtfully, and turned her head to let Wang Yi take a look. She's really dark, worthy of being the big boss's daughter. Mu Feng sighed, by this calculation, I have lost 10 million, right? Shi Chang rolled her eyes and continued, let's take a step back. Even if your paintings are too expensive and no one buys them, you can still paint more paintings and hold an exhibition, collect admission fees, and still make a lot of money. With the artistic conception contained in your paintings, there will definitely be a lot of people going to see them. When your exhibition develops, I guess you will find that one area is too small, and maybe you will rent out the remaining areas on the 8th floor. Art exhibition? This is a good idea. It can generate continuous income. Mu Feng's eyes lit up, and her heart was filled with admiration. She was indeed the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Her business acumen was sharper than that of ordinary people. Most importantly, Wang Yi finally interrupted and said with a smile, you can live next to Xiaoqing's studio, and you can stick together every day. This is what Xiaoqing really thinks. Xiao Ya. You are talking nonsense again. Shi Qing's pretty face turned slightly red and she said angrily. Isn't it? Wang Yi said with a smile. Shi Qing's pretty face turned even redder, and she herself didn't know why she wanted Mu Feng to go to Tianyuan office building so much. Is it really as Wang Yi said? No, absolutely not. Shi Qing denied herself very firmly. Okay, let's go to Tianyuan office building. Mu Feng made the final decision. After dinner, under the leadership of Shi Qing, we went to Tianyuan office building. Chapter 29, Magical Conception. Mrs. Lu's illness was healed by fright. A villa in Shanghai. Mr. Lu rushed home and walked towards the bedroom with the painting. Boss Lu, you're back? The nanny who was doing housework said respectfully. Mr. Lu nodded. Looking at his hurried steps, the nanny sighed, Mr. Lu really loves his wife. With Mr. Lu's wealth, it would have been easy for him to find another young and beautiful woman, but he did not do so and has always been accompanying and taking care of his sick wife. Thinking of the lady's illness, the nanny sighed deeply again. She had never heard of or seen this disease. She would stare blankly with her eyes open every day. Even if someone fed her, she would eat, but she would not move, talk, or sleep. It has been going on for several months and many famous doctors have been consulted, but they are helpless. Whether it is Chinese medicine or Western medicine, the results of the examination are the same. The body is normal and all indicators are good. A month ago, Mr. Lu invited an old Taoist priest from somewhere to take a look. The priest said that the lady might be possessed by evil spirits and needed something to ward off evil spirits. He also said that there was no one like her in history who could ward off evil. Ordinary amulets were useless and that something more powerful was needed to ward off evil. What era is this? People still use things like warding off evil spirits to ward off evil spirits. It's obvious that they are trying to scam people out of their money. But for Mr. Lu, he must hold on to any glimmer of hope. During this month, he tried every possible way to find something to ward off evil spirits, and obtained many old items that were said to be very effective in warding off evil spirits, but they were of no use. Why? This is another incurable disease in the world. Mom, let me give you a massage to stretch your muscles. You taught me this before. Do you remember? As I approached the bedroom, I heard my daughter's slightly crying voice coming from inside. He pushed open the bedroom door, walked in, glanced at his wife who was sitting on the bed with her eyes open in a daze, then looked at his daughter who had just turned 20 and was massaging his wife, and said softly, Xaner, you are tired too, go and rest first. I'm not tired. Lu Yusin shook her head, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and asked in confusion, Dad, didn't you say you were going out to do something? Why are you back so soon? She had a figure comparable to Shi Chang's. Although her looks were a little worse, she was definitely a school beauty. The tear marks on her face made her look even more pitiful. It's done. Mr. Lu put down the painting in his hand, took off his coat and hung it on the hanger, then picked up the painting and shook it, saying excitedly, Xaner, this is what I'm going to do. It's a magical painting that may help your mother's condition. Come, help unfold it, and be careful. Can paintings ward off evil spirits? Lu Yusin's face was full of confusion. You won't know until you try. Mr. Lu walked up to his wife with the painting, asked his daughter to hold the other end of the painting, took a deep breath, and said, unfold. Lu Yusin glanced at her father. She had never seen such a strong expression of expectation on his face. It was obvious that he had high hopes for this painting. I hope it will succeed. She prayed in her heart, and then she and her father slowly unfolded the painting in front of her mother. As the painting continued to unfold, her mother still had no reaction and she became gradually disappointed. It seems that it is the same as before, completely useless. No, it won't, it will definitely work. I don't know why, but Mr. Lewis' confidence is very strong this time. Ever since he saw the painting on the football field, he had a strong feeling that the painting would help his wife's condition. When the painting was completely unfolded, the wife who had been sitting motionless at the head of the bed finally reacted. Her lifeless eyes suddenly came into focus, as if she was examining the painting carefully. After a moment, she suddenly looked terrified, stood up and knelt on the ground. Mom? Lu Yusin was startled and wanted to go over to help. Don't touch her. Mr. Lu shouted, his face showing excitement. He knew that his wife's consciousness must have been drawn into the artistic conception of the painting. This shows that my wife is still conscious and normal. Whether you can wake up depends on this one move. Lu Yusin also reacted after being scolded by her father. Her mother, who had not moved on her own initiative for several months, actually made such a big move after seeing this painting. What does this mean? This means there is hope that the mother will wake up. Thinking of this, her emotions became excited. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the mother kneeling on the ground. After a long time, the mother stood up from the ground, looked around, her face blank. Wife? Mother? The father and daughter called out at the same time. Hearing this, the woman looked at the two of them in confusion, and after a long while she opened her mouth and said, Husband? Xin? Perhaps because she hadn't spoken for too long, her voice became hoarse. What's wrong with me? Mom, you finally woke up, woo-woo. Lu Yusin threw down the painting in her hand, ran away, and cried loudly while hugging her mother. It's good to wake up, it's good to wake up. Mr. Lu finally smiled, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and carefully put the painting away. Xin, don't cry, Xin, don't cry, mommy is here. The woman obviously didn't understand what was going on, and she hugged her daughter and kept comforting her. Lu Yusin just kept crying. The woman turned to look at Mr. Lu and asked, Honey, what's wrong with my voice? Oh, I had a long nightmare last night. I dreamed that a vengeful spirit was chasing me and said it wanted to eat me. No matter how I ran, I couldn't get rid of it. Then a 5-clawed golden dragon flew from nowhere and scared the vengeful spirit out of its wits. The aura of the 5-clawed golden dragon was so terrifying that it flew towards me again, scaring me to my knees. Last night? Mom, you've been in a stagnation for months. Lu Yusin said while crying. How many months have you been inactive? The woman was stunned when she heard this. Mr. Lu said, a few months ago, you woke up and stared at the ceiling with your eyes open. I thought you were still asleep and asked you to sleep a little longer. But you couldn't hear me and didn't move. You stayed like this until now. Your mouth only moves when I feed you. I consulted famous doctors all over the country and even abroad, but they were all helpless. Later, an old Taoist priest said you might be possessed by evil spirits and asked me to find something to ward off evil spirits. After searching for a long time, I finally found this painting. How so? The woman was stunned. She thought she had just had a dream, but she didn't expect that several months had passed. No wonder her daughter cried so heartbreakingly, and no wonder her husband, who was always strong, had tears in his eyes. Thank you for your hard work during this period. The woman gently wiped the tears from her daughter's face. I'm glad that Mom is awake. Lu Yusin smiled, but still held her mother's arms tightly. Mr. Lu picked up the painting and said with a smile, the 5-clawed golden dragon you saw in your dream is this painting. Chapter 30 My daughter has a boyfriend? This picture? The woman was puzzled. According to what you said, I shouldn't be able to see anything in the real world. How could I see this painting? That's the magic of this painting. Mr. Lu smiled and said, as long as you keep staring at this painting, it will pull your consciousness into a magical state of mind, making you feel as if you are there. After seeing this painting, I had a strong feeling that it would definitely cure your illness, and it didn't disappoint me. The woman suddenly realized, dreaming is also an activity of consciousness. This painting pulled my consciousness into its artistic conception, affecting my dream and allowing me to wake up. That should be the case. However, this matter is very mysterious and hard to explain. Regardless, it's a good thing that you woke up. Mr. Lu hugged his wife and a smile appeared on his face. What happened to Xin? As soon as she left her husband's arms, the woman found that her daughter suddenly bowed deeply to the painting, and she couldn't help but look puzzled. Mr. Liu smiled and said she was also drawn into the artistic conception of the painting. Under the pressure of the five-clawed golden dragon, no one could resist. The strong-willed ones bowed, while the weak-willed ones knelt down directly. Wife, you must be in a nightmare, in a state of panic, and your will is the weakest, so you knelt down directly. I see. The woman suddenly realized. At this time, Lu Yusin bowed and came out of her state of mind. She said in shock, "No wonder my mother is awake. This painting is amazing. Which master created it?" As Mr. Liu rolled up the scroll, he said, "He is a student from Tiandu University named Mu Feng. A friend saw his live broadcast on TikTok, and I found him after connecting with the female anchor." How could a college student draw such a masterpiece? The woman looked shocked. Although this painting is not well known, it is definitely better than all the known paintings in the world. How could it be created by a college student who has not yet entered society? This is incredible. Tiandu University? There was a strange light flashing in Lu Yusin's beautiful eyes. Yes. Mr. Liu recalled it now and still couldn't help but be amazed. Although I bought this painting from him for 10 million, it cured your mother's illness after all. I have to find a chance to thank him. Take me with you when the time comes. I should thank him in person. The woman said with a smile. As it should be. Mr. Liu nodded, then looked at Lu Yusin and said, "Xaner, you have dropped out of school and stayed at home for several months. It's time to go back to Magic City University for classes." Lu Yusin raised her head and said, "Dad, Mom, I'll transfer to Tiandu University." Transfer to Tiandu University? Mr. and Mrs. Liu were stunned for a moment. Lu Yusin nodded heavily. She was full of curiosity about Mu Feng, who could paint such a masterpiece. "Hubby, let her go to Tiandu University," the woman begged. If it weren't for her, her daughter wouldn't have to drop out of school and stay at home for several months. She felt filled with guilt. "Okay. Go if you want to." Mr. Liu nodded. "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Mom." There was a gleam of curiosity in Lu Yusin's eyes. "Mu Feng, what kind of person are you?" At this time, the Mu Feng she mentioned had just arrived at the Tianyuan office leasing center. "Let me call my dad first." In front of the gate, Shirqing picked up the phone and dialed her father's number. After waiting for a while, she said, "Dad, I want to rent a room on the 8th floor of Tianyuan office building." "You rent?" A man's puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. "Didn't I give you a room? Tell me, who wants to rent it?" Shirqing glanced at Mu Feng, hesitated for a moment and said, "A friend." "Friend? Wang Ya?" The man smiled and said, "I have watched that girl grow up. If she wants to rent it, give her a 20% discount." "No, it's another friend." Shirqing said. "Another friend? You made new friends? This is incredible." The man's voice was full of surprise. In his impression, his daughter had only had Wang Ya as a friend since she was a child. Now she finally made other friends? This was great news. Wait, could it be that Mu Feng? Yesterday's incident caused a lot of uproar. As Shirqing's father, he naturally knew about it a long time ago. He even called to ask about it last night, but Shirqing hesitated and couldn't explain it clearly. Later, he went out of his way to check Mu Feng's family background. He was an orphan who had behaved very normally in the past 20 years and had no connection with any hostile forces. He should not be able to do anything bad to his daughter, so he did not interfere anymore. As for the fact that his daughter forcefully kissed Mu Feng in public, although it made him unable to hold his head up in front of his friends, he did not scold his daughter. He just asked her to pay more attention to safety, understand others more, and not trust others easily. "Male or female?" he asked, tentatively. Shirqing hesitated for a while before whispering, "A man." "Male? My daughter has a boyfriend?" The man laughed. "Not a boyfriend, but a male friend," Shirqing explained. "Oh, a male friend." The man was silent for a moment, then said, "Anyway, this is my precious daughter's second friend. As a father, I can't be too stingy. I'll give him a 30% discount. I'll call the person in charge of the rental center, and you can take him there." "Thank you, Dad." After hanging up the phone, Shirqing looked at Mu Feng and said with a smile, "Okay, my dad said he will give you a 30% discount." 30% off? Mu Feng's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Then I have to treat you to a feast for a year." A 30% discount can save hundreds of thousands. But it can also be seen that Shi Qing's father loves her very much. Just one phone call can result in hundreds of thousands of lost profits, which is something most people can't do. I see you don't want to treat her to a year's worth of feasts, you want to support her for life, right? Wang Ye said with a smile. Support her? She supports me more or less. Mu Feng shook his head. His wealth was nothing compared to the Shi family. Oh, Shaoqing, did you hear that? Our master Mu wants to be a gigolo. Wang Ye looked at Shi Qing and said with a smile. Stop messing around and go in first. Shi Qing rolled her eyes and led the two of them into the rental center. Miss Shi, you are here. The person in charge of the rental center came up to me and said respectfully, Director Shi has called me. I can choose any of the 8 floors at a 30% discount. Shi Qing looked at Mu Feng and asked, Go and choose one and see which area you like. Mu Feng shook his head and said, No need to go through so much trouble, just rent area 7 for a year. Being next to Shi Qing's studio, I can have someone to talk to and won't be too lonely. Okay, then rent number 7. Shi Qing looked at the person in charge of the rental center and said. The person in charge said skillfully, the area of area number 7 is second only to area number 8, with an area of 260 square meters. The current price is 20 yuan per square meter per day, and the total price is 1,898,000. After the discount, it is 1,328,600. It needs to be paid in one lump sum. If there is no problem, let's go through the process. No problem. Mu Feng nodded. After completing the process, an hour had passed and it was almost time for the agreed meal. He had already called Fatty and the other two before coming. Wang Ye must have already informed her best friend and roommate, so it was time for her to go to the appointment. Chapter 31, Greeting Sister-in-Law When We Meet. It was almost 6 o'clock when the three of them arrived at Tiandu restaurant, and the fat man and his 2 companions had arrived early. They stood in a neat row and bowed to Shi Qing. Hello, sister-in-law. Uniform and extremely loud voices rang out outside the gate of Tiandu restaurant, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Don't yell. Shi Qing was startled, her pretty face slightly reddened, and she stamped her feet. Okay, sister-in-law. The 3 tough guys nodded repeatedly, but their addresses did not change at all. Shi Qing looked helpless and had a headache. He turned around and glared at someone who was trying to hold back his laughter. Mu Feng blinked, his face full of innocence. What does this have to do with me? I didn't ask them to shout like that. They just said it from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, the 3 fat men turned around and bowed to Wang Ye, which scared Wang Ye. Could these 3 funny guys also call them sister-in-law? Hello, Miss Wang Ye. The 3 of them shouted in unison. Wang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't scream, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. Then, seeing the 3 people looking around, Wang Ye rolled her eyes and came to her senses. She said with a smile, They are behind you, where are you looking? Later? The 3 men with 4 eyes turned around and looked, and were immediately embarrassed. Aren't these 3 the ones they were just criticizing? I guess they didn't hear the comment I made about their figures just now, right? However, when they saw the anger in the eyes of the 3 men, they almost ran away. From the expression and the look in his eyes, it's obvious that he heard it. So embarrassing. If I had known earlier, I would have praised them continuously. What should I do now? How can I restore the image in their hearts? The 3 fat men looked at each other and shouted in unison, Hello, 3 beauties. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Beauty? The 3 female classmates all sneered. One of the female classmates, who was slightly plump but had decent facial features, walked up to 4 eyes and asked condescendingly, Just now I seem to hear you say that I look a little fat. Slightly fat, slightly fat. 4 eyes smiled awkwardly. The female classmate raised her eyebrows, looking quite imposing. Cyan stomped his feet, straightened his back, and said loudly, Slightly chubby girls make me feel safe, slightly chubby girls are cute, slightly chubby girls are plump, I like slightly chubby girls. You bastard. The female classmate blushed slightly and glared at Cyan fiercely, forgetting her motive for teaching Cyan a lesson. Cyan breathed a sigh of relief, finally he had gotten away with it. Another petite female classmate walked up to the hunk, looked up and sneered, Did you say I was short just now? Not short, but petite, petite. The tough guy's face tensed and he quickly explained. Really? The petite female classmate sneered. The tough guy glanced at Chu Yun, and his heart moved, and he said loudly, petite girls make me want to protect them, petite girls are cute, petite girls are innocent, and I like petite girls. Disgusting. The petite female classmate spat and suddenly didn't know how to respond. The remaining thin girl walked towards the fat guy. Before she could say anything, the fat guy said, thin girls are sexy to me, thin girls are cute, thin girls are a good match for me, and I like thin girls. The thin female classmate opened her mouth and finally uttered 2 words, shameless. Puff. Wanya held her stomach and laughed so hard that she bent over. Shi Cheng also chuckled and looked at Mu Feng with her beautiful eyes from time to time, as if asking if he was also this kind of person. Even passers-by looked at this place with contempt. Mu Feng slapped his forehead and really wanted to turn around and leave. These 3 idiots are so fucking embarrassing. Come in first, the private room has already been booked, and the food will be served soon, he said with 2 dry laughs. Sisters, let's go, let's slaughter this big fat sheep today. Wanya then stood up and spoke, but when she saw the fat man and the other 2, and thought of the funny scene just now, she burst out laughing again. When Shi Cheng passed by the fat man and the other 2, she smiled and said, work hard. Okay, sister-in-law. Shi Cheng's pretty face blushed slightly, and she quickly turned around and left. At the same time, I felt quite regretful in my heart. Why did I bother to talk too much? Mu Feng walked up, glanced at the fat man and the other 2, shook his head and sighed, then left. It's really hard to describe this first meeting. The 3 fat men also knew that they had performed very badly, so they shrugged their heads and followed Mu Feng in silence. After sitting down in the private room, Mu Feng smiled and said, we are all friends from now on. Let's introduce ourselves and get to know each other. I'll go first. My name is Mu Feng. I'm from the computer department, automation major, class 2, year 1. My hobbies are playing basketball, drawing, and playing PUBG. In fact, the 3 female classmates all knew him without him introducing them. Who in the entire Tiandu University doesn't know Master Mu now? Shi Cheng, Wang Yan, and 3 female classmates also introduced themselves one after another. The slightly plump female classmate is named Qin Miaoi, the petite female classmate is named Liu, and the thin female classmate is named Yao Qin. The tough guy stood up and said loudly, my name is Wang Xiong. I'm from the computer department, automation major, class 2, year 1, and I'm the captain of the basketball team. My hobbies are playing basketball, eating PUBG, and working out. Cyan stood up and said loudly, my name is Yi Fan. My hobbies are eating PUBG and watching beautiful, beautiful scenery and reading novels. I have 9 years of experience as a bookworm. I know all kinds of male and female content. The fat man stood up and said loudly, my name is Lin Feng. My hobbies are eating chicken, rice, and snacks. After this introduction, the 3 men successfully made the 3 female classmates remember them. One is a muscular man, one is a nerd, and one is a glutton. Yeah, very vivid. After the introduction and a brief chat, the dishes were served. I have to say, as one of the best restaurants in Tiandu, the food here tastes really good. Before coming, they agreed to have a big meal, but when it came time to order, they all ordered the cheapest dishes. The most expensive dishes were ordered by Mu Feng himself. The fat man and his 2 companions had never eaten at Tiandu restaurant before. They were shocked by the prices and instinctively ordered only the cheapest dishes. Shi Cheng and Wang Yan knew that Mu Feng had just rented a studio, which might need to be renovated and advertised, which would require a lot of money, so they wanted to save him some money. As for the 3 female classmates, they were simply not familiar with Mu Feng and were embarrassed to order too expensive food. After all, they did nothing and were just there to eat for free. After dinner, Mu Feng invited everyone to sing. The 5 girls are all from a music conservatory, so naturally they are good at singing. The best singers among them were Wanya and Shi Cheng. Wanya was even better than Shi Cheng because of her talent. Mu Feng's singing is average, not bad but not amazing either. As for the 3 fat men, they were just howling like ghosts and wolves, yet they were extremely confident. After singing, we went to see a movie. All 9 people were in the last row, but each person's seat was arranged by Mu Feng himself. The strong man is next to Liu is next to Qin Miaoi is next to Four Eyes is next to the fat man is next to Yao Qin is next to Wang Yan is next to Shi Cheng, and Shi Cheng is next to Mu Feng. Brothers, I can only help you so far. Chapter 32, The Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix in the Dream. The movie is a romance, and a bit sad. Several female students cried their eyes out, and the male students finally got a chance to perform. It's just a pity for Wanya, who has to bear all this alone. Seeing each of her best friends being handed tissues and comforted by male classmates, she felt quite hurt. Compared to the movie plot, this seems even more heartbreaking. In fact, Wanya is much prettier than those three classmates, but because of this, the three fat guys keep their distance from her. In addition, Wanya often goes out in pairs with the school beauty Shurqing, so her family background is probably not bad, which makes the fat man and the other two feel intimidated. On the way back to school after watching the movie, Wanya was still mumbling. After sending the female classmates to the dormitory building, Mufeng looked at Shurqing and said with a smile, "Xiaoqiang, don't miss me too much. I'm afraid you will dream about me." "Who wants to dream about you?" Shurqing rolled her eyes at him and pulled Wanya into the dormitory. The three female classmates glanced at the fat man and his two companions, then followed them into the dormitory building. Looking at the three fat guys who were reluctant to leave, Mufeng asked with a smile, "How is it? Brother treats you well, right? From now on you will be my real brother." The tough guy said seriously. "I'll go wherever you tell me to go." The fat man said seriously. "That's right." Four eyes nodded repeatedly. Mufeng also showed a smile on his face. "Okay, after the basketball game tomorrow morning, come with me to the Tianyuan office building." "What are you going to do in Tianyuan office building?" the tough guy asked puzzledly. "Cleaning," Mufeng said with a smile. "Cleaning?" The fat man's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "Madman, I heard that you just sold a painting and made 10 million, and you still want to be a cleaner for others?" Farais pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, rich people like to dress up as cleaners to experience life." "Rich people have this kind of hobby? Should I try to curry favor with the cleaning lady in the cafeteria?" The fat man stroked his chin and pondered. Mufeng was speechless about Cyan's imagination, or rather, his brain poisoned by novels. He shook his head and smiled. "I rented a room in the Tianyuan office building this afternoon. Please help me clean it up tomorrow and prepare to set up a studio." Fuck, he actually rents a studio in Tianyuan office building? He is indeed a rich man. The tough guy looked surprised. The fat man was suspicious and said, "That's not right. I remember that Tianyuan office building is rented out by floor. How could they rent a room in an area to you?" Mufeng smiled and said, "Tianyuan office building belongs to Shaoqing." "Oh." The three of them suddenly realized that it was from the father-in-law's family. Seeing their expressions, he knew they had misunderstood. Mufeng explained, "They didn't make an exception for me. It's because Shaoqing has a musical instrument room there, and that floor is not rented out. I don't have the face to ask them to make an exception for me." "Oh. We're so close now that we can stick together every day." "Got it? We understand." The three of them grinned. Mufeng was speechless and said unhappily, "Just give me a straightforward answer, are you going or not?" "Go, why not? Brothers have called us, how can we be absent?" the tough guy said righteously. The fat man smiled and said, "I want to see the world, too." Cyan pushed his glasses, hugged Mufeng, and said mysteriously, "Crazy, tell me the truth, did you get some amazing golden finger, or the inheritance of some ancient existence? Like the protagonists in those novels?" Mufeng said unhappily, "You've read too many novels. Don't immerse yourself in those virtual worlds all day long. Look more at our beautiful real world, otherwise you will be out of touch with this world." During the conversation, everyone had returned to the dormitory. I looked at the time. It was already 10:30 in the evening. It was not early. Plus, I was a little tired from singing and watching movies, so I took a shower and went to bed early. And Mufeng naturally entered the dream he created. On an open grassland, Mufeng, dressed in a blue casual suit, and Shurqing, dressed in a white dress, stood opposite each other. Looking at this familiar scene in familiar costumes, Shurqing felt helpless. Isn't this the scene where the male and female protagonists are about to kiss while watching a movie at night, except that the male and female protagonists in this dream have been replaced by her and Mufeng. Mufeng reached out and hooked Shurqing's delicate chin, staring into her eyes with burning eyes. Is he going to learn the plot from the movies? Should I resist or accept my fate? I have been honest with him countless times in my dreams. It's just a kiss. What's there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Shurqing closed her eyes resignedly. But after waiting for a long time, I still didn't get the feeling I imagined, so I opened my eyes in confusion. I saw Mu Feng holding a flute in his hand, looking at me with a smile. Next to him, there is a Guqin. Is this going to be a duet with my piano and flute? Shurqing widened her eyes, her face full of shock. In the movie, after kissing the male lead, he played the Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix solo on the flute, while the female lead just enjoyed it with a happy look on her face, and there was no ensemble plot. At that time, she said with some regret that it would be more perfect if the heroine could play piano and flute together with the hero. I didn't expect that a plot that I had never seen in the movie would actually come true in my dream. Guqin is what I am best at. But can Mu Feng play the flute? Yes, this is a dream, and everything is possible in a dream. Beauty, please. Mu Feng made a gesture for him to take a seat. With a hint of anticipation, Shurqing sat in front of the Guqin and began to tune it. Even in her dreams, she still treats the instrument very seriously. Soon, she looked up at Mu Feng and nodded, indicating that she was ready to start. Clang! The deep, classical piano sounds began to play. At that moment, Mu Feng seemed to see a phoenix rising from behind her and straight into the sky. No crown, two tails, it is a phoenix. Shurqing's attainments in playing the Guqin are so high? Mu Feng was amazed that he could draw people's consciousness into the artistic conception. So far, he only knew that his paintings could do this, and he had never heard of anyone else being able to reach such a level in any field. He calmed down and put the flute to his lips. This is the dream he created, in which he can do anything. The soft and melodious sound of the flute was then heard. In Shurqing's eyes, she saw a phoenix rising into the sky from behind Mu Feng. It has a phoenix crown and three tails, it is a phoenix. The phoenix is male and the huang is female. The phoenix was seen chasing after the phoenix, flying around it, and making phoenix calls from time to time. Eventually, the pair of phoenixes embraced each other with their wings, rubbed their heads against each other's necks affectionately, and made joyful calls. From this cry, you can feel endless sweetness. After the duet of the song Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix ended, their eyes met and sparks seemed to fly. Mu Feng walked forward, bent down, and pinched Shurqing's nose, and said with a smile, "Beauty, don't forget breakfast tomorrow." "Oh, 4 dumplings are not enough for me, add 4 more." After saying this, he disappeared into Shurqing's dream. Who wants to bring you breakfast? You have to eat 8 of them. You are a pig. Shurqing pouted and muttered softly. But when I thought about the previous piano and flute duet, I felt an inexplicable sweetness in my heart. This kind of scene, even if it only appears in a dream, is enough. Chapter 33 The school beauty comes to bring breakfast to her boyfriend again. The next morning, the tough guy got up and prepared to buy breakfast. Looking at Mu Feng lying on the bed looking at his phone, he asked, "Crazy, do you want me to bring you breakfast?" "No need, Shurqing will send it to me." Mu Feng waved his hand. "Excuse me." The macho man clasped his fists, turned around and left. I almost forgot, this guy is no longer single. The fat man who was also lying on the bed opposite and looking at his phone heard this and shouted exaggeratedly, "Crazy, you are not really going to let a school beauty bring you breakfast every day, are you?" "I'd love to, what's wrong?" Mu Feng glanced at him and said calmly, "Do you have the guts to ask your Chin Chin to bring you breakfast?" "It is not very harmful, but extremely insulting." "Fuck. Just wait." The fat man couldn't bear it anymore. He took out his cell phone and called Yao Qin, saying righteously, "Beautiful classmate Yao Qin, I'll bring you breakfast later." After saying that, he hung up the phone, stood up, quickly washed up, and walked out of the dormitory arrogantly. Mu Feng was stunned. He looked at Cyan, who was lying on the bed reading a novel next to him, and asked uncertainly, "Cyan, did the fat guy just say that he was going to bring breakfast to Yao Qin?" Farais pushed up his glasses and nodded seriously. "Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, this is the case." "Nothing." Mu Feng muttered something and continued playing with his phone. Cyan quickly put on his clothes and washed up before saying, "Crazy, I won't disturb your world of 2 anymore. See you at the basketball court." "Where are you going?" Mu Feng asked, looking up. "Go take breakfast to my meow meow." As soon as the last word was spoken, Cyan rushed out of the dormitory. "Fuck, is that all you have? It really brings shame to us men." Mu Feng rolled his eyes, his face full of contempt. "Get up, get dressed and wash up. There is a football game at 9:30 in the morning." As the absolute core player of the team, he naturally cannot be absent. With him or without him, the overall strength of the team is completely different. Wow! The school beauty is here to bring breakfast to her boyfriend again? That Mu Feng is so lucky. the school beauty personally delivers breakfast to him every day. This Mu Feng is really amazing. He can actually subdue the school beauty. I have to find time to become his disciple and learn his skills. Amidst exclamations, Shi Qing appeared outside the dormitory door. Mu Feng, your breakfast is here. The gentle and pleasant voice made the hearts of the male students who were watching melt. With such a beauty, just listening to her voice every day is intoxicating. Unfortunately, the beauty was already taken, so Mu Feng got her for nothing. Put it on the table first and wait for me. Mu Feng quickly rinsed his mouth, wiped it with a towel, walked to the dormitory door, looked at the male classmates who were looking out of the door, and said unhappily, "What's there to see? Just do what you need to do." After saying that, he slammed the dormitory door shut. Why close the door in broad daylight? Don't do anything dirty in this glorious and holy bedroom. Angry voices of male students were heard outside the dormitory. A bunch of single guys, what I do in the dormitory is none of your business. Mu Feng muttered something and turned to walk towards Shi Qing. What are you going to do? Shi Qing took a few steps back like a frightened rabbit, her face full of panic. Mu Feng laughed and said, "Eat buns, what else can you do? Why are you closing the door to eat buns?" Shi Qing did not let her guard down. This guy was a beast in her dream. Now they were alone in a room. What if this guy went berserk? Mu Feng sat on a chair, picked up a bun and threw it into his mouth, mumbling, "There are so many wolves staring at me outside the door, I can't eat it." Wolf? I think you are the biggest wolf. Shi Qing muttered softly. Ding. The person in the dream brings breakfast to the host. The dream affects reality, and the degree of influence is 1 star. Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to start the lottery immediately? In my mind, the system prompt sounded. The same breakfast was provided, but it got 2 stars last time and only 1 star this time. It seems that the same trick cannot be used all the time, and the impact will be lower each time. However, both 1 star and 2 stars reward 1 lottery entry, and there seems to be no difference. While eating the buns, Mu Feng said in his mind, "Let's start the lottery." As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual turntable that only he could see appeared before his eyes. What's different from the last time is that this time the turntable is divided into 98 grids. Most of them are +1 point attributes, and there are only 6 skills in total. A beginner's sculpture, an intermediate cooking skill, an advanced painting skill, a top-level parkour skill, and a god-level musical instrument. The more grids there are, the lower the chance of winning. Moreover, the attributes added to the grids on the turntable are only a little bit. It turns out that this is the difference between 1 star and 2 stars. Among the 96 grids, there is no doubt that the most desired one is the god-level musical instrument. However, the chances of winning are too low. Just as the lottery was about to start, Mu Feng suddenly looked at the advanced painting section and asked curiously in his mind, "System, what if I draw an advanced painting? I already have god-level painting skills." Ding! If you draw the same skill, you can turn the skill into a skill card or convert it into attribute points. 3 identical skill cards can be synthesized and evolved into a more advanced skill card. You can use the skill card by crushing it. The system responded. In other words, I can use 3 advanced painting skill cards to combine into a top-level painting skill card? If it is converted into attribute points, how do I do it? Mu Feng asked curiously. Low-level skills can be converted into 2 attribute points, intermediate skills can be converted into 3 attribute points, advanced skills can be converted into 4 attribute points, top-level skills can be converted into 6 attribute points, god-level skills can be converted into 10 attribute points, super god-level skills can be converted into 20 attribute points, and supreme-level skills can be converted into 50 attribute points. Remember, only the host's extra skills can be converted into attribute points. In addition, the host can add attribute points freely and add any attribute he wants. The system explained. This means there won't be any waste. Mu Feng nodded. In this way, he might have the opportunity to become a Superman who could go to heaven and earth in the future. Let's start the lottery. As soon as the words fell, the pointer began to move rapidly. Stop. Mu Feng's mind moved, and the pointer began to slow down, finally stopping at the level of the god-level instrument. Oh my god, this is too lucky, isn't it? I even got this. Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, unable to believe it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level musical instrument skill. Do you want to start teaching now? the system's prompt sounded again. Teach. Mu Feng said in his heart. Then, a huge amount of information flooded into my mind, which was the music theory knowledge of different musical instruments. Chapter 34, Someone Wants to Steal the School Beauty's Boyfriend? Mu Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Shurqing was puzzled when she saw Mu Feng eating 2 buns and sitting there motionless. Mu Feng came back to his senses and said with a smile, "The breakfast bought by the school beauty is so fragrant and delicious." Shurqing rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Eat your buns quickly. Don't you have a game this morning? If you're late, your class will lose." She watched the game the day before yesterday. The team's overall strength was very poor. If it weren't for Mu Feng's efforts to turn the tide, they would have no chance of winning the first game. Yeah, I almost forgot about today's game. Mu Feng quickly finished the remaining buns, one at a time, then took the soy milk and walked out. Xiaoqing, do you want to watch my game? I'll show you a 3-point dunk today. He asked, a confident smile on his face. 3-point dunk? Shurqing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I remember that no one in the world has been able to dunk from the 3-point line so far, right? It didn't exist before, but it will soon. Mu Feng smiled slightly. Then I'd like to see if you can do it. Shurqing pursed her lips and smiled. The two left the dormitory and walked towards the indoor basketball court. They talked and laughed all the way, making others envious. Excuse me, how do I get to South Building 2? Just then, an extremely beautiful female classmate stopped the two of them. The pink short skirt reveals 2 long, white, and straight legs. Her hot body is not inferior to Shurqing at all, and she is a little taller than Shurqing. Her appearance is not much worse than Shurqing's. If Shurqing was given 99 points, Wang Ye would have 90 points, and this female classmate would be good enough to get 98 points. I didn't expect that besides Shurqing, there is such a beautiful female classmate in Tiandu University. But why haven't I seen her on the beauty rankings? It shouldn't be. It is said that when beautiful women meet each other, they become particularly jealous. When Shurqing and the female classmate made eye contact, Mu Feng could clearly feel the temperature around them rising a few degrees. Mu Feng smiled, pointed to the dormitory building behind him, and said, That's South Building 2. Thanks. The female classmate thanked him and walked towards Building 2 South with her long legs. I don't know which male compatriot is so lucky to be favored by such a beautiful woman. Mu Feng smiled and said. Shurqing glanced at him and said calmly, What's the matter, Mu Feng? Are you moved? Am I the kind of person who can't walk when seeing a beautiful woman? Besides, with the school beauty around me, how can I have the heart to look at other female classmates? Mu Feng smiled calmly and shrugged, Let's go, the game is about to start. Hypocritical. Shurqing muttered softly, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Etc. Suddenly, the female classmate who had walked over came back, stared at Mu Feng for a moment, and asked, Your name is Mu Feng? Mu Feng from the second-year class 1 of the automation department of the computer department? Mu Feng nodded and asked doubtfully, Yes, who are you? Nice to meet you. My name is Lu Yusin, and I just transferred from Shanghai University. The female classmate stretched out her slender, snow-white hand and said with a smile. Hello, my name is Mu Feng. Mu Feng was a little confused. This female classmate who transferred from Shanghai University seemed to know him? Lu Yusin giggled and said, I know you. Your paintings can draw people into a magical state. I transferred to this school specifically for you. This classmate wants me to draw a picture for you? There's no need to transfer schools, can't you just give me a phone call? Mu Feng glanced at Shurqing and saw that she had a sneer on her face. He knew he had to quickly cut off his relationship with this female classmate. Lu Yusin laughed and said, It costs money to ask you to draw a picture. As long as I can take you down, wouldn't it be better to ask you to draw a picture for me every day? Classmate, isn't it not good to be so direct? Mu Feng was a little embarrassed. You like to be tactful? Then I'll be tactful. Lu Yusin said with a smile, Student Mu Feng, I now officially declare that from now on you are my boyfriend, Lu Yusin. Is this considered euphemism? Mu Feng was speechless. What the hell, what's going on? Someone is trying to steal the school beauty's boyfriend? This female classmate named Lu Yusin is so pretty, not inferior to the school belle, she is another school belle level beauty. Damn it, I'm still single. I don't know what's so good about Mu Feng that 2 school beauties are fighting for him. These long legs are so white and straight. They are definitely the most beautiful legs in Tiandu. TSK, school beauty Shurqing's legs should be pretty good too, but they've never been exposed. Listening to the discussions of his classmates around him, Mu Feng felt like crying but had no tears. Now he was going to be famous again. He glanced at Shurqing, who looked unhappy, and pulled her over, hugged her in his arms, and said with a smile, "Student Lu Yusen, I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend, you should find another one." Lu Yusen's expression did not change at all. She glanced at Shurqing, whose body was stiff, and said with a smile, "But she seems reluctant to do so." When Shurqing heard this, her mind got hot and she put her arms around Mu Feng's waist and buried her head in Mu Feng's shoulder, like a little bird. Two soft lumps pressed against Mu Feng's chest, making him a little distracted. "Is this really your girlfriend?" Lu Yusen looked suspicious. "Of course, if she's not my girlfriend, I can't hug her like this. If she's not my girlfriend, I can't kiss her like this." As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed Shurqing on her pretty face. Shurqing's body became stiff again, her pretty face turned red instantly, she stretched out her little hand and pinched Mu Feng's waist hard. Mu Feng endured the pain, forced a smile on his face, looked at Lu Yusen and said, "See, she is really my girlfriend. If you don't believe me, ask the classmates around. They all know it." Lu Yusen turned around and looked around, and asked, "Is what he said true?" "That's right, school beauty Shurqing is indeed Mu Feng's girlfriend. The day before yesterday at the opening ceremony of the school sports meet, the school beauty Shurqing kissed me in public, and the whole school saw it. I heard that school beauty Shurqing delivered breakfast to classmate Mu Feng for 2 consecutive days. Classmate Lu Yusen, classmate Mu Feng already has a girlfriend, please consider me." The students chattered non-stop. "I see." Lu Yusen rolled her eyes, waved her hands, and said, "It doesn't matter. I can poach you. Anyway, I have decided that you are my boyfriend, and you can't escape from my palm." "Poaching?" The students around were stunned. When did poaching become something that could be expressed so clearly and unconventionally? Mu Feng rolled his eyes. Is this girl mentally ill? The game is about to start. I'm leaving now. You guys can enjoy your time. Mu Feng took Shurqing and turned to leave. "Brother Feng, wait for me." Lu Yusen stretched out her long legs and chased after him. Chapter 35, 3-point dunk. It was the same indoor basketball court as last time, but the difference was that this time it was full of spectators. This afternoon we played against Class 3, Year 2 of the Computer Science Department of our department. In addition to students from 2 classes, there were also students from other classes who did not have any competitions. It was obviously aimed at Mu Feng. The last time Mu Feng turned the tide and defeated a professional basketball team, the flowing autumn wind and the violent yet aesthetic dunks made countless people crazy. Mu Feng is here, holding hands with the school beauty. You're here to feed the dogs so early in the morning? Pity us singles. When the classmates saw Mu Feng and Shurqing holding hands, they were a little surprised. Although everyone believes that the two are in a relationship, they have always denied this relationship in public. Why did they become so high profile today? Xiaoqing, here. Best friend Wang Ye waved at Shurqing. She knew Shurqing would come to watch Mu Feng's game, so she came early to occupy the 2 best seats. "I'm going to Xiaoya's place," Shurqing said in a low voice. "Okay." Mu Feng nodded. "Why don't you let go?" Shurqing shook her hand. Mu Feng smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, it was so comfortable to hold, I forgot." Rogue. Shurqing rolled her eyes at him, turned around and went to the audience and sat next to Wang Ye. Lu Yusen looked around and couldn't find a seat. She looked at Mu Feng pitifully and said, "Brother Feng, there is no seat left. This tingling sound makes people feel itchy. Who is this female classmate? My bones are melting when I hear her voice. What did she call Mu Feng just now? Brother Feng? Oh my god, something is wrong. Something is very wrong." The students who were nearby all looked surprised. The beautiful counselor looked at Lu Yusen in surprise. She didn't expect that Tiandu University had such a beauty who was a campus belle. Hearing how she addressed Mu Feng, she knew that they might have some special relationship, so she smiled and said, "Classmate, you can sit on the bench." "Okay, thank you, teacher." Lu Yusen immediately smiled happily and turned around to look at Shurqing with a look of pride on her face. Seeing that the beautiful counselor said so, Mu Feng naturally didn't say much. He turned around and walked towards the strong man and others who were warming up. "Xiaoqing, who is she?" Wang Ye asked curiously. Lu Yusin. Shurqing said calmly, I transferred here from Magic City University specifically to look for Mu Feng. Wang Ye's eyes widened and she asked in shock, what is their relationship? Shurqing glanced at Lu Yusin, thinking of the scene when they first met, and said, they probably didn't know each other before. Don't know him? Wang Ye said, Xiaoqiang, your love rival is no worse than you have to be careful. Shurqing pursed her lips and muttered, he's not my boyfriend, so how can I have a love rival? Wang Ye rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Xiaoqiang, your love rival has come to you, so stop pretending. The real thing is to find a way to hold on to your man. Upon hearing this, Shurqing glanced at Lu Yusin who was sitting on the bench and said nothing. Wang Ye rolled his eyes, pulled Wang Ye up and said, let's go to the bench too. That's not good. Shurqing was a little hesitant. What's wrong with that? If she can sit, why can't we? Wang Ye didn't care about that and pulled Shurqing to the bench. Teacher, can we sit here? She asked with a grin. Of course, take a seat. The beautiful counselor was naturally familiar with Shurqing and Wang Ye. If it weren't for the video evidence they presented last time, Mu Feng might have been expelled. Thank you, teacher. Wang Ye thanked her and pushed Shurqing to sit next to Lu Yusin, and she sat on the other side of Shurqing. This situation seems a little wrong. The beautiful counselor glanced at the three girls and muttered something under her breath. The game starts with the centers of both teams competing for the ball. Wang Xiong is about the same height as the opponent's center, but his jumping ability is better than his opponent and he successfully got the first ball. After the point guard got the ball, he passed it directly to Mu Feng. This is their Class S ultimate tactic. No matter what the situation, just get the ball and pass it to Mu Feng. Brother Feng, come on. The moment Mu Feng received the ball, Lu Yusin stood up from the bench, waving her hands, jumping and dancing. Brother Feng? When the classmates heard the sound, they looked over and were shocked by Lu Yusin's appearance and figure. Such a beauty, why is she not on the list of beauties at Tiandu University? Also, what is her relationship with Mu Feng? Xiaoqiang, you should also cheer for Mu Feng. Men should like to hear their girlfriends' voices at this time. You can't let her steal the limelight. Wang Ye pushed Shurqing and said. Shurqing shook her head. She couldn't jump and scream like Lu Yusin. Wang Ye sighed, she lost a point in vain. However, she also knew Shurqing's personality and it was unlikely that she would be like Lu Yusin. Wang Ye rolled her eyes, stood up and shouted, Shurqing's boyfriend, come on. Hearing this, Shurqing's face turned red, but surprisingly she did not try to stop it. Lu Yusin glanced at Wang Ye and shouted even louder, Brother Feng, come on. Shurqing's boyfriend, come on. Wang Ye was not willing to be outdone. Seeing this scene, all the students were stunned. What was going on? Swish. A hollow three-pointer went into the net. Yeah, Brother Feng is awesome, Brother Feng is the best. Lu Yusin jumped and danced, looking extremely excited. Shurqing's boyfriend is awesome. Shurqing's boyfriend is the best. Wang Ye was not willing to be outdone. The competition off the field is even more exciting than the game on the field. Madman, what's going on? When returning to defense, the tough guy asked in confusion. It's only been a while since we last met, and how come a strange beauty suddenly appears here, and there's a complicated relationship between us? Don't ask me, I don't know either. Mu Feng smiled bitterly. Who knows what Lu Yusin's purpose is? He doesn't believe that anyone would fall in love with someone they have never met. This Lu Yusin must have other purposes. He looked back at Lu Yusin and Wang Ye who were cheering for him in front of the bench, and then looked at Shurqing who was sitting on the bench with a sad face. Then he turned to look at the opponent's small forward who had just got the ball and was breaking through, with a smile on his lips. Bro, I'm sorry. After he faked a few passes by others, he tried to break through to the basket and make a layup. At this moment, Mu Feng rushed out from the left side, soared into the air, and intercepted the basketball that had just been shot. Then he dribbled the ball to the three-point line in the front court at an extremely fast speed. His speed was too fast and it happened too suddenly, so no one could react. The opponent's player had obviously given up and stopped after chasing for 2 steps. Just when everyone thought Mu Feng was going to shoot a three-pointer, he soared into the air outside the three-point line. Under everyone's dull gaze, he crossed the long distance and dunked the ball into the basket. Chapter 36, the school beauty throws herself into his arms and declares her sovereignty. WTF. Dunk from the three-point line. This is the real flying man. Almost all the students in the stadium stood up from their seats. No one has ever been able to dunk from the three-point line, not even the superstars in the NBA. The god of basketball is called the Flying Man, but he has never dunked from the three-point line. Even Lu Yusin and Wang Ya, who had been jumping up and down to cheer for Mufeng, were stunned. Even people who don't like basketball understand what a dunk from the three-point line is. He is so good at playing basketball? Lu Yusin's beautiful eyes sparkled. This corner really needs to be dug. Thinking of this, she looked at Shi Qing, who had been sitting quietly on the bench, and gave her a look that declared war. But her pretty face turned slightly red and she looked shy. Following her gaze, she happened to see Mufeng winking at her. Lu Yusin pouted and muttered viciously, "Wait until I snatch you away, and I'll make you flirt with me every day." Wang Ya also saw this scene and turned to Lu Yusin and said, "Classmate, they are in love, so don't have any bad thoughts." Lu Yusin glanced at her and smiled. "I firmly believe that there is no wall in this world that cannot be dug through." Oh my god. I have never seen such a shameless person. Wang Ya was so angry, but she was thinking about how to make the base of the wall more solid. "Hey, classmate." Lu Yusin suddenly leaned over and whispered, "I noticed that the way you look at Mufeng is a little different. Do you want to poach him together?" Psycho. Wang Ya cursed in a low voice. Could it be that this person just ran away from a mental hospital? Thinking of this, she took 2 steps to the side, fearing that the mental patient would pass the disease on to her. The game is still going on, and the first 2 quarters were basically Mufeng's personal performance. Leading by 30 points after 2 quarters, Mufeng clocked out and left the rest of the time. It was enough to leave it to Mengnan and others. "Brother Feng, you are so awesome." Lu Yusin ran over, wanting to give him a loving hug. "Stop." Mufeng was startled. After dodging, he smiled bitterly and said, "Classmate, I have a girlfriend." "Don't do this." "So what? Who says that male students with girlfriends can't hug female students?" Lu Yusin came over with a smile, obviously not giving up her intention to give a hug. You, don't come over here." Mufeng's whole body was on alert. What the hell, what's going on? Hugging Mufeng in front of his girlfriend? This is too disrespectful to the school beauty. By the way, this female classmate is also very beautiful, not inferior to the school beauty Shi Qing. Where did she come from? Why haven't I seen her before? 2 school beauties fighting for a man? That's exciting. The students were talking so much that they didn't even have the heart to watch the basketball game. That's too much. Wang Ya was extremely angry. Shi Qing frowned slightly, stood up and walked to Mufeng, put her arms around his neck, and said with a blush on her pretty face, "The 3-point dunk you performed for me was very cool." The soft and fragrant girl came into his arms and Mufeng subconsciously hugged her with both hands. So soft. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm just helping you get rid of that crazy woman. As if she sensed something, Shi Qing's pretty face turned slightly red, and she explained softly in his ear. "Well, I understand. I am also very simple." Mufeng also imitated her movements and whispered softly in her ear. The hot breath hit her earlobe, making her body feel a little weak. "Don't touch my ears." Shi Qing bit her lip, took a breath, and said, "This bastard, doesn't he know that my earlobes are one of my sensitive spots?" No, he probably doesn't know in real life. Oh. Mufeng suddenly realized, he almost forgot about this. The two hugged each other tightly, their lips touching each other's ears. Such an intimate action was the ultimate dog food for all the single dogs present. Oh. The male students howled like wolves, saying they couldn't stand it anymore and that it was too much of a bullying for single guys. The female students clasped their hands together, their eyes full of stars. This is too sweet. Good job, this silly girl finally got it. Wang Ya clapped her hands excitedly and glanced at Lu Yusin. The legitimate girlfriend asserts her sovereignty in a domineering manner. I wonder how you can continue to wield this hoe to dig holes. Lu Yusin frowned slightly and muttered, "It looks like the foundation is very solid, but it seems that we have to corrode it first." Glancing at the two people still hugging each other, she waved her hands and said, all right, stop hugging. I know you have a girlfriend. There's no need to show off here all the time." After saying that, she shook her head, sighed, and returned to her seat on the bench. Seeing that this crazy woman finally gave up, Mufeng and Shi Qing both breathed a sigh of relief. After letting go, the two looked at each other. Shi Qing avoided his gaze and turned back to the bench with a red face. Xiaoqing, you can finally hold your head high. She was happier than Shi Chang when Lu Yusin was humiliated.
Shi Chang smiled and said nothing. Instead, the beautiful counselor looked at Mu Feng and joked, "Mu Feng, although dating is not prohibited in college, you still have to pay attention to the impact."
Yes, hugging in public has a bad influence. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin nodded repeatedly. Mu Feng and the others were speechless. They didn't know who wanted to hug him right away. Now he knows that hugging has bad effects?
The game ended with everyone distracted, and the Mufeng class team won the game without any suspense and entered the next round. The beautiful counselor said with a smile on her face, "You have performed very well, keep up the hard work.
There are 2 days of rest in the next 2 days.
Although you don't have to attend classes, I still suggest that you go to the classroom to study. As for whether to go or not, it is entirely voluntary."
I understand. The students said weakly. It's voluntary, but why don't you give it a try? Mu Feng thought for a moment and said, "Counselor, are you really volunteering? I just rented a studio in the Tianyuan office building and I'm going to paint a few paintings. You go ahead."
The beautiful counselor smiled and said, "By the way, please draw a picture for me when you have time."
Okay.
Mu Feng said with a smile.
"Counselor, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Seeing this, other students began to make excuses.
The beautiful counselor blinked and smiled, others volunteered to go to study. She deliberately emphasized the word voluntary.
This is so unfair.
The students murmured, but did not dare to refute.
After all, Mu Feng's case is a special one.
After all, one of his paintings is worth hundreds of millions, and we can't afford to delay it.
You don't have to go to self-study today, just have fun.
The beautiful counselor smiled and turned away.
It's not too outrageous at least. The students left murmuring. Master Mu, the competition is over. Are there any activities next? Like treating everyone to a dinner or something? Wang Ye asked with a smile. Let's go to the studio first. Mu Feng looked at the time.
It was past 10:30 and it was still early for lunch, so he prepared to go to the studio to clean up and buy some drawing boards, drawing paper, and the like.
Let's go together. I'm also going to the instrument room to practice my instrument.
Shi Chang said with a smile.
Good. Mu Feng called Meng Nan and others and walked towards the Tianyuan office building together.
Brother Feng, wait for me, I want to go too. Lu Yusin, who had been silent all this time, followed up shouting. Chapter 37, Qin and Xiao Duet, Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix, New Love.
Crazy, your studio is so big, how many square meters is it?
After arriving at the studio, the fat man asked in surprise.
260. Mu Feng smiled. 260? The annual rent must be over $1 million?
Four Eyes and the Macho Man were also secretly amazed. It turns out that only rich people can afford to rent this place.
Brothers, let's get started.
Mu Feng smiled, picked up the mop and started mopping the floor.
Master Mu, you are a multi-millionaire after all. Why don't you just hire a cleaner? Why do you have to do it yourself? Wang Ye patted his forehead and said helplessly.
Mu Feng chuckled and said, "This studio isn't that dirty to begin with. It's not worthwhile to spend hundreds or thousands of dollars to hire someone to clean it. I'm free anyway, so I might as well do it myself and think of it as exercise. The floor of the Tianyuan office building is actually quite clean, at least you can't see the dust with the naked eye, but it still needs to be cleaned to feel at ease. It would be troublesome if dust flies onto the painting when it is finished but not dry yet."
Brother Feng, do you need help?
Lu Yusin started to show her courtesy again. "No, just mop it briefly and wipe the windows and door glass." Mu Feng shook his head and refused.
Xiaoqing, aren't you going to practice your instrument? Go ahead. Leave the rough work to us.
He looked at Shi Chang and said.
Yes, sister-in-law, you guys go first, leave this to us.
Fatty and others also spoke up. There are several grown men here, and they are asking female classmates for help.
Wouldn't it be a joke if others knew about it? All right. Shi Chang nodded and took Wang Ye to the music room next door. Lu Yusin rolled her eyes and followed. She wanted to see what musical instruments Shi Chang could play.
When the cleaning was halfway done, the sound of musical instruments next door had changed to several different ones, each of which was very beautiful. She is worthy of being the daughter of the director of Shishing Tianxia.
She is really amazing and is proficient in every musical instrument.
The three strong men were amazed. She should be best at the guqin. Thinking of last night's stream, Mu Feng said with a smile. Although the sounds of today's musical instruments are very pleasant, they do not draw people's consciousness into a magical state of mind. They are obviously far behind the guqin. At this point, Mu Feng's heart moved, and he said to the three tough guys, "Let's take a break first." After saying that, he washed his hands and went to the instrument room next door. Shi Cheng was seen walking towards the guqin, while Wang Ye and Lu Yusin sat obediently beside her, waiting quietly, like loyal listeners. Even Lu Yusin, who regarded Shi Cheng as her love rival, had to admit that Shi Cheng was very skilled in playing musical instruments.
Xiao Qing, are you interested in playing a song together?
Mu Feng said with a smile.
Ensemble? Shi Cheng thought of the scene in her dream last night and asked in surprise, "Are you really proficient in musical instruments?"
It should not be worse than painting skills. Mu Feng said confidently.
Wow! Brother Feng, you know so much, it's amazing. Lu Yusin's face was full of little stars of admiration. Crazy, when did you learn to play a musical instrument?
The three muscular men who had just come in were so surprised and confused that they even forgot to close the soundproof door. I had never heard Mu Feng play any musical instrument before, nor had I ever heard him mention it. Logically speaking, with such a cool ability, he should have used it to pick up girls long ago, but he was still hiding it.
I always do. Mu Feng smiled mysteriously, looked around the instrument room, and selected a flute. Seeing this, Shi Qing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked with a hint of anticipation, "What song do you want to play?" "Let's just ask the Phoenix for help,"
Mu Feng said after thinking for a while. I had already played Feng Qiu Huang on the flute once in my dream last night, so compared to the other songs, it must be more familiar to me.
"Hello, Phoenix. This song suits you two very well."
Wang Ye immediately clapped her hands and laughed, while giving Lu Yusin a provocative look.
Lu Yusin pursed her lips and said nothing. It was her fault for not being able to play any musical instrument.
Shi Cheng blushed as she glared at Wang Ye and nodded, "Okay, let's play the song Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix." As she spoke, she adjusted the sound of the piano, her heart pounding. It has been a long time since I felt this nervous. It was like going back to the first time I went on stage to scream in a competition.
She herself didn't know why this feeling of nervousness suddenly emerged and was so strong.
Maybe he was afraid that he wouldn't perform well and would affect the wonderful artistic conception. After debugging, Shi Cheng quickly got into the state. The moment the deep piano music sounded, everyone was drawn into the artistic conception of the piano music. In their eyes, a phoenix burning with flames took off from above Shi Cheng's head and soared in the air.
Two tails, no crown, it is a phoenix. He exudes a noble aura.
Except for Wang Ye and Mu Feng, everyone was shocked. It turns out that school beauty Shi Cheng's guqin skills are so superb that she can actually draw people into this magical state of mind. Then, the gentle and graceful sound of the flute rang out, interweaving with the sound of the piano, pushing the artistic conception to a higher depth. At the same time, in the eyes of everyone, a phoenix burning with flames soared up from above Mu Feng's head.
Three tails and a crown, it is a phoenix. The phoenix is male and the huang is female.
The fire phoenix spread its wings and flew back and forth around the fire phoenix, emitting a loud phoenix cry from its mouth. Everyone could feel the strong emotion as the fire phoenix expressed her love to the fire phoenix. The ensemble of zither and flute brings out the artistic conception of the song Feng Qiu Huang to the fullest. Before, when Shi Cheng practiced musical instruments, she would close the soundproof door, so no one outside could hear it unless they were very close. But this time, the soundproof door of the instrument room was open, not closed, and the sounds of the piano and flute drifted out and spread to the office buildings on the upper and lower floors. All the people who were working put down their work and listened carefully. The artistic conception of music can be felt by everyone who hears it. They also saw the fire phoenix and fire phoenix lingering in the air, and their hearts were filled with infinite sweetness. After a long time, when the sounds of the piano and flute disappeared, everyone woke up from that wonderful state of mind and looked at each other in shock.
Who was playing this song Feng Qiu Huang that could pull them into a magical state of mind? No one in the entire musical instrument world can achieve this incredible ability.
The tough guy and others who listened closely felt it even more deeply. After the sounds of the piano and flute disappeared, they were still savoring the wonderful mood and really wanted to immerse themselves in it forever and never wake up. After the ensemble ended, Mu Feng and Shi Cheng looked at each other, and at that moment there was a heart-pounding emotion spreading. Before this, neither Mu Feng nor Shi Cheng actually loved each other. Needless to say, Mu Feng is more interested in possessiveness of beautiful women and the desire to improve his skills. And Shurqing just wanted to stop being haunted by nightmares. Even though there are some complicated emotions occasionally, they have never escalated to the level of love. But this time, the ensemble brought the two people's hearts closer and made them feel heart-pounding. Chapter 38, Among the Thousands of Green Grasses, I Only Love You. Wow! Brother Feng, I didn't expect your piano skills are so amazing. Suddenly, Lu Yusin cheered, completely breaking the sweet atmosphere. This damn crazy girl. Mu Feng shook his head helplessly, turned around, and saw Lu Yusin running towards him. She said with admiration, Brother Feng is great at painting, basketball, and flute.
You are multi-talented and handsome. I find that I like you more and more. No, I can't bear too much love. Mu Feng waved his hands repeatedly.
Crazy guy, this is really lucky in love. The strong man's face was full of envy. If there were two school beauties fighting for me, I would be willing to die.
The fat man also sighed.
Cyan pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, this Lu Yusin is most likely a second-generation rich white person.
Isn't that nonsense?
The strong man and the fat man looked at him with contempt.
The school belle is a rich second generation. If she is not also a rich second generation, who would dare to compete with the school belle for a man? You three, don't you want girlfriends anymore?
Wang Ye said with a sneer. The three tough guys' expressions suddenly changed.
Who is this female classmate called? Why is she always pestering my crazy kid?
That's right, a girl shouldn't be ashamed. I have never seen such a shameless person. The three of them criticized Lu Yusin harshly with righteous words.
That's more like it.
Only then did Wang Ye nod with satisfaction.
Remember, you will only have one sister-in-law, and that is my Shaoqing.
Wang Ye said with a straight face, word by word, other women are intruders and vixens. They are all intruders, all vixens. The three tough guys shouted in unison. Whether you can successfully say goodbye to being single depends entirely on Wang Ye's words.
At this moment, whatever she said was right. Lu Yusin turned around and glared at Meng Nan and the others, then took Mu Feng's hand and said in a silly way, Brother Feng, will you be my boyfriend? Classmate Lu Yusin, you are so beautiful. The people chasing after you may circle around the whole Tandu. Why do you have to love a mere blade of grass? Mu Feng advised earnestly.
Even if there are thousands of green grasses, I only love you.
Lu Yusin said affectionately.
Shurqing walked up to Mu Feng, took his hand, and smiled at Lu Yusin. Classmate Lu Yusin, you like this grass in my house, which shows that you have good taste.
But unfortunately, this grass has already been taken.
You should find another grass to show your love.
Yes.
Wang Ye came over to support her bestie. You also heard the Phoenix seeking Phoenix duet just now, and you also felt the wonderful mood.
Can't you feel the deep love between them? Shouldn't we bless such a loving couple? Why do you want to interfere? Fatty, don't you agree?
Yes, yes, yes.
The three fat men nodded repeatedly. Lu Yusin was not angry when she heard this.
She looked at Mu Feng affectionately and said, Brother Feng, I will wait for you. Then she looked at Shurqing and said with a smile, Shurqing, you have to keep a close eye on such an outstanding man.
He might be seduced away by a vixen someday.
After saying that, she turned around, held her head high, and left with a proud look on her face. Cyan pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, this female classmate will not give up. She must have another trick up her sleeve.
Any fool can see that.
The strong man and the fat man said unhappily.
Lu Yusin is thick-skinned and prefers to cling to others. She will never give up easily. Crazy, why don't you just obey her?
The fat man winked at Mu Feng and said.
What did you say?
Wang Ye raised her eyebrows and asked with a sneer. The fat man's expression changed, and he quickly said loudly, I say that the madman and sister-in-law should make it a done deal, so that the vixen won't take advantage of the situation.
That's a good idea. Wang Ye's eyes lit up. What nonsense are you talking about?
Shurqing stamped her feet, her pretty face flushed.
Mu Feng rolled his eyes, kicked the fat man, and said unhappily, you keep talking nonsense all day long. Go clean up quickly and have a big dinner tonight. Eating a big meal? That's a good idea.
I'll go first.
The fat man's eyes lit up and he turned and ran. Fatty, wait for me.
The tough guy and the four-eyed guy also followed. Mu Feng shook his head and smiled, then said to Shi Xiao Chang, I'm going to go clean up first.
Well, I'll practice other instruments.
Shi Chang nodded, her tone was gentler than before, and her red face almost made Mu Feng's bones soften.
Mu Feng put the flute back to its place and turned away.
Wang Ye walked up to Shi Chang and said excitedly, Xiao Chang, congratulations, you scored another point.
What?
Shi Chang looked confused. Wang Ye waved her hand and said, nothing.
By the way, how did it feel to play with your lover just now? What lover? Don't talk nonsense.
Shi Chang said with a red face. It has come to this, and you still don't admit it.
Wang Ye was worried for her, who knows what tricks Lu Yusin will use.
If you don't make progress, your lover will be snatched away by someone else. There is only one such excellent man in the world, so don't lose him.
Shi Chang glanced at her suspiciously and muttered, why do I feel like you're more anxious than I am? Am I not thinking about your lifelong event? Wang Ye smiled awkwardly and said, for a woman, the most important thing is to marry the right man, even if you are a rich second generation, right? You can't live without getting married? I'm going to practice the guzheng.
Shi Chang rolled her eyes and walked towards Guzheng.
Xiao Chang, why don't you think carefully about the fat man's suggestion? Let's make it a done deal. Wang Ye quickly followed and kept persuading him.
On the other side, Mu Feng and his three companions returned to the studio and started cleaning. It took a full hour to finish the rest of the cleaning.
What remains is to customize the painting wall, drawing board, drawing paper, painting tools, etc.
He had no plans to renovate the studio. He just wanted to customize some painted walls to separate this area and hang more paintings.
Buy a folding sofa or something so you can take a rest. After resting for a while, Mu Feng took everyone to Tiandu restaurant for a big meal.
Just after finishing his meal, a little boy of 5 or 6 years old knelt down in front of Mu Feng with a bang.
Dad, I finally found you.
The little boy's voice was choked with sobs, his eyes were sincere, and his face was full of anticipation of meeting his father.
Everyone was stunned. What was going on?
Mu Feng looked back and saw no one behind him.
He pointed at his nose in disbelief and asked, are you calling me? Chapter 39 Mu Feng, it turns out you are a scumbag. Dad, I finally found you.
The little boy hugged Mu Feng's calf and cried loudly, with his snot running down his pants. Seeing the surprised looks from passers-by, Mu Feng helped the little boy up with embarrassment on his face and said seriously, little boy, you must have recognized the wrong person.
I am not your father. No, you are my father.
The little boy was also very serious. He looked up with a scared face and said pitifully, Dad, are you going to leave me alone again?
Is it because of these two beautiful big sisters?
You beast, how could you abandon your son and fool around with other women? I have such a bad temper that I really want to rush up and beat him up. He is not worthy of being a father.
The onlookers immediately became angry. What's going on?
The tough guy opened his mouth in shock.
I don't know. The fat man shook his head.
Cyan pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, there must be something fishy about this matter.
Wang Ye walked over with a dark face, glared at Mu Feng, picked up the little boy, and asked softly, little boy, is he really your father? Then do you know his name? Who is your mother?
The little boy wiped his tears and sobbed, my father's name is Mu Feng.
He went to junior high school and high school in Chongqing Ghost City. Now he is studying at Tiandu University. My mother's name is Qin Rong. She is my father's junior high school classmate.
They fell in love in junior high school and gave birth to me. My mother dropped out of school to take care of me at home.
My father transferred to another school and never came back.
Later, my mother suffered from depression and could not take care of me.
After my grandfather found out about my father, he sent me here and went back. They didn't want me anymore.
I picked up other people's leftovers here to eat. I also went to school to look for him, but couldn't find him.
Today I finally found my father. Can you please not abandon me?
As he spoke, tears began to fall from his eyes, which immediately aroused everyone's sympathy. This beast got someone pregnant in middle school and abandoned the mother and child.
No, don't call him a beast. This is simply an insult to beasts.
Listening to the angry curses from passers-by, Mu Feng's face turned black.
Who the hell found this little brat?
If he finds out, he will beat him so hard that he won't even recognize his mother. The point is, what the little boy said was a mixture of truth and falsehood. He did study in Chongqing Ghost City for junior high and high school, and Qin Rong was indeed his classmate. They had a good relationship at the time, but unfortunately after graduating from junior high school, they went to different schools and gradually became estranged.
He is still a virgin, how can he have a child? More importantly, who is targeting him and even knows his information so clearly?
He looked at the little boy with a dark face and threatened, "Who told you this? Tell the truth, or I'll spank you." "My mother told me before that it was my grandfather who found out that my father was studying in college here," said the little boy crying. That serious expression, the innocent eyes, and the words sounded as if they were true. Even Wang Ye believed it a little. She wiped away the tears from the little boy's eyes, turned to look at Mufeng, and asked, "Mufeng, is he really your son? If so, just admit it. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? It's a great honor to admit your mistakes and improve them." Mufeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "He is really not my son.
How would I know where he came from? I can testify to this."
The tough guy raised his hand and said, "I can also testify that the madman is still a virgin. How could he have a child?"
The fat man said loudly.
Cyan pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, there must be a mastermind behind this.
Don't fall for it."
"Yeah?" Wang Ye was a little suspicious, but I don't think this little boy is lying. He didn't lie completely, it was a mixture of truth and lies. I did go to Ghost Town Middle School for junior high and high school, and there was indeed a girl named Qin Rong in my class.
But she and I really don't have any children.
Mufeng rubbed his forehead, and his good mood for the day was gone.
If he wasn't your son, how could he know so much about your past?
Wang Ye became more suspicious, and looked at Mufeng as if she was looking at a scumbag. Mufeng wanted to cry but had no tears. Shirqing said softly, "Why don't you just call Qin Rong and ask her?"
Mufeng shook his head and said, "I don't have her contact information. I'll ask someone to check for you."
"Please tell me her specific information,"
Shirqing said.
"Her home is in Hahua Village in Ghost Town, and she went to Ghost Town No. 2 High School."
"I don't know where she is now,"
Mufeng said truthfully.
Shirqing nodded, took out her phone and dialed the number, saying, "Grandpa Zhang, could you please help me find the contact information of a female classmate named Qin Rong from Chengdu Guicheng Middle School?
Her family lives in Hahua Village in Guicheng, and she attended high school at Guicheng No. 2 Middle School." After hanging up the phone, she looked at the worried Mufeng and comforted him, "Don't worry, I believe you are innocent." Mufeng nodded, thinking quickly in his mind who was framing him. Soon, Shirqing's cell phone rang. After she answered the call, she asked Mufeng to write down a cell phone number.
"Just try calling him,"
Shirqing encouraged. Mufeng took a deep breath, looked at the little boy, and said, "Little boy, this is your last chance. If you tell the truth, I cannot make this call." The little boy looked sad. "I am telling the truth, Dad, why don't you believe me?" Mufeng shook his head and dialed the number. "Hello, this is Mufeng, may I ask who is?" Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the other party. "You bastard, you finally called me?
My daughter has suffered from depression and can't take care of your son.
I have sent your son to you, you take care of him yourself."
After talking, the other party hung up the phone. "Me, fuck?" Mufeng was holding the phone, dumbfounded.
The other party's voice was so loud that passers-by could hear it.
"This is confirmed.
This guy looks quite handsome, but I didn't expect him to be a scumbag. You beast, you beast."
The onlookers were completely furious and pointed fingers at Mufeng. "Mufeng, I didn't expect you to be such a person."
Wang Ye's tone also turned colder. She put the little boy in Mufeng's arms and pulled Shirqing and said, "Xiaocheng, let's go. Leave this scumbag as soon as possible before it's irreversible." Shirqing frowned slightly, glanced at Mufeng, and said, "I believe he would not do such a thing. The simplest and most direct way now is to go to the hospital for a DNA comparison." She believed in Mufeng, and there was no reason for this trust.
"That's right, let's go to the hospital and compare the DNA, and everything will be clear." Fatty and others nodded repeatedly.
If this matter is not clarified, even if the school belle believes Mufeng, her family will not believe it, and the two of them will not be able to be together.
"Okay, let's go to the hospital first." Wang Ye nodded. "Let's go."
Mufeng held the little boy and prepared to go to the hospital.
"There's no point in going to the hospital."
At this time, Lu Yusin walked over with a smile, holding her cell phone.
Chapter 40 The truth is revealed. Who is framing me? Lu Yusin? It's that vixen.
The macho man was stunned. Oh my god, it couldn't be her who did it. She wanted to make the school beauty Shi Cheng withdraw voluntarily so that she could take advantage of the opportunity. The fat man imagined. Farais pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, it's very likely.
Student Lu Yusin, what did you mean by what you said just now? Mu Feng asked with a frown.
Lu Yusin said with a smile, if I were the mastermind, I would have bribed Qin Rong herself, not to mention her parents.
Do you think the mastermind spent so much effort to investigate your background and bribe so many people to allow you to get the real DNA comparison results in the hospital? You mean, the people in the hospital have been bribed by him?
The tough guy was surprised.
The fat man frowned and said, there are so many hospitals, how does he know which one we are going to?
Lu Yusin smiled and said, given your eagerness to clarify the truth, you will definitely go to the nearest hospital. You just need to bribe all the people in charge of DNA comparison in the nearest hospitals.
Is that difficult? Is it difficult? It is indeed difficult for ordinary people. But for some people, it shouldn't be difficult.
Cyan pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, what she said might be true. Shi Cheng frowned, she knew that what Lu Yusin said was very likely true, and after thinking for a while she said, let's go to Tianshi Hospital, it's owned by my family, with me here, they won't dare to mess around.
Okay. Mu Feng nodded. Although Tianshi Hospital is far from here, it is reliable. No need to bother.
Lu Yusin took out her cell phone and said with a smile, I can prove your innocence, but the prerequisite is that you take the initiative to hug me. As she spoke, she stretched out her hands. Shi Cheng's face darkened. This crazy girl really never forgets to take advantage of others. Mu Feng glanced at Shi Cheng, then at Lu Yusin, and shook his head, saying, forget it, let's go to Tianshi Hospital.
Yeah.
Shi Cheng nodded.
Oh, okay, come on. I'll just let you hug me for a bit. I'm not going to eat you. Do you have to resist so much?
Any man who wants to hug me in the Magic City can go around the Magic City 3 times. You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Lu Yusin waved her hands, pouted, and muttered with dissatisfaction. I picked up my phone, opened a video, and turned the volume up to maximum.
Little friend, I told you to recite, and don't make any mistakes in the words.
As long as you complete what I tell you to do, I guarantee that you will have enough food to eat every day, and you will also get a large sum of medical expenses to treat your mother's illness. In the video, a man wearing a baseball cap and whose face could not be seen clearly was squatting on the ground, telling the little boy some information about Mu Feng word by word. This information is exactly the same as what the little boy said. At this point, the truth is finally revealed.
The little boy did lie. Oh my god, I was actually tricked by a little brat.
Oh my god, he's only 5 or 6 years old, how could he remember so much information word for word?
I can't do it if it's me. But the emotions and feelings he showed just now didn't seem like he was acting.
Some of the onlookers could not accept this fact. It's so embarrassing that a group of adults were fooled by a 5 or 6-year-old kid.
Thank you.
Mu Feng thanked Lu Yusin, looked at the little boy in his arms, and said softly, little friend, now the truth is out, you should tell the truth, who was the uncle who asked you to lie? The little boy obviously hadn't thought about what to do in this situation. He just stared at Mu Feng without saying a word.
He won't know. Let's just send him back.
Lu Yusin shook her head. If she were doing these things, she would definitely not let anyone know her identity.
Where is your home? You should know, right? Mu Feng asked again. This time, the little boy finally nodded.
Then everyone took the little boy to his home and met his mother. A woman who was only 25 or 26 years old, but looked as old as a 40-year-old middle-aged woman. She was pale and coughed from time to time. It was obvious that she was ill. When the woman learned what her son had done, she became extremely angry and slapped the little boy hard on the buttocks several times.
What did mom tell you?
Even if no one wants us, we have to live with our own integrity.
Even if we are poor, we have to be poor with ambition. How could you lie to me? You disappoint me so much.
The woman was beating, talking and crying at the same time.
I'm sorry, Mom. I want to cure you, Dad doesn't want us, and I don't want to be without a mom.
The little boy was crying and wiping his mother's tears. His sensible look made people feel sad and distressed. Faced with such a sensible son, the woman slapped him a few times and couldn't bring herself to hit him anymore. She turned around and kowtowed to Mufeng and the others, apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry, my son is still young, don't blame him. I will try my best to compensate you for the losses he caused you. Mufeng bent down and helped the woman up, then sighed and said, forget it, after all, he can't be blamed for this.
Thank you, thank you.
The woman thanked him repeatedly. After chatting, I learned that the woman's experience was similar to what the little boy had told me before. The woman gave birth to a son in her 20s, but was abandoned by her boyfriend. No wonder the emotions the little boy showed earlier were so real. Come to think of it, the little boy wasn't actually lying. Both the information about Mufeng and the information about the person who abandoned them and their child were true. It's all because the person behind the scenes was so hateful that he combined the two pieces of information to frame Mufeng. Mufeng looked around at the sketches hanging on the walls and asked curiously, who drew this? The woman smiled and said, this was drawn by Xiaofei. Nice painting, very talented. Mufeng smiled, and suddenly an idea came to him. He looked at the little boy and said, little brother, you should have seen the appearance of your uncle who made you lie.
Can you draw him?
Okay. The little boy nodded, ran to get his paintbrush, and quickly drew a sketch on the drawing. I don't know if the face is painted similarly, but the figure is almost exactly the same as in the video.
That's great. Can I give this painting to my brother? Mufeng asked with a smile.
Okay.
The little boy nodded. Thanks.
Mufeng touched the little boy's head and put away the portrait. After leaving the little boy's house, Shirqing asked, Mufeng, do you want me to help you find the person?
I can help too. Lu Yusin said with a smile. No need, I have my own way to find out who it is.
Mufeng smiled, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
Chapter 41 Dream Interrogation. All right.
Shirqing and Lu Yusin both nodded. Wanya walked up to Mufeng and apologized very sincerely. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. It's all because of that little brat's good acting skills that he fooled me. Mufeng smiled slightly and said, not to mention you, even I almost believed it myself. There was a moment just now when he even doubted whether he had done something stupid when he was drunk.
I even thought about the graduation party.
However, he was somewhat surprised by Shirqing's degree of trust in him. From the beginning to the end, she seemed to have always believed that she was innocent.
It is a happy thing to have such trust from a beautiful woman. Mufeng smiled at Shirqing, then looked at Lu Yusin and asked curiously, how did you get that video?
Shirqing and the others also looked curious.
If it weren't for Lu Yusin today, they might not be able to prove Mufeng's innocence. Lu Yusin pouted and muttered, you guys are the reason why I was so angry. After leaving the Tianyuan office building, I was wandering aimlessly, thinking about my own problems. Who knew I would hear someone trying to frame you? You are my boyfriend, how could you be framed by someone?
So I recorded it as evidence. Mufeng touched his nose and looked at the three tough guys who were gloating. He suddenly felt that his question was a bit redundant.
Is that so?
Wanya was a little suspicious.
Can such a thing happen when walking around?
This is too much of a coincidence.
What else?
Lu Yusin glanced at her and said calmly, it's obvious that I'm not the only one who doesn't want Brother Feng and classmate Shirqing to be together, and the other party's methods are even more despicable and shameless.
Could it be?
Shirqing and Wanya looked at each other and thought of one person.
Brother Feng?
Lu Yusin looked at Mufeng and said with a smile, I have helped you today after all. I'm sure I won't be happy if you give me a hug or a kiss.
So why don't you draw me and give it to me?
Okay, I'll paint you a picture this afternoon when my custom-made painting supplies arrive.
Mufeng did not refuse.
After all, this girl had proved her innocence. If it weren't for her, they would have foolishly run to the nearest hospital for a DNA comparison, and then gone crazy holding the forged comparison report.
Great, thank you Brother Feng. Lu Yusin cheered and threw herself into Mufeng's arms. Stop. Hold on. Mufeng yelled, if you want me to draw for you, then be honest and don't touch me all the time. It's not a good influence. All right. Lu Yusin pouted and stood obediently to the side. Madman.
The fat man walked up to Mufeng, took his hand and shook it, saying, we have worshipped heaven and earth, can you draw one for me too?
How does it feel when a fat guy holds your hand and acts coquettishly?
Mufeng felt a chill and nausea, and quickly shook off his fat hand and said, all right, I'll draw one for each of you.
Please don't disgust me in this way, okay? I almost vomited the food I just ate. Have you worshipped heaven and earth? Have you entered the bridal chamber? Wanya looked at the two of them and asked curiously.
The fat man tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, although we have slept together, it doesn't count as entering the bridal chamber.
Roll.
Mu Feng kicked him, saying that he was talking nonsense all day long and was not serious. After returning to the Tianyuan office building, it didn't take long for Mu Feng's customized drawing board and painting supplies to arrive, but the painted wall would not be delivered until tomorrow.
Come one by one, and I will draw a picture for each of you.
Mu Feng said with a smile.
I'll go first. Lu Yusin jumped in front of Mu Feng.
They were only 1 centimeter apart.
Mu Feng could even feel the hot breath she exhaled and the faint body fragrance emanating from her. What are you doing?
Mu Feng took 2 steps back and asked in confusion.
Lu Yusin blinked her big eyes, looking innocent. Don't you always observe carefully before you draw? Come on, I'm ready.
As she said this, she closed her eyes, looking as if she was ready to be doomed.
Mu Feng laughed dryly and said, That's because my skills are not yet proficient. Now there is no need to get so close.
Yeah?
Lu Yusin's face was full of suspicion, but she didn't think much about it. Instead, she said with a little disappointment, Okay, let's just watch it this way.
Mu Feng carefully observed Lu Yusin's facial features, hair, neck, and the clothes she was wearing. It felt good to be able to look at a beautiful woman openly.
After watching it, he started painting. Now, he has become very skilled and can paint very quickly. One personal painting after another came out.
Each painting has a different artistic conception.
Crazy, if I can't make ends meet in the future, can I sell this painting?
The fat man looked at his painting and asked in a low voice.
If I give it to you, it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it.
Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, However, with your body shape and appearance, no one will want this painting even if it is very good.
That's not necessarily true. The fat man chuckled and carefully put the painting away.
After the 4 paintings were finished, it was almost dark.
Mu Feng took everyone to have dinner before returning to school.
After sending the 3 female classmates back to their respective dormitory buildings, Mu Feng and the other 3 returned to their own dormitory, took a few showers, washed up, and went to bed. Amid the deafening snoring of his 3 roommates, Mu Feng once again entered the dream he had created. However, this time he did not enter Shi Qing's dream, but entered the dream of the man in the sketch. In the dream, the man was lying on the bed preparing to sleep, when he suddenly saw a figure appear beside the bed and sat up in shock.
When he saw the man's appearance clearly, he was immediately surprised. Are you, Mu Feng? Just recognize me. Mu Feng sneered, Tell me, who asked you to bribe that little boy to frame me?
The man's face changed and he shook his head. I don't know what you are talking about.
Yeah?
Mu Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand. 4 chains appeared out of thin air and tied up the man's limbs. He pulled him up and hung him in the air.
You, what are you doing? Put me down. The man's pupils constricted and his face was filled with horror. Will you tell it or not? Mu Feng asked coldly. I really don't know what you are talking about.
The man was still resisting.
Stubborn.
Mu Feng snorted coldly and waved his hand, and another chain appeared out of thin air. The chain seemed to be controlled by some force, slowly approaching the man's heart, then pushing aside the flesh and blood bit by bit and inserting into the heart. The intense pain made the man scream in fear. His whole body was shaking, beads of sweat the size of beans fell like raindrops, and his face was as pale as paper. If it happened in reality, a wound through the heart would mean death.
But this dream is controlled by Mu Feng.
He can make all the man's feelings real, and he can also keep the man immortal. At the same time, as long as Mu Feng does not leave, the man will not wake up from the dream no matter how much pain he suffers. In this dream, death is just a luxury for the man.
Chapter 42. 2 school beauties rush to deliver breakfast. Still not telling me?
Mu Feng waved his hand, and the second chain appeared in the air. In this dream, he is the master. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The man shouted weakly, enduring the severe pain.
That's right. If you had done this earlier, wouldn't you have to suffer?
Mu Feng waved his hand, and all the chains disappeared, but the severe pain in his body still existed. The man didn't dare to play tricks, and quickly said, I don't know his name, everyone calls him Master Lu.
He gave me 100,000 yuan to bribe the little boy to frame you. I can give you the money, just let me go. 100,000 yuan? Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, then asked curiously, How much money are you going to give that little boy?
The man stretched out 5 trembling fingers.
50,000? You still have some conscience. Mu Feng muttered. 50. The man whispered 2 words. Mu Feng kicked the man into the air and waved his hand. Countless chains appeared out of thin air and pierced through the man's internal organs, torturing him severely for the entire night. Use the money that Mr. Liu gave you to treat the little boy's mother. If you don't go, I will make you have nightmares every night. Mu Feng said coldly as he looked at the man who was lying on the ground, his face full of fear and trembling. After saying this, she disappeared into the dream without caring whether the man agreed or not. No, don't. In reality, the man suddenly sat up from the bed, gasping for breath. After looking around, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was just a dream. My whole body was soaked with sweat, and I felt sore and weak all over. That dream was so real. However, since it was just a dream, then I am not betraying Master Liu, right? Since it was just a dream, there was no need to take to heart what Mu Feng said in the dream. At the same time, Mu Feng also opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. Master Liu? Knowing a name alone is useless, and you can't use it to construct dreams. Crazy, hurry up and get up, the school beauty is here to bring you breakfast. Suddenly, I heard a macho man shouting. Mu Feng turned over and sat on the bed, putting on his clothes slowly. It's here, it's not the first time, there's nothing to be surprised about. However, there is still a small sense of happiness in my heart. I didn't construct a dream for Shi Qing yesterday, but she still came to bring me breakfast. This means that she brought me breakfast no longer because she was forced by the dream, but did it voluntarily. This time is different. Soon, the fat man's voice was also heard. He rushed in from outside the dormitory and shouted, "The 2 campus beauties have brought you breakfast." 2 school beauties? Where did the 2 school beauties come from? Mu Feng was stunned. Xian walked in, pushed up his glasses, and said, "Yesterday, the Tiandu University beauty rankings were updated. Lu Yusin tied the score with Shi Qing due to her height advantage, becoming the 2nd campus beauty of Tiandu University." Lu Yusin? Mu Feng's face was suddenly filled with helplessness. Why wouldn't this crazy girl give up? Brother Feng, I'm here to bring you breakfast. Just as I thought of this, Lu Yusin's tingling voice came from outside the dormitory. Mu Feng was so scared that he shuddered and quickly covered his lower body with the quilt. I haven't put on my pants yet. Even though I'm wearing boxer briefs, it wouldn't be nice if my female classmates saw them. Just as I covered myself with the quilt, I saw Lu Yusin, in a pink miniskirt, rushing into the dormitory in a hurry. She pushed away the 3 muscular men at the door very violently. Her beautiful eyes swept around the dormitory, and when she saw Mu Feng, she immediately smiled happily, shaking the buns and soy milk in her hands as if she were presenting a treasure. I've already found out that you like to eat 8 steamed dumplings in the morning and also like to drink a cup of soy milk. I've prepared everything for you. She tilted her head back, smiling as beautiful as a flower, and even Mu Feng could catch a glimpse of her snow-white eyes. Any man would feel very happy when a beautiful woman delivers food to him. But Mu Feng. Shi Qing, who was wearing a white dress, also walked in carrying 8 buns and a cup of soy milk. Although she didn't say anything, her big watery eyes stared at Mu Feng, which invisibly put a lot of pressure on him. Fuck, this is so unfair, 2 school beauties are competing to deliver breakfast? What is wrong with this world? Damn it, there are so many male classmates in Tiandu University, can't they see it? Why are they always staring at Mu Feng alone? Damn it! If someone brings me breakfast every day, I won't mind not meeting the 5th miss for half a year. When the school beauty shows up, she's naturally extremely popular, and countless male classmates have already gathered outside the dormitory. Seeing the 2 school beauties competing to bring breakfast to Mu Feng, my heart was broken. But Mu Feng felt a little overwhelmed. After hesitating for a moment, he took the breakfast bought by Shi Qing. After all, she has delivered breakfast to me for 2 or 3 days in a row. I can't change the taste as soon as Lu Yusin comes. What kind of person would I be if I did that? Besides, if Lu Yusin could be made to give up completely through this method, it might not be a bad thing. Lu Yusin pouted, a flash of disappointment flashed across her face, but she soon smiled again. It's okay, you can have it for lunch. For lunch? I'm going to have a big meal for lunch, why should I eat steamed buns and soy milk? Mu Feng remained silent. Shi Qing smiled and said, just accept it. It's a token of my appreciation after all. Okay. Mu Feng took Lu Yusin's breakfast and muttered softly, luckily there are only 2. If there is one more, wouldn't dinner be taken up by everyone? Brother Feng, What are you talking about? Lu Yusin asked curiously. Nothing. I said I would take the breakfast you gave me to the studio and eat it at noon.
Mu Feng said with a smile.
Brother Feng is going to the studio? Then I'll go too. Lu Yusin said with a smile. I'm going to paint, what are you going to do? Mu Feng frowned. I can help you frame it. I will definitely choose the best wood for you.
Lu Yusin patted her chest and promised, her pair of snow-white eyes trembling.
I'll find someone to frame it myself. Mu Feng wanted to refuse. He really didn't want to have too much contact with this crazy girl. He didn't want to be alone with her because it would be easy to make mistakes. I can get it at cost price, without making a penny from you. Lu Yusin said with a smile. Okay, let's go together. Mu Feng's eyes lit up.
The cost price is not a question of whether to give a discount or not. It seems like this girl has some strength behind her. In order to save money, you have to go through even the most dangerous places. I'll go too, and help you tidy up. Shi Chang also spoke up. After all, she was still a little worried about letting Mu Feng and Lu Yusin be alone together. She was actually quite confident in Mu Feng, but Lu Yusin, this crazy girl, might be able to drug Mu Feng and do something similar.
Okay. Mu Feng nodded repeatedly. He felt relieved to have Shi Chang with him. Are you going or not?
He turned and looked at the fat man and the other two.
Crazy, I can't accompany you today. I have already made an appointment with Chin Chin.
I will accompany her shopping today.
The fat man laughed. I made an appointment with Ye to go to the zoo, said the tough guy.
Cyan pushed up his glasses and said slowly, I made an appointment with Miao to play tennis. Crazy, take care of yourself. The three of them patted Mu Feng on the shoulder, sighed, shook their heads and left.
Chapter 43 Online Bidding for Paintings.
Three guys with opposite sex and no humanity. Mu Feng muttered, looked at Shi Chang and Lu Yusin, touched his nose, and said awkwardly, well, can you guys go out first, I haven't put on my pants yet.
Wow. Brother Feng likes to sleep naked.
Lu Yusin widened her beautiful eyes and shouted exaggeratedly. The male students who were still hesitating outside the dormitory immediately had wrong thoughts when they heard this.
Mu Feng slept naked and was seen by two school beauties? Why are you screaming so loudly? Are you afraid that others will misunderstand you?
Besides, I'm not sleeping naked, I'm still wearing underwear. Mu Feng said unhappily.
You're wearing underwear, so what are you afraid of? You can't see it.
Lu Yusin pursed her lips and muttered.
Mu Feng's face darkened, he rubbed his forehead, and said with a headache, I wonder why you are so fierce, girl? Get out now.
Lu Yusin wanted to say more, but Shi Chang pulled her out and slammed the dormitory door shut.
Why did you pull me?
Lu Yusin said dissatisfiedly, I finally got a chance to see Brother Feng's muscles, but you ruined it like this.
Shi Chang said calmly, are you mentally ill? There are many muscular men in Tiandu University. Ask them to show you their bodies. With your looks and figure, I believe no one can refuse you. Who said there is no more? Hasn't Brother Feng refused many times? Lu Yusin said seriously. Except Mu Feng. Shi Chang added. Lu Yusin curled her lips and said disdainfully, what's so good about those muscular men?
Brother Feng's is good looking. Shi Chang rolled her eyes and was completely speechless at this crazy girl.
Soon, Mu Feng came out of the dormitory carrying a big bag of steamed buns and said, let's go to the Tianyuan office building.
By the way, Shaoqing, Wangya's live broadcast room should have a lot of fans. You can also invite her and ask her to start a live broadcast for me. I want to hold an auction on Douyin to sell my paintings.
Painting is used to make money.
He is not very famous at the moment, and live streaming on Douyin should be the fastest way to sell his paintings. I believe that after the last live broadcast, many people who love painting have followed Wangya.
Good.
Shi Chang took out her cell phone and sent a message to Wangya. Lu Yusin fell behind the two of them, took out her cell phone and quietly sent a message to her father. Dad, Mu Feng is going to auction his paintings on Douyin today, in the same live broadcast room as last time. Tell your old friends who love painting to come and show their support. After sending the message, Lu Yusin caught up with him as if nothing had happened and walked on the other side of Mu Feng. With two school beauties accompanying him, one on his left and one on his right, no matter where he goes, the rate of people turning around to look at him is 100%. And Mu Feng once again became the public enemy of all the male students in the school.
Soon, Wang Ya also rushed over.
When the three beauties walked together, the male compatriots all looked murderous. Mu Feng walked along the way, feeling extremely nervous, fearing that the male classmates would pull out a machete and rush up to chop him. Not long after arriving at the studio, the painting walls ordered yesterday were all delivered. With the help of the delivery personnel, they were installed in the studio, separating the studio into 9 small areas, 1 creation area and 8 painting hanging areas. There is also a folding sofa in the creative area where you can take a rest when you are tired. Everything was ready, and Mu Feng began to create gouache paintings. The first painting is a picture of 8 horses, which show 8 horses galloping, unruly, free and unrestrained, cheerful and exciting.
It is thrilling to watch and it took half an hour to complete. The second picture is a backing mountain picture, with towering peaks, lush trees on the mountains, and floating white clouds between the peaks. At the end of the white clouds, there is a rising sun. It means that the foundation is solid, the power is stable, and it is invincible in the market. It took half an hour. Shiqing, Lu Yusin and Wang Ya, the 3 girls who were watching Mu Feng painting, had already been immersed in the 2 paintings and couldn't extricate themselves from the artistic conception. Mu Feng looked up at Wang Ya and said with a smile, "Student Wang Ya, you can start the live broadcast."
Okay. Wang Ya came back to her senses and looked at Mu Feng with shock in her eyes. It turns out that each picture has a different artistic conception.
The key is that he can paint so quickly and yet complete it so perfectly, it's simply incredible.
She took a deep breath and started the live broadcast.
My friends, Master Mu has started painting again. I am honored to be invited by Master Mu to hold an auction during this live broadcast.
All of his paintings today are auction items, and the starting price is only 1 yuan.
As long as you like them, you can participate in the auction.
Wang Ya's gentle voice sounded in the live broadcast room. Also, I have to kindly remind everyone not to bid blindly. If you win the bid but cannot pay the money, you will be permanently blocked by Master Mu, and no paintings will be sold to him in the future.
Bid by connecting to my microphone, and I will connect you in the order in which you request to connect.
Because the live broadcast is not as direct as the live broadcast, each person only has 3 chances to bid.
I hope you will be cautious every time you bid.
Finally, because time is limited, the friends bidding on the live broadcast only need to say the price, and don't say anything useless to the auction.
Okay, without further ado, let's start the bidding. Let's take a look at the first work first.
As he spoke, Wang Ya walked to the already dried 8 horses painting and said with a smile, "I don't need to explain the meaning of the 8 horses painting, everyone understands it.
As for whether the painting is good or not, you can judge for yourself."
After the last live broadcast, Wang Ya's fans have increased to 200,000. Before coming, she had already sent out a notification of the live broadcast time in advance, and at this time, there were already 50,000 to 60,000 people gathered in the live broadcast room. When they looked at the painting of 8 horses, they were instantly drawn into the artistic conception of the painting. In that painting, they seemed to have transformed into galloping war horses, galloping freely on the vast prairie, free, happy and unrestrained. All the pressure in life and work disappears at this moment.
There is no hurdle that cannot be overcome and no difficulty that cannot be overcome.
The future becomes infinitely brighter at this moment.
This painting is amazing. As expected of a painting by the shepherd god, it's awesome.
After the viewers in the live broadcast room came to their senses, they were all shocked. However, such a painting must be very expensive, and most people would not dare to buy it.
Moreover, bidders only have 3 chances to bid.
Even if someone wants the painting, they must first weigh the true value of the painting in their mind before bidding. For a while, no one connected to the microphone to bid. A full 10 minutes passed before someone finally started requesting a live connection. After Wang Ya connected the call, she turned on the speakerphone.
"Okay, my friend with the nickname Born to Paint, please make your bid." 5 million.
A man's voice sounded in the live broadcast room.
Chapter 44, Meeting the Parents? Isn't it too soon? 5 million. My friend, Born for Painting, bids 5 million. Next friend, please.
With repeated bidding over the live broadcast, the price of 8 horses quickly rose to 10 million.
At this price, no one was willing to bid anymore.
In the end, the deal was sold for 10 million. After Wang Ya recorded the detailed information of the netizens who took the photo of 8 horses, she continued, "Next is the second photo, the backing mountain photo." She pointed the camera at the already dried backer picture, and all of a sudden all the viewers in the live broadcast room were once again pulled into a wonderful mood. When they came to their senses, Wang Ya introduced, "The backer mountain picture means a solid foundation and stable power. Whether you are a businessman or an official, you can take a picture and hang it in your office.
Now let's start the bidding. 5 million.
It was still Born to Paint that took the lead in opening up the situation. The price then continued to rise and soon reached 15 million. For these businessmen, the meaning of the backer picture is obviously better than that of the 8 horses picture, so the price will naturally be higher. This is why no matter how good a painting is, it is only valuable if it meets someone who loves it. There is almost no difference in quality between 8 horses and mountain backer, but the prices are so different because the two pictures are liked by different groups of people. Almost all the people bidding in the live broadcast room are businessmen, so they naturally prefer the meaning of back mountain picture. The 2 pictures were sold for 25 million, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were all amazed. It turns out there are so many wealthy people hiding in Yamazi's live broadcast room. Yeah, I didn't realize it before, but now I realize that the rich man is right next to me.
25 million.
I work so hard, but the gross profit is only 250,000 in a year. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others.
Woo woo, I can only save 25,000 this year, isn't that shameful to live?
The barrage of comments scrolled rapidly. At the same time, many people also sent a large number of gifts. After all, for them, there are not many opportunities to witness such live auctions with their own eyes.
Next is the third picture. While Mu Feng was painting, Wang Ye was broadcasting the auction live.
Shi Chang and Lu Yusen were responsible for organizing the bidders' information and communicating with the successful bidders through the contact information they left. Because these paintings are very valuable, it is impossible to ship them by post. Shi Chang and Lu Yusen each found a group of trustworthy people in their own way and delivered the paintings to the address. Near noon, Mu Feng had drawn a total of 6 pictures, and all of them were auctioned off, with a total value of 90 million yuan. He paid 10.08 million yuan in taxes, and the net profit after tax was 79.92 million yuan. The net profit in just the morning was nearly 80 million, even rich second generations like Shi Chang and Lu Yusen were shocked. Wow, if I paint a few pictures every day, the annual net profit would be 20 to 30 billion. The viewers in Wang Ye's live broadcast room are also very excited, as they will witness the rise of a billionaire with their own eyes. Mu Feng put down his paintbrush, stretched his body, moved his muscles, came to the live broadcast room, and said, "Okay, today's live broadcast auction ends here.
My studio is in Area 7 on the 8th floor of Tianyuan Office Building near Tiandu University. I will hold an exhibition in the studio in a month. If you are interested, you can come and visit. In addition, the paintings have been shipped to the address you gave. Some people have already received them, and those who haven't received them should be able to do so soon." After saying that, he left the live broadcast room and took out his mobile phone to check the information. His card number was sent to the successful bidders via private messages during the live broadcast, and after they won the bid, they had already paid half of the deposit. The person who received the painting has transferred the remaining money. I believe that it won't be long before all the money arrives. Everyone has worked hard. I will treat you to a big meal at noon. Mu Feng looked at Shi Chang and the other 2 girls and said with a smile, "Okay." The 3 girls nodded repeatedly. After dinner, all the funds had been received. Mu Feng went to the tax bureau to pay taxes and muttered, "It seems that I need to find a private accountant or something, otherwise it will be very troublesome to pay taxes myself every time." In the afternoon, Mu Feng still stayed in the studio painting, but did not hold an auction. After the painting was finished, Lu Yusen framed it and hung it on the painting wall. I don't know how this girl did it, but the price of high-end mahogany is actually cheaper than the mid-range wood on the market. After returning to school in the evening, Mu Feng, Fatty and others played a few games of black games and entered the dream of the man last night again. "Mu Feng, it's you again." In the dream, the man saw Mu Feng and was so scared that he trembled all over and fear appeared in his eyes. "It seems you didn't take my words to heart." Mu Feng spoke in a cold tone, and with a wave of his hand, countless chains appeared out of thin air and pierced through the man's internal organs, torturing him inhumanely. The entire dream was filled with the man's shrill screams. If the man does what Mu Feng said, there will definitely be a system prompt sound indicating that dreams are affecting reality. Obviously, the man just thought it was a nightmare and did not remember what he said in the dream. "Today, I'll give you something more." After saying that, Mu Feng waved his hand, and all the chains disappeared, but the bloody holes on the man's body did not heal. Blood gushed out, dyeing the entire body red. Then, Mu Feng waved his hand, and a large amount of pepper water was sprinkled into the blood holes. The man's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened, but he couldn't make a sound.
The pain caused by pouring pepper water into the blood hole is unimaginable to outsiders. This went on for a whole night before Mufong stopped. I hope you'll do what I say tomorrow, or it'll be even more enjoyable next time. Mufong left a cold word and disappeared into the dream. Ah! The man woke up from his dream, feeling sore and weak all over, as if he had collapsed and didn't even have the strength to walk. Although it was a dream, all the feelings in the dream were so real that he was almost hallucinating. If he had such nightmares for 10 days or half a month in a row, he would completely collapse even if he didn't die of exhaustion. I have to find a monk to interpret my dream. The man dragged his tired body downstairs and took a taxi to the most famous temple. After all, I was still unwilling to spend 100,000 yuan to pay for other people's medical treatment. In the next few days, except for the basketball game, Mufong stayed in the studio painting. There was no suspense in the basketball game. Facing a team whose overall strength was not much stronger, Mufong was able to dominate the game alone. After several days of hard work, 50 paintings were hung in the studio, and it was finally less monotonous. In order to thank the beautiful counselor for not forcing himself to go to self-study, he also drew a personal portrait for the beautiful counselor. One day, when they finished painting and went to have lunch, Shurching hesitated for a moment and said, "Mufong, are you free tomorrow?" "I'm free anytime, what's wrong?" Mufong asked with a smile. I want to invite you to my house," Shurching said in a low voice. "To your house?" Mufong was stunned for a moment, and said nervously, "Well, isn't it too fast to meet the parents now?" When I was tired of painting these days, I ran to Shurching's instrument room to play a song with her. Their relationship quickly heated up, but they have not yet become formal boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if they become formal lovers, it is too early to meet their parents. Chapter 45 Buying a luxury car, Rolls-Royce Dawn. Wanya, who was sitting next to him, laughed out loud. "Master Mu, you think too much. Tomorrow is Xiaoqing's birthday. I just invited you to her house to play, which is different from meeting her parents." "Xiaoqing's birthday is tomorrow?" Mufong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then I have to prepare a good birthday present." "The gift doesn't have to be too grand." Shurching shook her head and took out an exquisite invitation from her arms. "Here is the invitation. There may be a lot of people tomorrow. You must have an invitation to get in." Mufong took the invitation and put it away. After dinner, Shurching left her home address and left. Wanya also left with her, saying that she was going to Shurching's house to help. As for Lu Yusin, she said she had something to do today and didn't come in the morning. The fat guy and others were studying, leaving him alone. Back in the studio, Mufong lay on the folding sofa, thinking about what kind of gift he should give tomorrow. "I thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so I just gave up thinking about it. At worst, I can just choose a painting and take it with me tomorrow. Oh, right, I have to buy some clothes. The people attending Shurching's birthday party must be big businessmen, so I can't dress too shabby or lose face for Shurching. And I have to buy a better means of transportation." Mufong stood up, left the studio, and went to the largest car dealership nearby. "I got my driver's license last year, but I don't have the money to buy a car." "Hello, sir, would you like to see the car?" A very good-looking salesperson came over. Mufong took a look and found that the salesperson was actually the little boy's mother. He couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Huh? Are you cured?" In the past few nights, he had been creating dreams for the man, asking him to use money to pay for the woman's medical treatment. However, even though the man was tortured to death by him every time, he never took his words seriously. However, he estimated that it would be soon. "I had nightmares for several days in a row, and each one was more brutal than the last. No normal person would be able to endure it for long. I believe he will compromise soon." I didn't expect to meet the little boy's mother here. She looked so energetic, as if she had recovered from her illness. Didn't she have that much money to see a doctor? How did she get better so quickly? Mufong was a little confused. "What?" The salesperson looked confused and asked, "I have always been in good health, when did I get sick?" Mufong smiled and asked, "Is your son obedient? Are you comfortable leaving him alone at home?" The saleswoman's face flushed and she yelled, "Are you sick? I'm still a virgin, how can I have a son? Are you going to buy the car or not? If not, go back to where you came from." At this moment, she completely forgot all the professional qualities of a salesperson, which was really infuriating. Well, Mufong was also stunned by the scolding.
Did I recognize the wrong person? It looks right from this perspective.
No, the person in front of me is much younger, probably only around 22 years old, most likely an intern who just graduated. The mother, whose real age was about 25 or 26 years old, looked even older, so she should not be the same person. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled awkwardly. Sorry, maybe I recognized the wrong person.
Well, what kind of cars do you have here? Introduce 2 suitable ones to me. Hearing that the visitor really wanted to buy a car, the salesman took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and showed a professional smile on his face again, and asked, What price range do you want? Or do you have an ideal target in mind?
Mu Feng thought for a moment and said, I don't have an ideal goal, and I don't usually pay much attention to cars.
As for the price, it should be more than 1 million and less than 10 million.
By the way, I want a ready-made car.
Between 1 million and 10 million? The salesperson's eyes lit up.
The more expensive the car she sold, the more commission she would get. Without saying anything, she took Mu Feng to the most expensive car in the dealership and introduced it to him. Sir, this car is a Rolls-Royce Dawn 6.6T black badge, a sports car with a maximum horsepower of 601, a maximum power of 442, and a maximum speed of 250.
It's black, domineering and beautiful.
It has 2 doors and 4 seats, a soft-top convertible, and is a great tool for picking up girls.
Sir, what do you think?
In her opinion, young people buy such luxury cars to pick up girls. Mu Feng doesn't know much about performance, he only cares about appearance. To be fair, this Yaoying model is still very good looking and he is quite satisfied with it.
How much? He asked bluntly.
The bare car price is 6.2 million.
The salesperson said with a smile. Is there a discount? Mu Feng asked.
Sir, this is the lowest price.
The salesperson said with a smile. Okay, that's it. Mu Feng nodded and said.
The salesperson was stunned for a moment.
Buy it now?
She had prepared many excuses but they were all useless. She was even prepared to give up a little profit and lower the price, but this was too straightforward.
What's wrong? Is there a problem? Mu Feng asked doubtfully. No, I'll do the formalities for you right away.
The salesperson then reacted and quickly took Mu Feng to go through the formalities, his heart filled with joy.
The other salesmen all looked at her with envy.
This girl had only been there for a few days, but she had already sold a luxury car worth more than 6 million yuan. Little did she know that while she was happy, she also felt a little regretful.
This is the most expensive car in the dealership.
If she had a luxury car worth around 10 million, she could earn more.
This little brother is a rich man. Sir, are you looking for a mortgage or full payment? The salesperson asked with a smile.
This time the smile was no longer a professional smile, but a smile from the heart.
Full payment.
Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, Your smile now is much more beautiful than before. After all, she was just a trainee salesperson and had not experienced many such scenes. Her pretty face turned red, but she was able to control her emotions and smiled. Sir, you are really good at joking. After completing the formalities, Mu Feng took the temporary license plate and drove away in the Yaoying. It will take 3 days to get the official license plate from the vehicle management office. A few senior female salespeople came over and said, Shaolin, why don't you let him take you for a ride?
Go for a ride?
I still have to go to work, why go for a ride?
Xiaolin looked confused. Oh, if you don't grab such a rich man, do you really want to be a car salesman for the rest of your life?
Everyone was so disappointed that they taught him, go for a ride with him, then find a better hotel, and everything will go smoothly.
You won't have to come to work anymore. Xiaolin finally reacted and said with a blushing face, What are you thinking about?
Looking at Xiaolin running away, everyone shook their heads and sighed. After all, she is still too young. After leaving the car dealership, Mu Feng drove his Yaoying and bought a suit worth about 20,000 yuan, ready to wear to the banquet tomorrow.
After driving the car back to the underground parking lot of the office building and putting the clothes in the car, Mu Feng took a taxi back to school. That night, Mu Feng once again entered the man's dream and tortured him inhumanely. Chapter 46 Dreams Affect Reality, Super Divine Carving Technology.
The next morning, Mu Feng woke up from his dream, got up, washed up quickly, and prepared to go out.
Crazy, where are you going so early? Aren't you going to wait for the school beauty to bring you breakfast?
The muscular man who was practicing high-legged exercises on the dormitory balcony saw this and asked curiously. In the past, as long as he didn't have classes, Mu Feng would wait for the 2 school beauties to bring him breakfast, but today he got up by himself before 7 o'clock. The school beauty has a birthday today, I want to attend her birthday party. Mu Feng said with a smile. Oh. I was wondering why you got up so early. The macho man suddenly realized. By the way, if Lu Yusin comes later, please tell her. Mu Feng reminded. In his opinion, given the relationship between Shi Chang and Lu Yusin, she would not be invited. I just don't know where this crazy girl has been these 2 days. She has disappeared. Good. The tough guy nodded. On the way from the dormitory to the Tianyuan office building, Mu Feng kept thinking about what gift to give. Forget it, I'll just draw a picture. Mu Feng rubbed his temples with a headache. Giving gifts was really a hassle. Standing in front of the drawing board, holding the paintbrush, he began to daydream again. What to draw? This is another big problem. Although the two have not yet developed a romantic relationship, they seem to be closer than ordinary friends. This stage is the most difficult to give gifts. It is inappropriate to give a gift that is too ordinary, nor is it inappropriate to give a gift that is too grand. Ding! The dreamerly heir takes Zhou Xueqing to the hospital for treatment and takes out 100,000 yuan as medical expenses. The dream affects reality, and the degree of influence is 3 stars. The host is rewarded with +3 strength and 2 chances to draw a lottery. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Mu Feng's mind. At the same time, a force surged into his body, strengthening his body. This is the effect of 3 points of strength blessing. Can you finally hold it in? A smile appeared on Mu Feng's lips. Host, do you want to start the lottery immediately? The system asked. Let's get started. Mu Feng responded, and then a virtual turntable appeared in front of him. The turntable only has 36 grids, 6 of which have skills, and the rest are some +3 attributes. Among the 6 skills, there are 2 advanced skills, 2 top skills, 1 god-level driving skill, and 1 super god carving. This time's reward is much better than the previous 2 times. Repeat it silently in your mind and the pointer will start to move quickly. As he silently recited stop, the pointer began to slow down and stopped at the grid of strength +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining strength +3. The system prompt sounded. Has my luck run out? Feeling his body being strengthened again, Mu Feng smacked his lips. The strength +3 bonus is actually not bad, but it is still far behind the god level skills and super god level skills. Now his strength has reached 23 points, which is more than twice that of an ordinary person, and his strength is quite terrifying. Accordingly, he gained weight. The muscles in the body are fuller, and of course the density of muscles and bones has increased more. Overall, the changes are not that big. There's one more chance. Mu Feng took a deep breath and started the lottery again. The moment the pointer stopped, he was stunned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super God carving skill. The system's prompt sounded in real time. This luck is too incredible. Mu Feng himself was shocked. He really wanted to ask if he was the father of the system, because he always gave him such good things. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. What if I make the system angry and take back the reward I just drew? Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Host, would you like to start teaching the Super God carving skills now? The system asked. Teach. Only things that stay in your mind truly belong to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of complex and complicated information flooded into his mind. It took Mu Feng a full half-hour to accept everything. Super God sculpture can be activated for a short period of time when special conditions are met. This is much more awesome than a God-level painting that allows people to enter the artistic conception of the painting. This super divine carving technology came at the right time. I finally know what gift to give her. A smile appeared on Mu Feng's lips. He took out his cell phone and Mr. Lu's business card and dialed the number. It's Master Mu. Why did you think of calling me today? After the call was connected, Mr. Lu's rough voice was heard from the other end of the line. Mu Feng seemed to hear a familiar female voice, but he didn't think much about it. He smiled and said, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to bother you today. I really have something to ask of you. Mr. Lu was just worried about not being able to find an opportunity to express his gratitude. When he heard this, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Oh? Master Mu, please tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely go through fire and water. Please Mr. Lu, please customize a piece of authentic small leaf red sandalwood for me. The color should be a little redder, 15 centimeters long, 8 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high. It should not contain too much water and should be suitable for carving. Mu Feng prepared to carve a phoenix spreading its wings for Shi Qing. The phoenix carved from red rosewood is also red, which makes it look more realistic.
Okay. No problem. Do you want to send it to Tiandu University?
Although he didn't know what Mu Feng was going to do with it, Mr. Lu agreed without any hesitation.
No, send it to Villa number 1 in Ziyuan, the sooner the better. Mu Feng said. Villa number 1 Ziyuan?
Mr. Lu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "What a coincidence, I am also going there to attend the birthday party of Mr. Shi's daughter."
I will take you there directly. Mr. Lu is going too?
Mu Feng was a little surprised, but then he thought that as the chairman of a large group, it was normal for them to have business dealings, so he smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Lu. I wonder how much a piece of small leaf red sandalwood like this costs." Mr. Lu smiled and said, "Master Mu, I'll give you this piece of small leaf red sandalwood as a gift.
It's our way of repaying your kindness." I don't quite understand what Mr. Lu said. Mu Feng was a little confused. Master Mu, hello, I am Mr. Lu's wife.
At this time, a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's like this, before this, I had been haunted by nightmares and had been in a deep sleep for several months. My husband found many famous Chinese and Western doctors for me, but they were helpless. Last time, the 5-clawed golden dragon painting I bought from you awakened my consciousness and broke the nightmare, so I was able to wake up."
You are my lifesaver. Mu Feng was stunned. Could his paintings have such an effect?
After a long pause, he shook his head and said, "Madam Lu, Mr. Lu spent 10 million to buy that painting. After it is sold, the painting has nothing to do with me, and there is no such thing as me saving you. In addition, I want to carve this piece of red sandalwood as a gift. If you don't pay, I always feel that you gave it to her, not me."
It seems that the person is very important to Master Mu. Okay, I'll let my husband calculate the cost price for you.
Mrs. Lu understood it roughly when she heard it and did not persuade her anymore.
Thank you. Mu Feng did not refuse this time.
After hanging up the phone, Mu Feng went to buy a carving knife, then changed into a suit and drove his Youying to the Ziyuan Villa district.
Chapter 47 Birthday Party, Live Carving of Phoenix. Ziyuan Villa District is owned by Shishing Tianxia.
It is not the best in Tiandu, but it can be ranked among the top 5.
Shi Chenwei, chairman of Shishing Tianxia, lives in Villa number 1. Mu Feng drove Yaoying to the entrance of the independent underground parking lot of Villa number 1 and was allowed in only after showing the invitation. Because it is an independent parking lot, there are naturally not many parking spaces. Today is the birthday of the eldest daughter of the Shi family. Many big bosses have come to the Shi family to attend the banquet. Without an invitation, you cannot park your car in the independent parking lot. After parking the car, I took the elevator to the first floor and someone led the way to the lobby. This hall is even bigger than Mu Feng's studio. They are indeed top tycoons. There is still a long way to go between me and them. The birthday party hasn't started yet, but many people have already gathered in the hall, interacting and getting to know each other. The person who was invited by Shi Chenwei to attend the birthday party of the eldest daughter of the Shi family is not the president of a well-known large group. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. There are even officials and cadres who are on good terms with Shi Chenwei among them. So, no matter who it is, whether you know each other or not, you will say hello in a friendly manner when you meet. Here, there is no such thing as putting on airs, being superior, or looking down on others. Everyone's identity and status are not much different, and they are people of the same level. There are also many young people gathered here, all of whom are the children of the old bosses. They come here to get to know each other and perhaps have the opportunity to form a strong alliance in the future. The moment Mu Feng entered the hall alone, he attracted almost everyone's attention. The other young people came with their parents, but Mu Feng came alone. His age is about the same as the children of these old bosses, or even a little younger. Logically speaking, people of this age cannot reach their level in terms of identity or status, and are unlikely to be personally invited by Shi Chenwei. But since he came in, it means he has an invitation. Looking at his attire, handsome face, and elegant temperament, he can be called a gentleman. Maybe a certain boss didn't have time and asked his son to come instead. Everyone thought so in their hearts. Hey! Isn't this classmate Mu Feng? It's the eldest daughter of the Shi family's birthday, and you come here empty-handed? At this time, a thin man appeared in front of Mu Feng and said sarcastically, Everyone was stunned when they heard this. It turned out that he was the classmate of the eldest daughter of the Shi family? The Mu family? Where is this wealthy family from? I have never heard of it.
In the north of the hall, a middle-aged man who was holding a red wine glass and chatting with someone also looked over with a scrutinizing look in his eyes.
Is this Xiao Qing's male friend?
Mu Feng didn't know that he had been noticed by Shi Qing's father.
He glanced at the thin man and said with a smile, "It's you."
This thin man was none other than the male classmate who helped Chu Yun deliver flowers and block Shi Qing's dormitory building. Given this guy's relationship with Shi Qing, he probably won't be invited.
The reason why he appeared here was most likely brought by Chu Yun. Yes, that's me.
Monkey nodded and continued to ask, "We all prepared gifts for Shi Qing, but you came empty-handed.
Isn't that a bit bad? Did Mu Feng prepare a bank card? Isn't that too vulgar?" Of course he knew about the live auction.
Although he was extremely jealous in his heart, he still had to pretend to be disdainful on the surface.
Do I need to report to you what I delivered? Mu Feng smiled indifferently and walked around the monkey and moved forward.
The monkey wanted to stop it, but found it was too late.
Humph, let's see how arrogant you can be later. He snorted coldly, turned around, and walked to a corner of the hall, and said to Chu Yun, who was shaking a glass of red wine, "Brother Chu, that guy really came empty-handed. Even if he has gifts hidden on him, they are all small items, not as good as the big gift prepared by Brother Chu."
Chu Yun nodded lightly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. For this kind of birthday party, the older generation may only prepare a gift list. The real gifts have already been delivered in advance and will not appear at the party. After all, no one wants to be outdone by others, and no one wants to lose face. When giving gifts in this way, no one knows what others have given, so there will naturally be no comparison and no problem of losing face.
But the younger generations are different.
Especially men, they all want to win the favor of the eldest daughter of the Shi family by giving gifts.
It's not just Shi Qing. This scene will happen when any of these old bosses' children have their birthdays.
The older generation does not stop it, but is happy to see it happen. Even if their children lose face, it is just a prank by the younger generations and will not affect the relationship between the older generation. It would be even more perfect if the two families could be united through the excellent performance of their children.
Of course, not all young people like this. For example, Shi Qing has never attended the birthday parties of other bosses' children.
Therefore, few people among the younger generation know Shi Qing.
Mu Feng, you are here.
As soon as I found a seat to sit down, I saw Wang Ye walking towards me with a smile. Xiao Qing is busy putting on makeup right now, and she can't come out before the birthday party starts.
She's afraid you'll be bored alone, so she asked me to come out and talk to you.
Wang Ye sat next to Mu Feng and said with a smile.
She's wearing makeup? Mu Feng was a little surprised.
Through previous contacts, she knew that Shi Qing usually didn't wear makeup and only applied some moisturizing product.
Of course, she is the birthday girl today. How can she not wear makeup?
You'd better not be so stunned that you get a nosebleed later.
Wang Ye said with a smile. Am I that kind of superficial person? Mu Feng said disdainfully.
I have been in contact with Shi Qing for such a long time, and have had close contact with her countless times in my dreams.
I have become immune to her beauty to a certain extent. Yeah? Wang Ye smiled, glanced around Mu Feng, and said in surprise, Master Mu, you came here empty-handed, without any gifts?
Yes, but it hasn't arrived yet.
Mu Feng nodded. That's good.
Wang Ye let out a long breath. After Xiao Qing comes out, it will be the time for young people to give gifts.
This session is to create opportunities for young people.
If they can impress the heroine, it is very likely to promote a marriage between the two families. I heard that Chu Yun prepared a big gift and will confess his love to Xiao Qing on the spot.
Don't let him outshine you. There's also this part? Mu Feng was a little confused. Is this how all rich people play among each other?
Of course.
What's your gift? Tell me so I can refer to it. Xiao Qing will be out soon.
Wang Ye was really worried about Mu Feng and Shi Qing.
My gift is here.
Before Mu Feng finished speaking, he saw Mr. Lu slowly walking towards him with a big gift box in his hand. A very beautiful lady was holding his arm on the left, and a very beautiful girl was holding his other arm on the right.
Lu Yusin?
Mu Feng and Wang Ye both looked surprised.
Brother Feng, I've been looking for you for a long time, and now you are here.
The moment she saw Mu Feng, Lu Yusin let go of her father's arm, ran over, sat on the other side of Mu Feng, and said with a smile, I didn't want to come at first, but I didn't expect that Dad would attend Shurqing's birthday party.
If I had known, I would have come with you. Brother Feng?
Mr. and Mrs. Lu looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes.
When did their daughter become so close to Mu Feng? Mr. Lu.
Mu Feng stood up and shook hands with Mr. and Mrs. Lu, and only sat down again after inviting them to take a seat. It turns out that my savior is so young and handsome.
No wonder my daughter insisted on transferring to Tiandu University.
Mrs. Lu said with a smile.
Mrs. Lu, you're too kind. Mu Feng was a little surprised.
After all this time, Lu Yusin turned out to be the one transferring schools just for him.
Wang Ye looked at Mu Feng and Lu Yusin.
Xiao Chang is not here, so I have to keep a close eye on her.
Master Mu, this is what you want. Mr. Lu put the gift box on the table and said. Thank you for your help, Mr. Lu. I will transfer the money to you later.
Mu Feng said with a smile.
Yeah. Mr. Lu did not refuse.
Although they had not known each other for long, he could feel that this young man was not a person who liked to receive favors from others. Mu Feng opened the gift box, revealing a piece of red small leaf rosewood.
Wang Ye was stunned. Oh my god, Mu Feng, you are not going to use this as a gift?
Although red sandalwood is precious and known as the king of wood, this little bit is only about 10 or 20,000 yuan, which is a drop in the bucket for the wealthy here.
Besides, who would use wood as a birthday gift? It's simply laughable. How can I send it like this? I just called Mr. Lu this morning to customize it.
I don't have enough time, so I can only carve it here. Wang Ye, please help me prepare a cloth to put on the table to avoid dirtying it, and prepare a trash can.
Mu Feng said with a smile. You can also carve? Everyone was a little surprised.
In the eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Lu, if one could achieve such success in painting, he would definitely spend almost all of his time on it and would not have had time to delve into other skills. Lu Yusin and Wang Ye have already witnessed Mu Feng's superb basketball skills, painting skills, and flute-playing ability, but they didn't expect that this guy can also carve.
What else is there that he can't do?
Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, actually, what I'm best at is carving. As he spoke, he took out a small but very sharp and hard carving knife from his pocket and began to carve on the rosewood.
Red sandalwood is as hard as iron.
But Mu Feng's powerful strength, combined with the sharp carving knife, easily cut through the thin outer layer of the small leaf red sandalwood. And used super god-level carving technology to penetrate deeper into its body little by little. He originally wanted to carve a phoenix spreading its wings, but now he has changed his mind and will directly carve a phoenix seeking a phoenix.
He believes that the scene after activation will be more exciting. Chapter 48 The gift-giving session begins.
While Mu Feng was busy carving, the protagonist of the birthday party, Shurqing, the eldest daughter of the Shur family, slowly walked over accompanied by her mother. My mother looks very similar to Shurqing. She is wearing a black long dress, has an elegant temperament, and looks very young and beautiful. However, everyone's attention is still on the protagonist Shurqing. Looking around, Shurqing, who was wearing a V-neck, aristocratic blue-gray corseted long skirt, exuded a noble and elegant aura. Her black hair was shoulder-length, with the ends curled in waves and draped over her shoulders.
Delicate facial features and snow-white skin.
Thick eyelashes slightly curled up, covering a pair of bright big eyes.
Her red lips are slightly pursed, sexy but not coquettish, calm yet with a hint of playfulness. The V-neck long dress perfectly reveals her slender, white neck. The so-called swan neck is probably like this. Under the V-neck, there are many very delicate embroideries on the long skirt in front of the chest, and the embroidery is inlaid with many sparkling diamonds. She walks slowly like the noble princess described in the book, attracting everyone's attention. The young men stared intently and held their breath. Really, so beautiful. Even Lu Yusin, who is also a top beauty, showed surprise in her eyes.
At this time, the mother and daughter had arrived at the stage built in the center of the hall. After the mother said a few simple words, she gave her seat to the birthday girl, Shurqing. At this moment, Shurqing is undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. But her eyes were searching the crowd. Not finding the figure in her mind, her beautiful eyebrows could not help but frown slightly, looking a little melancholy.
At that moment, everyone's heart couldn't help but tighten. What is she sad about?
Suddenly, she saw Wang Ye waving at her in the crowd and pointing to a table at the corner. Shurqing looked in the direction of her finger and saw Mu Feng, who was concentrating on carving something. A smile finally appeared on her face.
No matter what he is doing, just come.
As soon as the smile came out, it was like flowers blooming, and the whole hall seemed to become much brighter. Everyone's mood was also affected by her smile and became much happier.
Beautiful things always make people happy. Beauty to a certain extent can even affect people's mood. Thank you all for coming from afar to attend my birthday party. The party will last until 10 o'clock in the evening. I hope everyone has a great time.
In addition, you can show off your talents on this stage.
Maybe you can get rid of the single group.
Shurqing said a few simple words in front of the microphone and then walked off the stage. Then, the head of the family, Shurchenwei, came on stage, picked up the red wine in his hand, and said, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend my daughter's birthday party. Sure, we'll toast to you all first."
Everyone raised a glass of red wine to gesture. This is true for both men and women, and for those who drink alcohol or not. You can choose not to drink, but you must be polite.
Only Mufeng was fully absorbed in carving and had no time to pay attention to these things. He had to finish his work before the young people finished giving gifts. Fortunately, Shurchenwei did not notice Mufeng at this time. After taking a sip of the red wine in the glass, he smiled and said, "This is the territory of young people. It would make them uncomfortable if we old men and women stayed here.
Please follow me to the second floor."
After that, he stepped off the stage and said to Shurqing with a smile, "Xiaocheng, you are the protagonist today.
You have the final say on how you want to play. I'll leave this to you."
"Yeah." Shurqing nodded.
"Wife, let's go."
Shurchenwei took his wife to the second floor, and the other bosses also left with their wives.
"Yunxiang, don't let me down."
In the crowd, a middle-aged man looked at Chu Yun and said, "Dad, don't worry, the gift I prepared will definitely be the most unforgettable."
Chu Yunxiang's face was full of confidence. He put a lot of thought and money into this gift.
He believed that no woman could refuse him.
"I hope so." The man nodded and left with his wife.
Soon, there were only a few dozen young people left in the entire first-floor lobby. The elders all went to the second floor, and the ladies gathered together to chat about family matters and their children. The men gathered together to talk about business and their ideals. Many chairs have already been placed in the corridor, where you can drink red wine, chat, and watch the young people in the lobby on the first floor. Brother Shi, Xiaoqing is getting more and more beautiful.
Chu Tianxiang walked to Shurchenwei with a red wine glass and sat down, saying with a smile, "Thank you."
Xiaoqing has inherited her mother's genes perfectly.
Speaking of which, I met her mother at your birthday party.
It's been more than 20 years in a blink of an eye.
Time flies so fast.
Shurchenwei's thoughts were wandering and his eyes were a little dazed.
Yeah, we're all old now.
Chu Tianxiang also laughed. "Back then, you stole the limelight from me, the protagonist. You sang the song of a phoenix and successfully won the most beautiful girl in Tiandu.
But I was jealous for a long time. Ha, let's not talk about the past anymore. I'm old now and can't play the piano anymore." Shurchenwei laughed out loud.
That was the proudest thing he had ever done in his life. "By the way, I heard that your son Yunxiang is very good at basketball.
You won't really let him become a professional basketball player in the future, right?"
He glanced at the young people in the lobby on the first floor and asked curiously. "Let the child walk his own path," Chu Tianxiang said with a smile.
"You have 3 children, and you are quite open with the youngest one."
"I only have one, so I have to take good care of her," Shurchenwei said with a smile.
"With so many young people gathered together today, maybe there is one who suits your taste," Chu Tianxiang said meaningfully. "Really? Then I'd like to take a closer look." Shurchenwei also looked at him meaningfully.
At this time, in the lobby on the first floor, without the constraints of their elders, the young people completely let themselves go. A man walked onto the stage holding a gift box, picked up the microphone and said, "Miss Shi, this is the gift I prepared for you, please accept it." As he spoke, he opened the gift box and took out a heart-shaped blue diamond.
Blue diamonds are very precious, and heart-shaped blue diamonds can better reflect his dedication.
He walked off the stage holding the heart-shaped blue diamond, came to Shurqing and handed it to her with both hands. Under normal circumstances, if a man gave her such a gift, Shurqing would definitely not accept it.
But it was a birthday present and I couldn't refuse it.
This is also the part that Shurqing really dislikes, and it is one of the reasons why she did not attend other people's birthday parties.
But there's nothing I can do. Today is her birthday and no matter how much I dislike it, I can't be impolite.
Shi Qing took the blue diamond, handed it to the nanny behind her, and said with a smile, "Thank you, the blue diamond is very beautiful. As long as Miss Shi likes it." Seeing this, the man shook his head, turned and left. With a polite smile, he didn't even look at the heart-shaped blue diamond.
It was obvious that there was no hope. Chapter 49: Chu Yun's gift.
One by one, young people walked onto the stage to show off their gifts. Men naturally want to win Shi Qing's heart, while women want to show off.
There is nothing we can do about the fact that young people love to compare with each other. I don't know when this trend started, but it has taken root in this circle and cannot be stopped. After everyone had given their gifts, Chu Yun walked slowly onto the stage with graceful steps. "So handsome,"
a group of young ladies exclaimed. An expensive custom-made suit, matched with his tall and sturdy figure, elegant temperament and handsome face, exudes the aura of a nobleman.
"Mu Feng, is your gift ready?" Chu Yunxiang is on the stage. Seeing Chu Yunxiang, Wang Ye became a little anxious.
I have to say, at this moment Chu Yunxiang is so easy to like. We can't blame some girls from ordinary families for throwing themselves at noblemen like moths to a flame.
The temperament they possess is indeed something that ordinary families cannot cultivate. It is an innate advantage.
Soon, Mu Feng said without raising his head.
"Oh, I'm so anxious."
Wang Ye stamped her feet.
"Put. It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is."
Lu Yusin, who was sitting next to her, laughed out loud.
"What's it to you?"
Wang Ye glared at her. Lu Yusin shook her head and looked at Mu Feng, who was still concentrating on carving. She smiled and said, "Hurry up. Although I hope you and Shi Qing will separate, I also don't want her to be with Chu Yunxiang. That guy looks decent on the surface, but he is very vicious behind the scenes." As rich second generations of the same level and often attending other people's birthday parties, they naturally know each other. Only people like Shi Qing, who never attend other people's birthday parties, have few people who know them.
Soon.
Mu Feng still only responded with these two words.
Wang Ye looked at Lu Yusin in surprise, and finally felt a little fond of her.
Although he is Xiaoqing's love rival, at least he is not that bad.
Ms. Shi.
At this time, Chu Yunxiang picked up the microphone with a confident smile on his face. "I also prepared a gift for you." After saying that, he clapped his hands.
Slow down, don't break it." There was a sound coming from the direction of the elevator.
Everyone turned around and saw several young men slowly walking towards them, carrying huge red roses. 999 roses, this is not uncommon, someone has given it before. However, at the top of the rose, there is a circle of diamonds of different colors, set in a platinum ring and held together by a platinum chain.
The outermost circles are pure white diamonds, sparkling brightly.
Inside, the letters I and U are made with blue diamonds, and in between the two letters is a red heart made with even more precious blood red diamonds. 999 red roses and countless white diamonds, basically all the rich second generations here can get them. But blue diamonds and red diamonds are too precious, and it is difficult to collect so many. It's not worth it to pay so much for a woman who is unlikely to get you. But Chu Yunxiang did it, and his dedication melted the hearts of all the young women present. On the second floor, Shi Chenwei looked at Chu Tianxiang in surprise and said in amazement, "Yun Xiang really put in a lot of effort." Chu Tianxiang smiled and said, "Everyone can see that Yunxiang likes Xiaoqing, but I don't know what Xiaoqing thinks." Shi Chenwei subconsciously glanced at Mu Feng, who was still carving in a corner, and said with a smile, "Let the children deal with their own affairs, and we, as elders, will just watch over it."
"Yeah."
Chu Tianxiang nodded and continued to look towards the first floor.
"Miss Shi, this is my birthday present to you."
When the roses were carried onto the stage, Chu Yunxiang introduced them with a smile. 999 red roses represent eternity.
1,314 diamonds, each weighing 5.21 carats, represent my love for you forever. As he spoke, he knelt on one knee and said affectionately, "Miss Shi, will you be my girlfriend? I will love you forever. This is so romantic. If you confess this to me, I will faint from happiness."
The young women's eyes were full of stars.
This guy really put in a lot of effort. It's not unfair that we lost.
Even the men who had given gifts before felt inferior.
Promise him.
The monkey started to lead the rhythm in the crowd.
Promise him, promise him.
All the young men and women started shouting one after another. Soon, the entire hall was filled with waves of voices. "Madam Chu, Yunxiang is not only handsome, but also attentive to girls. If Miss Shi can marry Yunxiang, she will surely be very happy for the rest of her life. A noble lady said with a smile.
Yes, if I were 20 years younger, I would not be able to resist the charm of Yunxiang.
The ladies were all speaking for Chu Yunxiang. Mrs. Chu smiled and said, I didn't expect Yunxiang to be so attentive to Shaoqing. I don't know what Shaoqing is thinking. Mrs. Shi drank some juice and said with a smile, Ladies, let the children deal with their own affairs. We, the elders, will just watch over them. As she spoke, she glanced at Mu Feng, who was still carving quietly, not knowing what the child was doing.
Shaoqing, you must hold on.
Wang Ye clenched her fists, fearing that Shi Chang would agree in a fit of impulsiveness. Shi Ching pursed her lips and said softly, Mr. Chu, I can accept the birthday gift, but I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend.
Wow.
The eldest daughter of the Shi family actually refused.
Moreover, she said she has a boyfriend? Since you have a boyfriend, why didn't you come to her birthday party? Wait, could it be that male classmate?
Suddenly, the image of another elegant young man emerged in everyone's mind.
In terms of appearance and temperament, he is no worse than Chu Yunxiang. But where is he now? You mean Mu Feng? After being rejected, Chu Yunxiang's face looked a little unhappy, but it was only for a moment, and he soon recovered as before. He stood up and said, he didn't even prepare a birthday present for you, so how can he be your boyfriend? And where is he now? Here, Mu Feng is here.
The monkey ran to Mu Feng, pointed at him and shouted loudly. After attracting everyone's attention, he laughed loudly, this kid is still carving wood.
Are you going to use this as a birthday present? I have never seen anyone use this thing as a birthday present. It makes me laugh to death. Shut up.
Wang Ye yelled at him.
What is that kid doing?
He's actually carving at the birthday party of Miss Shi's family. Not only were the young people in the lobby on the first floor stunned, but even the elders on the second floor stood up and looked around curiously.
Chapter 50, The Wooden Sculpture of a Phoenix Seeking a Phoenix, Is It Alive?
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mu Feng calmly completed the last cut. After handing the carving knife to Wang Ye for safekeeping, he covered the wood carving with a piece of cloth, held it in his hand, and walked towards the stage step by step with a confident smile on his face. There seemed to be a powerful aura around him. Although he didn't say a word, the young men and women standing in the way felt a strong pressure and subconsciously moved aside. I don't know why, his appearance is similar to Chu Yunxiang, but why do I think he is more attractive than Chu Yunxiang?
I think so. Feel the same.
The young ladies were talking in low voices, with strange lights in their eyes.
What a handsome man. Even the elders on the second floor couldn't help but express sincere admiration in their hearts. Mu Feng at this moment seemed to be more elegant than when he first arrived. Can sculpture improve one's temperament?
They wondered in their hearts. Little did they know that all this was due to Mu Feng's extremely high charm. As expected of my brother Feng, he is the focus wherever he goes. Lu Yusin's face was full of pride. This was the man she liked. Lu Yusin, please be careful with your words. Beside her, Wang Ye corrected with a serious face, he is not yours, he belongs to our Shaoqing.
If I'm not married, I still have a chance. Lu Yusin said nonchalantly, then her beautiful eyes turned and she said with a smile, do you want to join the ranks of poaching? I don't believe that you won't be tempted by such an outstanding man. Did you see the eyes of those women? They are about to fall for him. You don't have to own beautiful things.
Sometimes it's better to appreciate them from a distance.
Wang Ye said lightly.
Lu Yusin looked at Wang Ye in surprise and said, Wang Ye, you have seen through the mundane world.
I think you can shave your head and become a monk. Wang Ye smiled calmly and looked towards the stage.
At this time, Mu Feng had already stepped onto the stage with the wood sculpture. To others, his charm value can increase his appeal and give him an indescribable special temperament. But for Chu Yunxiang, Mu Feng's extremely high charm value only aroused more hatred in his heart.
How could an orphan like me, Chu Yunxiang, snatch a woman? What qualifications does he have? Mu Feng, this is the gift you gave to Miss Shi? A wooden sculpture? Chu Yunxiang finally spoke.
This should be the second time he confronted Mu Feng head-on. With the Shi family's ability, there is no wood carving that they can't buy. But your rags, covered with cloth, are probably unbearable to the eyes.
Mu Feng stood in front of him and said with a smile, you mean, with the ability of the Shi family, they can't buy these red roses and diamonds of yours? I didn't say that. Chu Yunxiang snorted coldly. Mu Feng smiled slightly, looked at the 999 red roses, and said, what era is this? Giving red roses and diamonds as gifts is too low.
How can these vulgar things match my Shaoqing?
Vulgarian? Everyone was stunned. When did the red rose, which represents love, become a vulgar thing? Isn't your junk a vulgar thing?
Chu Yun said with a dark face. The gift that he had spent several days and a huge amount of money to create became worthless in Mu Feng's mouth.
I carved it with my own hands, how can it be a vulgar thing?
Mu Feng smiled indifferently, removed the cloth covering the wood carving, revealing the true appearance of the wood carving. They were two phoenixes embracing each other. One had a crown and 3 tails, and was a phoenix, which was larger in size. The other had no crown and 2 tails, and was a huang. It is carved from red rosewood and looks lifelike as if it is burning with flames. The moment they saw the wood carving, everyone was drawn into a magical state of mind. Phoenixes fly together, with deep love and sweetness, which lingers in your memory for a long time.
This wood carving is amazing.
When everyone woke up from their state of mind, they all looked at each other in shock. Such magical wood carvings are unprecedented in my experience.
What a great master Mu.
He is so accomplished in wood carving. Mr. Lu clapped his hands in praise, and his expression of shock was even more intense than that of everyone else.
Lao Lu, do you know him? An old boss nearby asked curiously. I guess we know each other.
After Mr. Lu told the story of how he bought the 5-clawed golden dragon painting and how it cured his wife's illness, the old bosses nearby were shocked again. They all knew that Mrs. Lu had been bedridden for several months and countless famous Chinese and Western doctors were helpless. Everyone was a little surprised to see Mrs. Lu appear at the banquet today with a rosy face.
Now I know that it was actually a painting that cured me. Can a painting cure diseases? It's unbelievable. Brother Feng can do anything. I like him more and more.
Lu Yusin's eyes were full of admiration and love, and then she whispered, we have to step up our efforts to poach people.
Do we want to make it a fait accompli first?
Wang Ya, who was standing by, immediately became alert when she heard this.
Was this crazy girl really going to do this?
She had to remind Xiao Cheng.
I have to admit that your wood carving is indeed outstanding.
Chu Yun said in a deep voice, but in terms of value, it is not as good as my gift. The wood carving has a unique artistic conception, which is indeed unheard of, but in terms of value, it is only 20 or 30 million at most, which cannot be compared with the total value of his gift.
Vulgar. So vulgar. Mu Feng glanced at him and said calmly, if you only look at the value of a gift, wouldn't it be enough to just give a few 100 million? What else do you need? Gifts are about the thought. You.
Chu Yun almost exploded with anger.
I spent so much time and effort on this, don't I have any intentions?
Mu Feng ignored him and looked at Shi Qing behind the stage.
He smiled and said softly, Xiao Chang, can you come to the stage? I have something to tell you.
Shi Cheng nodded, her heart beating like a rabbit.
What does he want to tell me? Could it be?
Thinking of that possibility made her even more nervous. When Shi Qing walked to the center of the stage, Mu Feng handed the wooden sculpture to her and said softly, Xiao Chang, this is a gift I prepared for you.
Thanks.
Shi Qing's smile made people feel like spring breeze. But when her hand touched the wood carving, a phoenix cry suddenly sounded.
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and couldn't help but look shocked.
A strange scene was happening on the wood sculpture in Shi Qing's hand. The wooden sculpture of a phoenix and a phoenix that were originally embracing each other now turned into a posture of crying towards the sky.
What's going on? The wood carving is alive? Everyone opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. Even Shi Chang was startled and almost threw the wood carving away. Mu Feng smiled and said gently, this wood sculpture is not just a wood sculpture. It incorporates my love for you. If you also love me, when you touch this wood sculpture, it will be activated. Next, this is the real magic of this wood sculpture. Don't be scared later. Chapter 51 Shi Chang, will you be my girlfriend? Is this a confession? Also, he said that I activated this wood sculpture because I loved him. Do I love him? Shi Chang pursed her lips and looked at Mu Feng with complicated thoughts. Obviously, she didn't quite understand what kind of feelings she had for Mu Feng. At first, she was eager to drive the devil Mu Feng out of her dreams, so she did some things that were difficult for ordinary people to understand. But later on, she seemed to have gotten used to using the excuse of expelling the demons in her dreams to get close to Mu Feng. These days, when Mu Feng really disappeared from her dreams, she suffered from insomnia. There is a beautiful woman,
I never forget her after seeing her. If I don't see her for a day, I miss her like crazy."
Suddenly, a deep and magnetic voice sounded out of nowhere in the hall.
Everyone looked around in confusion, but couldn't find where the sound came from.
"The phoenix is flying high, and the four seas are looking for it." The sound continues.
At this moment, 2 calls of the phoenix resounded throughout the hall again. The phoenix's voice is loud and pleasant, while the phoenix's voice is gentle and crisp. Everyone looked at the wooden sculpture again, and fear gradually appeared on their faces. I saw that the pair of phoenixes on the wood carving were actually flapping their wings.
A phoenix carved out of wood is flapping its wings. How terrifying and mysterious is this scene?
Suddenly, 2 more phoenix calls were heard, and the 2 phoenixes suddenly spread their wings and flew into the sky, soaring in the air. The red halo seemed like a real flame burning. Huang Fei was in front, looking cool and noble. The phoenix was chasing after him, and although it was equally noble, its cry was filled with love. Coupled with the deep and magnetic voice reciting the poem Feng Qiu Huang, the intention of courtship was immediately revealed. Everyone stared blankly at the pair of phoenixes soaring and chasing each other in the sky, their minds blank.
It was clearly just a wooden sculpture. How could it suddenly come to life? This is so unbelievable that no one would believe it if I told them. This is truly turning decay into magic.
Mr. Liu was amazed. It would be fine if it just pulled people's consciousness into the artistic conception, but it actually made a sculpture fly freely in the air as if it had life.
Is it really possible for a mortal to do such a thing?
Shi Chenwei and his wife looked at the phoenix soaring in the sky, and then looked at Mu Feng on the stage in the hall, with strange looks in their eyes. Xiaoqing's boyfriend, no, male friend, is not simple. After so many years in the business world, they thought they had seen all kinds of strange things.
But the wood carving they saw today was completely beyond their understanding.
It should be said that it is beyond the understanding of Daxia for 5,000 years.
It is unscientific to bring the wood sculpture back to life. Xiaoqing.
At this time, Mu Feng spoke. Shi Chang withdrew her gaze from the air and looked at the man beside her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief.
How did he do it? Mu Feng gazed at those beautiful eyes lovingly and said in a gentle voice, "Xiaoqing, will you be my girlfriend?" Confessed.
He confessed his love to Shi Qing.
Just like Chu Yun before. Unfortunately, Chu Yun was rejected outright. This time, will Shi Qing refuse or accept? If he accepted it, wouldn't that be a slap in Chu Yunxiang's face? At this banquet, given the friendship between the Shi family and the Chu family, Shi Qing should at least consider the relationship between the two families and not agree directly, right? However, when she rejected Chu Yunxiang, she said that she had a boyfriend. This Mu Feng was most likely her original boyfriend. If so, would she still refuse? But everyone looked at the phoenix soaring in the sky, listened to the deep voice reciting the Feng Qiu Huang Ming Fu, and then looked at the 2 people on the stage who were gazing at each other affectionately. Which woman can refuse a love confession in this way? This is no longer a question of whether or not you are attentive. This is a unique and unrepeatable way of courtship in the world. So romantic. If I were Shi Chang, I would agree without hesitation, right? The young ladies present thought so in their hearts. Everyone was watching the 2 of them, looking forward to their subsequent developments. Only Chu Yunxiang clenched his fists with a cold look in his eyes. He really confessed to me, should I accept it? Shi Qing's pretty face turned slightly red, and her mind was full of thoughts. While she was putting on makeup upstairs, her mother told her to follow her heart. At that time, she didn't quite understand why her mother said this to her. Now she understood. She took a deep breath, her face flushed, and whispered, "I do." The sound was very small, but in this silent hall, it still reached everyone's ears. She actually agreed. After rejecting Chu Yunxiang, she turned around and accepted Mu Feng's confession. The key point is that Chu Yunxiang was standing right next to them. Wasn't this slap on the face a bit too harsh? Everyone looked at Chu Yunxiang, only to see that his face was gloomy and he exuded a cold aura, completely different from the elegant young man before. However, they can also understand that no one would perform better than him if faced with such a situation. At the same time, after Shi Cheng agreed, the phoenix soaring in the sky also underwent some changes. The originally aloof Huan was now embracing the phoenix, just like in the wood carving. After a moment, the phoenixes cried out together, spread their wings, and soared into the sky again. The difference is that the phoenix and the phoenix have become closer, chasing and playing with each other, and their strong love makes everyone deeply involved and unable to extricate themselves. Give me a kiss.
Wanya also started to lead the conversation, while glancing proudly at Lu Yusin next to her.
Lu Yusin pursed her lips but didn't say anything.
The scene before her was so sweet that even her love rival felt so comfortable eating this wave of dog food that she had nothing to say. But the liking I had for Mu Feng in my heart was gradually turning into love. She really couldn't let go of such an outstanding man.
Give me a kiss. The young men and women also shouted loudly one after another.
This feeling, this scene, should be cherished. Mu Feng hugged Shurqing's slender waist, lifted her delicate chin with his hand, and slowly lowered his head to kiss her.
Cool, soft, and an electric shock feeling.
This was a feeling that had never appeared in his dreams or when Shurqing forcefully kissed him at the opening ceremony.
Oh! The young men and women howled like wolves. It is too sweet.
Only Chu Yun's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it.
This scene is so similar to the one at the opening ceremony a few days ago.
After the 999 red roses were rejected, she turned around and called on Mu Feng to come on stage and give her a kiss. Now, another 999 red roses were rejected, and she kissed Mu Feng again. Whether it was the two people kissing in front of him or the conversations of the young men and women around him, it was extremely irritating to Chu Yunxiang at this moment. Without saying a word, he turned and walked off the stage, walked to a secluded corner and sat down, drinking alone with a sinister light flashing in his eyes.
Chapter 52. From now on, you call me Feng and I will call you Qing.
On the second floor, most of the old directors and their wives just smiled knowingly, except for Chu Tianxiong and his wife.
Brother Shi, are you really planning to let Xiaoqing marry a young boy with no background?
Chu Tianxiong took a sip of red wine, looked at Shi Chenawei beside him, and asked with a smile. As a veteran in the business world with more than 20 years' experience, keeping one's emotions under control is a basic skill. Even though his heart was filled with endless anger, his face was still smiling, as if the person who was slapped in the face was not his son. Shi Chenawei took a sip of wine, shook his head and said, "Let the children decide their own affairs, and we old guys should not interfere. What's more, it's too early for them to talk about marriage now.
Young people nowadays fall in love with everyone they meet.
They may be lovers at one moment, and part ways the next second." When he said this, he glanced at Chu Yunxiang inconspicuously, but cleverly let Chu Tianxiong notice it. Chu Tianxiong narrowed his eyes and said nothing.
He knew his youngest son's character better than anyone else, but so what? As the son of Chu Tianxiong, what's wrong with playing with a few more women?
But Shi Chenawei put down his wine glass and looked at the pair of phoenixes still flying in the sky. His eyes were filled with amazement again.
This kid's ability is really incredible. A wood sculpture coming back to life is unheard of.
It's just a smokescreen, Chu Tianxiong said lightly. Although he was also deeply shocked, he was unwilling to admit Mu Feng's excellence and attributed it all to a trick.
It's obvious that Mu Feng has been planning for today for a long time and has really put a lot of thought into it.
Chu Tianxiong showed a hint of sneer on his face. A carp leaping over the dragon gate is still a carp after all, it can never turn into a dragon. In his opinion, Mu Feng simply wanted to achieve his goal of entering the Shi family through Shi Cheng and becoming a dragon in one leap. Unfortunately, a fish is still a fish after all, and is fundamentally different from a dragon. Even if it crosses the dragon gate, it cannot change the nature of a fish and it is impossible for it to transform into a dragon.
However, this kid is very scheming, and Chu Yunxiang's loss was not unfair.
In fact, when he saw the gift prepared by Chu Yunxiang, he was also surprised and thought that this time it was a sure thing. Unexpectedly, Mu Feng showed up unexpectedly and shocked the whole audience in this way, completely overshadowing Chu Yunxiang and successfully winning Shi Qing's heart. Although he thought this was just a sleight of hand, for the young men and women present, the means used were not important. What was important was that they felt extremely shocked and saw true romance, and that was enough.
This brat, are you giving up already?
Chu Tianxiong looked at his son who was drinking in the corner and frowned slightly.
Losing is not scary, what is scary is giving up after losing. Carp? Master Mu is not a carp.
Mr. Lu came over with a glass of red wine and said with a smile after hearing this.
Brother Lu seems to be very optimistic about him? Shi Chenawei asked curiously.
Mr. Lu said with a smile, "If Brother Shi doesn't want this son-in-law, you can give it to me.
I really want such an excellent son-in-law." Brother Lu, you're joking. Shi Chenawei smiled slightly.
Chu Tianxiong looked at Mr. Lu, then he remembered that he also had only one daughter, and his eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, in the noble lady's area, a noble lady smiled and said, "Madam Shi, your future son-in-law is quite good. He knows how to please women. What a pity. If I were 20 years younger, I might have to compete with your daughter for him. Everyone was speechless, and Mrs. Chu looked even more unnatural. The person who spoke this had previously spoken to her son in the same tone and with similar words.
This camp changes too quickly. Mrs. Sher smiled and said, "You are joking.
They are only in their 20s, and it is time for them to have fun. There is still a long time in the future, and no one knows what will happen in the future.
It is too early to talk about marriage now."
After saying that, she looked at the two people on the stage. The man is talented and the woman is beautiful, they are deeply in love and they are quite a match. If it were to choose a son-in-law, Mu Feng would be better than Chu Yun in every aspect except his background. And since Mu Feng has such ability, he will never have to worry about making money. I heard that one of his paintings can sell for more than 10 million, or even 20 million, and this is true for every one of his paintings. If all his wood carvings had the same magical power as the phoenix attracting the phoenix, their prices would far exceed his paintings. Making money doesn't seem difficult for him. At this moment, on the stage, Mu Feng, who had taken advantage, looked at his delicate school beauty girlfriend in front of him and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. In the past, school beauties were out of reach.
And now, she has become my girlfriend.
It felt like a dream.
What are you looking at?
Shirqing couldn't stand his burning gaze, so she looked away and said in a low voice,
"Look at my girlfriend. It's hard to believe that there is such a beautiful woman in the world. Is she a fairy?"
Mu Feng said in amazement.
"Mu Feng, I find that you are becoming more and more slick."
Shirqing looked up and glared at him.
Mu Feng pinched her nose and said with a smile, "Call me Feng from now on. I am your wind and you are my sunshine. Only when the wind is strong and the sun is bright can the sky be clear." "Don't want."
Shirqing blushed and shook her head repeatedly.
"This name is too corny."
"Xing," Mu Feng said with a smile.
"Oh, so corny."
Shirqing felt cold all over and got goosebumps all over her body.
"Call the wind and let me hear it," Mu Feng urged.
"No." Shirqing shook her head repeatedly. She would never say such disgusting words even if she was beaten to death.
"One day you'll yell,"
Mu Feng said with a smile. This pair of dogs. Chu Yun, who was sitting in the corner drinking, watched the two people's intimate actions, and the anger in his eyes almost ignited the air. Suddenly, the loud cry of a phoenix was heard, and the pair of phoenixes flying in the sky swooped down and landed on the wooden sculpture base in Shirqing's hand, returning to their original posture and turning into wooden sculptures again. Shirqing touched the phoenix and it felt hard, so it was undoubtedly made of wood. A look of wonder appeared on her delicate little face, and she whispered, "I really don't understand how a piece of wood can fly in the sky and make a sound. It's because our love can move heaven and earth, and because our love can turn decay into magic." Mu Feng said with a smile. Shirqing rolled her eyes.
"What a bullshit.
But I feel sweet inside, it's a strange feeling."
At this time, Mu Feng picked up the microphone and said with a smile, "Everyone, the stage is now handed over to you. Show your talents to the fullest.
I wish you all your dreams come true and marry a beautiful woman or a handsome man. As for today's protagonist, I'm sorry, she can't accompany you.
Because she has to accompany me for the whole day." Chapter 53, Mu Feng, you finally act like a man today.
Oh. The young men and women howled like wolves, with an expression that said "I understand" on their faces. When it comes to having fun, no one knows it better than these rich second generations. Well, Shirqing is an exception. In the past, apart from going to school, I practiced musical instruments, and my only friend was Wangya. Shirqing's pretty face turned slightly red, but Mu Feng smiled and said, "You guys are too vulgar."
"I am very pure.
I was just chatting with my Shao Chang."
Cut. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes together to express their inner contempt.
If he can keep a pure heart in front of such a beautiful girlfriend, he is not a real man. Mu Feng smiled slightly, put the microphone on the microphone stand, turned his head to look at the 999 red roses on the stage, and said with a smile, "Xing, have someone take these red roses down, they take up too much space. After all, it is a token of people's love. These flowers don't matter, those diamonds can be sold, and at least some money can be made."
"A great man taught us not to be extravagant, right?"
Shirqing rolled her eyes and glared at him unhappily. This guy is rubbing salt into Chu Yun's wounds. However, she did not say anything and asked the nanny to call a few people to carry the roses away and clean the stage. When Mu Feng spoke, his mouth was not far from the microphone on the microphone stand, and his voice was transmitted through the microphone. The young men and women were all a little surprised. This was not giving Chu Yun any face at all and was a complete offense to him. Who is he? Why is he so unscrupulous? Isn't he afraid of Chu Yun's revenge? When Chu Yun heard this, he almost crushed the wine glass in his hand. This is too much. Chu Yun gritted his teeth and tried several times to stand up and rush to the stage to have a close combat with Mu Feng to vent his anger. He took several deep breaths before suppressing the urge. If we rush forward now, not to mention whether we can defeat Mu Feng, even if we win, it will be a loss of dignity and composure, and the loss will outweigh the gain. Mu Feng, I'll let you be arrogant for a few more days. Chu Yun squeezed out a word from between his teeth in a cold voice. The monkey standing by was silent as a cicada and dared not say a word. At this moment, Chu Yun was like an active volcano ready to erupt. As long as he opened his mouth, the spout would burst open and it would be out of control, and he would be the one who would suffer in the end. Let's go, let's leave this stage to others. I ate the meat, so I have to leave some soup for others. Mu Feng said with a smile. He talks nonsense all day long and is not a serious person. Shi Qing's pretty face turned slightly red. Can this be used as a metaphor? By the way, please keep the gift I gave you safe. It is a priceless treasure that represents love. If it is stolen, there will be no second one. Mu Feng smiled slightly, pulled Shi Qing off the stage, and came to where Wang Ye and Lu Yusin were. Shi Qing tightly grasped the base of the wooden sculpture. This was a token of love, how could she lose it? Next was a segment where young men and women performed their talents. If you can attract the opposite sex and facilitate a marriage between the two families, that would be very good. Marriage is the most commonly used method to ensure that these families can exist longer. This is also one of the reasons why the old bosses bring their younger generations out to attend the banquet. It is also the aspect that young people care about most. These second-generation rich people have better resources than ordinary people, have received good training since childhood, and each of them has some good talents. Some were playing the piano, some were dancing, some were singing, and some were performing magic, to name a few. Those with good skills are more professional than professionals, and those with poor skills are not so bad as to be unsightly. To be fair, the second generation of rich people do have more advantages than ordinary people in some aspects. Mr. Mu Feng, you finally acted like a man today. Wang Ye looked at Mu Feng and praised him generously. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Student Wang Ye, please be careful with your choice of words. It's as if I wasn't a man before." Wang Ye nodded. You really weren't like a man before. You didn't take the initiative with your girlfriend at all, and let others take advantage of you. Mu Feng blared and said, You mean that Chu Yun? He is a vulgar man, and a stubborn one. When it comes to gifts, he only knows how to give flowers and diamonds. They may be okay to appease a little girl who has never seen the world, but if he uses them on Qing, she will definitely fail even without my presence. Who told you about Chu Yun? Everyone in this circle knows about his little troubles. He has no chance with my Xiaoqing. I know who I'm talking about. As Wang Ye spoke, she glanced at Lu Yusin beside her. Lu Yusin looked at her nose with her eyes, and then her mouth with her nose, pretending not to hear. Mu Feng also reacted, touched his nose, laughed dryly, and said, You guys sit down for a while, I'll clean up the garbage on the table. As he said this, he walked towards the place where he had carved before. No, I've already cleaned it up. Wang Ye said unhappily. All right. Mu Feng pulled Shi Qing to sit down, looked at the young man singing on the stage, and changed the subject, saying, Actually, he sings quite well. You call this nice? Wang Ye glanced at the young man on the stage and said disdainfully, Do you want me to go up and sing a song for you? Mu Feng's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Okay, I thought you sang very well at the opening ceremony, let's go. Wang Ye looked at him suspiciously and muttered, Why do I feel like you want to get rid of me? Tell me the truth, what evil plan are you up to? I can't let you deceive my Xiaoqing. What do you mean yours? From now on she is mine. Mu Feng raised the hand that was clasped with Shi Qing's fingers and said with a smile. Wang Ye's lips moved, and then she remembered that they had officially established a romantic relationship. For a moment, she couldn't find any words to refute. After a while, she muttered, Even if you get married, she is still my Xiaoqing. Shi Qing smiled, smoothed a strand of messy hair on Wang Ye's forehead, and said with a smile, You are my best friend for life. Yeah.
That's the kind that's better than a certain stinky man. Wang Ye glanced at Mu Feng. Yeah. Shi Cheng nodded, feeling a little funny.
Lu Yusin tilted her head, looked at Wang Ye and Shi Cheng, and said suspiciously, Wang Ye, I thought you liked Brother Feng before, but now it seems that you like Shi Cheng more.
Are you the one? Wang Ye glared at him and said angrily, What did you say, crazy girl? Say it again and I'll tear your mouth apart. Look, you're angry and embarrassed, right? It must be because I hit the nail on the head. Lu Yusin said with a smile. You. Wang Ye pointed at Lu Yusin, extremely angry. Okay, you two, stop making trouble.
Shi Cheng grabbed Wang Ye and said helplessly.
Mu Feng also said, Classmate Lu Yusin, can I trouble you for something?
When Lu Yusin heard this, she immediately sat up straight and said, Brother Feng, go ahead. Mu Feng smiled and said, Please help me order 2 more pieces of small leaf red sandalwood, just the same size as the previous one.
You want to carve more? Lu Yusin asked curiously.
Mu Feng glanced at Shi Cheng and said with a smile, Since they kidnapped someone's precious daughter, we should at least give them a gift in return, right?
Chapter 54 God is watching what you do, those who show off their affection will die sooner. Originally, he attended Shi Cheng's birthday party as an ordinary friend and only prepared a gift for her.
And originally, he just planned to carve a wooden sculpture of a phoenix spreading its wings. I didn't expect Chu Yun to want to confess his feelings to Shi Cheng at the birthday party.
How could I tolerate this?
I don't know if others can tolerate it, but Mu Feng definitely can't tolerate it. He acted decisively, replaced the gift, confessed his feelings in public, and then killed Chu Yun. But in this way, he and Shi Cheng became official lovers. The first time I went to my girlfriend's house, it seemed a bit unreasonable not to prepare some gifts for my future father-in-law and mother-in-law.
What if they become dissatisfied and try to stop the relationship and do something to break up the couple? Wouldn't that just cause more trouble?
To carve a gift for her parents.
Lu Yusin looked at Shi Cheng and pouted. Yes. Mu Feng smiled and said, We kidnapped their daughter and left 2 elderly people at home. What if they miss their daughter?
We must leave something behind to ease their pain of missing their daughter.
Okay.
Lu Yusin pouted, nodded, and took out her cell phone. As long as it is what Brother Feng needs, she will support it no matter what it is used for. Shi Cheng next to her couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said this as if she would never go home again.
Wang Ye widened her eyes, looked at Mu Feng carefully for a moment, and said, Mu Feng, you don't want to take my Xiaoqing to some remote place and never come back, do you? Hey, your suggestion is good, we can consider it.
This way, no one will disturb our world of 2.
After 20 years or so, I will bring back a football team and sweep the World Cup, hee hee.
Mu Feng laughed as he spoke.
Puff.
Wang Ye burst out crying on the spot, You even brought back a football team.
Do you think my Xiaoqing is a pig?
Shi Cheng's pretty face flushed red, she pinched Mu Feng's waist hard, stamped her feet and said angrily, Mu Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? Really, it's so embarrassing that such words can be said in public.
Moreover, the 2 have just established a romantic relationship and haven't even gotten married yet. This is a bit too far-fetched. Why did you forget to call me Feng again?
Mu Feng pinched Shi Cheng's nose and reminded her with a smile.
Shi Cheng blushed and turned her head away.
She couldn't call out because there were outsiders around. Wang Ye shuddered, hugged her arms, and rubbed her arms vigorously. It's so cold, I can't stand it.
Can you guys consider the feelings of us single dogs when showing your affection?
Mu Feng shrugged and said with a smile, Then you don't have to watch it. Wang Ye said seriously, Student Mu Feng, a great man once said this, God is watching what you do, and those who show affection will die quickly.
Mu Feng was full of suspicion. Why haven't I heard of this great man? Could this great man be you?
Wang Ye said proudly, Yes, it is me.
Incompetent? I think you are quite talented. Are you interested in writing a novel? I can be your introducer.
Mu Feng said with a smile.
Writing novels?
That's what otakus and otaku girls do. I heard that if people are not satisfied with the plot, they will be scolded.
I can't do that.
Wang Ye shook her head repeatedly. Nonsense, the readers of Tomato Novel Network are very kind. At most they will send some razor blades to the authors who write slower. Men will be castrated and women will have their hair shaved. Mu Feng said with a smile.
Bah! Obscene.
Wang Ye's pretty face turned slightly red. Shi Cheng pulled Mu Feng. This guy was getting more and more outrageous.
He was flirting with her best friend in front of her? Brother Feng.
At this time, Lu Yusin hung up the phone and said with a smile, "It has been customized and will be delivered in no more than 2 hours."
Okay, thank you. Mu Feng nodded.
Brother Feng, you don't have to be so polite to me.
I'm available anytime as long as you need me. Lu Yusin threw a coquettish glance and said something ambiguous that made people think about it.
Shi Qing glanced at her and couldn't help but hold Mu Feng's hand tighter.
This crazy girl's background, appearance, and figure are no worse than mine. The key is that she's paying for it. Which man can refuse? You have to keep an eye on the wind.
Wang Ye was not one to hide anything and directly started to criticize. Lu Yusin, you are a lady from a wealthy family.
Can you be a little more reserved and have a little shame? You are openly stealing someone's boyfriend and poaching someone. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed if it gets out?
Lu Yusin waved her hand nonchalantly. You said we're just boyfriends, and we're not married. Besides, there are still divorces after marriage. In this impetuous society, the divorce rate is very high.
Wang Ye's eyes widened. Oh my god, this crazy woman is so determined to poach people.
Looking at the two people who were confronting each other, Mu Feng looked at Shi Qing with a helpless smile on his face, but was glared at by Shi Chang. Mu Feng sighed to himself, it was all because he was too outstanding. I want to be low-key, but others don't allow me to be low-key. Oh, being a man is so difficult.
It's even harder for outstanding men.
He pulled Shi Qing to sit at the table, and pulled Shi Qing into his arms, letting her sit on his lap. He wrapped his arms around her slender and soft waist, rested his chin on her smooth and white shoulders, and smelled her faint body fragrance, feeling very comfortable. The only flaw was that the young man playing the guqin on the stage had mediocre skills and the piece of music did not quite suit the mood of the two at the time. Shi Qing's pretty face turned slightly red, and she tilted her head slightly and leaned against Mu Feng's head, her face full of sweetness.
I really hope this moment can stay forever.
Wang Ye and Lu Yusin argued with each other for a while, and seeing the two of them like this, they couldn't help but pout.
Dog food is everywhere.
The two of them walked to the side and sat down, occasionally glancing at Mu Feng and Shi Qing, wondering what they were thinking. At this time, Monkey, who had been staying beside Chu Yun, looked at the young man who was playing the guqin on the stage, and then looked at Chu Yun who was drinking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, Brother Chu, I heard that Miss Shi is proficient in various musical instruments, especially the guqin, and has reached a superb level. Brother Chu, you are also good at the guqin, why don't you go on stage and play a song, and then invite Shi Qing to play with you?
Today is Shi Qing's birthday party, I believe she will not refuse. If Mu Feng sees Brother Chu and his girlfriend playing together, I believe his face will be very happy.
Chu Yun paused while drinking, turned his head to look at Monkey, and gave him a thumbs up. Monkey, this is the best idea you have come up with in all these years.
After it's done, I'll give you a McLaren.
Monkey's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, it is my greatest honor to be able to share Brother Chu's worries.
Chu Yun straightened his clothes, took 2 sips of tea, and waited until the young man on the stage finished playing before walking onto the stage and saying, Brother Wang, can I borrow your guqin? Chapter 55 My skills are only slightly better than Chu Yunxiang's.
Okay. The young man called Brother Wang nodded, left the guqin behind, and left the stage alone.
Chu Yunxiang wants to perform a talent show?
I heard that he is very good at playing the guqin. The young men and women were talking in low voices. They thought Chu Yunxiang couldn't bear the blow and had left early, but they didn't expect that he was still there. Could it be that he felt that he couldn't pursue Shi Qing and was ready to change the target of his pursuit? On the second floor, Zhu Tianxiong, who had been gloomy all the time, also showed a smile on his face.
You are worthy of being my, Zhu Tianxiong's son. How could you be defeated by such a small difficulty?
Ever since he learned that Shi Chenhui's wife was injured and could no longer have children, he has been planning to marry into the Shi family and then gradually take over the Shi family's business. Knowing that Shi Qing was practicing various musical instruments, he forced Chu Yunxiang to practice as well. Unfortunately, Chu Yunxiang's talent in musical instruments is obviously not as good as Shi Qing's, so he can only concentrate on learning one thing, which is the guqin.
After more than 10 years of practice, Chu Yunxiang's attainments in guqin are not low.
Chu Yunxiang sat in front of the guqin, tuned the strings, and then began his solo performance. It has to be said that his guqin skills are no worse than many guqin masters, and he is more than capable of outperforming all other young men and women. After the song was over, he stood up, his eyes passed over the crowd and fell on Shi Qing who was sitting in Mu Feng's arms in the corner. Seeing the posture of the two people, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, but soon a smile appeared on his face again.
I've heard that Miss Sher is an excellent pianist. I, Chu, would like to play a duet with her at her birthday party. I'm sure Miss Sher won't refuse this small request of mine, right? This time, he didn't want to snatch Shi Qing away, he just wanted to humiliate Mu Feng in this way and vent his anger. On the second floor, Chu Tianxiang frowned slightly. This kid is still too young after all. Even if he humiliates Mu Feng and vents his anger in this way, it will not change the final result. To him, it was pure childish play. Shi Chenwei, who was sitting next to him, also glanced at Chu Tianxiang but said nothing. Then he turned his attention to Mu Feng. It would be impossible for any man to remain indifferent if other men invited their girlfriends to play with him. He wondered how this boy would react. Not only him, everyone's eyes were on Mu Feng and Shi Cheng. When seeing the two sitting in such an intimate posture, young men and women were all touched by their sweetness. But, it's not a good idea to show affection in public like this. Moreover, Shi Qing's parents are watching on the second floor. Isn't this kid afraid that her parents will be dissatisfied? Being stared at by so many people, Shi Qing felt a little embarrassed. She wanted to stand up from Mu Feng's arms, but he held her tightly. She had no choice but to give up. She looked at Chu Yunxiang on the stage and shook her head, saying, "Sorry, I don't want to play the piano today." Such a straightforward and direct rejection did not give Chu Yunxiang any room to maneuver. If she had not confirmed her relationship with Mu Feng, she might not have refused to play with Chu Yunxiang at the birthday party. But now that she is Mu Feng's girlfriend in name only, she must draw a clear line with any man, let alone a man whom she has no feelings for and who has ulterior motives towards her. Chu Yunxiang's face suddenly darkened, and he forced a smile and said, "It's just a duet. I believe that classmate Mu Feng won't mind it. As the protagonist of today, Miss Shi shouldn't be so unkind, right?" Shi Cheng wanted to refuse but was stopped by Mu Feng. He held Shi Qing in his arms, stood up, and slowly walked towards the stage, smiling and saying, "He's right. As today's protagonist, Qing, you should indeed show off your talent. However, this classmate Chu's piano skills are too poor to play with you. It just so happens that I'm itching to play today, so why don't we play another song together? Is Chu Yunxiang addicted to being slapped in the face? I tried my best to stretch my face towards him so that he could hit me. I would feel a little sorry for his enthusiasm if I didn't hit him." Shi Qing was held in Mu Feng's arms, with so many people watching her, and she felt very shy. When she came to her senses, she was already on the stage. "Okay, let's play another song together," Shi Qing said softly, her eyes full of Mu Feng's shadow, and she ignored Chu Yunxiang, who was also standing on the stage. He had just rejected Chu Yunxiang, and then turned around and played with Mu Feng again. Did he have to slap his face so quickly and so hard? Chu Yunxiang looked very unhappy and he could no longer maintain the image of a gentleman. "Can you play the piano?" he said in a deep voice. "Don't play randomly, it will pollute our ears." Mu Feng placed Shi Qing on the stage, glanced at Chu Yunxiang, smiled calmly, and said, "Of course I can play the piano, and better than you. But I don't want to play the piano today." Suddenly, Shi Qing pulled the corner of Mu Feng's clothes and whispered, "Mu Feng, I don't have a flute at home." She had already seen Mu Feng's flute-playing skills, which were superb. With equally superb painting, basketball and sculpture skills, he should not have extra time to practice other musical instruments, right? How to play together without flute? No problem. Mu Feng smiled slightly and asked, "What musical instruments do you have at home?" Shi Qing thought for a moment and said, "There are guqin, piano, 25-string zither, pipa, and guzheng. Most of her instruments are kept in her studio, and she doesn't have many at home." Mu Feng smiled and said, "In that case, then give me a harp. You play the harp and I'll play the harp. As the ancients said, harp and harp should be in harmony. You can still play the harp?" Shi Qing's face was full of surprise. The most important thing is that he actually used the word. The so-called means playing the zither. Ancient people liked to use to describe playing a plucked string instrument like zither. It's a billion times better than the guqin played by classmate Chu just now. Billions of times better, Mu Feng said with a smile. Shi Qing rolled her eyes at him and asked the nanny to find someone to bring over the guqin and see that she had left it home. Chu Yunxiang was furious at the two people's indifference, and said in a deep voice, "Don't go too far." Mu Feng turned to look at him and said in surprise, "Huh? You haven't left yet, I thought you had already gone down. You don't want to shamelessly play with my girlfriend, do you? I've already told you that your piano skills are too poor, and you are not comparable to my Qing's piano skills. Forcing a duet will only pollute everyone's ears.
Then I'd like to see how good your piano skills are. Chu Yun moved a chair and sat on the stage, not planning to leave. He had already lost face today, so he didn't mind losing it a little longer. Anyway, he would not go downstairs unless he played a song with Shi Cheng today. On the second floor, Shi Chenwei looked at Chu Tianxiang next to him and said calmly, Chang Wen Yunxiang has an extraordinary demeanor.
I have seen it today.
Chu Tianxiang said with a fake smile, let the children deal with their own affairs, and we, as elders, will just watch over it. At this time, several people had already come onto the stage carrying a guqin and a sa. Mu Feng took Shi Qing's hand and walked her to the guqin. Then he turned and walked to his seat, performed a very standard and formal bow to everyone present before sitting down. With his hands on the strings of the harp, his face showed a strong look of confidence. He was so charming at that moment. Chapter 56, Harmony and Harmony. This wave of dog food is very comfortable to eat. This ancient zither is carved from a whole piece of wood. The surface of the zither is slightly raised, and the body is hollow with a baseboard embedded underneath. There is a long yuashan at the front end of the sei and 3 short yuashan at the back end. There are 4 pegs at the tail end for tying the strings. There are corresponding string holes on the outer sides of the first and last yuashan. There is also a wooden harp post placed under the strings. The whole body is brightly colored and has a total length of 1.7 meters. Mu Feng sat upright in front of him, placed his hands on the strings of the zither, and plucked them gently to tune them.
His fingers are nimble and his every move is elegant. Pack. Keep pretending. I wonder how long you can keep pretending.
Chu Yunxiang, who was sitting next to him, had a sneer on his face. Mu Feng's high charm has a strong appeal to others, but to Chu Yunxiang, it is real hatred. The better and more outstanding his performance was, the more hatred he attracted from Chu Yunxiang. This Mu Feng. On the second floor, Chu Tianxiang frowned slightly, his face slightly cold. He bullies his own son again and again. Does he really think that he, the father, does not exist? Let the children deal with their own affairs, and we, as the elders, just watch over them. Shi Chenwei said with a smile.
Chu Tianxiang didn't say anything.
He drank red wine and stared at Mu Feng on the stage with a cold look. Shi Chenwei also looked at Mu Feng. He had to admit that there seemed to be some inexplicable attraction on Mu Feng at this moment, which made him feel good about him, and he couldn't help but speak for him. After all, this kid is still too young and doesn't understand the truth that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. With such an aggressive personality, he will have many enemies in the future. But if you think about it carefully, if it were me, I would probably be unhappy if someone invited my girlfriend to play a duet. As a person who has created a miracle, Mu Feng's attention at this moment has surpassed Shi Qing, the protagonist of the birthday party. However, the two did not pay too much attention to what was happening off the court. Shi Cheng placed the wooden sculpture of Phoenix seeking the phoenix at her feet and began to tune the strings of the zither. After tuning the instrument, she looked up at Mu Feng. Coincidentally, Mu Feng had also finished tuning the strings of the harp and was looking up at her. When they looked into each other's eyes, the undisguised love sparked in the air. Anyone with eyes sharp could see the sweetness in it.
After a moment, the two smiled at each other.
Shi Cheng lowered her head and began to play. This time, she played not the phoenix seeks the phoenix but longing for you. The quiet and distant sound of the piano rang out, and everyone was drawn into a strange state of mind.
It's as if I see a graceful lady, staying alone in a huge courtyard, waiting for her lover to return.
From sunrise to sunset, from moonrise to moonset, it never moves. She was looking forward to her lover's return. At the same time, the cry of a phoenix was heard, and everyone who was immersed in the artistic conception suddenly discovered that the phoenix on the wood carving of Feng Qiu Huang was once again spreading its wings and soaring in the air. The original scene of the phoenixes flying together is no longer there.
The phoenix is gone, leaving only the phoenix. Loneliness also contains endless longing.
At this moment, Huang is the embodiment of the graceful lady in the artistic conception. She didn't know when her lover would return. Watching this scene, almost everyone was heartbroken. They are all looking forward to and praying that their loved one will return soon so they can be reunited. At this moment, a deep and rich sound of the zither rang out. What he played was not Chang Xiang Si, but the melody was very similar to Chang Xiang Si and could be perfectly blended with the Chang Xiang Si played by Shi Cheng. No one even knew what song he was playing, as if it did not exist in the world. But this does not prevent everyone from immersing themselves in that beautiful artistic conception. Under Mu Feng's performance, the sound of the zither outlines a beautiful artistic conception. A man who was eager to return home rushed back from a distant place without stopping, just to see his lover who was waiting for him at home as soon as possible. He experienced countless temptations of various kinds along the way, but he never stopped. The belief in seeing the one you love surpasses everything. Finally, he reached the door of his house, but slowed down again. The excitement of seeing their loved ones, as well as a hint of inexplicable timidity, made everyone's heart tighten. Finally, he mustered up the courage to push open the door, and at a glance he saw his lover standing in the courtyard, looking forward to it. When their eyes met, sparks of love flew. All the excitement, longing, anticipation and other emotions disappeared, leaving only deep love. The man walked slowly, and their eyes never left each other. Deep love fills everyone's heart. A phoenix cry was heard, and the phoenix on the wood carving of the phoenix seeking the phoenix spread its wings and flew to the lonely phoenix. Embracing each other, the phoenixes fly together.
They are no longer alone.
In the artistic conception, they also hugged and kissed each other, fiercely releasing the longing for each other that they had not seen for a long time.
The sounds of the zither and the harp gradually faded away.
The harmonious performance of the zither and the harp has ended, and the phoenixes that were flying together have returned to their positions. Everyone's face was still filled with sweet smiles.
This ending is perfect.
Mu Feng and Shurqing looked up at each other, and the love in their eyes grew stronger.
What piece of music are you playing? Shurqing asked curiously.
Although she is a talented woman who is proficient in various musical instruments, she has never heard of this song.
Mu Feng smiled and said, I don't know what song it is. I originally heard you play Longing and I was going to play this song with you. But when I was immersed in your music, I felt something in my heart, so I played according to my heart. Xiaoqing, do you like this song?
Yeah, I like it. Shurqing nodded, her slightly red face filled with sweetness and happiness. The song played by Mu Feng was more like a response to the song Chang Xiang Si she played. Chang Xiang Si alone merely expresses the woman's longing for her lover and her anticipation for his return.
And through Mu Feng's ensemble, the woman's longing was responded to. The lover returns and the lovers are reunited. The ending is perfect. Everyone who was immersed in that sweet love gradually came to their senses. The harp and the zither sound harmoniously, a perfect work. I didn't expect that his attainments in Gusar were so terrible. Ms. Shi's Guqin and Mu Feng's Guqin have both reached a state of perfection. After listening to this collaborative piece, I'm afraid I won't be able to listen to any other music anymore. How can he be so good? Young men and women were talking about it, saying that this wave of dog food might be the most comfortable they had ever eaten in their lives. Even the elders on the second floor were shocked. Sure, Chenwei and his wife were thinking the same thing in different corners. This guy seems to be a good son-in-law. At least, we can listen to him and his daughter playing together often. Chu Tianxiong moved his lips but couldn't say a word. He looked at his son. Just give up when you realize the difficulty. You have no hope today. He sighed inwardly. At this moment, Chu Yunxiang's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to shamelessly ask Shurqing to play with him several times, but finally gave up. After listening to the duet performance by Mu Feng and Shurqing, I realized that his piano skills are really not up to par. He snorted coldly and walked off the stage without saying a word. Chapter 57 Gifts for Future Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law. Brother Feng, how can you be so outstanding? Lu Yusin murmured with her little mouth, her eyes full of admiring little stars. In the Tianyuan office building, she had heard Mu Feng and Shurqing play The Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix on the zither and flute, and she was still shocked by their harmonious sound. The harmonious sound of the zither and the qin, coupled with the wood carving of the phoenix seeking the phoenix, presents a perfect artistic conception that makes people linger. This mood is full of sweetness and makes everyone yearn for it. Wang Ye glanced at her and said calmly, no matter how good she is not your type. Wake up. As a good friend, she felt that it was her responsibility to stay vigilant at all times for Shurqing. This is a crazy girl who doesn't care about her face and is madly pursuing men. She is very dangerous. TSK. It's too early to say that now. Lu Yusin glanced at her and said nonchalantly. Classmate Lu Yusin, let alone anything else, I have to admire your thick-skinnedness. Wang Ye rolled her eyes. This girl is too deeply poisoned and there is no hope for her. At this time, Mu Feng and Shurqing walked off the stage hand in hand and watched the next show quietly. After the performances by the young masters and ladies, it was time for the performances by the household names. These big stars look glamorous and respectable outside, but here, they dare not put on airs at all.
However, neither the performances of the young masters nor the performances of the big stars could stir up the slightest ripple in the hearts of the people. The harmonious music between Mu Feng and Shi Qing is still lingering in everyone's mind. Why would they care about the ordinary performances of these ordinary people? This completely disappointed those male and female celebrities who wanted to hook up with rich men and reach the peak of their lives. Time passed by, and the small leaf red sandalwood that Mu Feng asked Lu Yusin to customize had been delivered.
Mu Feng took the carving knife back from Wang Yan and started carving again. Practice makes perfect. This time it is much faster than carving the phoenix. Mu Feng is carving again.
I don't know who shouted, but all of a sudden, everyone who was watching the Stars talent show looked towards where Mu Feng was.
What is he carving? I don't know, but isn't his carving speed a little too fast? It's more than just a little faster. This speed is faster than when I peel an apple. How can such a carving speed be able to carve out a work like the phoenix seeking the phoenix that doesn't look like an earthly thing? If I hadn't been single for 20 years, I would never have such hand speed. The young men and women were talking among themselves, their words full of curiosity. Even the elders on the second floor were looking around curiously, and they didn't even have the heart to watch the talent shows on the stage. Mu Feng's carving has reached an incredible level and is much more attractive than the talents performed by those celebrities. The stars performing on the stage gradually discovered that these rich second generations were not even paying attention to themselves, and they felt depressed. Is the show you performed so bad? You have to know that outside, they are all big stars with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of fans. However, even though everyone was depressed and curious, no one dared to say anything. They still followed the established process and performed their carefully prepared talents. Sadly, there are no more viewers. As the carving continued, the general outline gradually emerged. I see. This is a three-legged toad, which symbolizes prosperity. Finally, someone recognized this unfinished work. Three-legged toad. The eyes of the senior managers on the second floor lit up. Many businessmen place a three-legged toad in their offices or homes, symbolizing prosperity. Soon, the three-legged toad was carved. All of a sudden, everyone was drawn into a strange state of mind. A huge three-legged toad was constantly spitting out copper coins, and all the copper coins went into their pockets. What a great toad spitting out money! What a wonderful artistic conception! Xiaoqing, what is your aunt's zodiac sign? After carving the three-legged toad, Mu Feng looked at Shi Qing beside him and asked. Rat. Shi Qing responded. Good. Mu Feng smiled and continued to carve the second wood sculpture. When the wood carving was completely formed, everyone was drawn into the artistic conception again. There is an endless amount of money in front of everyone, and it is impossible to count it. Counting money is also a very good artistic conception for businessmen. Then the scene changed, and countless resentful souls and evil spirits rushed towards them. The scene was so real that it frightened everyone to death. At this moment, a mouse bathed in holy light fell from the sky and squeaked twice. All the resentful souls and evil spirits were frightened out of their wits. This rat actually has the power to ward off evil spirits. Okay, it's finally done. Mu Feng clapped his hands and let out a long breath. After putting the sawdust on the table into the trash can, he looked at the two wood sculptures and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Brother Feng, can these two wood sculptures be resurrected like her phoenix seeking the phoenix wood sculpture? Lu Yusin asked curiously. Of course, but some special conditions need to be met. Mu Feng smiled and said. What conditions need to be met? Lu Yusin asked curiously. Mu Feng shrugged and said, I don't know either. You carved it yourself, how could you not know? Wang Ya's face was full of surprise. Mu Feng smiled and said, I am only responsible for carving, not for finding the conditions for activation. However, the specific conditions can be guessed through the artistic conception. For example, this three-legged toad may be activated when making money. This zodiac money rat has two artistic conceptions. The first artistic conception is counting money, which may be triggered by having money. As for the second artistic conception, I am afraid it will only be activated when encountering a real resentful ghost, and I am afraid it will never be possible. The three girls heard this and nodded as if they understood. Excuse me, are you selling this wood carving? A young man came forward and asked. Sorry, this is not for sale. Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. However, if you want any sculpture, you can customize it. In addition, I have a personal studio in Tianyuan office building, you can find me there.
Whether you want a painting or a sculpture, it's all fine, and the price is negotiable. His voice was loud enough that everyone nearby could hear it.
Tianyuan office building?
That's owned by the Shi family, right?
Wanya was a little speechless. They actually advertised at Shi Qing's birthday party.
Mu Feng turned to look at Shi Qing and said with a smile, Xiaoqing, won't you take me to meet my future father-in-law and mother-in-law?
What father-in-law and mother-in-law?
It's too early. Shi Qing rolled her eyes at him and said, come with me.
As she spoke, she took Mu Feng's hand and walked to the second floor.
Feeling the sweat on her palms, Mu Feng was a little surprised. Xiaoqing, you are going to meet your parents, not mine.
Why do you feel more nervous than me? It's my first time, how can I not be nervous?
Shi Qing had a trace of worry between her brows.
I don't know if my parents will agree to us being together. What if they don't agree? Chapter 58, First Meeting with Future Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law.
Mu Feng squeezed the sweaty jade hand and said with a smile, don't worry, there is only one such excellent son-in-law in the world.
If you miss them, where can you find them?
Shi Qing burst out laughing, and her nervousness eased a lot.
You're not nervous at all when you meet my parents for the first time? She asked curiously.
Mu Feng chuckled and said, I was a little nervous at first, but when I saw that you were even more nervous than me, I suddenly wasn't nervous at all. Shi Qing pursed her lips and smiled. After going up to the second floor, Shi Qing greeted the senior managers while bringing Mu Feng to her father.
Dad.
Shi Qing called out and introduced, his name is Mu Feng, he's my boyfriend.
Hello uncle, hello uncles. Mu Feng behaved very well.
When he saw Mr. Liu, he was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, hello, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu said with a smile, you call them uncle, but why do you call me Mr. Liu?
Just call me Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu.
Mu Feng also changed his words. Chu Tianxiang glanced at Mu Feng, took a sip of red wine, said nothing, and his eyes were a little cold. Naturally, he didn't have a good face towards this person who repeatedly embarrassed his son.
Shi Chenwei smiled and nodded, asked someone to bring a chair over, asked Mu Feng to sit down, and said, can I call you Xiaofeng? Mu Feng nodded and said, okay.
Shi Chenwei asked curiously, Xiaofeng, who did you learn this carving technique from? As a business tycoon, he was basically familiar with domestic sculptors, but he had never heard of anyone having such a talented apprentice.
Mu Feng smiled and said, I just learned it blindly. How could you learn to this extent by blindly studying?
Chu Tianxiang said calmly while drinking red wine, if you don't want to talk, then don't talk. There's no need to talk nonsense.
Who is this? Mu Feng asked curiously.
From the tone of his voice, it felt like the person had a grudge against him.
Shi Qing introduced, this is the chairman of the Chu Group, Chu Tianxiang, Uncle Chu. Chairman of Chu Group?
I was wondering why he looked like he had a grudge against me. It turns out to be Chu Yunxiang's father.
A faint smile appeared on Mu Feng's lips. Boss Chu, have you ever seen a sculptor who can reach my level?
Chu Tianxiang was stunned for a moment and paused in drinking. He shook his head and said, that's not the case.
That's all.
Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, since no sculptor has reached my level, what qualifications do they have to be my master? To carve works with artistic conception, only nature is the best teacher. Although he knew that these words were just pretense and nonsense, Chu Tianxiang couldn't find any words to refute. He is really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger and shows his full potential. The other senior directors present looked at Mu Feng in surprise. Not only did he embarrass Chu Yunxiang, but he even dared to confront this old fox Chu Tianxiang.
Wasn't he afraid of retaliation?
Mr. Liu said with a smile, Master Mu is right, nature is our best teacher. Although he knew that Mu Feng was lying, Mr. Liu still firmly defended the benefactor who saved his wife. He glanced at the two sculptures in Mu Feng's hands and asked with a smile, Master Mu, are these two sculptures for auction? Mu Feng shook his head and said, no, it was my first visit to my uncle and aunt and I was too nervous to bring any gifts, so I carved two pieces on the spot.
I hope my uncle and aunt don't mind.
Oh, it turns out it's for brother Shi and sister Shi.
Mr. Liu said with envy on his face.
Of course he knew that these two works could not be auctioned, and he said that just to change the subject and not let Chu Tianxiang continue to pester him.
But the envy is real.
Such a perfect work, the artistic conception it contains is very much to the taste of businessmen, who wouldn't want it. Mu Feng smiled, handed the three-legged toad wooden sculpture to Shi Chenwei, and said, Uncle, this is a three-legged toad with a copper coin in its mouth, which means prosperity and longevity.
If special conditions are met, it can also be activated and resurrected in a short time. I hope you like it.
Shi Chenwei glanced at Mufeng, then looked at Shi Qing, who was looking forward to it, and took the three-legged toad with a smile, holding it in front of him to examine it carefully. Only by observing closely can you see how terrifying this wood carving is.
Lifelike and realistic expressions.
Especially that look, as if he was about to come alive immediately.
After examining it for a while, he asked curiously, Xiaofeng, what conditions must be met for this wood carving to be activated? Mufeng smiled and said, I don't know either. Maybe it will be activated when my uncle makes money. Shi Chenwei nodded and didn't care too much.
He carefully put away the wood carving, looked at Mufeng and Shi Qing, and said seriously, Xiaofeng, accepting your gift does not mean that I agree that you and Xiao Qing can be together.
Dad.
Hearing this, Shi Qing's face was filled with anxiety. Shi Chenwei waved his hand, signaling her not to speak, then looked at Mufeng, who was still calm, and continued, whether she agrees or not, her mother has the final say, and I will listen to her mother.
Mufeng's eyes lit up slightly. Does this mean that he has no objection?
Shi Chenwei looked at Shi Qing again and said with a smile, Xiao Qing, take him to meet your mother.
Oh, okay, thanks Dad.
Shi Qing also came to her senses and realized that her father didn't object. Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on that delicate face.
Goodbye, uncles. Mufeng, let's go.
Shi Qing pulled Mufeng up and left.
Thank you, uncle. Goodbye, uncles.
In front of his future father-in-law, Mufeng behaved very politely. After the two men left, Mr. Lu smiled and said, Brother Shi, if you don't want this son-in-law, you must remember to notify me.
I have a queue of people waiting here.
Shi Chenwei poured him half a glass of red wine and said with a smile, drink it. When we got to the ladies' area, the scene was completely different from that of the old bosses.
This guy is so handsome. This guy is really charming.
The ladies chattered and praised him generously. Some noble ladies even pinched Mufeng's, but secretly when no one was paying attention, almost scaring him to pee. Mufeng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he finally reached Shi Qing's mother's table.
Mom, this is Mufeng, my boyfriend.
Shi Qing hugged her mother's arm and introduced.
Okay. Sit down first.
Shi's mother said with a smile. Mufeng handed the wood carving over and said with a smile, Aunt, I just carved this wood carving. It's called the Chinese zodiac money rat.
It means counting money until your hands cramp. It also has the effect of warding off evil spirits. I hope you don't mind it.
Mother Shi glanced at Mufeng, then at Shi Qing, and took the wood carving with a smile, saying, Xiaofeng, you don't have to be so polite, but let me make it clear in advance that accepting your gift does not mean that I agree that you two can be together. Xiao Qing's father has the final say on this matter, and I will listen to him.
Chapter 59 Staying overnight at the school beauty's home. Mufeng and Shi Qing looked at each other in bewilderment. Did they all agree? Or were they just passing the buck?
When a person does this, Mufeng thinks that he agrees. But since both of them were like this, he was a little confused. Looking at the stunned Mufeng and the other person, Madame Lu smiled and said, since she has no objection, that means she agrees that you two can be together.
Why are you still standing there like an idiot?
Mufeng finally reacted and said with a smile, thank you, Auntie. I will take good care of Xiao Qing. Shi's mother nodded and said seriously, I have no objection to your relationship, but you are both still young. Before you graduate from college, there are some bottom lines that cannot be crossed.
I hope you understand.
After graduation, you will reach the legal age for marriage.
If you have not broken up by then, you can get married. Marry?
Mufeng and Shi Qing were both stunned.
Isn't this a bit too far-fetched? They have never thought about this problem.
Moreover, they will only be 22 years old when they graduate from college 2 years later. In this era, it is too early to get married at 22. They should be at least 25 or 26 before considering the issue of marriage.
Mrs. Lu at the side said with a smile, getting married so early? Shouldn't you date for a few more years? Mother Shi smiled and said, let's talk for a few more years, so that you can give your UXIN more opportunities to poach her. The fact that Lu Yusin was pestering Mufeng was known to everyone in Tiandu University. As Shi Qing's parents, how could they not know? However, they never interfere in the affairs of the younger generation unless it really endangers their daughter's safety.
Shi Qing also glanced at Mufeng with a smile on her face. Mufeng smiled somewhat awkwardly.
Madame Lu smiled slightly, looked at Mufeng and Shi Qing, and said, it depends on whether the foundation is solid. Anyway, I am very satisfied with Mu Feng. If Madam Shi doesn't want this son-in-law, remember to notify me. I am waiting in line. Mother Shi drank some juice and said with a smile, then you may not have this opportunity, right? Mu Feng. Mu Feng nodded quickly. No matter whether you have other ideas in your mind or not, you must express your attitude firmly at this moment. Mother Shi smiled and said, okay, I don't think you are comfortable staying here, go and play by yourselves. Mom, let's go. Goodbye, aunties. Shi Cheng hurriedly pulled Mu Feng and went to the first floor. Goodbye, auntie, and goodbye, aunties. Mu Feng waved and left with Shi Cheng. Coming down from the second floor, Mu Feng said with a smile, Xiao Cheng, your parents are quite kind and easy to talk to. Shi Cheng also murmured in surprise, based on my understanding of them, they shouldn't be so easy to talk to. Is there some conspiracy? Conspiracy? Mu Feng pinched Shi Cheng's nose with amusement, how can you say that about your parents? There is no conspiracy against your own children. Returning to Wang Ye and Lu Yusen, Wang Ye couldn't wait to ask, how was it? Did your first meeting go well? Shi Cheng nodded. Mu Feng smiled and said, of course, I can easily take it down if I take action. The birthday party was going to last until 10 o'clock in the evening, but the old bosses were busy and left one after another after lunch. Only the young people stayed and continued to have fun. Chu Yun, who was humiliated today, left early. After leaving the Shi family villa, Chu Yun sent the monkey away, picked up his phone and made a call, saying coldly, Master Lu, I don't care what method you use, I don't want to see Mu Feng again at Tiandu University tomorrow. After saying that, he hung up the phone, looked back at the villa with resentment, and then drove away. Mu Feng, we didn't have to go this far. You forced me to do this. When Mr. Lu received the call, he frowned and thought hard about what to do. After a long time, he picked up his phone and searched for a long time before finding a number and dialing it. Bull Demon King, find me a truck with broken brakes. I can use it. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a fierce look in his eyes. Everything is ready, just waiting for the target to take the bait. Soon, the birthday party was over, the young people left one after another, and the stars also left. Only Shi Cheng's family, Mu Feng, Wang Ye, and Lu Yusen, who stayed behind reluctantly, were left in the villa. Uncle, aunt, I should go back to school. Mu Feng tendered his resignation. Mother Shi smiled and said, it's a little late today. Let's go back to school tomorrow. My uncle and I have to go on a business trip tomorrow and can't send Xiaoqing to school. It's a good opportunity for her to go with you. Well, I'll just obey your command. How could he refuse his mother-in-law's first invitation? Mu Feng thought about it and agreed. Auntie, can I stay? Lu Yusen asked pitifully. Of course, Xiaoya, you can stay too. I'll be relieved if you two go to school together tomorrow. Mother Shi smiled and said. Although she knew that Lu Yusen was looking for an opportunity to steal her daughter's boyfriend, she didn't have a bad impression of Lu Yusen. On the contrary, she admired this girl's straightforward character and her bold pursuit of love. In addition, she also knew something about her mother. It was said that the girl dropped out of school and stayed at home for several months, guarding and accompanying her mother day and night. She was a filial child. Children like this are not bad by nature. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Yusen immediately smiled happily. Thank you, Auntie. I will help you protect Xiaoqing and will never let anyone with ulterior motives take advantage of her. Wang Ye said as she glanced at Lu Yusen, her meaning was self-evident. Mother Shi smiled and said nothing. After greeting Xiaoqing, Wang Ye, and Lu Yusen, the three girls went to the bedroom to chat, leaving Mu Feng and Shi Chenawei sitting on the sofa in the living room on the second floor drinking tea. Shi Chenawei put down the teacup in his hand and said, your aunt and I are going abroad tomorrow, and we don't know when we will be back. During this time, I'll trouble you to take care of Xiaoqing. She is a flower in a greenhouse and has never set foot in society. I hope you can take responsibility as a man and take care of her more. Mu Feng nodded and said, don't worry, uncle. I will take good care of Xiaoqing. Shi Chenawei added, Xiaoqing is my only daughter. In the future, Shishing Tianxia will definitely be handed over to you. After you graduate, you can come to Shishing Tianxia for an internship for 2 years to familiarize yourself with the group's affairs. Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle, you should manage Shishing Tianxia yourself. I am not interested. But you can rent me another area on the 8th floor of Tianyuan office building. I am going to set up a carving studio.
Shi Chenwei looked at Mu Feng deeply, and did not see any greed or desire in his eyes.
He nodded and said, "Okay, you have to go to school, so you probably don't have much time to manage. Do you want me to find a few people for you?"
"No, I'll find it myself." Mu Feng smiled and shook his head.
"Are you kidding? If I ask my father-in-law to send someone over there, won't he be monitored every day? How can I spend time with my girlfriend?" Chapter 60 Beautiful Dreams.
Mu Feng stayed overnight at Shi Qing's house, but it made life difficult for Mr. Liu, who worked for Chu Yun. A large amount of money was spent to hire some people to conduct fixed-point surveillance outside the Shi family villa and all the way to the road leading back to Tiandu University, so as to keep track of the whereabouts of Mu Feng's vehicle at all times to ensure the successful implementation of the plan. Everything is ready, except for the target to fall into the trap. Unfortunately, he probably never dreamed that Mu Feng would actually stay overnight at Shi's house, and all his plans were doomed to fail. Late at night, when everyone had fallen asleep, Mu Feng once again entered Shi Qing's dream.
"You're here?"
Shi Qing in the dream seemed a little surprised when she suddenly saw Mu Feng appear. If you count carefully, he hasn't been here for several days. In the past, she longed for this demon who had bullied her for 100 days to leave her dream as soon as possible, but with constant contact with him in reality, she was attracted by Mu Feng's various incredible abilities and gradually became deeply involved in them. A few days ago, after Mu Feng created a dream for that man, he never entered Shi Qing's dream again. Instead, she felt a little uncomfortable and even suffered from insomnia.
"It seems like you are looking forward to my coming,"
Mu Feng said with a smile.
"Who's looking forward to your coming? It's up to you to come or not."
Shi Qing's pretty face turned slightly red and she turned around.
Mu Feng hugged her slender waist from behind, knocked his head on her shoulder, blew in her ear, and said softly, "Xiao Chang, let's play something more exciting today." "You bastard, you want to bully me again."
Shi Qing seemed to sense something, and the blush on her face spread to the base of her neck.
"You curse me so harshly, but why do I feel like you like it?"
Mu Feng moved his hand slightly with an ambiguous smile on his face. Shi Qing's breathing became a little rapid. She had never felt this way in her dreams before. Maybe it's because she has now become Mu Feng's official girlfriend and has fallen in love with him.
The feeling of close contact between two people is naturally different from before. That's all.
Shi Qing sighed. In reality, you can't cross the final bottom line before graduation, but in dreams, I'll let you do whatever you want. Of course, the most important point is that it would be useless even if she resisted. Her own dreams are not controlled by her will. When Mu Feng heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Holding Shi Qing, he disappeared out of thin air and appeared thousands of miles in the sky. The white clouds are their bed, the sky is their quilt, the dragon and the phoenix sing in harmony, and the sound shakes heaven and earth. That night, the two people who had the same erotic dream both had happy expressions on their faces. This dream might be the most comfortable one for the two of them in the past 100 days. When everything was quiet, Mu Feng pinched Shi Qing's nose and said softly, "Xiao Chang, remember to wake me up tomorrow morning and give me a good morning kiss, otherwise I won't come again in the future."
"If you don't want to come, then don't come. Who cares if you come?"
Shi Qing rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily.
Mu Feng smiled slightly and disappeared into her dream in an instant.
At this time, it was already daybreak. After waiting all night, the people hired by Master Liu were already exhausted. He could only cancel the ambush helplessly. After thinking for a while, he called another phone and said coldly, "Find a few desperate criminals and kill one of them for me tonight.
I will send you the photo later."
After saying that, he hung up the phone and called Chu Yun. "Young master, something unexpected happened last night."
Mu Feng stayed at Shi's house instead of returning to school. "I have asked someone to contact a few desperate criminals and take action tonight.
I will make sure he doesn't see the sun tomorrow." As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes.
"Stay overnight at Shi's house?" Chu Yun almost crushed the phone when he received the call. He said coldly, "You must go with me personally this time. No mistakes are allowed." "Okay." Master Liu agreed.
In the Shi family villa, Shi Qing sat up from the bed, feeling a little sore all over.
This bad guy.
Thinking of the madness in the dream, my face turned red. After taking a hot bath and changing into a white corseted dress, she opened the door and walked out. Looking at the room where Mu Feng slept, she hesitated for a moment, but still walked over with her long legs.
She looked around like a thief, then knocked on the door gently and asked softly, "Mu Feng, are you awake?"
After waiting for a moment, there was no response.
Lazy pig, the sun is about to burn your butt, why don't you get up?
Shi Cheng muttered softly, gently opened the door, and tiptoed in.
Looking at Mu Feng lying on the bed, looking at her with a smile, her pretty face suddenly turned red. You wake up, I'm leaving first. He turned around in panic and was about to leave. Mu Feng smiled and said, just leaving like that? I thought you came to call me early in the morning to give me a surprise. Surprise?
Shi Cheng then remembered the purpose of her visit. After hesitating for a moment, she turned around, walked to Mu Feng, and kissed him in a lightning speed.
Good morning kiss, is that a surprise? After saying that, she ran away with a red face. Ding!
Shi Cheng, the person in the dream, wakes up the host and gives the host a good morning kiss. The dream affects reality with a 2-star influence. The host is rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery.
Do you want to start the lottery now?
The system prompt sounded in my mind.
Begin the lottery.
A smile appeared on Mu Feng's lips, and he muttered to himself.
A virtual turntable with 49 grids appeared before my eyes.
1 God level skill, 1 top level skill, 1 advanced skill, 3 intermediate skills, and the rest each of +2 attribute points. Under Mu Feng's control, the pointer began to rotate rapidly and finally stopped at an advanced skill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the advanced card flying skill.
Do you want to start teaching it now? The system prompt sounded again. Flying card skill? What's the use of this thing? Mu Feng was very depressed. It would be better to learn some intermediate driving skills. Host, would you like to start teaching now? The system asked again. Teach. Forget it, I've already drawn it, it would be a waste not to learn it. It's an advanced skill after all, so it shouldn't be completely useless. After accepting the skill inheritance, Mu Feng got up, put on his clothes, and was about to leave the bedroom when he saw Shi Cheng running back in a panic and gently closing the door. What should I do? What should I do? I'm going to be discovered. She whispered anxiously. Xiao Cheng, what's wrong with you? Mu Feng walked up and asked curiously. Shoo.
Shi Cheng quickly covered his mouth and whispered, don't talk, my parents are all in the living room. If they find me in your room, they will definitely misunderstand.
It's just a misunderstanding. We are officially boyfriend and girlfriend. What are you afraid of? Mu Feng didn't care and prepared to open the door to go out.
Shi Cheng hugged him anxiously and said, don't go out now. If my parents misunderstand that we have crossed the line, and we are in my house, they will definitely be angry.
Chapter 61. This misunderstanding is bigger than the sky. If I don't go out, I'll be misunderstood even more, right? Mu Feng was a little puzzled.
Shi Cheng had just walked out and nothing had happened, so how could there be so many misunderstandings? But now the door is closed, and a man and a woman are alone in the same room. If they are caught in the act, there will definitely be misunderstanding. Oh, never mind. Just keep quiet and wait until they leave before you go out. Shi Cheng put her face against the door and listened carefully to the noise outside. With her round butt sticking out, she's very sexy.
Bang!
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, which frightened Shi Cheng so much that she screamed and stepped back, bumping into a broad embrace. The beauty was in his arms, and Mu Feng hugged her tightly. She was soft and fragrant.
Ha! Why did I hear Xiao Cheng's voice?
Wanya's puzzled voice was heard outside the door.
Brother Feng, are you up? What followed was Lu Yusin's voice.
Mu Feng glanced at his girlfriend in his arms, smiled, and said, I'm up, I'll be out in a minute.
Can I come in then? Lu Yusin's voice sounded again.
Shi Cheng in his arms shook her head repeatedly, indicating that Lu Yusin should not be allowed to come in.
Mu Feng smiled and said, not now, I'm getting dressed. Okay, then hurry up.
After Lu Yusin finished speaking, there was no more sound. Shi Cheng tiptoed and put her ear to the door and listened for a while, as if she could hear whether the person outside had gone far away.
After a while, she turned around and walked back, and asked anxiously, Mu Feng, what should we do now? It's impossible to go out. If we go out together now, the misunderstanding will get deeper. Mu Feng was not flustered at all. He walked to the bed and sat down, leaning against the headboard, and said with a smile, it's going to be misunderstood anyway, why don't we turn this misunderstanding into reality first?
Shi Cheng's fair face was flushed with red. She rolled her eyes at him unhappily and said, you've been so unruly all day. I'm almost dying of anxiety, and you're still in the mood to joke. Mu Feng got up from the bed, walked over step by step, put his arm around Shurqing's slender waist, with an ambiguous smile on his face. Xiaoqing, this is a very serious proposal, do you want to consider it?
Stop it. Feeling the strong chest and the hot breath hitting her face, Shurqing's body softened and her pretty face turned even redder. If we don't find a way out, they'll rush in. Mu Feng reluctantly let go of the delicate body in his arms, looked at the closet next to him, and said with a smile, how about you hide in the closet? Wait for me to go out to attract their attention, and then you can take the opportunity to slip out. Okay. Shurqing thought about it and nodded. It seemed that this was the only way at the moment. Suddenly, Shurqing's cell phone rang. She screamed and hurriedly turned off the ringing sound, but she was still a step too late. Why did Xiaoqing's phone ring in Mu Feng's room? Could it be? Wang Ye's surprised voice was heard outside the door. Mu Feng looked at Shurqing, who was about to cry but had no tears, shrugged his shoulders and said, this is a big misunderstanding. Let's go. We have to face what we have to face. Shurqing shrugged her head, looking very frustrated. How could she have forgotten to mute her phone? Mu Feng opened the door and walked out slowly. He immediately saw 4 pairs of scrutinizing eyes looking at him. Shurqing followed behind him, head lowered, not daring to look. Wang Ye turned her back to Shurqing and his wife, gave Mu Feng a thumbs up, and whispered, Mu Feng, you are amazing. You dare to mess around in your girlfriend's house. Mu Feng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, don't talk nonsense, we didn't do anything. Really? Wang Ye smiled, as if to say, do you think I will believe it? Mu Feng simply ignored her and looked at Shurqing and his wife who were sitting on the sofa without saying a word. He laughed dryly and said, morning, uncle, aunt. The couple didn't say anything, they just stared at him, which made him feel a little scared. Wang Ye sat aside and became a spectator. Lu Yusin pouted slightly, sat down next to Wang Ye, and asked in a low voice, nothing should have happened to them, right? Wang Ye glanced at her and whispered, don't be too optimistic. A man and a woman are alone in a room with the door closed. Do you think they will just do nothing? Stare blankly? It hurts so much. Lu Yusin covered her chest with her hands, looking sad. Just give up. You have no hope in this life. Wang Ye hit him mercilessly. I don't want to listen to you, I want to be quiet. Lu Yusin stood up and walked to the corridor outside the living room, leaning against the railing in a daze. You can't even handle this little blow, and you're still trying to poach people? Wang Ye muttered something, then looked at Shurqing who was hiding behind Mu Feng, with a smile in her eyes. These 2 stupid guys finally came to their senses. However, this is a bit too bold. I told them yesterday not to cross the line, but they completely turned a deaf ear to me? I hope you can withstand the wrath of Uncle Shur and Aunt Shur. Good luck to you. Tell me, what's going on? After a long time, Shurqing asked indifferently. His calm face and calm voice made it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Mu Feng laughed dryly and said, Uncle, if I said Xiaoqing came to wake me up, would you believe it? Do you think I should believe it? Shurqing said lightly. Dad, I really went to wake him up. Shurqing poked her head out from behind Mu Feng and said hurriedly, I just happened to see you when I came out. I was afraid you might misunderstand, so I ran back and closed the door in a panic. Is that so? Shurqing glanced at his daughter, then turned his gaze to Mu Feng with a sharp look like a tiger about to explode. Yes, that's it. Mu Feng nodded repeatedly, his eyes were so clear that no one could see any flaws. Xiaoqing, tell Mom honestly, it's okay even if you cross the line. After all, you have already confirmed your relationship. Mother Shur pulled Shurqing to sit on the sofa and said earnestly, but protective measures must be taken. It is not appropriate for you to have children at this age. Shurqing's pretty face flushed, and she looked anxious. Mom, I really just went to wake him up, I didn't do anything else. This misunderstanding is bigger than the sky. Mu Feng looked innocent. If he had really done it, he would have admitted it without hesitation. The key was that he did nothing. This was such a loss. I was almost fooled by you guys. At this time, Lu Yusin ran over again, holding a set of pajamas. Shurqing wore this pajamas before going to bed last night. I saw it in her bedroom when I went in earlier. It is still warm. This means that she left her bedroom and entered Brother Feng's bedroom after changing into her pajamas. It should have taken no more than 5 minutes. Nothing could have happened in such a short time. Unless.
At this point, she looked at Mu Feng with a strange look in her eyes, unless, Brother Feng is fast.
Chapter 62 Normal men can only last 3 to 5 minutes. Oh shit. Mu Feng almost went berserk. As a man, how could he be described as fast? He wanted to prove to her immediately how long he could last in order to restore his dignity. Do you think my 16 points of stamina are just for show? Soon. What's the meaning?
Shi Qing looked confused and didn't quite understand the meaning.
Ahem. Let's eat first. After that we should set off. Shi Chenwei almost choked and stood up and walked towards the dining room. This girl really dares to say anything. Is this how young people play nowadays?
Mother Shi showed a smile on her face, glanced at Shi Qing who looked confused, shook her head and smiled, then stood up and followed her husband.
Compared to Lu Yusin, Shi Qing seems very simple in this regard. After Shi Chenwei and his wife left, Wang Ye looked at Mu Feng strangely, then turned to look at Lu Yusin and asked suspiciously, "Is 5 minutes considered short?" "How did you know?" Lu Yusin giggled, "I heard from my girlfriends.
They often talk about how long their boyfriends can last, and it seems that none of them can last less than 10 minutes. Mu Feng said seriously, "Student Lu Yusin, I think I should give you some common sense. Under normal circumstances, many men can only last 3 to 5 minutes for the first time."
"Is that so?" Lu Yusin tilted her head and asked curiously, "Is Brother Feng normal?"
"I'm not normal, no, I'm not normal, no, why should I talk to you about this?" Mu Feng stood up unhappily and walked towards the dining room with Shi Qing, who had already understood and whose pretty face was slightly blushing.
"It's okay, I won't dislike you."
Lu Yusin stood up and chased after him. "This crazy girl is a real tiger."
Wang Ye shook her head and quickly followed. After breakfast, Shi Chenwei and his wife were taken to the international airport by a professional driver. "Let's go too."
Mu Feng and the 3 girls also came to the underground garage. "The Rolls-Royce Dawn is pretty good, but it doesn't match Brother Feng's net worth. A casual painting by Brother Feng costs tens of millions, so you must drive a car worth at least 10 or 20 million to be in line with your status,"
Lu Yusin said with a smile.
Mu Feng sat in the driver's seat and said with a smile, "It's just a car, why buy it so expensive? Besides, those models are not as domineering as mine."
"It's quite domineering." Lu Yusin nodded and wanted to go to the passenger seat. Wang Ye pulled her back and said unhappily, "Classmate Lu Yusin, can you be more considerate? That seat is for you to sit in? Come with me to the back row." Lu Yusin pouted, "Why can't I sit?" "Who said I can't sit? Just let me in."
Wang Ye pushed her to the back row and sat down in the back row herself.
Although the Yaoying is a 2-door, 4-seater car, the space in the back row is not small, and it is also very convenient to get in and out of the back row, unlike other 2-door, 4-seater cars.
The co-pilot seat would naturally be reserved for Shi Qing, his girlfriend.
"Are you going back to school or going with me to the Tianyuan office building first?" Mu Feng asked. After yesterday's publicity, there must be many wealthy people who want to buy his sculptures or paintings. "I already have dozens of paintings, which is enough for now."
But he hadn't carved any works yet, so he had to rent another area in the Tianyuan office building to carve more works.
"With you."
Shi Qing thought for a moment and said, "Anyway, there's nothing to do at school today, so I'll go and help you."
"I'll go help too," Lu Yusin said, raising her hand. "Let's go together." Wang Ye glanced at Lu Yusin.
If this girl wanted to go, she would naturally follow her. Xiaoqing alone was no match for this girl.
"Okay. Then please trouble Lu Yusin to customize a batch of small leaf red sandalwood for me and send it to the Tianyuan office building," Mu Feng said. "Good."
Lu Yusin nodded, took out her cell phone and called the timber sales manager of Lu's Timber Group.
Afterwards, Mu Feng drove the Yaoying and left the villa. When they arrived at the Tianyuan office building and parked the car in the garage, he said to Shi Chang and the other 2 girls, "You guys go up first. I'll change my clothes." "Good." Shi Chang and the other 2 girls got out of the car and walked away first, while Mu Feng took out his previous clothes from the car and changed into them. Wearing a suit to carve at a birthday party was a last resort. When I return to my own little corner of the world, there is naturally no need to wear such expensive clothes to carve. This outfit is still comfortable to wear. Mu Feng put his suit away, then took the elevator to the first floor and went to the rental center of Tianyuan office building to rent room number 6 on the 8th floor. There was no discount this time. The total area was 255 square meters, and the rent was 20 yuan per square meter per day. The total cost for 1 year was 1,861,500 yuan. After completing the formalities, I went to the 8th floor of the office building, only to find that there were already more than a dozen people gathered there. Miss Shi, when will Master Mu come? I have been waiting for an hour just to buy a sculpture. Yes, Miss Shi, please urge Master Mu again. These people were the wealthy people and second-generation rich who attended Shi Qing's birthday party yesterday and wanted to buy sculptures. Please wait a moment, everyone. Mu Feng should be here soon. Shi Qing said with a smile. How fast is that? I have a meeting in an hour, said a senior director. Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, Everyone, you're here quite early. When everyone heard this, they turned around and their eyes suddenly lit up when they saw Mu Feng. Master Mu, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. The wealthy people and the second generation of rich people said one after another. Mu Feng walked through the crowd, opened the door to Area 6, and said with a smile, Everyone, there are no carvings yet. I have ordered a batch of small leaf red sandalwood from Lu's Timber Group. We can start carving when the wood arrives. You can tell these three beauties what carvings you want, and I will carve them on the spot according to your requirements. But I would like to make it clear in advance that the phoenix-seeking phoenix carving like Shaoqing and the carvings of Uncle Shi and Aunt Shi's level are not for sale. Sculptures like that need to meet certain conditions to be carved, which is very troublesome, so they will not be sold. The carvings for sale only contain artistic conception and will not be revived. Is that so? It's good to have some artistic conception. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Although they guessed that such a sculpture would not be too much trouble for Mu Feng, since Mu Feng did not want to sell it, they could not force him. In addition, my studio is next door. There are dozens of paintings with artistic conception. If you are interested, you can go and have a look first. Those paintings are for sale, and all of them are marked with selling prices. It's a fixed price, no discounts. Mu Feng said with a smile. Okay, I'll go take a look. A wealthy man smiled and said, I've heard from Lao Lu before that your paintings are amazing. Today I finally get to see them for myself. Chapter 63, Earning 500 Million. Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, First, let these three beauties write down the carvings you want. I will charge according to the size and difficulty of the carvings. Good. Everyone nodded. After Shi Chang and the other two girls finished recording, Mu Feng led everyone into the studio. On the painting wall, there are extremely realistic paintings. Every painting has a different artistic conception. From the moment the wealthy people step into the studio, they are immersed in the different artistic conceptions of the paintings and cannot extricate themselves. No painting like this has ever been heard of in the world. I never thought that Master Mu also had such terrifying attainments in painting. Old Lu really didn't lie to me. Master Mu's paintings are truly magical. The wealthy men woke up from their state of mind, and there was shock in their eyes. It is rare to have one or two such works. But at a glance there are no less than 50 paintings on this wall, all of which contain artistic conception that seems as real as ever. Master Mu, are all these paintings for sale? A wealthy man asked. Mu Feng smiled and said, Except for the 9 dragons painting, which is the most precious treasure in the room, all other paintings can be sold. The prices are marked. If you want to buy, just transfer the money directly. Shao Chang knows my card number. The painting of 9 dragons shows 9 5-clawed golden dragons, symbolizing the Supreme Being. The artistic conception it implies is the most powerful. It is used as a treasure to guard the room and will not be sold. The 9 dragons picture is not for sale. Many people were somewhat disappointed. There is no doubt that this picture is the most attractive and what they want most. Sadly, it's not for sale. In addition, there are limited paintings and each person can only buy one. Mu Feng said with a smile. You can only buy one? Then I have to choose carefully. The wealthy people once again walked around the studio, choosing the paintings they liked best. But this is too difficult, every painting is so perfect, they want every one of them. The prices of these paintings are mostly between 10 million and 20 million. With their net worth, it would be no problem even if they bought them all. But with so many perfect works, I can only choose one, which makes me a little undecided. While the wealthy were selecting paintings, the customized small leaf red sandalwood was also successfully delivered. Mu Feng took the orders recorded by Shi Chang and the other two girls and began to carve them one by one. As a businessman, all the carvings he wanted were those that meant to bring wealth. Only a few young rich second generations need carvings that are small ornaments that represent romance, and I don't know which girl they will harm with them.
15 people in total, 15 carvings. Excluding the time for lunch, Mufong spent a full 7 hours to complete the carving. Although they only contain artistic conception and will not be revived, the artistic conception contained in works carved with super god-level technology is naturally stronger than that of paintings drawn with god-level technology. Therefore, the price is naturally much more expensive than paintings that contain artistic conception. Among these 15 sculptures, the lowest one costs 15 million each, and the highest one costs 30 million. The artistic conception was something that everyone could actually feel in person, and the wealthy people had no objection to the price set by Mufong.
After the transaction was completed, the rich people left with their paintings and sculptures, satisfied. Student Mufong, will you accept a disciple? Do you think I have talent in this area? Wang Ye asked seriously. You want to learn?
Mufong continued to carve, preparing to store it in the carving room in case of emergency. In the coming period, there will definitely be more wealthy people or rich second generations coming to buy sculptures, so we have to prepare more.
Wang Ye counted on her fingers and said, your profit is too high. I admit that I am tempted.
15 sculptures with a total value of 375 million. 15 paintings sold for 235 million.
In other words, Mufong made a huge profit of 610 million in these 7 hours.
Tax paid was 68,320,000, and after-tax income was 541.68 million. Excluding the cost of sculptures and paintings, the net profit was still as high as more than 500 million. With a net profit of 500 million a day and more than 180 billion a year, he can be ranked among the top 20 on the Daxia Rich list.
Moreover, this is pure profit.
Although it cannot be compared with the family assets of Shi Chang and Lu Yusin, it is higher than their family's total assets.
Mufong glanced at her and said with a smile, do you think this stuff can be sold so much every day? Today's situation is just an exception. It won't happen every day. That's true. Wang Ye thought about it and nodded.
Shi Ching smiled and said, we can hold an exhibition and charge admission fees. This way, we can have a continuous income every day. If we calculate it all over the year, it won't be lower than selling paintings or sculptures directly. If we hold the exhibition, we can put more sculptures with simple activation conditions and works that can be revived. There will definitely be a lot of people coming to watch the exhibition every day. Lu Yusin also smiled and nodded. Yes, after all, there are only a few rich people, and those who can afford a painting or a sculpture are still a minority. But if you spend 1 or 200 yuan to watch the exhibition for a day, I believe many people will be willing to come. And this is sustainable. These paintings and sculptures with artistic conception will not get boring even if you look at them more than a dozen times. Occasionally hold an auction and sell 1 or 2 paintings to maximize the value of the paintings and sculptures. Wang Ye continued, it would be best if we could have a few more special areas, such as a couples area, a memorial area, a mythology area, and so on. The couples area would be dedicated to paintings or sculptures of romantic love. The memorial area could be dedicated to works commemorating historical heroes. The mythology area could be dedicated to mythology works such as the 5-clawed golden dragon, to meet the needs of different customers. The prices of these areas can be set a little higher, and people will still come to see them. Mufong stopped what he was doing, looked at the 3 women in surprise, and sighed, I suddenly realized that each of you is darker than the other. Shi Cheng smiled slightly and said nothing.
Thank you,
Wang Ye said with a smile. Lu Yusin said expectantly, Brother Feng, I can be your personal secretary and help you organize these works.
No. Before Mufong could say anything, Wang Ye interrupted him, anyone can be his secretary, except you. Why can't I do it? Lu Yusin was unconvinced. Wang Ye sneered and said, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Don't even think about it. I will keep an eye on you for Shaoqing.
Shi Ching smiled and said, Mufong doesn't need a secretary. When the time comes, just hire a few people and ask them to remember the stories behind each painting and explain them to others.
Right, Mufong?
Yes, Shaoqing is right.
Mufong nodded repeatedly and quickly suppressed the thought of hiring a private beautiful secretary. Chapter 64 Why is no one coming to rape her?
After carving for 2 hours, Mufong took the 3 girls to dinner, bought a table and several shelves to store the carvings, and then returned to the carving studio to continue carving. It was not until around 9 o'clock in the evening that he took the 3 girls on a leisurely stroll back to school.
Tianyuan office building is not far from Tiandu University, so there is no need to drive.
However, when he goes shopping with three beauties, he attracts a lot of attention wherever he goes. And Mu Feng naturally became the object of envy and jealousy of countless men.
Wait a minute, I'm going to buy something.
When passing by a small grocery store, Mu Feng went in and bought a deck of playing cards, ready to try out the advanced card flying skills he had acquired this morning. Although he didn't think this skill was useful, now that he had it, he had to get familiar with it.
Why did you buy poker cards?
Shi Chang asked curiously, holding Mu Feng's hand.
Mu Feng pinched Shi Qing's nose, opened the package, and said with a smile, "You will know later." Are you going to play poker with us tonight?
Wanya said with a smile, "We are not as rich as you and cannot afford to lose."
Lu Yusin persuaded him earnestly, "Brother Feng, gambling is not good. Although you can make money easily, you can't waste it on gambling. It's better to use the money to support me. I can be a caged canary for you." Wanya glared at her and said unhappily, "Lu Yusin, can you please have some shame?" Lu Yusin laughed and said nonchalantly, "Why do I need face? I want Brother Feng."
Your shamelessness has exceeded the limit of what humans can bear.
Wanya was completely speechless.
The word Brother Feng with a hint of coquettishness and a charming look made Mu Feng shiver uncontrollably.
"Let me show you my powerful card flying skills."
Mu Feng took out a poker, held it between his index finger and thumb, looked around, and locked his target on a big tree 10 meters away.
"Watch it."
He just shook his wrist and the playing card flew out of his hand, spinning in the air at a very fast speed, and went straight into the tree trunk, leaving only half of it outside.
"Ah!"
Shi Chang and the other two girls were startled and covered their mouths and screamed.
Wanya looked at Mu Feng in shock, ran to the big tree, held the playing cards and tried to pull them out, but she couldn't pull them out at all.
With a strong tear, the playing cards were torn off on the spot.
Wanya looked at the half of the playing card in her hand, then looked at the other half that was still embedded in the tree trunk, and her heart was even more shocked. How did he do it?
Such fragile playing cards can actually cut through hard tree trunks.
If this were cut on a person, wouldn't the skin and flesh be torn apart? How did you do that?
Shi Chang was also shocked.
This was simply unbelievable. Practice in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer. Practice makes perfect. Mu Feng smiled indifferently and spoke slowly.
He looked very pretentious, but in fact he was shocked inside. He hadn't expected that the advanced card flying skill would have such a terrifying power.
Fortunately, he didn't aim at anyone. "Brother Feng, you are so amazing. You can do anything. I like you more and more." Lu Yusin cheered and her admiration for Mu Feng became even deeper. "Let me try."
Wanya came back with half a deck of cards and stretched out her hand. Mu Feng gave her a poker card, and she imitated Mu Feng's posture and threw the poker card in her hand away. The playing card spun and flew several meters away, but after a few meters, its force was exhausted and the playing card floated everywhere, finally falling weakly to the ground. Only by trying it yourself can you know how difficult it is. Wanya had used up all her strength, but still couldn't do it. Shi Chang and Lu Yusin also took a playing card and tried it. The farthest one flew more than 10 meters, but unfortunately it didn't have much power at all.
Not to mention cutting into a tree trunk, it couldn't even cut a blade of grass.
Mu Feng picked up the playing card and tried again. This time he used more force and the entire card sank into the tree trunk. After flying several times in succession, he had basically mastered the force of the flying card and could freely control the depth of cutting into the tree trunk. Shi Chang and the other two girls were stunned, their mouths wide open and unable to speak.
"He never misses a target."
At this moment, these words came to their minds.
Suddenly, Wanya pointed at the surveillance camera not far away and said abruptly, "Student Mu Feng, you will not be taken to the police station for record tomorrow, right?"
Mu Feng was stunned, and said uncertainly, "It should be, it can't be. I actually forgot to find a place without surveillance to practice my card flying skills." Lu Yusin said with a smile, "Brother Feng, use your playing cards to knock out the surveillance camera, just like in the movies." Shi Chang rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "That's damaging public property, it's illegal.
Besides, it's useless even if we take down the surveillance now." "Xiaoqing is right, let's go, I didn't do anything bad anyway."
Mu Feng put the playing cards in his pocket, took Shi Qing's hand, and walked towards the school.
Wanya and Lu Yusin followed quickly.
Soon, everyone came to a place without surveillance. Lu Yusin suddenly said with a smile, "How come no one comes to rape us when we are three beautiful girls walking together?"
Wanya said angrily, "Lu Yusin, are you sick? Or do you have a tendency to be masochistic? You actually want to be raped?"
Lu Yusin smiled and said, when someone comes to rape you, Brother Feng has a chance to show off his skills and save the beauty.
Psycho.
Wanya rolled her eyes, speechless. Mu Feng and Shi Qing smiled at each other. These two girls seemed like a pair of natural enemies.
Hey, beautiful lady, do you want to be raped so much?
At this moment, a dozen men who looked like serious people came out from the darker corner in front, holding steel pipes and smiling.
Lu Yusin, you have such a bad mouth. Wanya scolded in a low voice.
Lu Yusin stuck out her tongue. I didn't expect it to be so effective.
What should I do now? How should I know what to do? Wanya said unhappily.
When the pedestrians around saw this scene, they were so scared that they all ran away, not daring to stay and meddle in other people's business.
Mu Feng stepped forward, blocked the three women behind him, and said in a deep voice, What do you want to do? What? Why do you even need to ask when it's so obvious?
One of the men, who looked wretched, had a lewd smile on his face.
Leave the three beauties behind you and we'll let you go. How about that?
A bald man next to him whispered, Brother Wang, Master Lu won't let us touch those three women.
The wretched man slapped his bald head and roared, Fuck, do you know what a scheme is? Master Lu?
Mu Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at a man in a suit about 10 meters behind the dozen men. At this moment, the person who still dares to stay here and remains calm must be in the same group with these people, and maybe the Master Lu they are talking about. Chapter 65, Mu Feng goes berserk, powerful flying card skills. Last time you used a little brat to frame me, and I haven't come to settle the score with you yet, but this time you came to me on your own.
They are becoming more and more arrogant and even dare to fight in the streets.
If the bald man hadn't let the cat out of the bag, Mu Feng would have really thought that these guys came for the beauty of Shi Qing and the other two girls. Shi Qing, who was blocked behind Mu Feng, quietly took out her cell phone and dialed 110. Seeing his purpose exposed, the wretched man no longer pretended, waved his hand, and said coldly, Cripple that man's limbs, as long as you don't kill him.
Okay.
Everyone had cruel smiles on their faces and pressed forward step by step.
1, 2, 12 people? Is it necessary to have so many people?
Mu Feng counted and found that there were 12 people in total, including the wretched man. He didn't know whether he should feel honored or not that so many people were found to destroy him.
Boy, we, the 12 evils of Tiandu,
have no grudge against you. We are just taking money from people to help them get rid of disasters.
Don't think about us every day while you lie in bed for the rest of your life.
The wretched man said coldly. His tone had an accent from somewhere unknown, and the word Sha sounded like silly.
Mu Feng was stunned. The 12 idiots of Tiandu? What kind of a second-rate nickname is this?
The 12 evils of Tiandu yelled, waved their steel pipes, and rushed over at a faster speed.
Is this considered self-defense?
Mu Feng muttered softly, and at the same time, 12 playing cards suddenly appeared in his hand.
Small playing cards will naturally not attract anyone's attention.
The wretched man even laughed. Boy, you're not going to use playing cards to stop the 12 devils of Tiandu, are you?
You've watched too many movies, so you think you're the god of gamblers?
Shi Qing and the other two girls' eyes lit up, because they knew the power of these playing cards.
Wanya even whispered, Student Mu Feng, don't use too much force.
The playing cards flying out of Mu Feng's hand could even cut through tree trunks, let alone flesh and blood. She was afraid that Mu Feng would accidentally kill someone, which would be a big trouble. Mu Feng nodded, picked up a poker card and flew out. The playing cards spin, crossing the distance between the two parties at an extremely fast speed.
Ah!
A scream was heard, and the bald man who was rushing in the front suddenly stopped, and the steel pipe in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. He was seen bending over, holding his right arm with his left hand, and his face was pale. On his right biceps was a playing card. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Poker cards flew out one after another, and each one of them could accurately hit the right arm of the 12 evils of Tiandu. Steel pipes fell to the ground one after another.
Everyone stopped 2 meters away from Mu Feng, covering their right arms and screaming miserably.
Only the wretched man who was commanding the battle with great force escaped temporarily.
What's wrong with you?
The wretched man was greatly shocked. He only saw playing cards flying out, and then he saw his men throwing away their steel pipes one by one, bending over and screaming. Just as he was about to go forward to see what was going on, he saw a playing card flying towards him at an extremely terrifying speed. Before he could react, the playing card had already pierced his right arm. The severe pain made him unable to hold the steel pipe in his hand.
At this moment, he finally understood how his subordinates felt.
But he just couldn't figure out how a playing card could have such terrible power.
Could it be that this is specially made? Why don't you get out of here? Mu Feng picked up another poker card and shouted coldly. Get out. Let's get out now. The wretched man was startled and quickly turned around and ran away with his men. Damn it, Master Lu didn't tell me this kid could do this. If I had known, I should have asked him to pay more money and get him a better set of equipment. After the 12 evils of Tendu left, Mu Feng raised his head and looked into the distance, but the man in the suit was no longer there. You can escape reality, but you can't escape my dreams. Mu Feng snorted coldly in his heart. He had seen the man's face. As long as he was not wearing a human skin mask, he could not escape the dream he created. Master Lu? See you in my dream tonight. Wow! Brother Feng, you are so awesome, just like the god of gamblers in the movie. Lu Yusin cheered and seemed extremely excited. As soon as she hugged Mu Feng's arm, she was pulled back by Wang Ya, who was standing beside her. She said sternly, Lu Yusin, don't flirt with male classmates casually, especially with a male classmate who has a girlfriend. This is very shameless behavior, okay? Lu Yusin giggled. Brother Feng is a hero who saves the beauty. According to the normal development of the plot, the next step is that the beauty will pledge herself to him. This is a truth that has been preserved since ancient times. It's fine if you don't follow it, but I will follow the truth. What a bullshit truth. This is your twisted idea of wanting to be a mistress. I'm here and will never let you succeed. Wang Ya was so angry that she cursed. She really couldn't bear it anymore. I'm happy to be Brother Feng's mistress. What's it to you? Lu Yusin responded bluntly. Or, let's go first. Mu Feng looked at the two people who were staring at each other and said to Shi Qing. Shi Qing nodded. Then let's go. Mu Feng chuckled, took Shi Qing's hand and strode away. This advanced flying card skill is pretty good, at least my life safety is guaranteed. It's a pity that it's not a god-level card flying skill. You can only fly one card at a time, not in a group. Brother Feng, wait for me. When Lu Yusin saw him, she hurriedly chased after him. Lu Yusin, stop right there. I haven't finished talking yet. Wang Ya quickly caught up. Shortly after they left, a beautiful female police officer arrived with about 20 policemen, but found the place empty. Captain Hua, have we been tricked? A police officer asked in a low voice. Probably not. The female police officer looked at the 12 steel pipes that fell on the ground and shook her head. Maybe a passerby called the police. The people involved in the fight should have already run away. If it were someone else, if the people involved in the fight were not caught on the spot and there were no surveillance cameras to check, maybe they would just let it go. But this female police officer is stubborn. She dared to fight in the area under her jurisdiction and use tools like steel pipes. She must investigate it thoroughly and no one should be let off. She looked at the small amount of blood on the ground, thought for a moment, and said, go to the nearby hospitals, clinics, and pharmacies to check if anyone has gone there tonight to get treatment, or to buy medicine to stop bleeding or treat injuries. Also, take these steel pipes back and check for fingerprints. Then check the nearby surveillance cameras. Yes. The police officers responded in unison and then took action accordingly. As soon as I got back to the police station, a police officer came over with a strange look on his face. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to start the conversation. What did you find out? The female police officer asked with a frown. The police officer nodded and said, there are many hospitals and clinics around here. 12 of them received a strange patient at almost the same time. There was a playing card stuck in their right arm. Chapter 66, an old hen protecting her cubs. Who wants to deal with my students? Poker? The female police officer was stunned, thinking she was hallucinating. Yes, it's a poker card. 1/3 of it is embedded in the flesh and blood. It's simply unbelievable. The police officer added. Are they specially made playing cards? The female police officer asked with a frown. No. The police officer shook his head, took out a bloody poker card from the bag, and said, Captain Hua, this is one of them. It is a very common and commonly used poker card. The female police officer pinched the bag and looked at it carefully. She could tell at a glance that these were playing cards that ordinary people used for entertainment and were not specially made. How can ordinary playing cards hurt people? There was shock in her beautiful eyes. This has overturned her worldview. Captain Hua, take another look at this. The police officer took out his cell phone and played a video.
This was found and recorded from a surveillance camera nearby. In the video, Mu Feng shows off his flying card skills in front of the three women and cuts into the tree trunk.
The female police officer's pupils shrank and her face showed horror.
It would be too easy for this person to kill someone with playing cards.
This is a time bomb.
No, he has to come to the police station with the playing cards to file a report.
By the way, why does this person look familiar?
The female police officer looked at it carefully several times and finally remembered that the last time someone tried to tease the senior sister, he was beaten down by the senior sister and one of her students.
Isn't that student the person in the video? Okay, I got it. After returning the bag of playing cards to the police officer, the female officer continued, "Have the identities of those injured by the playing cards been verified?"
The police officer nodded and said, "Captain Hua, these people are called the 12 Evils of Tendu. They are habitual criminals who specialize in beating people up for money for some wealthy people. But they know how to control themselves, and basically only cause minor injuries each time.
They have been to prison 3 times.
The first time they were imprisoned for a year, the second time they were imprisoned for 3 years, and the third time they were imprisoned for 5 years. 3 of them were convicted of beating someone to the point of disability and were imprisoned for 9 years.
12 Evils of Tiandu? The female police officer's mouth twitched.
What the hell is this? At this time, another police officer came over and said, "Captain Hua, the fingerprints have been matched. The owner of the 12 steel pipes is the 12 Evils of Tiandu." The female police officer nodded, transferred the video from the police officer's phone to her own phone, and said, "Keep them under good care.
When their injuries are stable, bring them back for interrogation. We must find out the whole story."
In fact, she could already guess what happened. It was nothing more than that the 12 Evils of Tiandu took money from a certain rich man and planned to beat up the student. Unexpectedly, they met a tough guy and were beaten back by the student using playing cards. However, the police cannot rely on speculation when handling cases. They must have evidence.
Yes. The police officers nodded.
After the police officers left, the female police officer thought for a moment and called her senior sister. After the call was connected, she smiled and said, "Senior sister, you were still awake so late." "It's not that I didn't sleep, I was just woken up by your call." In the teacher dormitory of Tiandu University, the beautiful counselor leaned against the head of the bed in cartoon pajamas and said unhappily, "Tell me, what's the matter?"
The female police officer smiled and said, "Can't I call my senior sister if there's nothing wrong? Can't I call my senior sister if I miss her?"
The beautiful counselor sat up straight, her tone getting louder. "Miss you, senior sister?"
"My dear junior sister, I remember the last time you called me, you asked me to go and give special training to your new female police officer?
And the last time you called me, you actually asked me to help you catch a criminal who knows martial arts.
Please, I'm just a university teacher, you're the police, okay?
Well." The female police officer suddenly laughed awkwardly. "Senior sister is the national champion of women's martial arts.
We can't let your ability go to waste, right? Don't talk nonsense with me. Tell me, what happened this time?"
The beautiful counselor rolled her eyes and asked unhappily.
The female police officer smiled and said, "Nothing much.
I just wanted to ask for the identity information of the student who helped you beat up those hooligans last time."
Mu Feng? What happened to him? What crime did he commit?
The beautiful counselor showed a hint of surprise on her face.
Although that guy is a bit of a liar, he shouldn't commit a crime, right?
The female police officer smiled and said, "There has probably been no crime, but it is preliminarily determined that someone wants to deal with him."
"I hope you can provide me with all the information you know about him." "Someone wants to deal with him?"
"Tell me who it is, and I'll beat him so hard that he won't even recognize his mother." When the beautiful counselor heard that someone was going to deal with her students, she immediately became furious, like an old hen protecting her chicks.
Sister, please watch your words. You are talking to a policeman now." The female police officer said helplessly.
"Oh." The beautiful counselor leaned back against the bed, thought for a moment, and said, "Mu Feng is an orphan.
He has never done anything wrong before, and his performance in class is very ordinary.
In the past 10 days or so, he has begun to show his abilities, extraordinary basketball skills, and led our class to defeat a professional basketball team. Suddenly, he got together with the school beauty, and also showed incredible painting skills. The paintings he drew all have a sense of artistic conception, which can draw people's consciousness into them. One of his paintings was sold at a high price of more than 10 million yuan, and he also rented a studio in the Tianyuan office building. By the way, he also said that he would give me a painting, but he hasn't given it to me yet, and I don't know if he forgot.
This is all I know. More than 10 million for a painting? The female police officer was stunned for a moment. Is painting so profitable now? Then did you know he could play cards? She asked curiously. Flying cards? What is that? I don't know.
The beautiful counselor looked confused. Senior sister, what major do you teach and what grade are you teaching?
Asked the female police officer. School of Computer Science, Automation Major, Class 1, Year 2.
The beautiful counselor said truthfully.
Okay, I got it. That's all for today. I'll treat you to dinner next time when I'm free. After saying that, the female police officer hung up the phone. Take me out for dinner? You've been saying this for years, but you've never taken any action.
The beautiful counselor muttered as she looked at her phone. Xiao Wang, please check for me the detailed information of Mu Feng, from the Automation Major, Grade 2, Class 1, College of Computer Science, Tiandu University.
The female police officer called a police officer and said, Okay, Team Hua. The police officer immediately turned and left.
Soon, the information was verified and it was roughly the same as what the beautiful counselor said.
It seems that I have to go to Tiandu University in person tomorrow. The female police officer said in a low voice.
At the same time, Mu Feng, who had returned to school, entered the dream of the man in the suit according to his memory.
Chapter 67, Torture in a Dream, Beware of the Faint-Hearted. Mu Feng?
The man in the suit was shocked when he suddenly saw Mu Feng. He thought he was kidnapped, but when he looked around, he found that he was still in his bedroom and sitting on the bed.
He couldn't help but wonder, why are you in my house? It seems you recognize me.
Mu Feng waved his hand, and a chair appeared out of thin air under his buttocks, and he slowly sat down.
The man in the suit's pupils shrank and his face showed horror. How did he do it? Is it an illusion?
At this moment, another bottle of red wine appeared out of thin air in Mu Feng's hands. The man in the suit recognized the bottle of red wine. It was given to him by Director Chu 5 years ago after he defeated his competitor.
Without any movement from Mu Feng, the cork of the wine bottle flew out automatically.
He shook the bottle and was about to drink.
Shut up and put the wine down.
The man in the suit rushed over angrily. This bottle of champagne is one of his most precious collections. There are only 200 bottles in the world and it is not for sale. If Mr. Chu did not have a good relationship with the person who now owns these 200 bottles of champagne, he would not have been able to obtain such a treasure. For 5 years, he had been reluctant to drink a sip, so how could he let others waste it? Mu Feng waved his hand, and chains appeared out of thin air, binding the limbs of the man in the suit and hanging him in the air.
Is this wine expensive? Mu Feng asked curiously, took a sip, smacked his lips twice, and savored the taste. The man in the suit was shocked by Mu Feng's method. When he saw Mu Feng drinking, he instantly became angry and said in a deep voice, "This is 1907 Snow Heidelberg Champagne Silent Ship, 750 milliliters, worth 1,761,375 yuan, second only to 1992 Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon Dry Red Wine." More than 1 million? Mu Feng was stunned for a moment. Does that mean I just drank several thousand yuan?
The man in the suit became even more furious when he heard this, and shouted, "You are a reckless man who can't even sober up.
Drinking like you is simply wasting food. Sober up?"
Mu Feng waved his hand, and the man in a suit tied with chains automatically flew towards him and lay prone in front of him. "I don't know how to sober you up, but I can help you sober up and see the current situation clearly." As he said this, he smashed the back of the suit man's head with the bottle of snow-white champagne, breaking the bottle and spilling the champagne all over the floor. Blood gushed out from the back of the suit man's head. He screamed and looked at the wine dripping on the floor, grief-stricken. "My snow-white champagne, Mu Feng, you beast. It seems that you haven't realized the current situation yet." Mu Feng sighed and waved his hand. The body of the man in the suit was fixed in the air again. The chains penetrated the body of the man in the suit like poisonous snakes, and the blood dyed the black chains black and red. The severe pain made the man in the suit scream miserably, and his face turned pale in an instant. "Mu Feng, what on earth are you going to do?" The man in the suit roared angrily. "Not bad, much better than the guy last time. He can still yell." Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, "Who are you, who do you work for, and why are you against me?" Tell me, and I'll leave.
Snort. The man in the suit snorted coldly and kept silent. Wow. You're pretty tough. Mu Feng was not in a hurry.
In this dream, there was plenty of time to play with him.
Did you know that there was a form of torture in ancient times called skinning? Mu Feng asked with a smile. What do you want to do? Lynching is against the law.
The man in the suit might have studied torture, and he obviously knew something about skinning, as his voice changed a little.
Illegal? Then do you know that paying people to fight in the street is also illegal?
Mu Feng sneered and continued, as far as I know, there are 2 ways of skinning. The first is to cut from the spine, split the back skin in half with one cut, and then slowly use the knife to separate the skin and muscles, tearing the skin all over the body like a butterfly spreading its wings. Hearing this, the man in the suit, whose body was pierced by chains, began to tremble. Mu Feng held up 2 fingers and continued, the second method is to bury the person in the ground, leaving only the head exposed. Then, draw a cross with a knife, pull the scalp apart, and pour mercury into it. Mercury is very heavy and will pull the muscles and skin apart. The person buried in the ground will twist in pain, unable to break free, and in the end the body will jump out of the ground naked, leaving only a piece of skin in the ground. The man in the suit swallowed hard, fear in his eyes.
Mu Feng smiled and said, Actually, I don't know which one is correct. But it doesn't matter, we can try both. Then you can tell me what the difference is between the 2 methods, so I can record it.
After he finished speaking, a sharp, butcher knife appeared out of thin air in his hand.
You're not going to do this for real, are you?
The man in the suit was shaking violently, his voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear.
Of course. Do you think I'm just talking? Mu Feng's smile grew brighter. Oh, right? We can add some more exciting elements. For example, after peeling the skin, we can pour some 50-60 degree liquor on your body.
Or we can smear some honey on you to attract some ants, mosquitoes, and the like to bite you.
Just thinking about that scene is spectacular. You devil.
The man in the suit was almost scared to death. Mu Feng chuckled and said, Of course, during this period you can answer my questions at any time. I will stop when you have answered them truthfully. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the man in a suit with chains piercing his body automatically flew in front of him with his back to him.
Mu Feng took the butcher knife and cut the clothes of the man in the suit.
The cold tip of the knife pierced the skin on the suit man's spine and slowly moved downwards. This knife was actually not as painful as being pierced by the chain. But thinking of the state after skinning described by Mu Feng, and the even more cruel torture after skinning, the man in the suit peed on the spot, and said with a hint of tears, Stop, I'll tell you everything. In the end, he couldn't bear the fear in his heart and compromised. He was very sure that if he didn't say it, the demon would definitely do it as described before. Rather than speaking out when you can't bear the pain, it's better to say it in advance before the pain comes.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Mu Feng said with a smile, the butcher knife in his hand still did not leave, but he did not continue.
My name is Lu Chang. I had some connections before I followed Mr. Chu, so people call me Master Lu. I attacked you in the food court outside Tiandu University by teasing your counselor. Last time, I used that little boy to frame you outside Tiandu restaurant in order to make Miss Sure leave you. This time, I bribed the 12 evils of Tiandu to beat you into a cripple. These were all my ideas.
But the one who really wants to deal with you is not me, but young Master Chu Yun.
Please spare me. The man in the suit was emotionally broken and told everything. Chapter 68 Chu Tianxiang's Ambition. Chu Yun? Should have thought it was him. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, sat back on the chair, and asked calmly, Does Chu Tianxiang know that Chu Yunxiang asked you to deal with me?
Lu Cheng shook his head and said, Boss Chu doesn't know about this.
If he knew, he might not just look for the 12 evils of Tiandu. He might look for the real killer to deal with you. Killer? Mu Feng was a little surprised. Is there really a profession like killer in this world? They are just crazy people who can do anything for money. Compared with them, the 12 evils of Tiandu are nothing but a group of childish children. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and said, suppressing the severe pain in his body. Okay, let's stop here for today. Mu Feng smiled and said, I'll give you a task. Go to the police station and turn yourself in tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I will come every night to let you experience the joy of skinning. You have to believe in my ability.
Even if I peel off your entire skin, you will not die.
You will clearly enjoy every detail.
After saying this, he instantly disappeared into the dream. As he disappeared, the chains that pierced the man in the suit also disappeared out of thin air. The moment the man in the suit fell from the air, he suddenly woke up from his dream. Sitting on the bed, gasping for breath, his whole body was already soaked with sweat. Even the bedsheet was wet. Looking around, everything was exactly the same as it was before he went to bed, and there were no broken bottles on the ground.
Broken wine bottle?
Lu Cheng turned over from the bed, but fell to the ground with a bang. My whole body was in great pain, and I felt sore and weak, as if I had really been through a terrible torture.
Ah!
Lu Cheng screamed, propped himself up, and staggered towards the wine cabinet in the living room. I picked up the bottle of 1907 Piper Heidelberg champagne vessel of silence and took a closer look, and I was immediately relieved. The champagne was intact. It seemed like it was really just a dream.
But this dream is too real.
He felt severe pain and soreness all over his body, and when he thought of the scene in his dream, fear appeared on his face again.
He really didn't want to experience such a nightmare again. Do I really have to go to the police station and surrender myself? Lu Cheng walked to the sofa and sat down, falling into deep thought. If I don't turn myself in, will last night's nightmare really happen again? If I turn myself in, will the nightmare really not happen again?
While he was deep in thought, the cell phone rang in the bedroom. He returned to the bedroom, answered the phone, listened for a while and then hung up. The call came from someone he had arranged to work in the hospital before, and it was also this person who helped contact the 12 evils of Tiandu.
The 12 evils of Tiandu are under police custody. Once their injuries stabilize, they will definitely be taken back to the police station for interrogation.
Those guys are likely to give themselves away in order to get a reduced sentence. According to his previous style of doing things, he would never go to the scene in person for such things. But yesterday Chu Yun gave him a strict order that he must watch it personally and not allow any accidents to happen again. He went there in person, but something unexpected still happened. That Mu Feng actually used playing cards to injure the 12 evils of Tiandu.
It was simply unbelievable.
If Chu Yun knew that he had failed again, he would be cruelly tortured. Chu Yun, who looks like a gentleman, is even more cruel than his father when it comes to torturing people.
Surrender?
Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, put on his clothes, and left with his sore and painful body. The only option is to turn yourself in, and it would be best if you could spend a few years in jail. After going out, he called Chu Tianxiong again, confessed everything that had happened during this period, and then drove to the police station.
Mu Feng.
Chu Tianxiong held the phone, his eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent. Then, he called Chu Yunxiang's cell phone and said in a cold voice, "Waste, you can't even deal with an orphan. I have told you many times that when dealing with enemies, you either don't attack them or destroy them with the force of thunder. Let Lu Cheng go to find those rubbish. What can he achieve?
Behave yourself for the time being. I will find someone to deal with Mu Feng in a while.
Also, give up Shi Chang and go after Lu Yusin.
Lu Hai only has this one daughter.
If we can get her, the Lu Timber Group will be in the hands of our Chu family. Your eldest brother and second brother have already won over the only daughters of the Gene Biochemical Pharmaceutical Group and the Li Machinery Manufacturing Group respectively.
You should also work hard for me.
Let our Chu family become the largest wealthy family in the country, or even the world, as soon as possible." After saying that, he hung up the phone. If he wanted the Chu family to become one of the world's top wealthy families, it would take a long time through normal channels, and he didn't want to wait that long. Therefore, he took a different approach and targeted the largest shareholders of top groups who had only daughters. As long as he could capture the only daughters of the largest shareholders of these top groups, when the largest shareholders of these groups died, their only daughters would naturally inherit the shares. He would then be able to indirectly control these top groups and gradually annex them, thereby strengthening the Chu family's strength as quickly as possible. As for when these major shareholders will die, naturally he has the final say.
At Tiandu University, Chu Yunxiang, who was scolded by his father, was filled with anger. "Mu Feng, wait for me."
He gritted his teeth, and a coldness emanated from his whole body. However, he dared not disobey his father's words and did not dare to cause trouble for Mu Feng for the time being.
Give up Shi Qing and pursue Lu Yusin? Chu Yunxiang frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, Lu Yusin seemed to have some different feelings for Mu Feng.
Seeing that it was still early, he ran to buy 99 red roses and walked towards Lu Yusin's dormitory building.
"I'm here to look for Lu Yusin. Please call her out."
Standing in front of the dormitory building, Chu Yunxiang said to the building manager. As the young master of the Chu family, he has always been so arrogant. The building manager didn't think there was anything wrong and said with a smile, "It's Chu Yun.
Are you going to give flowers to Lu Yusin? You came at a bad time. Lu Yusin just went out.
Where did she go?"
Chu Yun frowned slightly.
"Go and deliver breakfast to Mu Feng in dormitory 107, South Building 2. The building manager said with a smile, "I don't know how many lifetimes this Mu Feng has cultivated to be so blessed that Shirqing and Lu Yusin, two school beauties, are competing to deliver breakfast to him."
Go and deliver breakfast to Mu Feng?
Chu Yun clenched his fist suddenly, his face looking a little ugly. Of course he knew that the two school beauties were competing to bring breakfast to Mu Feng. I thought Lu Yusin would give up after Shi Jiamufeng and Shirqing confirmed their relationship, but I didn't expect that she would still go. He turned and left, throwing the 99 red roses into the trash can.
After he left, the building manager saw a female classmate and said, "Classmate, big news, the rich second-generation Chu Yun came to give Lu Yusin flowers." In a short time, the news spread quickly in Tiandu University.
Chapter 69, Mu Feng, please take your playing cards to the police station for record. After waking up from the dream, Mu Feng got dressed and washed up. Then, while eating the breakfast brought by his school beauty girlfriend and her suitor, he posted a job information on a job search website. He is planning to recruit 2 employees to look after his painting and sculpture studios. The fat man looked at the school beauties sitting on either side of Mu Feng, and said to the hunk next to him with envy, "Hunk, how can there be such a big difference between us 2 men? My wife, I begged her for a long time but she refused to bring me breakfast.
It pissed me off."
The tough guy shrugged and said with a smile, "There are differences between men.
For example, my wife has promised to bring me breakfast tomorrow."
Fuck. The fat man cursed. Farais pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, your wife is the only one who doesn't agree to bring you breakfast, fatty."
"What do you mean?"
The fat man was stunned for a moment, then he stared at her and said, "Did your Miao Miao also agree to bring you breakfast?"
"Tomorrow," Cyan said lightly.
"What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" The fat man cursed 3 times in a row. "This is unfair, I don't accept it. Why am I the only one who doesn't have a girlfriend to send me breakfast?"
Not convinced? The tough guy glanced at him and said calmly, "You can also ask your Chin Chin to bring you breakfast tomorrow, do you dare?"
"What are you afraid of?"
The fat man strode out of the dormitory. "What are you going to do?"
The tough guy was stunned for a moment and asked.
"Go buy breakfast for my Chin Chin. How can there be any reward without any effort? How can she bring breakfast to me if I don't bring her breakfast?"
The fat man said as a matter of course. "What you said makes so much sense that I am speechless." The tough guy and Four Eyes looked at each other and shook their heads. Shirqing smiled and said, "Mu Feng, your 3 roommates are quite funny."
"Thank you for the compliment, sister-in-law," Mengnan and Cyan said in unison.
Although Shirqing's pretty face was still a little red, she gladly accepted the title, which surprised Mengnan and Cyan. In the past, this school beauty was very resistant to the title of sister-in-law.
"Why does it feel a little different today?" "Brother Feng, where are you going today?" Lu Yusin asked with a smile.
Mu Feng put down his phone, stuffed the last bun into his mouth, swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites, and said, "There is no ballgame in our class today.
I have to go to Tianyuan office building to paint a few more paintings and card more works to store.
In addition, I just posted a recruitment information, with a basic salary of 3,000 plus commission.
I think someone will come to apply." "Basic salary of 3,000 plus commission? What kind of job do you do?" the tough guy asked curiously. Mu Feng smiled and said, "You don't have to do anything. Just help me look after the painting studio and the carving studio.
If someone comes to buy something, tell the buyer about the product information and prices."
"Do you have any requirements for applicants?" Cyan asked, pushing up his glasses. "There aren't many requirements. Just basic math and good conduct will be fine,"
Mu Feng said after thinking for a while.
"So what do you think of us?"
The tough guy pointed at himself and Four Eyes and asked expectantly.
"You?" Mu Feng glanced at the 2 of them and asked, "Are you not going to school?" "The purpose of going to school is to make more money. Why go to school if you can make money?"
The tough guy smiled and said, "With the relationship between us, we don't have to worry about being deducted from our wages, right?"
"Okay, there's no need for an interview. Let's start work today. Come with me,"
Mu Feng said with a smile.
"You're going to work today?" "Forget it.
When the tough guy heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, I have a date today. It seems that such a wonderful job is destined to be out of my reach. Cyan pushed his glasses inside. I also made an appointment with Meow Meow to go shopping, and to go to the movies in the evening.
By the way, I won't be back tonight. Not coming back?
Mu Feng and Meng Nan were stunned for a moment, then a smile that all men understand appeared on their faces.
Study hard and you can work part-time for me during the winter and summer vacations.
If you haven't given up your dreams after graduation, you're always welcome in my little place. Mu Feng patted Meng Nan and Cyan on the shoulders and said with a smile. On the day when the four of them worshipped heaven and earth together, he knew the dreams of his three roommates. He still remembers the determination in their eyes when they told him about their dreams. At least until you leave school and enter society, this firm belief will not change. As for what it will be like after entering society, we'll talk about it when the time comes. So, from the very beginning he knew that it was impossible for Meng Nan and others to really come to his studio to work. It was just a joke.
It's a deal.
The tough guy and Four Eyes also laughed. At this moment, the building manager came to the door of the dormitory with a beautiful female police officer, pointed at Mu Feng and said, Officer, he is Mu Feng. Hearing this, the female police officer slowly looked over.
It's her. Mu Feng frowned slightly. This female police officer is the junior sister of the beautiful counselor. Why did she come to see me at this time? Could it be that what happened last night was exposed so quickly?
Shi Chang and Lu Yusen also looked at each other and thought of what happened last night.
Thank you, Auntie.
After thanking the building manager, the female police officer slowly walked towards Mu Feng. The building manager glanced at Mu Feng and turned away.
Hello, classmate Mu Feng. I am watching you, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of Tiandu Police Department.
You can call me Officer Hua, or Captain Hua.
Here is my ID.
When they arrived, the female police officer took out her ID and showed it to Mu Feng and others, then she extended her hand.
Hello.
Mu Feng stretched out his hand and shook it. The soft touch didn't feel like it had ever been used to hold a gun.
I wonder what Officer Hua wants to see me about. He asked curiously. Watching you took out her cell phone and played a video.
The video shows the scene where Mu Feng uses his familiar card flying ability to cut playing cards into a tree trunk.
Fuck.
The strong man and four-eyed man looked over and were shocked. The tough guy said, Officer Hua, who sent you this video?
It must have been photoshopped.
It's unbelievable how a piece of card can cut through a hard tree trunk.
He didn't believe anyone could do it anyway.
Four Eyes pushed up his glasses and said seriously, Officer Hua, we have lived with this lunatic for 2 years and we never knew he had such abilities.
We must have made a mistake.
It turned out to be because of what happened yesterday. Mu Feng sighed in his heart. I should have found a place without surveillance to practice my card flying skills yesterday.
Watching you smiled and said, this video was recorded by our police officers from the surveillance camera. It is absolutely true. But you two students don't have to be so nervous. I am not here to do anything to classmate Mu Feng. It's just that classmate Mu Feng's card flying ability has a strong lethality. If it is used to hurt or even kill people, the consequences will be disastrous.
Therefore, he must go to the police station with me to file a report.
Chapter 70, Mu Feng and two school beauties stayed overnight in a hotel and got caught.
Go to the police station to file a report? The tough guy and Four Eyes were both stunned. After a while, Cyan pushed up his glasses and said, Officer Hua, it's not possible to do that based on just one video, right? There are so many people on TikTok using playing cards to cut cans and wood boards, why don't they report it to the police station? There are quite a few people on TikTok who show off their card flying skills. In the comments section, there are a lot of people who are cheering and asking these performers to go to the police station to file a report.
But I think they are just talking.
It is impossible for anyone to really go to the police station to file a report because of a deck of playing cards.
Now, all this is happening around them, and they are a little overwhelmed. Watching you laughed and said, do you believe the videos on TikTok?
Those videos have no reference value. My video is a surveillance video, it is absolutely true and valid.
After that, she turned to look at Mu Feng and asked with a smile, Mu Feng, don't you think so? Officer Hua, someone must be framing Mu Feng.
Shi Chang said. Lu Yusen also nodded repeatedly, yes, someone must be framing Brother Feng, Officer Hua must investigate it carefully and thoroughly. Hua Qingyu looked at Shi Chang and Lu Yusin, a smile on her face. By the way, you were also there last night, you should come too. And the girl who is learning to play cards, call her too. Ha! Shi Chang and Lu Yusin were stunned. Mu Feng touched his nose, it seemed that he couldn't hide.
He thought for a moment and asked, is it really just for filing? It won't be closed for 24 hours, right? I still have to paint and carve. I lose tens of millions in an hour. Tens of millions lost in 1 hour? Hua Qingyu was speechless. Even if a painting costs more than 10 million, can such an expensive painting be completed in an hour? Even if the painting is finished, can one sell one painting every hour?
She said calmly, Student Mu Feng, as for how long you have to stay in the police station, it depends on whether you cooperate.
You must know better than me what you did last night.
She considered that this incident might cause unnecessary impact on Mu Feng at school, so she did not take him directly back to the police station to assist in the investigation. She just used the video as a guide and asked him to go to the police station to file a report. With this video, Mu Feng is the biggest suspect in injuring the 12 evils of Tiandu with playing cards. As long as she shows her ID, she has the right to take Mu Feng back to the police station to assist in the investigation.
After failing to act cool, Mu Feng smiled awkwardly and said, is that so? All right then. Police-civilian cooperation is the duty of every citizen. I am honored to work with such a beautiful police officer. Don't talk nonsense to me. I'm not your two little girlfriends. Hua Qingyu glanced at Shi Cheng and Lu Yusin. How could two girlfriends who were campus beauties live in peace with each other? How did Mu Feng do it? By the way, let me kindly remind you that bigamy is a crime in our great Xia country. Hua Qingyu said seriously. As long as they are not married, if a man has several girlfriends at the same time, or a woman has several boyfriends at the same time, the law cannot regulate it and it can only be condemned morally. Lu Yusin giggled, I know, I don't have to get married, I just need to buy a house to support me. Lu Yusin readily accepted Hua Qingyu's misunderstanding. Hua Qingyu was silent. What crappy values do girls have nowadays? Can the mistress also speak so confidently? Mu Feng quickly pulled Shi Cheng into his arms and explained, Officer Hua, you misunderstood. This is my girlfriend. Lu Yusin pouted and stamped her feet, looking somewhat unhappy. What a beautiful misunderstanding, why should I explain it? Hua Qingyu looked at Lu Yusin and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She coughed twice and said, let's go to the police station. After saying that, she turned and left. Mu Feng patted the shoulders of Mengnan and Xian, and said with a look of no return, brothers, I'm leaving. Bring me a few more buns tomorrow. After saying this, he shook his head and strode away with a heroic spirit. Brother Feng, wait for me. Lu Yusin chased after him. Shi Qing walked out while calling Wang Ya. After everyone left, Mengnan and Xian looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. After a while, the tough guy asked uncertainly, Farais, do you think that video is real? Farais pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, it should be true. In other words, the madman really used a playing card to cut into the tree trunk? The muscular man widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Almost right. Xian nodded. Fuck. When did that madman become so powerful? I lived with him for 2 years and he didn't even know about it. When he comes back, I'll use my bird-catching skills to help him. The macho man shouted. I agree. Xian pushed his glasses and said. A beautiful policewoman took Mu Feng and 2 school beauties into the police car. This scene is easy to make people think of something wrong. A classmate, could it be that Mu Feng was caught doing something in the hotel with 2 school beauties at the same time? Student XX, what the hell? Is this true? Classmate XX, it's true. Mu Feng and 2 school beauties stayed overnight in a hotel and were caught by the police. For a time, rumors spread throughout Tiandu University. Chu Yun, who was thinking about how to trick Lu Yusin into his marriage, was so angry when he heard this that he threw the diamond ring he had just bought into the toilet. I am the 3rd young master of the Chu family. Do I really have to pick up the rags worn by that orphan Mu Feng? But then I thought, this is a task given by my father, and I must complete it, otherwise I will have no share in the family group's inheritance in the future. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and decided to pretend he didn't know, first trick Lu Yusin into getting her and then torture her severely. She looked at the diamond ring that had fallen into the toilet, cursed under her breath, turned around and left, and bought another one. Mu Feng and others were not aware of the rumors about Tiandu University.
After arriving at the police station, Hua Qingyu questioned Mufeng and the other three separately. Of course, given the special identities of Shi Cheng and the other two daughters of the group's directors, the police officers who questioned them were all female.
Student Mufeng, did you know that someone injured 12 men with playing cards in the middle of Tianfu Road number 18 last night? Hua Qingyu personally questioned Mufeng, the prime suspect. Yes. Mufeng did not choose to lie.
After all, technology was so advanced in this era that it was easy to extract one's fingerprints from the cards. There was no need to lie.
What's more, he was acting in self-defense. Did you do this? Hua Qingyu asked. Mufeng nodded. I did it.
They were holding steel pipes and said they wanted to beat me into a cripple. I was scared and my hands shook, so the playing cards flew out and injured them.
That's what happened. After saying this, he still looked innocent. Officer Hua, is this considered self-defense? If your hand shakes, the playing cards will fly out? Such an understatement? Hua Qingyu's eyelids twitched and she was speechless.
Chapter 71. From now on, real name registration is required when buying playing cards.
Hua Qingyu smiled and said, if the situation is as you said, it is indeed self-defense.
But what those 12 men said is different from what you said.
How are you going to prove that what you said is true? How to prove it? Mufeng was stunned for a moment. How could he prove that there was no surveillance in that area?
At this moment, the door of the interrogation room opened and a female police officer walked in. She whispered in Hua Qingyu's ear, Captain Hua, a man named Lu Cheng has come to surrender. He said that he ordered the 12 evils of Tiandu to beat Mufeng.
Hua Qingyu looked surprised.
She had just taken Mufeng to the police station for questioning and someone came to turn himself in.
Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Lu Cheng is here?
Mufeng was also stunned. He thought that he would have to suffer nightmares for 10 days or half a month, torturing him to exhaustion and half-death before it could affect his decision in real life.
He didn't expect that it would succeed in one go? This should be no less difficult than asking Shi Cheng to forcefully kiss him in public, right?
I am really looking forward to the reward Lu Cheng will receive after he successfully surrenders himself. Looking at the smile on Mufeng's face, Hua Qingyu showed a hint of suspicion in her eyes.
Could it be that this guy was brought here to take the blame? Could it be that this case of gang fighting is not as simple as it seems? If Mufeng was really just acting in self-defense, why would he find someone to take the blame? Whether during the interrogation of the 12 evils of Tiandu or during the questioning of Mufeng, no one mentioned the existence of Lu Cheng.
This person seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and it seemed like he was brought in to take the blame.
Of course, these are just her current personal suspicions and cannot be used as evidence in court.
She thought for a moment and said, take Lu Cheng to the 5th interrogation room.
I'll be there later. Okay, flower team. The female police officer nodded and turned away.
Hua Qingyu looked at Mufeng again, took out a playing card from her pocket, and said with a smile, Mufeng, can you show me your card flying skills? It was just an ordinary playing card, and it was one of the items that Mufeng voluntarily handed over to the police station for safekeeping after he entered the police station. She really wanted to see with her own eyes whether this thing was really that powerful. The police officer sitting on the jury nearby looked suspicious. The police officers watching outside the interrogation room also looked incredulous. Are you serious? Mufeng took the cards, a little hesitant. Of course, in the police station, only truth can exist, no falsehood is allowed.
Hua Qingyu nodded and asked the police officer to take a 20-centimeter thick wooden board and lean it against the wall of the interrogation room. Come on, let's open our eyes.
Remember, use all your strength.
All right.
Mufeng stood up, took a deep breath, shook his wrist, and the playing cards flew out.
Phew.
The high-speed spinning playing cards instantly sank into the wooden board and disappeared without a trace. Only a thin crack remained on the wooden board.
Hua Qingyu and the juror police officers gasped, as did the police officers watching outside the interrogation room. If this is aimed at a person's throat, heart, or other vital parts, wouldn't it be a fatal blow? It's so horrible, so horrible. Is this your full strength? After a while, Hua Qingyu turned around and looked at Mufeng and asked. There was still a look of deep shock on her delicate face. I really used all my strength. Your wooden board was too thick and I couldn't shoot through it. Mufeng looked innocent.
Hearing this, all the police officers twitched their lips.
Damn it, you want to shoot through a 20-centimeter thick wooden board? This guy is a very scary and dangerous person.
If he gets irritated by someone one day, he can chop off someone's head with just a playing card. Hua Qingyu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down before asking, if what happened last night was indeed self-defense, are you willing to stay in the police station and be a special criminal police officer? When the police officers heard this, their eyes lit up. The tasks assigned to criminal police are all very dangerous, and sometimes they encounter situations where they cannot bring guns to the scene. If this happens, it would be perfect to let Mu Feng go with the playing cards. Mu Feng blinked and said, Officer Hua, I still have to go to school, I still have to paint, I still have to carve, I'm very busy. Are you refusing? Hua Qingyu said lightly. Mu Feng rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Officer Hua, let's talk about this matter after I graduate. In addition, if you need my help in normal times, I am happy to cooperate with the police and the public. Hua Qingyu sat down again and said calmly, Student Mu Feng, do you know that because of you, Tiandu City will undergo a huge change? What changes? Mu Feng asked curiously. He didn't seem to have such a great influence? Hua Qingyu smiled and said, I will ask the higher-ups to require real name registration when buying playing cards in the future. Do you think it will be a big change? Mu Feng was stunned, Officer Hua, this is not necessary, right? It is necessary. Hua Qingyu said seriously, you made me understand that killing people with playing cards is not only in movies, but also in the real world. I used to think that those videos on Douyin were fake, but now I am a little unsure. I don't know how many people in the world can do it, and I don't know how many people in Tiandu have such ability. Therefore, real name registration is very necessary when buying playing cards. Then, she said to the juror police officer next to her, I'll have someone check all the IDs of those who have performed flying cards, shredding cans, and cutting into wooden boards on all live broadcast platforms, and bring all those who are within my jurisdiction to the police station for record. Okay. The police jury nodded. Mu Feng remained silent. This was really a bit like seeing a snake in the shadows. Yes. Hua Qingyu looked at Mu Feng again and said, you may be asked to demonstrate your card flying skills to the leaders above you. You won't refuse, right? Mu Feng tried to ask, can I refuse? I'm very busy. Sure. Hua Qingyu said with a smile, but didn't you just say you were happy to cooperate with the police and the public? You regretted it so quickly. Classmate Mu Feng, it's not good to break your promise and go back on your words. Mu Feng was speechless and looked at Hua Qingyu with some suspicion. Why did he feel that those previous words were all nonsense, and were these last few sentences her real purpose? After hesitating for a moment, he smiled and said, we'll see. If I have time, I will definitely cooperate with Officer Hua. But you know, I'm very busy. I have to go to school, and I have to paint and carve in my spare time. One of my paintings costs more than 10 million, and one of my sculptures costs 10 or 20 million. It takes about an hour to paint a painting or carve a piece. If Officer Hua is willing to pay 10 million an hour, I can go to your headquarters with Officer Hua to perform stunts at any time, just as if I were going out for an acrobatic show. Chapter 72, Dreams Affect Reality, Rewards God-level fighting skills. Hua Qingyu looked at Mu Feng deeply, and a smile reappeared on her face. I will seriously consider Mu Feng's suggestion. You just sit here for a while. Wait for me to finish interrogating Lu Chang. If the situation is true, you can leave. 10 million per hour? Just sell me out. Okay. Mu Feng nodded. Hua Qingyu looked at the police jury next to her and said with a smile, Xiao Wang, take good care of the tea and water. Don't neglect our flying card master, or he will be dead if he throws a playing card at you. Oh, I see, Captain Hua. Jury police officer Xiao Wan looked at the 20-centimeter thick wooden board and swallowed. After Hua Qingyu left, he stood up, holding the notebook in one hand, and walked away. Comrade police officer, what are you doing? I don't have any playing cards on me. Mu Feng was speechless. Xiao Wang smiled awkwardly and said, Student Mu Feng, please sit here for a while. I'll go get you a cup of tea. Do you have pulse? I want to drink pulse. Mu Feng asked. The bureau doesn't have it, but I can buy it for you. After saying that, Xiao Wang left the interrogation room without looking back. Before leaving, he also took the 20-centimeter thick wooden board with him. Wait a minute, can you give my phone back to me so I can have some chicken? Mu Feng shouted at his back. Unfortunately, Xiao Wang had already left the interrogation room and slammed the door shut. Mu Feng touched his nose. This made him feel as if he was an unforgivable devil who killed people without blinking an eye. It was so embarrassing. He looked around, there was nothing there and he couldn't do anything.
It was so boring.
After leaving the interrogation room, Xiao Wang put the 20-centimeter thick wooden board on the table and went out to buy pulse. A group of police officers gathered around and took the wooden board and examined it carefully.
Looking at the tiny incision from a close distance, I was even more shocked. How could an ordinary playing card have such terrifying power?
Looking up at the harmless Mu Feng in the interrogation room, if one had not seen it with one's own eyes, who would have thought that this man possessed such extraordinary skills? If you don't join the police force, you'll be like a time bomb that may explode at any time. Soon, Xiao Wang entered the interrogation room with a bottle of pulse, placed it on the table, and quickly retreated without waiting for Mu Feng to speak.
Mu Feng remained silent.
He drank pulse and closed his eyes to rest. When he was about to fall asleep, the system prompt sound suddenly appeared in his mind.
Ding!
The dreamer Lu Cheng surrendered successfully. The dream affects reality with a degree of 4 stars.
The host is rewarded with agility +8. You can choose one of the following skills to teach.
The available skills are God-level basketball skills, God-level parkour skills, God-level magic skills, God-level car skills, and God-level fighting skills.
Please make your choice as soon as possible. Another God-level basketball skill? If you choose a God-level basketball skill, and next time you get another God-level basketball skill, can it be directly combined with the God-level basketball skill you already have and called it a super God-level basketball skill? On the basketball court, can't you really fly and hide in the ground? Forget it, playing basketball is not my pursuit. I would be glad to have a God-level basketball skill.
After thinking about it, Mu Feng gave up this plan.
However, you can get 10 attribute points by converting them into them. Adding them to any attribute can bring about a huge change in your physical fitness, right?
Host, please make a choice as soon as possible. The system began to urge again.
Are you in a hurry to eat? Why are you rushing?
Mu Feng rolled his eyes, complained in his heart, and said, okay, let's choose the God-level fighting technique. Looking at the situation today, I can't just by playing cards casually anymore.
But my crisis has probably just begun.
God-level fighting skills can bring out one's physical fitness to the fullest.
It doesn't require one to beat 100 people, but it should be no problem to beat 10 people alone like a man, right? Ding! The divine level fighting technique begins to be taught.
As the system prompt sounded, a large amount of complex and profound information flooded into Mu Feng's mind.
Real fighting skills are not just fancy moves, they are practical. Every move and every style requires speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. If the enemy can be knocked down with one blow, there will never be a second move.
With nothing to do, Mu Feng called up his attribute panel and took a look.
Host, Mu Feng. Age, 20.
Physical strength, 16. Normal for a 20-year-old man is 10, the higher the physical strength, the better the endurance. Strength, 23. Normal for a 20-year-old man is 10, the higher the strength, the greater the strength. Agility, 23. Normal for a 20-year-old man is 10, the higher the agility, the faster the speed.
Charm, 18. Ordinary people have 10.
The higher the charm, the easier it is to gain the favor of others, and the easier it is to attract the hatred of enemies. Skills, God-level basketball proficiency 50,000 10 million, God-level painting proficiency 500,000 10 million, Super God carving 300,000 100 million, Advanced flying cards 1,000 100,000, God-level fighting 0 10 million.
Funding, 623 million new Taiwan dollars. Without realizing it, I have become so rich. But when did proficiency come out?
This thing didn't exist in the properties panel last time.
Perhaps sensing Mu Feng's confusion, the system explained, proficiency is originally a hidden attribute.
This system displays it in numbers to make it easier for the host to understand. The higher the proficiency, the greater the power of the skill that the host can unleash.
Mu Feng suddenly understood. This level of proficiency was easy to understand. You think this guy won't have any problems in this area?
Xiao Wan looked at Mu Feng, who was grinning foolishly in the interrogation room, pointed at his head and asked his colleagues around him.
I don't think so, right? The colleague was a little unsure. But it really looks like it.
Another colleague said seriously.
Should we contact a psychiatric hospital? Send him in?
It's too dangerous for normal people to have such a person moving around in the normal world, a colleague suggested.
What are you mumbling about?
At this time, Hua Qingyu came back and asked curiously. Xiao Wang pointed at Mu Feng in the interrogation room and said, Captain Hua, we suspect he has mental problems.
Should we contact a psychiatric hospital?
Hua Qingyu looked towards the interrogation room and saw the silly smile on Mu Feng's face, and a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. However, judging from the previous contact, this guy should not have any mental problems.
He waved his hand and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. He is mentally normal." Okay, Lu Chang has confessed everything.
It was indeed him who asked the 12 devils of Tiandu to beat Mu Feng, but he was injured by Mu Feng with playing cards. Mu Feng's attack was also very measured and did not cause too serious consequences.
It was self-defense. Give him back his things and let him go. Chapter 73. If you were born in the era of martial arts, you would definitely become a poker hero. After leaving the police station, Mu Feng raised his head and took a deep breath of fresh air, sighing, "The air outside is still better." Wang Ye said angrily, "You deserve it. You showed off in front of us last night, and now you're showing off in the police station, right?"
Mu Feng shrugged and said with a smile, "Even if there was no video, they would still find me. After all, there are my fingerprints on the playing cards. But, without the video, you should not have to come to the police station."
"We don't mind." Shi Chang pulled Mu Feng and looked around. "They didn't hit you, did they? I've seen policemen in movies who are very fierce." Mu Feng pinched Shi Chang's little face and said jokingly, "This is not a movie. Police comrades are very friendly and very evidence-based. Don't bring the plots in the movie into reality." Lu Yusin blinked and asked curiously, "Brother Feng, what questions did they ask you?" Mu Feng smiled and said, "She didn't ask any questions. Officer Hua just asked me to perform card flying in public. After my performance, she decided to apply to the higher-ups to register with real names when buying playing cards in the future. She can't just buy them casually. Well, it seems I can only buy 2 boxes of 3 Kingdoms cards and keep them there. Do I need to register my real name when buying playing cards?"
Shi Chang and the other 2 girls were stunned.
Just because of Mu Feng's terrifying card flying skills, playing cards have become a weapon that can hurt or kill people? But besides Mu Feng, who else in this world can use playing cards to injure or kill people?
Such a glorious deed can be recorded in history.
It's a sin, a sin.
I hope the police won't reveal my name, otherwise I will be drowned by the spit of my card-playing friends all over the world," Mu Feng said with a grin. Lu Yusin said with a smile, "Brother Feng, if you were born in the era of martial arts, you would definitely be a chivalrous hero. With a wave of your hand, thousands of poker cards would fly, killing a bunch of thieves, causing a group of masters to exclaim that the poker hero is invincible in the world.
It's cool just to think about it." Ahem.
Mu Feng almost choked to death and said helplessly, "Student Lu Yusin, your ability to come up with names is really not commendable."
"Okay, let's go to the Tianyuan office building first.
We have been delayed in the police station for so long, there should be applicants waiting outside the studio." After saying that, he took Shi Chang's hand and strode away.
Wang Ye also quickly followed. "I think it's pretty good,"
Lu Yusin muttered, and when she saw Mu Feng and the other 2 gradually walking away, she hurriedly chased after them. When they arrived at the studio on the 8th floor of Tianyuan office building, Mu Feng and the other 3 were shocked by the scene before them.
The corridor was crowded with job seekers wearing business attire and holding resumes. There were at least 40 or 50 of them. This is a bit too much. In such a big city like Tiandu, are there so many unemployed people? A basic salary of 3,000 plus an unknown commission can attract so many job seekers? How much time would it take for him to screen so many job applicants alone? He rolled his eyes and said to the 3 girls beside him, "Xiao Chang, Wang Ye, Lu Yusin, you are all daughters of business tycoons. You should be more familiar with the application process than I am. Please help me screen these job applicants." "Okay, I'm happy to serve, Brother Feng." Lu Yusin nodded repeatedly, eager to try. "Mu Feng, just go and do your job. Leave these job seekers to us. We guarantee that we will recruit satisfactory employees for you,"
Shi Chang said with a smile.
Wang Ye asked, "Student Mu Feng, how many do you want?" "2 are enough, one in the painting studio and the other in the carving studio. Start work at 9 a.m. and get off work at 5 p.m.
Every Saturday and Sunday, take turns to have 1 day off,"
Mu Feng said.
These have been explained in the recruitment information, but Shi Chang and the other 2 girls have not read the recruitment information, so they naturally don't know. Working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., with 1 day off a week and no night shifts, is already a very good job in today's society.
No wonder so many people apply for it, Lu Yusin said with sudden enlightenment. Shi Chang and Wang Ye nodded.
Working in this painting and sculpture studio would not be a very busy job, so it would naturally attract many job seekers.
Everyone, please make way for a moment.
Mu Feng brought Shi Qing and the other two girls over, but the doors of the painting studio and the sculpture studio were blocked by job seekers and they couldn't get in at all.
4 of you, please line up if you want to apply. Everything has to be based on first come first served, right?
The job seeker at the end of the list was stunned by the beauty of Shi Cheng and the other two girls, but because it was related to the position he was fighting for, he quickly came to his senses and started to educate them without giving in.
Lu Yusen burst out laughing. Brother Feng, your boss has been mistaken as a competitor.
Boss?
The job applicant was stunned. This young man who looked to be in his 20s was the owner of this painting and sculpture studio?
Boss, I'm sorry, it's mainly because you are too young, I didn't know you were the boss. The job seeker quickly apologized with a smile and made way, while at the same time he kept cursing himself in his heart, thinking that if he had known that this person was the boss, he would not have said anything more. Now he is finished.
No problem. Mu Feng smiled and walked in.
The other applicants also heard the conversation between the few people and knew that the young man was the boss here, so they naturally did not dare to block his way. After entering the carving room, Mu Feng moved 3 tables and placed them in a row 2 meters apart. After Shi Cheng and the other 2 girls were seated, the applicants were allowed in.
Line up, don't crowd. These 3 beauties are the recruiters for this event.
I hope you can all do your best.
Finally, I wish you all good luck.
After saying that, Mu Feng left. He believed in the abilities of Shi Cheng and the other 2 girls, and they should have no problem dealing with these job seekers. I came to the studio, calmed down, and started creating again. If I want to hold a personal art exhibition, these paintings are naturally not enough, I need to paint a few more. At the same time, through painting, one can improve the proficiency of God-level painting. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the artistic conception of the painting, and the higher the value will naturally be.
Only when proficiency reaches its peak can the true power of God-level painting be revealed.
This time, he painted in oil. In terms of realism, oil painting is the undisputed king of realism, far surpassing wash painting. It just dries too slowly. He was in urgent need of money before, so he can only choose gouache paintings which dry faster. Now that I have some extra money in my pocket, I naturally want to create more perfect works. Time passed slowly, and when Mu Feng finished painting 3 oil paintings, almost 3 hours had passed.
The recruitment next door should be almost done.
He put down his brush and went to the carving room. Sure enough, the job seekers had already left, leaving only 2 female job seekers crying in Shi Cheng and the other 2 confused women.
Chapter 74 Zhou Xuelin, Zhou Xueching. What's going on? Mu Feng frowned slightly. Why was he crying just for asking for a job?
Are you so touched that you succeeded in finding a job?
Not really.
Shi Qing came over and whispered, these 2 job seekers are sisters who have been separated for many years.
Mu Feng was stunned. Isn't this too bloody? Can you find your long-lost relatives by looking for a job? You know one of them.
Lu Yusen said with a smile, she is the mother of the child you like to be a father of.
What do you mean by a mother who likes to be a father? Can you please speak properly?
Mu Feng glared at her unhappily, then realized that she was probably talking about Zhou Xueching.
How did you recruit them? Why are both of them women? He asked curiously.
Fortunately, I didn't select them myself, otherwise others would mistakenly think that I have some unspoken rules. Wanya smiled and said, we each shortlisted several candidates, and then after intense discussions, we finally voted and selected these 2. We didn't know in advance that they were sisters.
Mu Feng nodded.
Zhou Xueching used to be an accountant and a product salesperson, and she has good eloquence. Most importantly, in order to cultivate her son's hobby, in addition to finding a painting teacher for her son, she also taught herself a lot of painting knowledge.
She should be able to do this job well.
Shi Qing said in a low voice.
Mu Feng asked doubtfully, who will take care of her son? Will she bring him here? He is a recruiting employee, not a shelter.
You have to know that a painting or a sculpture costs over 10 million. Although the little guy looked very sensible, he was a child after all, and it was inevitable that he would be naughty and ignorant at times. It would be bad if he damaged the paintings or sculptures.
Let them pay, they can't afford it.
If you don't let them pay, you will be the one who suffers.
It's not worth it no matter how you think about it.
Shi Cheng smiled and said, don't worry about this question.
I have asked about it. Her son usually goes to school and finishes school at around 5 p.m.
It is very close to the Tianyuan office building, so she can pick up her son after get off work and go home together. In addition, her son will go to learn painting on Saturday. She said that she could discuss with her son's painting teacher and adjust the time for her son to learn painting according to her 2-day weekend shift. Most importantly, from the last contact, her character is reliable.
Mu Feng nodded.
In this case, Zhou Xueqing was very suitable for this job. It is also a good idea to provide some appropriate help to others without affecting your own interests.
He looked at another woman who seemed strangely familiar, and asked curiously, what about the other one? How did she stand out among so many job applicants?
Lu Yusin smiled and said, her name is Zhou Xuelin, and she is Zhou Xueqing's sister, but we just learned this information.
Zhou Xuelin used to be a salesperson at the nearby Kamikaze car shop.
According to her, after she sold a Rolls-Royce Dawn 2 days ago, the owner of the car shop only gave her a commission of a few hundred yuan. She was so angry that she scolded the owner and resigned.
Kamikaze car shop? Sold a Rolls-Royce Dawn? Isn't the buyer yourself?
Mu Feng was a little surprised. No wonder he felt that the woman's figure looked familiar. It turned out to be the beautiful salesperson. When I saw her, I mistakenly thought she was the little boy's mother. It turned out that she and Zhou Xueqing were sisters.
Lu Yusin continued, Zhou Xuelin used to be a tour guide. She has been to almost every corner of the country and speaks many dialects. I think this ability will be very useful. In addition, she has a good understanding of history. If we hold an exhibition in the future, it would be great to have her give a tour in the nostalgia area. Mu Feng nodded.
It seemed that these two people were indeed very suitable for this job. He looked at the two sisters who were still hugging each other tightly, and said, it's natural to be happy that relatives are reunited, but if it affects your work, you can only find another place. After hearing this, the two sisters reluctantly separated and wiped their tears.
Mr. Mu, I'm sorry.
My sister and I haven't seen each other for several years.
I was a little emotional at the time and was rude in front of you. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mu, don't worry, this will never affect our future work, said Sister Zhou Xuelin.
Mu Feng smiled and nodded, it would be best if it doesn't affect work.
Zhou Xueqing walked over and bowed deeply to Mu Feng.
What are you doing? Mu Feng was stunned.
The job search was successful and the sisters recognized each other. It shouldn't be like this, right? Shi Chang and the other two girls also watched this scene curiously. Zhou Xueqing said, Li Er said he would take me to the hospital for treatment, but I thought he was a liar and refused. Later he said you asked him to take me to the hospital for treatment, and he also told me your information, so I went to the hospital with him. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have so much money for treatment, and I might be dead now. I will never forget your kindness.
Li Er?
Mu Feng recalled for a long time before he remembered this person. He was the first guy who was tortured madly by him in the dream. It was also because he took Zhou Xueqing to the hospital for treatment, allowing the dream to affect reality, which allowed him to draw the super god sculpture. Shi Chang, Lu Yusin and Wang Ya all looked at Mu Feng in surprise. They had no idea about this matter.
When did he let that Li Er take Zhou Xueqing to the hospital for treatment?
He smiled and said, that guy took 100,000 yuan from Master Lu, but he only used a few dozen yuan to use your son to frame me.
I was so angry that I asked him to use all the money to treat you.
This can be regarded as a price he has to pay for the psychological trauma he caused to your son.
Thank you, Mr. Mu. Zhou Xueqing thanked him again.
My younger sister Zhou Xuelin also came forward and bowed, saying, Boss Mu, I'm sorry. I thought you were here to make fun of me, so I scolded you. I didn't expect you to mistake me for my sister.
I'm sorry. No problem.
Mu Feng smiled and waved his hand. Then he looked at the three girls, Shi Chang, who were all curious, and explained, I bought the Rolls-Royce Dawn that she sold. Shi Chang and the other two girls suddenly realized that they were all old acquaintances.
Okay, we've finished reminiscing about the past. If there's nothing else, you can start working now. Mu Feng looked at the two sisters and said, Mr. Mu, what exactly do we need to do? Zhou Xueqing asked.
Mu Feng smiled and said, Zhou Xueqing knows more about painting, so you can go to the studio to work, get familiar with the meaning of each painting, and carefully feel the artistic conception of each painting. You are required to know every painting in the studio and be able to explain the corresponding knowledge to customers in need in a timely manner.
Zhou Xuelin will work in the carving studio, and the requirements are similar.
The basic salary is 3,000, and the commission is 0.5% of the sales performance every month.
Chapter 75, The Beautiful Counselor Wants to Give Me Special Training? Zhou Xueqing and Zhou Xuelin nodded at the same time.
The salary was clearly stated in the recruitment information.
No one cares about the commission for now.
After all, no one knows the performance of this art studio and no one has high hopes for the commission. But this basic salary already exceeds the basic salary of most sales jobs.
This is one of the reasons why it attracts so many job seekers.
A basic salary is a stable wage, so even if sales performance is not good, you will not starve to death.
Okay, if there are no problems, let's start work in the afternoon.
As for who will work on Saturday and who will work on Sunday over the weekend, you can negotiate it among yourselves.
Just let me know after you've reached an agreement.
Mu Feng said with a smile.
I'll go last Sunday.
Zhou Xuelin said first, my sister is off on Sunday, so she can stay at home to take care of the children.
Xiaolin, thank you. Zhou Xueqing did not refuse because this was indeed the best way. Sister, what's the meaning of thank you between us? Zhou Xuelin giggled. Okay, that's decided. Mu Feng smiled and said, it's getting late now, let's have lunch together first and start work in the afternoon.
Afterwards, he took the girls to a random restaurant nearby to fill their stomachs, and then returned to the Tianyuan office building to start arranging work. Next, your first task is to write down the prices of each painting and sculpture, and then tear off the price tags. The marked prices are the lowest prices, and how high you can sell them for depends on your own ability.
Okay, Mr. Mu. The Zhou Xueqing sisters nodded in unison and went to their respective workplaces.
However, when they saw those realistic paintings and lifelike sculptures, their consciousness was instantly drawn into the artistic conception contained therein. At that moment, they were completely shocked.
How could there be such magical paintings and such strange sculptures in the world? When they came out of their trance and looked at the price tag on the base of the sculpture on the wall below the painting, they were shocked again.
The minimum price for a painting is 10 million?
The minimum price for a sculpture is 15 million?
It's comparable to a super luxury car. With such high prices, even if you only sell one painting or one sculpture a month, the commission will be more than 50,000. Even if you only sell one painting every 2 or 3 months, the average monthly profit would be more than 10,000. If I can sell 2 or 3 paintings a month, the commission would be over 100,000 yuan.
It's exciting to think about it. Isn't this better than selling cars?
Zhou Xuelin felt angry when she thought about selling the car. The Rolls-Royce Dawn sold to Mu Feng cost more than 6 million yuan for its bare body car, and the landing price was nearly 7 million yuan. According to the 0.55% commission agreed in advance, she can get more than 30,000 yuan in commission. Moreover, she was an intern, and it was agreed in advance that she would be given a commission for each car sold, without having to wait for monthly settlement. As a result, when she asked her boss for commission, he only gave her a few hundred yuan. He also said that she had behaved well and wanted to treat her to a meal, and that he would give her the remaining money after the meal and make her a regular employee. She actually believed it at first, and when she was about to go to the banquet, a kind old employee quietly told her the reason, and she was so angry that she exploded on the spot. He rushed into his boss' office with a bottle of wine, poured it over him from head to toe, then cursed him out and quit his job.
What's the point of inviting her to dinner?
It's obvious that he just wants to take the opportunity to do something bad to her.
If you really go, you might lose both your money and your life.
Unfortunately, she was just an intern and did not have a formal contract, otherwise she would have sued the boss directly.
Snort.
When I make money, I will go to your shabby car dealership and smash all your cars, then compensate you according to the price and make you mad to death. Thinking of the bright future, a smug smile appeared on Zhou Xuelin's pretty face.
But after the excitement, she had to face reality. Is there really anyone who would buy such an expensive sculpture? It won't take several years for one piece to be sold, right?
The boss can close the business for a few years and then make a living for a few years after reopening.
But these small employees can't do that.
Forget it, a basic salary of 3,000 is not bad.
Zhou Xuelin muttered softly.
She felt heartbroken when she thought about not being able to get the commission of tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan.
No, I have to find a way to sell the carvings.
She carefully memorized the price of each sculpture. Based on her understanding of sales, when she tore off the price tag, she automatically increased the price of the sculpture by 50% in her mind. Although Zhou Xueqing was not as ruthless as her, she also raised the price of each painting by 30% from the lowest price. Fortunately, Mu Feng didn't know what the two were thinking, otherwise he would have to say, "How dark."
Let me praise it again, it's well blackened.
In the afternoon, Mu Feng stayed in the carving room carving, while Shi Chang and the other two girls were getting contracts for Zhou Shueqing and her sister. They are much more familiar with this kind of thing than Mu Feng. After carving for 2 hours, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the beautiful counselor actually called him and asked him to return to school. The beautiful counselor personally invited him back to school, so he naturally couldn't refuse. He hung up the phone, said a few words to Sister Zhou Shueqing, then picked up the personal painting of the beautiful counselor and returned to school alone. He had promised to give the beautiful counselor a painting, but he was so busy that he forgot about it. So he painted it this morning and planned to give it to the counselor when he returned home. As for Shi Qing, she wanted to stay here. Sister Zhou Shueqing had just started work, and she was a little worried, so she stayed here to watch over Mu Feng. Wang Yan naturally had to stay with her. As for Lu Yusen, she wanted to follow Mu Feng, but was forced to stay by Wang Yan.
How could she let Lu Yusen, a dangerous person, be alone with her best friend's boyfriend?
After returning to school, Mu Feng did not find the beautiful counselor in the classroom office. He called her again and asked, "Counselor, I'm back at school."
You're not in the office? Martial Arts Association? Mu Feng was a little surprised when he heard the address the other party said. What does it mean? The beautiful counselor asked me to go to the Martial Arts Association? Are you going to use me as a sandbag? So should I go or not?
After hanging up the phone, Mu Feng hesitated for a moment, but still walked towards the Martial Arts Association. The beautiful counselor is called Lin Shireen. Although she has some violent tendencies, she is kind-hearted. She knew that she was an orphan, and for 2 consecutive years she secured herself a 3,000 yuan poverty scholarship. During the winter and summer vacations, I also find myself some part-time jobs that are not so tiring and offer good pay, so that I can earn some tuition and living expenses. From the bottom of his heart, he was very grateful to the counselor. The Wushu Association is a place for students who have dreams of learning martial arts. Mu Feng had been here once before, but unfortunately he was too clumsy and couldn't even learn the martial arts routines, so he gave up decisively. The beautiful counselor is the president of the Wushu Association. As the national champion of the women's martial arts, her martial arts routines are very powerful. As for actual combat moves, well, I saw them last time, and my crotch still gets cold when I think about them now. Entering the Martial Arts Association and looking at the beautiful instructor who was warming up, Mu Feng had a bad feeling.
You won't really let yourself be a sandbag, will you?
The beautiful counselor wore a tight-fitting outfit that perfectly highlighted her curvy figure. Seeing Mu Feng, she showed a bright smile on her face, walked over, and said seriously, "Mu Feng, I heard from my junior sister that someone wants to deal with you? From now on, I will give you special training and teach you some practical moves." As he spoke, he rubbed his fists and kicked his feet. Seeing this action, Mu Feng subconsciously stuck out his butt.
Chapter 76, Never Attack Head-On If You Can.
Lin Shireen froze and glared at him. "You little bastard, what are you doing?" Mu Feng smiled awkwardly. Nothing, just an instinctive reaction."
Instinctive reaction?
Lin Shireen sneered. "That's right, this is also the content of my special training for you today. To learn practical martial arts moves, you must first learn to take a beating, and train your instinctive reaction to avoid attacks during the beating."
What? Mu Feng was stunned for a moment and looked at her suspiciously, wondering if she was not waiting for an opportunity to take revenge.
All the members of the Wushu Association had smiles of gloating on their faces. They all stopped their training and gathered around to watch the show.
"Are you ready?"
Lin Shireen asked with a smile.
"Wait a moment." Mu Feng shouted, presented the painting in his hands with both hands, and said with a flattering smile, "Counselor, this is a painting for you, take a look, are you satisfied?"
Lin Shireen's eyes lit up. She took the painting and opened it.
She saw a peerless
beauty standing on the back of a crane with her hands behind her back, soaring under the blue sky and white clouds, like a fairy descending to earth.
"You drew me so beautifully, aren't your 2 girlfriends jealous?" She liked the painting very much, rolled it up carefully, looked at Mu Feng and asked with a smile. "Why are they jealous?" Mu Feng waved his hand, and felt something was wrong.
After thinking for a while, he reacted and quickly explained, "Counselor, I only have one girlfriend."
"Don't talk nonsense, or something will happen."
Lin Shireen said with a half-smile, "A person's first reaction often best represents his true inner thoughts."
"Is that so?"
Mu Feng was stunned, and quickly waved his hands and shook his head. No, I am so honest and kind, How could I be that kind of person?
Whether it is or not, we will know later.
Lin Shireen had an expression that said, I've seen through your true nature.
No, absolutely not.
Mu Feng muttered softly. Lin Shireen carefully put the painting away, walked back, rubbed her fists, and said with a smile, Don't think that I will show mercy just because you gave me a painting. Use 10 more years of hard work in peacetime, and you can hold on for 1 more minute in war. I hope you can understand my good intentions and don't mistakenly think that I am waiting for an opportunity to take revenge.
Understand, I never thought the counselor was seeking revenge.
Mu Feng said righteously.
That's good.
Lin Shireen nodded and assumed an attacking stance.
Wait a moment. Mu Feng yelled. What are you doing again?
Lin Shireen frowned.
Mu Feng looked at the training clothes, elbow pads and knee pads worn by the other people around him, then pointed at himself and asked, Don't I need to change clothes and wear elbow pads and knee pads?
Lin Shireen smiled and said, They practiced martial arts routines, and I taught you practical combat moves, such as what clothes to change into and what elbow and knee pads to wear. Just wear your usual clothes so that you can have the most realistic feelings and make the most correct reactions.
It makes so much sense that I can't refute it. Bring it on.
Now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying more. Mu Feng rubbed his fists, kicked his feet, stretched his muscles and warmed up. When he turned around with his back to Lin Shireen, he was suddenly kicked to the ground. Mu Feng stood up, stared at Lin Shireen, and shouted, Counselor, you attacked me before I even said start.
Is this a practical move?
Waiting for an opportunity to retaliate, confirmed.
I have to have a good talk with her today.
Lin Shireen remained calm and said seriously, The first rule of actual combat is to never attack head-on if you can sneak attack.
The second rule of actual combat is to never leave your back to the enemy. Me, fuck? Mu Feng was stunned and blurted out, Which bastard made this rule? Isn't it too shameless? My master.
Lin Shireen said lightly. Mu Feng's face changed, and he said righteously, These 2 practical rules are very practical and can guarantee one's survival in actual combat to a great extent.
It can be seen that Master is definitely a practical grandmaster.
As soon as he finished speaking, he was knocked to the ground by Lin Shireen's punch. Although Mu Feng was very agile, he never expected Lin Shireen to attack suddenly, and the two were close to each other, so he was completely unable to react. The third rule of actual combat is that experts die from talking too much. Mu Feng got up, rubbed his nose, and waited for Lin Shireen fiercely.
It's so infuriating. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm a sick cat? God-level fighting techniques flashed in his mind.
At this moment, a fierce aura emanated from him, as if a king had returned. There was a hint of surprise in Lin Shireen's eyes. This aura was even more terrifying than what she felt from her master.
How is that possible? Could this guy be a soldier king hidden among the students?
No, if he is really a military king, he must have extremely rich practical experience. It was bad enough that he failed to dodge the first sneak attack from behind, but how could he be hit by the second sneak attack from the front? It was obvious that this guy had no combat experience at all. It seems that this should be the talented player that Master mentioned.
Then you need to practice more.
Thinking of this, Lin Shireen's smile became even brighter. The Master once said that the most satisfying thing in the world is to beat up a genius every day before he grows up. Even if I cannot beat the genius when he grows up, I can still proudly tell him that I have beaten him countless times.
Ha, it feels good just thinking about it. Bang!
Just when I was feeling great, someone suddenly threw me over the shoulder and I fell heavily to the ground.
Oh!
The martial arts apprentices who were watching all covered their eyes and uttered an exclamation.
The president was actually knocked down by a newcomer. There should be a rule in actual combat that says you must not be distracted during combat, right?
Mu Feng said with a smile as he recalled the soft touch just now. Lin Shireen rubbed her but stood up from the ground, sneered and said, Good boy, you learn very quickly.
Next, the actual combat made Mu Feng regret his impulsiveness. Although he possessed god-level fighting skills, his proficiency was 0.
When fighting against a real combat master, he was still severely suppressed. However, with continuous fighting, Mu Feng's proficiency in god-level fighting techniques increased rapidly, and his combat ability also improved rapidly.
In the first half hour, Mu Feng was basically beaten.
His superb agility was completely useless in close combat.
The rhythm was strictly controlled by Lin Shireen.
Half an hour later, he was able to control his high agility well, using his super fast reaction and speed to easily dodge Lin Shireen's attacks and launch a counterattack.
40 minutes later, Lin Shireen was no match for him at all. Looking at the beautiful leg kicking towards him, Mu Feng grabbed it and lifted it up. Lin Shireen yelled and punched him. Mu Feng grabbed her wrist with his other hand to stop her attack. Lin Shireen was not convinced and launched another attack with her other hand. Mu Feng placed her raised legs on his shoulders, held them down with his arms, and used his free hand to grab Lin Shireen's wrist. At this time, Lin Shireen had one leg on Mu Feng's shoulder, with her hands held, and the two were facing each other, looking into each other's eyes. The air suddenly became quiet. Chapter 77: The Dream Constructed for Chu Yun. The martial arts apprentices who were watching all opened their eyes wide, with strange and envious expressions on their faces. This posture is really too ambiguous. Soon, both of them realized that their posture was inappropriate. Mu Feng quickly let go of Lin Shireen, coughed twice, and was thinking about how to resolve the embarrassment when he was knocked to the ground by Lin Shireen's punch. He turned over, rubbed his nose and asked angrily, "What are you doing?" Lin Shireen's pretty face showed a smug smile, clapped her hands and said, "I will teach you the last rule of actual combat. You must never show mercy to the enemy." It's profound. Mu Feng was speechless. "Okay, go now." Lin Shireen waved her hand and said, "Then when should I come again tomorrow?" Mu Feng asked. "No need to come," Lin Shireen said lightly. "Why?" Mu Feng was puzzled. Lin Shireen said unhappily, "You little brat, I can't even beat you, why are you still here?" "You are out of your league." Mu Feng was stunned. "It's been less than an hour and you've already finished your apprenticeship? Counselor, you're not hiding anything, are you?" After these words were spoken, the martial arts apprentices around them all lowered their heads in shame. Damn, is this guy pretending to be cool? I've been here for 2 fucking years and have only learned the basics of martial arts routines, but this guy mastered it in less than an hour. We are all human beings, so why is there such a big difference between us? Lin Shireen rolled her eyes and yelled, "Get lost." Okay. Mu Feng nodded, turned, and left. As he walked, he checked his proficiency in God-level fighting techniques, which had reached 200,000. After practicing with experts, my proficiency increased rapidly. Stop. Lin Shireen stopped him again, thought for a moment, and said, "This Saturday, come with me to see my master." Mu Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, "Counselor, my master should be very powerful, right? Does he know any martial arts? For example, Bajikwan, Taiji sword, Yang family spear technique, etc.? Lin Shireen rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "You don't know martial arts, but you are very good at killing people." It depends on whether you can come back alive. Well. Mu Feng touched his nose. Would the counselor complain to the master, saying that he bullied her, and then ask the master to beat him up to avenge her? What are you still standing here for? Get out of here now. I get mad when I see you. Lin Shireen's proud self-esteem suffered a great blow. She was also a genius in her master's words, but she was nothing in front of Mu Feng. In less than an hour, he grew from an inexperienced college student to a super soldier who could easily play tricks on himself. How could this be described by the word genius? Oh. Mu Feng turned and left. This brat is getting bolder and bolder. Lin Shireen recalled the posture just now and couldn't help blushing. It's over, the image of a strict teacher has collapsed. Turning around and looking at the strange looks from the martial arts apprentices, she said coldly, "What are you looking at? Are you itching for trouble again? I've decided to change today's class into actual combat training. Come one by one, who's going first?" No. The martial arts apprentices wailed. "The one who teased you was the new guy, not us. Why are you taking it out on us?" Soon, the martial arts apprentices' shrill screams were heard in the Martial Arts Association. Mu Feng, who had just walked out of the Martial Arts Association, couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. You are lucky to have such a violent person as your teacher. It was already 4 o'clock when we left the Martial Arts Association. He went to the carving room and carved for another hour. After Zhou Shueqing and Zhou Shuelin got off work, he took Shi Qing and the other 2 girls away. After shopping and having a big meal, Mu Feng sent the 3 girls back to the dormitory building and then returned to his own dormitory. Empty, no one is there. Damn, not only Four Eyes didn't come back, but even the tough guy and the fat guy didn't come back either. They all went to stay in a hotel? They are just a bunch of animals. They are so young, how could they have the heart to do that to them? Although he despised her in his heart, a look of envy appeared on his face. Unfortunately, the school beauty girlfriend's family education is too strict, and she cannot cross the bottom line before graduation.
She can only do whatever she wants in her dreams. However, he had no intention of entering Shirqing's dream tonight.
It's time to settle the account with Chu Yun.
It's still late now, and that guy should not be asleep yet, so let us eat 2 handfuls of chicken first. When I entered the game, I saw that the fat guy and his 2 companions were actually online.
After they finished a round and joined in, I asked curiously, "Where are you?" "Hotel. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back?" Cyan's voice sounded. "Just the 3 of you?" Mu Feng asked. "My girlfriend is here too."
The tough guy's voice sounded. Mu Feng was silent for a while, then said, "You guys are awesome.
"You took your girlfriend to the hotel to play games? You are just occupying the toilet without doing anything. You deserve to be single for the next 20 years. Thank you. Thank you."
The fat man's obscene voice came out. After playing a few games and logging off, Mu Feng washed up and climbed into bed. He figured it was about time for Chu Yun to go to sleep, so he tried to enter his dream and succeeded.
"Why are you in my house?" When he saw Mu Feng, Chu Yun was stunned and asked in a deep voice.
He lives off campus, very close to Tiandu University, and it is his family's property. The door was equipped with a fingerprint lock and a password lock, which could only be opened with the password and his fingerprint.
He couldn't figure out how Mu Feng got in.
Mu Feng said with a smile, "Classmate Chu Yun, you were too harsh last time at Xiaoqing's house. I came to see if your face is still swollen." Chu Yun's face instantly turned gloomy, his eyes spitting fire. He clenched his teeth and uttered a few words from between his teeth. "Mu Feng, don't challenge my endurance, otherwise you will die miserably." Mu Feng smiled and said, "I don't know if I will die miserably, but I know you will live comfortably every day from now on."
"What do you mean?"
Chu Yun frowned and was on guard. Mu Feng snapped his fingers, the scene changed, and the 2 of them instantly appeared above the pig farm. You. Chu Yun looked at the pig farm below him, looked at the white clouds in the sky, pointed at Mu Feng, his face full of fear, his voice trembling, and he was unable to speak. "I was clearly at home just now. How did I end up at the pig farm in the blink of an eye?"
"What did he do?" Mu Feng waved his hand and said proudly, "Student Chu Yun, this world is the kingdom I conquered for you. This luxurious palace under your feet is the imperial palace I built for you. Those 3,000 big fat pigs are the 3,000 beauties I selected for you."
As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a pile of wooden signs appeared in front of Chu Yun.
"Come on, flip the cards," he said with a smile. "Harem? Flip cards?" Chu Yun's eyes widened. Could this guy be trying?
Chapter 78. This chapter may cause physical discomfort, please read with caution. Friendly reminder, the content of this chapter will cause extreme comfort. It is recommended to read it 2 hours after a meal.
"You don't want to turn it over? Then I'll have to turn it over for you." Mu Feng picked up a wooden sign at random and looked at it, then said with a smile, "Number 250? This number is tailor-made for you." "Mu Feng, what on earth do you want to do?"
Chu Yun roared, but he dared not move, for fear of falling from the air.
"You'll know what to do once you get down there. Go ahead and start your show." Mu Feng kicked Chu Yun down. "Ah!"
With a scream, Chu Yun fell into pigpen number 250, lying right next to the big fat pig.
Turning around, their eyes met. This big fat pig seems quite good looking.
For some reason, Chu Yun had such a disgusting thought in his mind.
No, why would I have such an idea?
Chu Yun felt very scared.
This is absolutely abnormal.
It must be that Mu Feng used some unknown means on him.
Must leave here.
He stood up and tried to climb over the stone fence that was only half a person's height to leave the pig pen. But when he stood up, the big fat pig also stood up. But Chu Yun's feet didn't listen to him at all and walked towards the big fat pigs. But the heart is full of disgust and resistance, but the body is very honest.
No. No. No.
Chu Yun's face was filled with fear and he wanted to escape from here. But his body seemed to be out of control.
No.
Soon, Chu Yun's hysterical screams were heard from the pigsty. High in the sky, Mu Feng touched his ears and muttered, "From the sound of this, it seems that he is not satisfied. It seems that 1 big fat pig is not enough, we need 2 more. He just waved his hand, and 2 big fat pigs jumped out of their pig pens excitedly, accelerated and sprinted, and jumped into the pigsty where Chu Yun was. The shrill screams gradually turned into rhythmic wails.
It sounds like you're already starting to enjoy it? Well, this young man is teachable.
Mu Feng nodded with satisfaction. However, when he heard the cry of the big fat pig, he felt nauseous and vomited on the spot.
I quickly blocked my hearing. I couldn't hear the screams and couldn't see the scene. I finally felt much better.
With nothing to do, Mu Feng landed on the ground, cleared out an open space, and began to practice god-level fighting skills. All along, in his dreams he was doing things that all men like to do, but he never thought about doing other meaningful things in his dreams. I wonder if my skill proficiency will increase by practicing in a dream. After practicing for a while, he checked his proficiency in god-level fighting skills and found that it had not improved at all.
Is it true that training in dreams doesn't increase proficiency? Mu Feng fell into deep thought.
After a moment, he thought about it and reset his abilities in the dream.
No longer omnipotent, but has become an ordinary person like in reality.
Afterwards, he began to practice god-level fighting skills again.
My proficiency has finally increased a little. Ah, I see.
Mu Feng set himself up as omnipotent in his dreams.
He is already invincible, so how can he possibly achieve the goal of practicing god-level fighting techniques?
It seems reasonable that his proficiency level does not increase. The only drawback is that practicing alone like this will make your proficiency level increase too slowly. If he were to fight against a master like me, his proficiency would increase rapidly. Mu Feng muttered with some regret.
Wait.
I am omnipotent in my dreams, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to create a few masters. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then with a wave of his hand, he created a copy of himself with the same strength as him. Fighting against his own copy, the two were evenly matched, and his proficiency in god-level fighting skills was rising rapidly. In the past, I had always used this system to create dreams for Shi Qing, even though later on it was only used to brush up on her skills. Only now did he realize that all the god-level fighting skills and super divine sculptures were so weak. The dream that comes with the system is the most powerful, allowing him to have more time than others to do other things. After practicing for a while, he thought Chu Yun should be done, so he lifted the ban and restored his abilities in hearing.
Sure enough, the earth-shaking wailing sound had disappeared.
His body shook and he instantly appeared next to the pig pen.
The place was in a mess.
Chu Yun was lying on his back in the pig pen, his body still shaking slightly, his eyes staring blankly at the sky.
TSK, you look like you're enjoying it.
Mu Feng said with a smile. Hearing the voice, Chu Yunxiang's lifeless eyes flashed with fierce hatred, and he squeezed out a word from between his teeth in a hoarse voice. Mu Feng, I swear I won't be a human if I don't kill you.
It seems it's still not good enough.
Mu Feng shook his head and waved his hand, and Chu Yunxiang, who was originally powerless, stood up again strangely.
Mu Feng, what else do you want to do?
Chu Yunxiang roared repeatedly, his eyes full of fear. This Mu Feng possesses mysterious powers, and he is completely powerless to resist him.
I don't think you're having a good time.
Mu Feng snapped his fingers, and 3 new big fat pigs came running excitedly from other pig pens.
No. Mu Feng, let me out now.
Chu Yunxiang's pupils constricted, his face full of fear and disgust.
Enjoy it. Mu Feng smiled slightly, closed his hearing again, turned around and left. No.
From the pigsty behind him, Chu Yunxiang's hysterical screams were heard again. After Mu Feng reset his abilities once again, he began to practice with his copy in the open space next to him.
Seeing my proficiency increase rapidly, I was overjoyed.
After repeating this several times, the dream time is almost over. Mu Feng came to the pig pen again, looked at Chu Yunxiang who was lying on the ground with his eyes motionless, and said with a smile, Classmate Chu Yunxiang, I have a game tomorrow morning. After I finish playing, you must come to the court, kneel down in public and apologize to me, and swear that you will never have any improper thoughts about Shi Cheng again.
If you do, I will never come again. If you don't listen, we will continue tomorrow.
After saying this, he instantly disappeared into the dream. At the same time, Chu Yunxiang also woke up from his dream and let out a scream of fear. He breathed a sigh of relief only when he saw the surrounding environment clearly. It turned out to be a nightmare. But when I thought about everything that happened in the nightmare, my stomach suddenly started churning, and I tilted my head and started vomiting beside the bed.
Chapter 79 The Miserable Chu Yunxiang. Damn you, Mu Feng.
I will never coexist with you. After vomiting for about 10 minutes, Chu Yunxiang finally felt better.
He raised his head and wiped his mouth with a tissue, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes.
But when he thought of Mu Feng, the 20 big fat pigs appeared in his mind again. His stomach suddenly churned again and he started vomiting again. He vomited for about 10 minutes before dragging his tired and weak body, staggering into the bathroom, turning on the ice-cold water, and pouring it from head to toe.
He needs to calm down.
I can't think about that horrible nightmare again.
Otherwise you will be disgusted to death.
I came out of the shower and just put on my clothes when the room bell rang. Chu Yun turned on the surveillance video on his mobile phone, saw the monkey, and went to open the door.
Brother Chu, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to buy the shop that sells the buns that Mu Feng eats every morning?
I went to talk to the boss at 5 o'clock, but he didn't agree and gave me a bag of buns.
I tasted it and it tasted really good. Brother Chu, do you want to try it?
Monkey said as he handed a bun to Chu Yun. In the morning, Mu Feng only ate buns and soy milk from a bun shop not far from the dormitory building, which was opened by a senior who had already graduated. I've gotten used to it in the past 2 years. Originally this was a very normal thing.
But after 2 campus beauties rushed to deliver breakfast to Mu Feng, that bun shop became completely popular in Tiandu University. Business has been extremely good during this period.
The boss was so happy that he wanted to hang Mu Feng's photo in the store and burn incense to worship him every day.
Oh no, it was to burn incense and worship him.
Yesterday, Chu Yun heard from the building manager that Lu Yusin and Shi Qing both delivered breakfast to Mu Feng. He was so angry that he decided to buy the bun shop on the spot and put up a sign that read, "We do not sell buns to dogs in Mu Feng."
Chu Yun looked at the bun in the monkey's hand, sniffed it, and his expression turned a little unhappy. What are these, meat buns?
Yes, the most delicious thing in that bun shop is the meat bun. When you take a bite, it's juicy, hot, fragrant and very refreshing. The monkey said with a smile.
Meat buns don't necessarily have to use pork, right?
Chu Yun asked with the last glimmer of hope.
That's right.
Monkey nodded, and just when Chu Yun was relieved, he changed his tone and said, "But this store is full of pork buns."
"So, what you have here are pork buns?" Chu Yun's face darkened.
"Yes."
The monkey nodded. "Throw all these buns out."
Chu Yun's face changed drastically, and before he could finish his words he rushed into the toilet and retched. "I have vomited out everything I should vomit out, and I can't vomit anything out, which makes me feel even worse."
"What's going on?"
The monkey took a bite of the bun with a confused look on his face and muttered, "It's really delicious."
He looked at the bun in his hand and hesitated. Should he really throw it away?
No, the buns in that store are very difficult to buy. If he wasn't there to negotiate the purchase of the bun shop, the owner wouldn't have given them to him. He still remembers the long queue outside the store waiting for him to come out. It will probably be difficult to eat the buns from this store in the future.
How can I throw them away?
Thinking of this, he ate all the buns in no time.
What are you doing? Did you throw away the buns?
Suddenly, Chu Yun's weak voice came from behind. The monkey was so frightened that he almost choked to death. He quickly drank a few sips of soy milk before forcing the bun in his mouth down, grinned, and said, "Throw them all away." Chu Yun retched as the smell of meat buns filled his mouth. He quickly covered his nose and shouted angrily, "Go rinse your mouth."
"It stinks." "Oh well."
The monkey quickly ran into the toilet and rinsed his mouth. "Hurry up, order me some porridge and clean up my bedroom."
Chu Yun lay on the sofa and said weakly. "Okay."
Monkey took out his cell phone and ordered a bowl of porridge. Then, after thinking about it, he added a note, asking the store to add less minced meat to the porridge. After ordering the food, he went to clean the bedroom.
As soon as I entered the bedroom, a bad smell hit my nose.
Looking at the food scraps all over the floor, the monkey almost vomited on the spot.
Oh shit. What did Brother Chu do? This is so disgusting.
But despite this, he still covered his nose, endured the discomfort, and cleaned the bedroom. When he walked out of the bedroom, he took a deep breath of air and felt much better. Looking at Chu Yun, who had finished his porridge and looked better, he smiled and asked, "Brother Chu, does this porridge taste good?"
"It's okay." Chu Yun nodded.
"I specifically told the store owner to add a little more minced meat in it, so that the porridge will taste better."
Monkey said with a smile. "Added minced meat? Minced pork?"
Chu Yun's face changed drastically.
"Yes." The monkey nodded. "Don't ever bring up anything pork related to me again, you bastard."
Chu Yun cursed angrily and rushed into the toilet again. I finally managed to eat something, but I vomited it all out. The monkey looked confused.
What happened to Brother Chu?
When Chu Yun came out of the bathroom, his eyes were full of anger. If he wasn't so weak that he had difficulty walking, he would really want to beat the bastard in front of him into a cripple.
Taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, I had a nightmare last night. Go and ask Master Tianshan from the White Horse Temple to interpret my dream for me. Okay.
The monkey quickly turned around and left, but he began to grumble in his heart.
Isn't it normal to have nightmares? I often have nightmares. Is it necessary to ask a master who is only famous for nothing to interpret my dreams?
After he left, Chu Yun lay down on the sofa again, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes.
Mu Feng, I'll settle the score with you after I recover. At this time, Mu Feng was standing by the basketball court, looking at Shi Qing lovingly, and asked, Xiao Chang, what performance do you want to see today?
Lu Yusin waved her snow-white hands and shouted, Brother Feng, I want to see you dunk the backboard. No, that would be damaging school public property.
Mu Feng blared at her and said unhappily.
Wang Ya on the side rolled her eyes and said, my Xiao Qing also wants to see a dunk that breaks the backboard.
Xiao Qing, you want to see it? Then I'll show you a backboard breaking dunk today. Mu Feng chuckled and turned away.
Shi Qing moved her mouth and muttered, I haven't spoken yet.
Lu Yusin pouted her lips so high that you could hang a bottle of soy sauce on them. This is too much discrimination.
Even if I'm not your girlfriend, I'm still a friend.
Can't you give me some basic respect? Do you see the difference? Give up as soon as possible. You have no chance.
Wang Ya leaned close to Lu Yusin's ear and whispered.
Cut. Lu Yusin rolled her eyes and said firmly, you want me to give up? No way.
One day, I will dig their corners and rescue Brother Feng from your prison.
Chapter 80. He really broke the backboard.
Walking onto the basketball court, Mu Feng said to the tough guy, Brother, my Xiao Chang wants to see me dunk and break the backboard, give me a chance.
Shatter the backboard?
The tough guy looked at the glass backboard in front of him and whispered, crazy, although the quality of the school's backboards is not as good as the CBA, let alone the NBA, it is still difficult to break them.
Are you sure?
Mu Feng chuckled, showing off his biceps, pinched them, and said, your brother, have been working out day and night recently, and it's quite effective.
Just wait and see. You? Work out?
The macho man looked at him suspiciously. This guy either stays in the studio or hangs out with Shi Qing.
How can he have time to work out? No way? How do you exercise?
As he thought about it, an ambiguous and strange smile appeared on his face.
He patted Mu Feng on the shoulder and said earnestly, Madman, be moderate. There is still a long way to go. What's the long way to go? Mu Feng was a little confused and didn't react. I've been there too, you don't need to explain, I understand.
The tough guy smiled obscenely, then looked at the backboard in front of him and asked, Madman, how do you want me to help you?
Mu Feng smiled and said, you don't need to help me.
When you get the ball, just throw it directly onto the backboard.
Leave the rest to me. Okay, no problem. The tough guy nodded.
The game begins and the tough guys fight for the ball. This time, the person he faced was about the same height as him, but his jumping ability was not as good as his.
The tough guy successfully hit the ball towards his teammate. The teammate got the ball and passed it directly to the point guard. Give me the ball.
As soon as the tough guy approached the three-point line, he asked for the ball.
The point guard looked around and didn't see Mu Feng, so he passed the ball to the captain, Meng Nan.
The tough guy got the ball and smashed it directly onto the backboard. At the same time, Mu Feng, who had been staying in the backcourt, opened fire at full speed and rushed to the frontcourt at an extremely fast speed. He has good jumping ability and great strength. But it was still a little short of breaking the backboard. However, if the impact of his terrifying speed is added, the effect will be completely different.
Bang! The ball hit the backboard and bounced back.
At this moment, a shadow rushed over, jumped from the free throw line, caught the basketball in the air, clasped his hands together, raised them behind his head, and with the help of the powerful impact force and downward momentum, slammed the basketball into the basket.
The ball went in. Crash! The glass backboard also shattered, and glass shards fell all over the ground. Oh! The cake seller. The audience stood up, mouths opened, faces filled with shock. They had seen dunks that broke backboards in NBA live broadcasts or videos, and they just thought it was funny at the time.
But when this scene happened before their eyes, they were completely stunned. It turned out that the fierce guy who dunked the backboard was right next to him. How much force did he need to exert to break the backboard with that dunk? After a moment's silence, all the audience burst into thunderous cheers.
This is the power of men, it's amazing. Oh my god, he actually broke the backboard?
Wanya opened her mouth wide, her face dull. She said that just because she wanted to steal Lu Yusun's limelight and didn't want her to show off too much in front of Mufeng.
I didn't expect that Mufeng actually did it. His power is too strong.
Moreover, he just ran directly from the backcourt to the frontcourt, and the speed he displayed was even more terrifying.
The flying man in the Olympics is probably no more than this, right?
Not to mention her, Shi Chang and Lu Yusun also had shocked expressions on their faces.
Of course, after the shock, there is endless excitement. Yeah. Brother Feng is awesome. Lu Yusun cheered.
Wanya glanced at her and poured cold water on her. Why are you so happy?
They are performing for my Shaoqing.
What does it have to do with you?
Lu Yusun glared at her, shook her head, and said proudly, then I am happy too, what's it to you?
Shi Qing didn't say anything, but the look she gave Mufeng was full of sweetness.
However, if he broke the backboard after dunking, would the school ask him to pay for it? The school won't think that he is intentionally damaging school property and give him a demerit, right?
Thinking of this, her pretty face showed a hint of sadness. After becoming an official girlfriend, the perspective on the issue is also undergoing subtle changes. The beautiful counselor Lin Shireen, who was standing nearby, twitched her lips slightly. This guy actually used the power technique he just learned yesterday to dunk.
Simply.
Several referees were a little confused by this sudden situation. They gathered together to discuss for a while and decided to delay the game and move to another venue to continue the game after the games in other stadiums were over. In addition, call the school's top management to see how to handle this matter.
What the hell? The backboard was broken by a dunk? What major is Mufeng in?
The principal was stunned when he received the news.
Is there such a strong person in my school? Headmaster. The school basketball coach happened to be in the principal's office.
Upon hearing this, he said, this Mufeng is the basketball genius who dunked 720 degrees from the free throw line. He is a student in Class 1, Grade 2 of the Automation Department.
Automation Grade 2 Class 1? The class with Xiaoyin Dai?
The principal was slightly stunned.
Yes, it's the principal's niece, in Teacher Lin's class. The basketball team coach nodded. How come I didn't know there was someone like this in her class? The principal muttered. The coach said, Mufeng is a very good basketball player.
I have always wanted to recruit him to the school team, but he refused, saying that he wanted to make money. I heard that one of his paintings can be sold for 10 million.
It's a pity that such a good basketball player was blinded by money.
After saying that, he sighed with some regret. He earns 10 million for a painting, so why would he waste time to join the school team? After thinking for a moment, the principal had someone inform the whole school, Mufeng's ability to dunk and break the backboard shows that he has a very good physique. This is also what our school has always emphasized, that is, the all-round development of morality, intelligence, and physique.
I hope that all students will exercise more. As for the broken backboard, Mufeng does not have to pay for it.
The school can afford to lose just one rebound.
There is no need to ruin Tiandu University's reputation over such a small matter.
Those who had planned to record the entire process of Mufeng's playing basketball from the beginning happened to record the scene where he dunked and broke the backboard. They posted it on the school forum and on Douyin, and it quickly became popular. I have seen people dunking and breaking the backboard before, but this is the first time I have seen someone like Mufeng. In particular, the speed that Mufeng displayed when rushing from the backcourt to the frontcourt not only attracted the attention of major basketball coaches, but also those track and field coaches. With such explosive power and speed, if we train him, he will become the next generation of sprinters.
However, Mufeng didn't care about these at all. The dunk broke the backboard and the game was supposed to be delayed, but the opponents simply gave up.
Their strength is not very strong to begin with, and they have no hope of winning against the team led by Mufeng, so why should they humiliate themselves?
Chapter 81 If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense to me.
The beautiful counselor Lin Shireen looked at Mufeng and said with a smile, in the next game, you go up and smash the backboard by yourself to make the opponent admit defeat, and the others can just watch from the sidelines.
I think it's okay. The tough guy nodded in agreement.
The other team members also laughed. I didn't dunk the backboard to make them give up. Mu Feng shrugged, turned to look at Shi Cheng beside him, and said lovingly, it's just because my Xiao Qing wants to see it.
Oh. The singles howled like wolves. Dog food is everywhere and there is no way to avoid it.
The macho man looked at Li Yu beside him with a look of relief. Fortunately he was no longer single. Feeling the familiar dirty hand on her waist, Li Yu glared at him unhappily but did not refuse. The macho man chuckled twice and raised his head proudly. Come on brothers, I hope you can get out of the army of singles as soon as possible.
Seeing these two couples showing off their affection, the classmates were filled with hatred. Counselor, the game is over. Let's go back to study first.
The students said one after another. Lin Shireen looked at these guys in surprise.
What had stimulated them today to take the initiative to go to self-study? Could it be that the sun rose from the west in the morning? Go ahead.
However, it is always a good thing to take the initiative to study, Lin Shireen nodded with a smile.
Goodbye, counselor. The students turned and left.
Everyone muttered viciously in their hearts, books contain golden houses, books contain beautiful women, if I don't have a boyfriend, I will look for them in books.
Okay, stop showing off your affection in front of me and just do what you need to do.
Lin Shireen looked at the two pairs of men and women who were still cuddling together, with a trace of helplessness on her face.
Please, before showing your affection, can you consider other people's feelings? Okay, see you, counselor. The macho man cheered and pulled Li Yu away. Counselor, we're leaving too. Mu Feng said. There are no classes during the school basketball games, so he plans to use this time to paint more paintings and carve more wood sculptures to store up works for future exhibitions.
Lin Shireen was about to speak when she suddenly saw a classmate in training clothes running towards her in a panic. President, the three presidents of the Taekwondo Association, Karate Association, and Muay Thai Association have brought their elite students to play. As he spoke, he took 2 deep breaths.
Again? I've told them many times that I don't accept any challenge.
Lin Shireen frowned slightly, a trace of helplessness flashed across her face. She had started a martial arts association, and I don't know which bastard spread the rumor that whoever defeated her could become her boyfriend. All of a sudden, presidents of various associations flocked in. Even coaches from the Table Tennis Association and Badminton Association came. Lin Shireen was so angry that she almost burst into curses and swore on the spot that she would never accept any challenge from anyone.
Only then did everyone give up. They are here to challenge him.
The apprentice of the Martial Arts Association pointed at Mu Feng and said, they heard that Mu Feng defeated the president yesterday, so they brought their elite students here, saying that as long as they challenged and defeated Mu Feng, they would be considered to have defeated the president, and the president would become his girlfriend. Shi Cheng, Lu Yusin and Wang Yi looked at Mu Feng in surprise.
Could it be that this guy came back to school yesterday just to fight with his counselor?
Mu Feng looked at Lin Shireen with a strange expression, and asked with a smile, Counselor, it seems that these guys who covet your beauty are still determined to get married. In my opinion, you should find someone to marry as soon as possible, so as not to attract wolves. Lin Shireen said unhappily, Stinky boy, stop scolding me.
Since I'm here to challenge you, you have to solve it for me.
All right. Mu Feng nodded and said softly to Shi Cheng, Xiao Chang, I'm going to deal with those guys first.
Do you want to come with me, or wait for me at the Tianyuan office building? Let's go together.
Shi Cheng said with a smile.
Yes, let's go together. I also want to see Brother Feng show off his prowess. He must be very handsome. Lu Yusin nodded repeatedly.
No matter how handsome he is, it has nothing to do with you.
Wang Ya attacked bluntly. What's it to you?
Lu Yusin rolled her eyes and glared at her. Lin Shireen and the martial arts apprentice looked at the 4 people with strange eyes.
The relationship between these 4 people seems a bit complicated. When the group arrived at the Martial Arts Association, dozens of people had already gathered there. Although the school prohibits private fighting, challenges between association members are still allowed, provided that no serious injuries or even deaths occur. As for the minor injuries, you will be responsible for them yourself. This is the rule that you must memorize on the first day of joining the association. President Lin, please get Mu Feng out quickly. These guys in our association can no longer hold back.
Seeing Lin Shireen, the 3 presidents all ran over and urged her impatiently.
Mu Feng took a look at the 3 people. They were not ugly. He asked in a low voice, Counselor, is there anyone you like?
I can lose to his members on purpose later.
Roll.
Lin Shireen glared at him unhappily, looked at the three presidents, and said calmly, I have said it many times that I do not accept any challenges.
Why can't you remember it?
The president of the Taekwondo Association laughed and said, President Lin, we are not here to challenge you. It is the elite members of our association who want to challenge Mu Feng, a member of the Wushu Association.
We heard that he beat President Lin yesterday. We are all very curious about who he is. You don't even know Brother Feng?
Lu Yusin blinked her beautiful eyes and said incredulously, Brother Feng is a famous person in Tiandu University, the boyfriend of two campus beauties.
He is so famous, how come you don't know him? Ahem. Mu Feng almost choked to death. He coughed twice and said, Lu Yusin, shut up. Can you please stop ruining my reputation?
Lu Yusin said with a smile, Brother Feng's reputation has long been gone.
Now the whole school is saying that you took the two school beauties to stay overnight in the hotel and were arrested and taken to the police station.
Wanya pulled her to her side and whispered, You crazy girl, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Shirqing frowned and said, I have already posted a video on the school forum to clarify that I am Mu Feng's girlfriend.
I only went to the police station to assist the police in their investigation. What's there to clarify? This misunderstanding is so beautiful. Lu Yusin muttered in a low voice. Mu Feng remained silent. I really wanted to hit someone. He looked up at the members who were eager to try behind the three presidents and said calmly, You guys are the ones who want to challenge me? Come on together, I'm busy.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were blazing with anger.
I'll go first.
A classmate wearing a Taekwondo training uniform came out and introduced himself. I am a member of the Taekwondo Association.
Bang!
Before he could finish his words, he was kicked to the ground by Mu Feng. If you come to challenge my martial arts association, you should abide by the rules of my martial arts association. Mu Feng glanced at everyone with sharp eyes and said calmly, The rule of my martial arts association is that there are no rules.
If you want to fight, just fight. Don't waste time talking nonsense. Chapter 82, that's it? Too weak.
The members of the three major associations glared at Mu Feng. Even if there were no rules, they should at least let others introduce themselves before starting the fight.
This was too unruly. The child is teachable.
Lin Shireen nodded with satisfaction.
This kid has grasped the essence of the first rule of practical combat. Who else?
Mu Feng glanced at everyone and said calmly, If no one comes, I'll have to leave.
I'm very busy. I'll do it.
A member of the Karate Association came out. I am from the Karate Association.
Bang!
Before he could finish his words, he was knocked to the ground by Mu Feng's punch. He ignored the angry looks of the three association's members and said calmly, I'll say it again. If you come to challenge my martial arts association, you must abide by the rules of the martial arts association.
If you want to fight, just start fighting right away. Don't whine to me. I'm not interested in your names. Get out of the way.
Suddenly, a cold voice sounded.
Then, a member of the Muay Thai Association walked out.
His two exposed arms revealed solid muscles, and he looked very powerful. With the experience of the previous two people as a lesson, he naturally did not dare to introduce himself again. As soon as he appeared, he launched an attack.
Muay Thai is definitely one of the most powerful martial arts in actual combat. The main limbs used are the fists, legs, elbows and knees as 8 weapons to attack.
Muay Thai masters can punch and kick, using their knees and elbows to exert force smoothly and efficiently, and can demonstrate their strength and agility to the fullest. It has fierce attack power and strong lethality, and has always been known as the strongest fighting technique. He just threw a punch with great force. Given his muscular physique, if this punch landed on him, he would definitely be injured.
Brother Feng, be careful. Lu Yusin exclaimed.
Shirqing also clenched her fist suddenly, her face full of worry.
But she didn't say anything, for fear of disturbing Mu Feng and distracting him.
Wanya turned her head to look at Lin Shireen, and seeing that her face looked calm, she felt relieved instantly. As the president of a martial arts association, Lin Shireen should have some real talent. Since she had no worries, she obviously didn't think that this member of the Muay Thai Association could pose a threat to Mu Feng. She had not seen Mu Feng's actual fighting ability, but since he was able to defeat Lin Shireen, he should be pretty good.
Interesting.
Mu Feng smiled slightly, and when the fist got close to him, he easily dodged it by turning his head. Then he punched out again, knocking the stunned Muay Thai Association member to the ground. Unfortunately, your punching speed is too slow.
He said this calmly, then looked at the others and asked, "Who else wants to fight?" For a moment, everyone was silent. If the first and second times were sneak attacks, then the third time truly demonstrated Mu Feng's strength. The members of the Muay Thai Association attacked with all their might and took the first strike, but they still failed to hurt Mu Feng at all. Instead, they were knocked down by one punch. This guy was able to beat the Wushu Association's president, Lin Shirin. He is indeed very powerful. We can go together. Seeing that no one came out, Mu Feng added another sentence. These opponents were too weak and could not increase his proficiency much at all. If we fight together, the pressure will be greater and our proficiency in God-level fighting techniques will increase faster. This guy is too arrogant. I can't stand it. The members of the three major associations were so angry that they walked out one after another. Even if it's a group fight today, we have to beat this guy up severely to vent our anger. It would have been better if you did this earlier. Why waste everyone's time? Mu Feng had a faint smile on his face and a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I don't know how much proficiency I can gain after defeating these people. After thinking about it, without saying anything, he rushed into the crowd and launched a fierce attack. He has an agility of 23 and can control his speed very well, moving back and forth in the crowd as if he were in an empty space. After all, these so-called association members have never experienced actual combat, and their combat capabilities are simply appalling. Faced with someone like Mu Feng who knew the practical rules by heart, had experience fighting against Lin Shirin, and had God-level fighting skills, beating them was like a piece of cake. The scene was like a tiger entering a flock of lambs, invincible. The members of the Wushu Association were all very excited. They knew that Mu Feng was very strong. After all, they had witnessed his growth and saw him beat the president and even tease him. But they never expected that Mu Feng would be so strong. Even 20 or 30 people together were no match for him. Although some of the moves are quite obscene, or rather, unexpected, but no matter what, any move that can help you win is a good one. It turns out that practical combat moves are so powerful, why do they still need to learn martial arts routines? Wouldn't it be better to learn these practical combat moves? Shi Qing, Lu Yusen and Wang Ye couldn't help waving their fists, appearing extremely excited. It turns out that his fighting ability is so strong. This man seemed to know everything, and each of his abilities was very strong, simply perfect. The presidents of the three major associations were all stunned when they saw Mu Feng fighting for the first time. If those members hadn't been brought by themselves, one would have suspected that they were acting. In real life, how is it possible for someone to fight 30 people alone? That's not scientific. With so many people gathered together, we should be able to hit them even if we launch a sneak attack, right? With the strength of these members, just one hit would be enough to completely disrupt Mu Feng's attack rhythm. As long as the rhythm is disrupted, everyone will rush forward and knock him down with one kick or one punch. But up to now, many members of the three major associations have fallen, but Mu Feng is still graceful and full of energy. Finally, when the last person fell, Mu Feng finished his work, looked down at the people lying on the ground, and said calmly, "That's it? Too weak. I don't know who gave you the courage to challenge the Martial Arts Association." Anyone could hear the dissatisfaction in his tone, but few knew that his dissatisfaction was that after defeating these 30 people, his proficiency level only increased by 1,000. You know, I fought with Lin Shirin for less than an hour yesterday, but my proficiency increased by 200,000. What does this mean? It shows that these people are too bad. They were all full of energy when they came, but were completely worthless when they left. Boring. Mu Feng looked at the people lying on the ground and shouted angrily, "Why are you still lying there?" I was very careful with my blows. It only hurt a little, but I didn't break any bones. Don't try to blackmail me. Hurry up and get up. Go back to where you came from. Don't be an eyesore here. Or, let me kick each of you again, and then find someone to carry you to the infirmary? As soon as the words fell, everyone quickly got up and ran away. The presidents of the three major associations looked at Mu Feng, then at Lin Shirin, and finally left in shame without saying a word. I've lost face today. Chapter 83. If you have such good things in the future, remember to call me. Done. Mu Feng clapped his hands, looked at Lin Shirin and said with a smile, "Counselor, if there is such a good opportunity to fight openly in the future, remember to notify me." You're still addicted. Lin Shirin rolled her eyes. Mu Feng chuckled and said, "Just don't forget me. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. I still have some painting to do." Go ahead. Lin Shirin nodded. Okay.
Mu Feng took Shi Chang and turned to leave, followed by Wang Ye and Lu Yusin. After the four people left, the apprentices of the Martial Arts Association stared at Lin Shirin with burning eyes.
What are you doing?
Lin Shirin asked with her beautiful eyes wide open.
President, we need to learn actual combat moves. The apprentices spoke one after another. Actual combat moves? Are you sure?
A beautiful curve appeared at the corner of Lin Shirin's mouth, and her eyes were shining like a little devil.
Sure. The apprentices nodded repeatedly.
After seeing the power of actual combat moves, why would one have the heart to pursue those martial arts routines that may look good but have no practical ability at all?
Good.
Lin Shirin's smile grew brighter. To learn actual combat techniques, you must first learn how to take a beating. By taking a beating, you can improve your ability to dodge attacks and gradually turn this ability into your instinct. As she spoke, she knocked the apprentice closest to him to the ground with a punch.
The first rule of practical combat. Looking at the smiling president, the apprentices suddenly felt a little regretful. It seemed like they made a very wrong decision and turned themselves into the president's punching bags.
At the same time, in the Magic City, Lu family. Mr. Lu received a call from a business partner. Brother Lu, I was planning to visit you in person, but something unexpected happened at home and I couldn't get away. From the other party's tone, one could hear a hint of anxiety.
Mr. Lu said, Brother Huang, is there anything I can help you with?
As the company with the largest demand for timber, Mr. Lu naturally did not want the other party's work, or even the cooperation between the two companies, to be affected by family matters.
Soon, a voice from the other end of the phone rang out. I am calling you this time because I really want to ask you something.
Mr. Lu smiled and said, Brother Huang, just tell me.
As long as I can do it, I will never refuse.
The voice on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment, as if it was difficult to speak.
After a while, he said, Brother Lu, this is it. Last time at Shi's house, I heard Brother Lu say that your wife's illness was cured by looking at a painting of a 5-clawed golden dragon?
Mr. Lu was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding why the other party asked this question, but he still said truthfully, yes, it is true.
Brother Lu, are you willing to sell that 5-clawed golden dragon painting? I can buy it at twice the price.
Hearing this, Mr. Lu frowned slightly and said, Brother Huang, I'm sorry, that painting cured my wife's illness.
I don't plan to sell it. I plan to pass it down from generation to generation as a family heirloom. If Brother Huang wants it, why don't you offer Master Mu to paint one for you?
The person on the other end of the phone sighed, it will take more time to ask Master Mu to paint, and I'm afraid my wife can't wait.
What do you mean, Brother Huang? Mr. Lu asked with a frown. My wife has been in a coma since yesterday and can't eat. I've consulted many doctors, and they all said that my wife is in good health, but they couldn't explain why she was in a coma.
I suspect she has the same disease as your wife, and it seems to be more serious than yours. A sigh came from the other end of the phone.
Is this true?
Mr. Lu was surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, Brother Huang, we have been friends for many years.
I can't just stand by and watch you die. How about this? Although I can't sell you the painting, I can lend it to you for a while. When you save your wife, return it to me. Brother Lu, are you really willing to lend me the 5-clawed golden dragon painting?
The voice on the other end of the phone was instantly filled with surprise. Mr. Lu said, Of course, your wife's condition sounds much more serious than my wife's.
Without further ado, I will send someone to deliver it to you. Thank you, Brother Lu. If you need my help in the future, I will certainly do my best to help you.
A grateful voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Lu sent someone to bring the 5-clawed golden dragon painting to the person.
The wife next to him asked curiously, Is Mr. Huang's wife sick?
When he heard his husband calling him Brother Huang, he could almost guess who it was. Mr. Lu nodded and said, His wife is in a coma, which is even worse than your previous condition.
At least if she feeds you, you will eat. His wife can't even feed you.
If she continues like this, her body will not be able to bear it before she is cured. Madame Lu said in surprise, Although I've often heard of people being haunted by nightmares, my situation should only happen once in a century. I didn't expect that Madame Huang also had this disease. I hope the 5-clawed golden dragon painting can cure Madame Huang. Mr. Huang's house is not far from Lu's, and it only takes half an hour's drive to get there. After receiving the 5-clawed golden dragon painting, Mr. Huang seemed extremely excited and rushed straight to the bedroom. In the bedroom, both sons stayed by their mother's side. Mr. Huang's father-in-law and his family all looked worried.
The paintings are here, please make way,
Mr. Huang said with some excitement.
Upon hearing this, everyone moved aside. The mother-in-law asked doubtfully, can this painting really cure my daughter's illness?
Mr. Huang said, Mr. Lu's wife was cured by this painting.
Anyway, let's give it a try.
As he said this, he opened the painting.
When everyone saw it, they were instantly drawn into the artistic conception of the painting.
The two old men were fine, they just bowed deeply to the painting, but the two young men fell to their knees with a thud. When they came to their senses, they looked at the painting again with shock and awe. It is incredible that a painting can have such power.
However, can this painting really cure diseases?
At this time, Mr. Huang brought the painting to his wife, but suddenly froze.
The wife had her eyes closed and could not even see the painting, so how could she enter the mood of the painting?
Thinking of this, he sat down on the bed dejectedly.
Dad, what's wrong with you? The youngest son asked in confusion.
Mr. Huang sighed and said, your mother's eyes are closed.
Mom hasn't opened her eyes since yesterday. The younger son didn't react and just echoed what his father said.
The others were stunned at first, then they reacted one after another. Although this painting contains a powerful artistic conception, as long as you don't look at it, you will not be affected by the artistic conception in the painting.
In other words, the painting was of no use to their daughter mother.
Mr. Huang took a deep breath, handed the painting to his eldest son, and said, send the painting back to Mr. Lu.
Good.
The eldest son took the painting, looked at his mother, and turned away. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment.
However, it is not time to despair yet. Chapter 84. What should I do if my boyfriend is too outstanding?
Mr. Huang picked up his phone and called Mr. Lu again, asking, Brother Lu, my wife's situation is a little different from your wife's. Her eyes are closed, so she can't see the paintings and can't be affected by the artistic conception of the paintings.
What should I do?
Mr. Lu was also stunned when he heard this.
He had never thought about this problem before.
After thinking for a while, he said, if that's the case, I'm afraid we have no choice but to go find Master Mu. Ask him to help carve a wood sculpture that can revive, which may help Madam's illness.
I'll give you Master Mu's phone number, you can ask him.
However, I heard that the wood sculptures he sells in the carving studio in Tiandu Tianyuan office building are only artistic conception, and the wood sculptures that can revive should not be for sale.
Whether you can impress Master Mu depends on your sincerity. Thank you.
I'll give it a try no matter what the cost. Mr. Huang noted down the phone number, thanked him, and after hanging up the phone, he couldn't wait to dial Mu Feng's phone number. At this time, Mu Feng was in the carving room thinking about what kind of work to carve. Zhou Xuelin, who was doing her homework and memorizing the information of each sculpture, looked up at him from time to time, with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes.
This boss looks younger than me, how come he is so powerful?
Whether it is painting or sculpting, it requires a lot of time and energy to practice and accumulate experience.
To reach Mu Feng's level with any ability, it takes time to achieve it.
But Mu Feng has trained both abilities to the peak. In the past, I often heard people use Eru Dao to describe someone's superb skills in a certain area. However, Mu Feng's paintings and sculptures have truly achieved the state of using art to achieve enlightenment, which is by no means false. He is so young, even if he has been practicing since the womb, it is impossible for him to have mastered these two abilities to such a level at this age. Shi Qing walked in with her cell phone. When she saw the scene, a hint of vigilance and helplessness flashed in her beautiful eyes.
My man is so outstanding. He exudes charm all the time and attracts the attention of the opposite sex.
She suddenly regretted recruiting female employees for Mu Feng. Work hard and don't get distracted and damage the wood carving, she reminded.
Ah. Okay, I understand, madam.
Zhou Xuelin came back to her senses, her pretty face turning slightly red. I was staring at someone else's boyfriend like this and was caught red-handed.
My God, this is so embarrassing. What am I doing?
She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Fortunately, Shi Qing did not pester him too much. She walked up to Mu Feng with her phone and said softly, Mu Feng, there is a man who calls himself Huang Yuqian who wants you to carve a wood sculpture. In order to concentrate on his creation, Mu Feng gave his mobile phone to Shi Qing for safekeeping. If there was nothing important, Shi Qing could handle it on his behalf. He put down the carving knife in his hand, took the phone, and said, Hello, I'm Mu Feng. Master Mu, I am Huang Yuqian, and I would like to ask you to help me carve a wooden sculpture that can ward off evil spirits.
The price is negotiable.
A somewhat rough male voice soon sounded on the other end of the phone.
Judging from the name and tone of voice, he is a boss who is not short of money. Mu Feng smiled and said, "It's Mr. Huang."
There are many wood carvings with the meaning of warding off evil spirits, such as the 12 zodiac animals, Qilin, Pishou, dragon turtle, etc.
If it is for warding off evil spirits in the house, the first choice is a large dragon, dragon turtle, Qilin, or Pishou. If it is a small item to be worn on the body to ward off evil spirits, the first choice is the 12 zodiac animals. I wonder which one Mr. Huang needs. Huang Yuqian looked at his wife lying on the bed, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's use the Chinese zodiac. My wife is an ox." "Okay, no problem. Should I send it to you after it's carved, or do you want to pick it up yourself?" Mu Feng asked.
Huang Yuqian thought for a moment and said, "I'll get it myself. But, Master Mu, what I want is a wood carving that can be resurrected, not just a wood carving with artistic conception." Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Huang, I don't plan to sell the wood carvings that can be resurrected for the time being.
For the purpose of warding off evil spirits, those wood carvings that contain artistic conception are enough.
The price of a wood carving that can be resurrected is 10 times that of other wood carvings. Mr. Huang, there is no need to waste more money to buy a wood carving that is unlikely to be resurrected. In order to activate the trigger conditions for the wood carvings used to ward off evil spirits, an environment is probably needed to truly exert their warding off effect.
How could there be evil things in this world? Price is not an issue."
Huang Yuqian explained, "Master Mu, my wife has the same disease as Mr. Lu's wife, but my wife's condition is more serious.
She is sleeping in bed and won't eat or drink.
I borrowed the 5-clawed golden dragon painting from Mr. Lu, but my wife's eyes are closed, so it's impossible for her to see the painting, nor can she be drawn into the artistic conception of the painting. So, I thought of the resurrected wood carving in Master Mu's hand, which may help my wife's disease."
"I hope Master Mu can help generously. Huang will reward you handsomely one day."
This.
Mu Feng was stunned.
Being haunted by nightmares is already a bit far-fetched.
One nightmare is already incredible, and now another one? Could it be that this story was deliberately made up in order to buy a sculpture that can be resurrected?
Perhaps guessing what Mu Feng was thinking, Huang Yuqian said anxiously, "Master Mu, what I said is true. I have consulted many famous doctors, and no matter how they tested, they all showed that my wife's physical condition is very normal.
I don't know why she is in a coma.
I think Master Mu is the only one who can save her in this world, so please help me. In the future, if Master Mu is of any use, I will definitely do my best to help him." Mu Feng pondered for a moment and said, "As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If what Mr. Huang said is true, and my wood carvings are indeed helpful to your madam's condition, I will naturally not stand by and watch her die.
But let me be frank.
If I find out that Mr. Huang is lying to me, I will never sell any of my works to you again."
"No problem." Huang Yuqian agreed readily.
"Okay. It takes a little longer to carve a wood sculpture that can be resurrected, about an hour or so."
Mu Feng said. "Okay, I'll be there right away."
After Mr. Huang hung up the phone and gave everyone a few instructions, he rushed to Tiandu in a hurry. Mu Feng picked up the carving knife and began creating the first sculpture of the day. The wooden ox sculpture, one of the 12 Chinese zodiac animals, has the power to ward off evil spirits and can be briefly resurrected if certain conditions are met. Zhou Xuelin, who was working nearby, was amazed when she heard this. The lowest price for other sculptures is 15 million, and the sculptures that the boss is carving now are probably custom orders over the phone, and the price is 10 times that of other sculptures, which is a full 150 million.
One sculpture, 150 million. That's faster than robbing a bank. Seeing her expression, Lu Yusin's eyes rolled around. This girl has the potential to be poached, so she has to be won over.
Shi Qing's face was full of helplessness. She looked at Mu Feng, who was concentrating on carving inside in her heart.
"My boyfriend is too good, what should I do?" Chapter 85, Zodiac Ox Wood Carving, 150 million.
In order to give wood carvings the ability to revive briefly, the requirements for the carver are naturally higher than for other carvings. Carving takes relatively longer time. It took almost an hour to carve the wooden cow that the customer needed. After resting for a while, Mu Feng began to carve other works.
About an hour later, a man appeared in Area 6 on the 8th floor of Tianyuan office building. "Hello, is Master Mu here?"
Looking at the woman who was sitting at the door, carrying something seriously, he asked politely. As the chairman of a large group, there is no need to be so polite to an ordinary employee. But this is Master Mu's territory, and he dare not be too arrogant.
What if he angers Master Mu and he refuses to sell the wood carving to him? Wouldn't that ruin his wife's only chance of waking up? The boss is inside.
When Chu Yun saw a customer coming, she immediately stood up to greet him with a smile on her face.
Are you here to see the wood carvings? I can introduce you to the wood carvings you want.
If I can sell one sculpture, I won't have to worry about my life this month, next month, or the month after that.
Sorry, I already have an appointment with your boss,
the man said with a smile.
Chu Yun was stunned for a moment.
This person should be the wealthy man who called the boss to place an order. He can easily buy sculptures worth 100 million yuan, so he is not an ordinary rich man. It's a pity that I can't snatch the boss's clients, and I won't enjoy any commission. Although she was a little disappointed, she still smiled and welcomed the man into the carving room. She pointed at the handsome man in ordinary clothes who was concentrating on carving and said, "That's our boss. He doesn't like to be disturbed when he's carving." The beautiful woman standing next to him is his girlfriend.
You can talk to her if you have anything to say. The man nodded and walked in.
What you see is wood carvings of various shapes placed on rows of shelves. Each piece contains a unique artistic conception that can make people deeply immersed in it.
Huang Yuqian was filled with shock.
It stands to reason that such works that contain artistic conception should require a certain amount of creative inspiration to be carved, and it would be good to have a few such works. But here, there are already 30 or 50 items of various sizes placed on the shelves.
This is simply incredible. Could such a terrifying work be mass-produced in the hands of Master Mu?
When he came to his senses, Shi Qing was already standing in front of him. Huang Yuqian exclaimed, "Miss Shi, your boyfriend is really amazing."
"Mr. Huang, you're welcome."
Shi Qing smiled and said, "So it was Mr. Huang who wanted to buy the wood carvings."
No wonder he was so generous. Huang Yuqian smiled bitterly and said, "Miss Shi, you are joking."
No matter how rich he was, he would never spend more than 100 million to buy a sculpture if his wife didn't need it. Shi Qing smiled, took out the wooden ox of the 12 zodiac animals that had been carved long ago, and said, "Mr. Huang, this is the wood carving you wanted."
When Huang Yuqian looked at the wooden cow carving, he was immediately drawn into the artistic conception of the wood carving. Countless resentful souls and evil spirits swarmed in, as if they wanted to eat people alive.
The horrible aura seemed to be real, making people shudder. At this time, a giant red bull came from the sky with dazzling light flashing on its body. When the light came out, all the resentful souls and evil ghosts were scared to death. Unlike the zodiac money rat given to Shi's mother, this wood carving is simply a zodiac ox and does not have any secondary meaning such as getting rich and counting money.
Huang Yuqian woke up from his state of mind, his eyes flashing with strong expectation, and asked, "Miss Shi, can this zodiac ox really be resurrected?"
Shi Qing smiled and nodded. Mu Feng said that as long as certain conditions are met, it can be resurrected, but we don't know whether your wife's situation meets the conditions for activating this wood carving.
So, Mr. Huang, you have to think carefully. Do you really want to buy this wood carving? Huang Yuqian took a deep breath and said, "Buy it. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, you must not give up. By the way, Miss Shi, how much is this wood carving?"
Shi Qing didn't know what Huang Yuqian was going to do with the money, so she just smiled and didn't continue to dwell on the issue. She handed the wood carving to Huang Yuqian and said with a smile, "Ordinary carvings cost between 15 million and 30 million. This wood carving has the possibility of resurrection, and the carving is more exquisite than other wood carvings.
The price is 10 times that of ordinary carvings.
Mu Feng specifically told me to charge the lowest price, 150 million.
Okay. Huang Yuqian nodded.
We had already agreed on the phone that the price of this sculpture was 10 times that of an ordinary sculpture, so there was naturally nothing much to discuss. He carefully took the wood carving, held it in his hands and examined it carefully, and was shocked again. Every hair on the cow and the patterns on its horns are so lifelike. Especially those bull eyes, when you stare at them carefully, you can seem to feel some kind of emotion. Even without the possibility of a brief resurrection, this wood sculpture could still be worth tens of millions.
"Miss Shi, how do I pay?"
He held the wood carving and looked up and asked.
"Just transfer the money directly."
Shi Qing smiled. The only way to pay 150 million is through bank transfer, as most other methods have limits.
Good. Huang Yuqian nodded.
Shi Qing said to Chu Yun, "Sister Lin, give Mr. Huang Mufeng's card number. Because these paintings or sculptures are expensive, buyers basically choose to transfer the money directly, so Mu Feng left his card number to the sisters Zhou Shuilin and Zhou Shuecheng.
Okay.
Zhou Shuilin walked over, took out Mu Feng's card number and handed it to Huang Yuqian. Huang Yuqian made a phone call, told the card number, and waited for about 10 minutes before the transfer was completed. After all, with such a large amount of money, the bank also needs to understand the specific use of the money. Listening to the receipt notification from the counter, Zhou Shuilin still felt as if she was in a dream. An order worth 150 million was completed right under his nose. Although she did not receive any commission from this order, it was enough to make her excited. The biggest deal I have ever seen in my life was the sale of a Rolls-Royce Dawn to Mu Feng. But compared to this, the Rolls-Royce Dawn is simply weak. She looked at the palm-sized wood sculpture in Huang Yuqian's hand again, and couldn't help but sigh again that the life of the rich was too luxurious.
A wood sculpture this small actually costs 150 million. The key is that there are rich people begging to buy it. Is it true that rich people in this world don't treat money as money?
At this time, Mu Feng had finished carving the second piece of work. He walked over to Huang Yuqian and said with a smile, "I'm sorry. I was so busy carving that I didn't notice Mr. Huang coming."
I'm sorry. Huang Yuqian waved his hand and said with a smile, "Master Mu, you are too polite."
I hope that Huang's arrival has not disturbed Master Mu's creation.
Chapter 86. Go to the Magic City, Zodiac Ox activated.
Mu Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Huang, you are too kind. I hope this Zodiac Ox wood carving can be of some help to you."
Yes, I will. Huang Yuqian said with a firm look.
This is also his greatest expectation. At this moment, he would rather believe that Mu Feng was an omnipotent man and that the works he carved possessed incredible powers.
Master Mu, since the transaction has been completed, I will go back first. Huang Yuqian couldn't wait to go back and try out the effect of the Zodiac Ox wood carving that he bought for 150 million yuan. Mu Feng thought for a moment and said, "Boss Huang, can I go with you to take a look?"
Haunted by nightmares, you may not encounter one even in 100 years. But he had met 2 of them in less than a month. He was really curious about what the condition of a person haunted by nightmares was like.
Huang Yuqian's eyes lit up, of course.
In his opinion, since Mu Feng can give wood carving's incredible abilities, he might be able to play a greater role on the scene. If the Zodiac Ox doesn't work, you can ask Mu Feng to carve some other more powerful wood carvings.
Good.
Mu Feng nodded and said to Shi Qing, "Xiao Qing, come with me."
Shi Qing nodded. Where to go? Where to go? I want to go too.
Lu Yusin, who had just walked in, heard this and asked excitedly.
Wang Ya also came over from the studio and stood next to Shi Qing. "Niece Yusin, you are here too." Huang Yuqian was a little surprised to see Lu Yusin. Uncle Huang, what are you doing here?
Lu Yusin was also surprised.
In her impression, Huang Yuqian seemed to have no interest in these calligraphy and paintings, sculptures and the like.
Huang Yuqian took out the Zodiac Ox wood carving and said with a smile, "I came to Master Mu to buy the wood carving. I was just about to invite Master Mu to my home as a guest."
Do you want to come with me? Okay. Lu Yusin nodded.
It just so happens that I haven't been home to see my mother for a long time, so I'll go home by the way.
I'll go with you too. Wang Ya said.
She was worried about letting Mu Feng and Shi Qing go so far away. One was that he was worried that without me to stabilize the corner between the 2 of them, some crazy girl who had been thinking about her would dig it up. Second, he was worried that Mu Feng and Shi Chang would cross the line without him watching. Before Uncle Shi and Aunt Shi left, they specifically asked her to help them take good care of the 2 of them.
Then let's go together, just like going on a trip.
Mu Feng glanced at Shi Qing and said with a smile, but he was smiling bitterly in his heart. Damn it, his time alone with his girlfriend was ruined again.
Yeah.
Shi Qing nodded. After Mu Feng gave a few instructions to sisters Zhou Shuilin and Zhou Shuecheng, he took the 3 girls and Huang Yuqian to the airport and flew to the Magic City. About 2 hours later, the group arrived at Villa Number 3 in Bayanxiang Villa District.
Master Mu, please come in.
Huang Yuqian welcomed Mu Feng and the others into the living room. "Master Mu, you guys take a rest here now. I'll take this wood carving to my wife." There was a hint of uneasiness, excitement, and impatience in his tone. Mu Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Huang, there's no need to bother.
If you don't mind, let's go see Madam together." Good. Huang Yuqian didn't say much and led everyone to the bedroom. "You have money, now that you are back, how are things going?
Seeing his son-in-law coming back, the father-in-law hurriedly asked. Dad, I have already got the wood carving carved by Master Mu, and I also brought Master Mu with me.
There should be no problem this time.
After Huang Yuqian made a brief introduction to Mu Feng and others and his family, he came to his wife's bedside with the wood carving.
Mu Feng looked at his wife. She looked pretty good.
Her eyes were closed and her face looked normal, as if she was asleep. There was no sign of illness at all. Shi Cheng and the other two girls watched quietly.
Huang Youqian's family didn't say anything either. They all watched Huang Youqian's every move nervously and expectantly. Hui, don't worry, I will definitely cure you.
Huang Yuqian touched his wife's cheek, took out the wooden carving of the zodiac ox, and placed it on his wife's forehead. This should be the place closest to human consciousness. If this wood carving is useful, it should be able to play its greatest role here. The moment everyone saw the wood carving, their consciousness was instantly drawn into a strange artistic conception.
Countless wrong souls and evil spirits swarmed in, as if they wanted to eat them alive, scaring everyone.
At this moment, a red bull came flying in the air with dazzling light. Wherever the light passes, the wronged souls and evil spirits are all scared to death. Waking up from the state of mind, everyone looked around.
There were no wronged ghosts or evil spirits, nor were there any glowing red bulls. Everything was just an illusion.
Looking at the wooden sculpture of the zodiac ox again, everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity and shock. It is incredible that a wood carving can give people such an illusion.
However, can such a palm-sized wood sculpture really be helpful for the mother-daughter condition? Everyone was skeptical.
Not to mention them, even Mu Feng himself had no hope.
The zodiac ox is used to ward off evil spirits and has the artistic conception of warding off evil spirits.
If you want to activate the zodiac ox, you must encounter a real evil thing.
But do evil things really exist in this world?
Suddenly, the wood carving, which had been silent all this time, began to emit a faint light.
This.
Everyone rubbed their eyes subconsciously, thinking they were hallucinating. But when they opened their eyes again, the light on the wood carving became even brighter.
You're not going to do it for real, are you?
Mu Feng also widened his eyes, his heart filled with shock.
Under everyone's attention, the head of the wooden carving of the zodiac ox suddenly twisted twice. Then, a loud moo was heard, and the red zodiac ox actually walked in the air, circling around Huang Youqian's wife above the bed. Strands of dazzling golden light emanated and shone on Huang Youqian's wife. The zodiac ox wood carving is alive? Everyone stared blankly at the wooden sculpture of the zodiac ox walking in the air, their minds going blank.
Even Shi Qing's three daughters and Huang Yuqian, who had witnessed the resurrection of the phoenix wood sculpture once, were still shocked.
Mu Feng was also shocked.
However, what shocked him was not the resurrection of the zodiac ox wood carving, but the fact that there were actually conditions that could satisfy the resurrection of the zodiac ox wood carving.
In other words, there is evil in this room or on Huang Yuqian's wife?
At this moment, Mu Feng even felt that the whole room had become much colder.
Huang Yuqian's wife is not suffering from a nightmare, but is probably possessed by an evil spirit?
He suddenly felt that this world was too strange and too weird.
Chapter 87. The world has become a little strange. Master Mu, could this be the long-lost mechanical technique of the Mahist school? Huang Youqian's youngest son cried out in surprise. You also know the mechanical arts of the Mahist school?
Mu Feng looked at him in surprise. This kid was only 16 or 17 years old, but he seemed to know a lot.
I've seen some records in a book. Huang Youqian's youngest son nodded.
He had seen in ancient books a mechanical bird made using the mechanical techniques of the Mahist school. It was said that it could flap its wings and soar in the sky like a normal bird, which was similar to the zodiac ox.
But
he looked at the zodiac ox walking in the air, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes.
The two seem to be different.
At least there is no record in Mahist mechanical techniques that the mechanism can emit light or something.
Yeah, I guess so.
Mu Feng smiled but did not explain. He could not explain, so he just let this beautiful misunderstanding continue to exist. At least there are still some records of Mahist mechanical techniques, which make them more or less credible.
I never thought that Mahist mechanical engineering is so magical. Huang Youqian's youngest son was full of excitement.
It seems that he should study the ancient book carefully when he has time. Mu Feng didn't say anything, but stared closely at Mrs. Huan lying on the bed. However, no differences have been found so far. The golden light emitted by the zodiac ox gives people an inexplicable sense of security, calming everyone's restless hearts. Suddenly, Mrs. Huang, who had been lying quietly, suddenly opened her eyes and her body was shaking slightly.
Hui hui?
Huang Yuqian was surprised and thought his wife had woken up. But after calling a few times, there was no response from his wife. When he looked carefully, he found that his wife's face was full of pain and her eyes were extremely empty.
Hui hui, what's wrong with you? Huang Yuqian was a little anxious. His mother-in-law looked at the ox walking in the air and said, "Isn't it that the golden light makes her uncomfortable? I'll take it down."
As he said this, he reached out to take the zodiac sign of ox.
"Better not to move,"
Mu Feng said in a deep voice. Although I didn't know what happened, I felt something was wrong when I saw Mrs. Huang's expression.
"Wait a little longer." Huang Yuqian's father-in-law obviously noticed something was wrong.
He pulled his wife back and stared at his daughter's every move with his cloudy old eyes. Huang Yuqian's two sons also looked nervous, and seemed a little at a loss as they watched their mother struggling desperately. Shi Chang and the other two girls looked at each other in bewilderment. It was obvious that this situation had exceeded their understanding and overturned their three views. Mu Feng looked at Mrs. Huang on the bed and the zodiac ox walking in the air, but he felt inexplicably a chill down his spine.
Lu Yusin's family is also in Shanghai.
Her mother had similar symptoms before, but they were not as serious.
This magic city is really weird and full of evil.
About a minute later, Mrs. Huang, who had been struggling violently, suddenly stopped moving and closed her eyes again.
Hui hui?
Huang Yuqian sat beside the bed, looking at his wife who was sweating profusely and whose face was gradually turning pale, his eyes full of distress. At this time, the zodiac ox walking in the air gradually retracted its golden light and fell back on Mrs. Huang's forehead, turning into a motionless wooden sculpture. It seemed as if nothing had happened.
Is that all?
Everyone looked at each other.
It's making such a big fuss, but it won't be of any use, right?
At this moment, Mrs. Huang slowly opened her eyes. This time, her eyes were no longer empty and lifeless, and they were focused. She glanced at everyone slowly, and seemed surprised that so many people gathered around the bed.
She asked weakly, "Husband, what are you doing?" "I'm just taking a nap, why are you staring at me?" "Husband, I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat?" "It's strange, how can I be so hungry after sleeping for a night? It's as if I haven't eaten for a day."
Yes, just lie down for a while." Huang Yuqian was so excited that he turned to his eldest son and said, "Go, and ask the nanny to make a bowl of porridge for your mother."
"Okay."
The eldest son quickly turned around and ran out. A relaxed smile appeared on the father-in-law's face, and tears fell from the mother-in-law's eyes.
"Master Mu, your mechanical engineering is amazing."
Huang Yuqian's youngest son grabbed Mu Feng's arm, appearing extremely excited.
"I won't disturb your family reunion. Let's go sit in the living room."
Mu Feng smiled, said nothing, and left the bedroom with Shi Chang and the other two girls.
Huang Yuqian's youngest son volunteered to act as the guide and took the four people to the living room before returning to the bedroom.
"Brother Feng, I suddenly feel that your zodiac ox is too cheap for 150 million. After the host left, Lu Yusin sat beside Mu Feng and whispered, "Even if it's 1.5 billion, Uncle Huan will buy it without hesitation."
"Do you want to raise the price a bit and sell it for 2 billion? Lu Yusin, please keep your distance." Wanya frowned and pulled Lu Yusin to her side forcefully.
"Fortunately, I came along, otherwise a big hole might have been corroded in the corner of the wall."
Mu Feng looked at Lu Yusin and asked curiously, "Does your family have a grudge against theirs?" "No." Lu Yusin shook her head. "My family and Uncle Huan's family are partners. We are responsible for the wood raw materials, and they are responsible for wood processing."
"It seems that the relationship is quite close, but I see that you are showing no mercy when you cheat others," Mu Feng said with a smile.
"He's so rich, what's the big deal about cheating him out of tens or hundreds of billions?"
Lu Yusin didn't care at all and said with a smile, "As long as it's good for Brother Feng, I don't mind cheating anyone." Wanya said coldly, "In that case, you should ask your father to buy all the sculptures in Mu Feng's carving studio and paintings at a price 10 times higher than the original price."
Lu Yusin was suddenly speechless.
"Even if we calculate it based on an average of less than 20 million, the paintings in the entire painting studio and the sculptures in the sculpture studio add up to nearly 200 pieces. If all of them are sold at 10 times the price, it would be 40 billion. No matter how rich their family is, it is impossible for them to spend 40 billion at one time to buy these things." Mu Feng smiled and looked at Shi Chang, who had been silent. He found that she looked worried and asked curiously, Xiao Chang, what's wrong with you? Shi Qing shook her head and said, nothing, I just suddenly feel that this world is so strange.
Yes, everything that happened to Mrs. Huang was so weird. Wang Ye felt the same way.
Lu Yusin, who was always smiling, showed a serious look for the first time. I don't know how many people in the world have the same experience.
The world seems to be changing.
In fact, Mu Feng also had this feeling, but he didn't care much.
He still smiled calmly and said, don't be afraid.
When we go back, I will carve a wooden sculpture for each of you to ward off evil spirits.
It will keep you safe from all evil. Chapter 88 Shaoqing, let's stay in a hotel tonight.
Okay. Lu Yusin was the first to agree, Brother Feng, I belong to the Ho family.
You look like a pig to me.
Wang Ye glared at her unhappily, then looked at Mu Feng and said, Mu Feng, Xiao Chang and I are both born in the year of the sheep.
Good. Mu Feng nodded. Lu Yusin smiled and said, Brother Feng, where are we staying tonight? How about staying at my house?
Mu Feng glanced at Shi Qing, thought for a moment, and said, it doesn't seem like a good idea for so many of us to stay at your house.
Shaoqing, how about we stay in a hotel tonight? Staying in a hotel when traveling is a normal thing.
But for some reason, the three girls felt that his tone was a little strange, but they didn't think much about it.
Shi Chang nodded and said, okay. Okay. It's decided then.
Mu Feng immediately clapped his hands and said, let's stay in the hotel.
Lu Yusin pouted and said, then I want to stay in the hotel with you too.
Okay, let's all stay at the hotel and I'll visit you at your house tomorrow. Mu Feng said with a smile. He has some friendship with Mr. and Mrs. Lu.
It would seem a bit unreasonable if he didn't go to visit them now the demon is here.
Besides, he and Mr. and Mrs. Lu are partners, and he will continue to purchase red sandalwood from Lu's Timber Group in the future.
Well, mainly it's cheap. At the same time,
an old monk with 2 white eyebrows, led by a monkey, appeared in Chu Yunxiang's house.
Brother Chu, Master Tianchan is here. The monkey exclaimed. Chu Yunxiang was lying on the sofa.
He turned his head and looked at him, then said weakly, Master Tianchan, please sit down.
Master Tianchan sat opposite Chu Yunxiang, looking at his pale face and weak breath, and asked, Donor Chu, I see that you are very weak, do you want to go to the hospital?
He is just a monk who eats vegetarian food and chants Buddhist scriptures every day, and occasionally interprets dreams for people to earn some extra money. Looking at Chu Yunxiang's condition, it doesn't seem like he is having a nightmare, but rather like he is seriously ill, which is something he is not good at. Chu Yunxiang said weakly, Master Tianchan, I had a nightmare last night, and my current state is caused by that nightmare. I heard that Master Tianchan is very good at interpreting dreams, so please help me. Master, don't worry, the reward will satisfy you. When he heard the word remuneration, Master Tianchan's eyes lit up slightly. As the third young master of the Chu group, he shouldn't be stingy when it comes to spending. Thinking of this, Master Tianchan smiled and said, to interpret the dream, I first need to know what the donor dreamed about.
Please explain the dream to me in detail. Tell the story? Chu Yunxiang's face froze. How could he tell that dream out loud? Seeing that he looked troubled, Master Tianchan advised, if we don't know what you dreamed about, how can we interpret it? Don't worry, I have interpreted dreams for countless people and have seen all kinds of strange dreams. Dreams may imply something, but they don't mean anything. Donor, feel free to speak freely. I will never laugh at you and will never tell anyone else. Chu Yunxiang turned and looked at the monkey. I understand. I totally understand. The monkey quickly turned and left, but did not go far. He hid behind the door and eavesdropped. He was really curious about what kind of dream could make Chu Yunxiang like this. After seeing the monkey leave, Chu Yunxiang took a deep breath and said, Master, I dreamed of my enemy last night. Master Tianchan smiled and said, this is normal. As an enemy, you must be thinking about how to deal with him day and night. As the saying goes, you dream about what you think about during the day, so it is normal to dream about your enemy. Chu Yunxiang hesitated for a moment, then said, I also dreamed of a group of big fat pigs. Big fat pig? Master Tianchan smiled slightly and said, this is a good thing. The price of pork has skyrocketed in the past 2 years, which means Master sure is very lucky. Maybe we can defeat our enemy in the next few days. Chu Yunxiang gritted his teeth and continued, I dreamed that my enemies threw me into a pigsty with those big fat pigs. This is a great thing. Master Tianchan smiled and said, the big fat pig represents good fortune. Your enemy threw you into the pig pen, which means that this good fortune will come to him, and he will take the initiative to bring this fortune to you. Chu Yun gritted his teeth and uttered a sentence after a while. He made me do what a couple should do with those fat pigs in my dream. What should a couple do? Master Tianchan was stunned. What are the things that a couple should do? It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and his eyes widened. Oh my god, I actually did that to a pig in my dream? He suppressed his nausea and asked, is it one or a group? There was a group of about 20 of them. I can't remember exactly. It lasted the entire night. Since everything had already been said, Chu Yun might as well tell it all in detail. One man fighting against 20 or so fat pigs? Lasts all night? Master Tianchan felt his stomach churning and he almost vomited. However, as a professional dream interpreter, the most basic quality is that no matter what kind of dreams others have, you are not allowed to laugh or have any other reaction. But the monkey who was eavesdropping outside the door couldn't help it, and ran to the trash can outside and vomited violently. It's so fucking disgusting. I was wondering why Brother Chu was so resistant to pork today. It turned out that he had been fighting with a group of fat pigs in his dream for the whole night. Brother Chu actually had this kind of dream. Could it be that he has this kind of desire deep in his bones? If there is no desire in this regard, how can there be such a dream? The more he thought about it, the more sick he felt, and the more he vomited. Inside the room, Master Tianchan forced himself to swallow the food that was about to reach his throat, forced a smile on his face, and said, "This dream of yours is really strange, but don't take it too seriously, it's just a dream after all." Chu Yun gritted his teeth and said, "But before I finally woke up, that enemy told me to kneel down and apologize to him in public today, otherwise he would continue tonight. I didn't go, I'm afraid I will have the same nightmare tonight." This. Master Tianchan hesitated for a moment and said, "Generally speaking, as long as the dreamer's request is met, the nightmare will naturally disappear. But since the donor didn't do it, it doesn't matter. Master, do you have any solution?" Chu Yun said expectantly. Master Tianchan opened his backpack, took out some paper, and drew something incomprehensible on it with extremely skillful hands. After finishing the painting, he handed it to Chu Yun and said, "Donor, this is the mantra wheel I drew. You can carry it with you, and it will protect you from all evil." Curse wheel? Chu Yun frowned slightly. Is this thing useful? The mantra wheel is similar to the Taoist talisman. Master Tianchan said mysteriously, "If you believe, it exists. If you don't believe, it doesn't exist. As for the degree of belief." As he spoke, Master Tianchan rubbed his right thumb and index finger a few times. Chapter 89. Take the donor to check his mental state when you have time. Clear. Chu Yun nodded, took out his mobile phone, asked for Master Tianchan's card number, and directly transferred 1 million yuan. Looking at the text message of the money arriving, Master Tianchan was overjoyed, and the nauseous feeling was finally dissipated a lot. The dream has been interpreted. I will leave now. I wish you a good dream tonight. Master Tianchan stood up and said with a smile. Have a good dream? It's better not to dream. Chu Yun muttered softly, and then said, "Master, please forgive me. I feel a little unwell today, so I won't see you off in person. I'll let Monkey take you back." Monkey? Brother Chu, I'm here. The monkey, who had just vomited, had returned to waiting outside the door. When he heard Chu Yun's call, he quickly opened the door and walked in. Send Master Tianchan back. Chu Yun said. Okay. The monkey responded, looked at Master Tianchan, and said with a smile, "Master, please." Master Tianchan nodded and left with the monkey. Sitting in the car, Master Tianchan hesitated for a long time, and said to the monkey who was driving, "Donor, take Donor Chu to check his mental state when you have time." See the mental state? What does it mean? The monkey was stunned. Could it be that Master Tianchan suspected that Brother Chu was a mental patient? He wanted to make some excuses, but when he thought about it carefully, a normal person would not dream of doing that kind of thing with a group of fat pigs, right? So he fell silent. At the same time, Huang Yuqian has a villa in Shanghai. After Mufeng and the other three chatted for a while, Huang Yuqian brought his family to the living room, held Mufeng's hands with both hands, and said excitedly, "Master Mu, thank you for curing my wife's illness." Mufeng waved his hand and said with a smile, "Boss Huang, you are too polite." Boss Huang spent 150 million to buy the Zodiac ox wood carving. Now that it has been sold, the wood carving has nothing to do with me. The person who really saved your wife is you.
If it were someone else, they might not be willing to spend so much money to buy an opportunity that they don't even know if it will be useful. Anyway, this wood carving was carved by Master Mu, and only Master Mu's carvings can have such magical effects. I will remember this favor. If you need me, Huang Yuqian, in the future, please let me know. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Huang Yuqian said with a smile. Okay. Mu Feng nodded. At this time, Huang Yuqian's wife came over, bowed deeply to Mu Feng, and said, "Thank you, Master Mu, for saving my life. If you need my help in the future, please let me know. I will definitely do my best to help you." Her voice was a little weak. After all, she hadn't eaten for a day and a night and had just drunk some porridge. Her body had not recovered yet. "You're too polite, ma'am." Mu Feng raised his hand and said with a smile, "What you really need to thank is Mr. Huang's love for you. He almost knelt down to me in order to let me carve this wood sculpture." Mrs. Huang glanced at her husband with love. Huang Yuqian chuckled and said, "Master Mu, you are right. If you don't agree to carve a wood sculpture for me, I will kneel down to you." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. Madame Huang's father said, "Master Mu, thank you for curing my daughter's illness. If you need my help in the future, please let me know. As long as we can do it, we will never refuse." The way these men spoke was a little different. They all left themselves a way out to prevent Mu Feng from making some unreasonable and excessive demands. Of course, this is all normal, and Mu Feng didn't care. He smiled and said, "Mr. Jin, you are too serious. In fact, I didn't know that my wood carvings have such effects. It seems that I have to increase the price of this kind of wood carvings tenfold after I go back. If someone really needs it, I would buy it at 100 times the price, not to mention 10 times. Mr. Jin said with a smile. "I have lived for 70 or 80 years, but this is the first time I have seen such a magical wood carving. It is really an eye-opener." Mrs. Huang's mother and 2 sons also came forward to express their gratitude. "Master Mu, it's getting late. I've already booked a private room at the Magic City restaurant. Let's go have a simple meal together," Huang Yuqian said. "I'm so embarrassed." Mu Feng hesitated. "After all, I just sold a sculpture and didn't provide any other help. Brother Mu Feng, let's go together. I still need to ask you for some knowledge about the mechanical arts of the Mahist school," Huang Yuqian's youngest son said with anticipation. Mu Feng glanced at him. It seemed that this guy had introduced himself when he came to thank him just now. What is it called? By the way, I think his name is Huang Dacai. What was his eldest brother's name? Huang Dafu? This family has a really interesting name. Seeing Huang Dacai's expectant look, Mu Feng thought for a moment and nodded. "In that case, I will respectfully obey your command." "Okay, this is great." Huang Yuqian laughed twice and took the group to the villa's independent garage. The entire garage was filled with all kinds of cars, and Mu Feng almost thought he had come to a car dealership. "Master Mu, you should be able to drive, right?" Huang Yuqian asked. Mu Feng nodded. Huang Yuqian saw this and waved his hand, saying boldly, "Master Mu, you can choose any car you want." Generous. See? This is what we call heroism. Mu Feng didn't say politely. He was just driving there to have a meal, and it wasn't like he had to drive the car back home. "What cars can seat 5? Mu Feng asked. "There are 10 people in total, so we need at least 2 5-seater cars, or 1 6-seater and 1 4-seater. Huang Yuqian is a car enthusiast. When it comes to cars, he can talk endlessly and knows them all like the back of his hand. He walked to an SUV and said, "This is a 5-seater large SUV, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, with a domineering grille that catches the eye at first glance. The interior is very good, the seats are very comfortable, and the space is large. Both the driving experience and the riding experience are very good, and the price of the bear car is 6.1 million. There is also this one." As he spoke, he walked to the next car and said, "George Patton Tank, diesel-powered, limited edition 6-seater. Looking at the exterior, it is so domineering. The headlights are bright and the lines are clear from the side. No matter how long you look at it, you won't get visually tired. The space is also large, and 7 or 8 people can sit without feeling crowded. The seats are very comfortable. The only drawback is that it is too slow to start, but the driving experience is great after the speed is increased. The price of the bear car is 4.08 million, but it is a limited edition, and you may not be able to buy it even if you have money.
The one next to it is a limited edition 4-seater tank. And this car.
As he said this, he prepared to walk towards the next car. Mu Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, "Boss Huang, if you look like this, someone who doesn't know you would think you are a salesman at a car dealership." Shi Chang and the other two girls all showed a smile on their faces. They didn't expect that the chairman of the group would have such a side.
Huang Youqian's family also shook their heads helplessly. Chapter 90, Touching the School Beauty's Bed in the Middle of the Night. Huang Youqian couldn't help laughing. "I can't help it when it comes to cars.
Okay, I'll drive this 4-seater chariot.
It looks really domineering and very much suits men's taste. There are just 4 of us,"
Mu Feng said with a smile. As for the appearance of the tank, there is no doubt that it is a style that most men love.
Good vision. Huang Youqian also gave a thumbs up.
This chariot can only be considered a very cheap one in his collection, but it is definitely one of his favorite SUVs. Then I'll drive this 6-seater, which is just right for 10 people.
Huang Youqian laughed.
Mu Feng sat in the driver's seat. Lu Yusin was pulled to the back seat by Wang Ya, leaving the co-pilot seat to Shi Chang.
Afterwards, the group drove 2 chariots to the Magic City restaurant. While waiting for the meal payment, Huang Datsai kept asking questions about Mahist mechanical techniques.
Mu Feng had no idea about this. He just picked out some knowledge from the super divine sculpture and told it to Huang Datsai.
Huang Datsai listened with great interest and was fascinated.
After dinner, Huang Youqian invited again, "Master Mu, come to my house to rest for a night and leave tomorrow morning." Mu Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need, we are going to go to the Magic City night market and stay at this Magic City restaurant later."
"I see." Huang Youqian thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll book a room for you." "No, I can do it myself."
Mu Feng quickly refused and said with a smile, "Although I am not as wealthy as Mr. Huang, it is still no problem for me to book a presidential suite at this Magic City hotel."
Huang Youqian smiled and said, "Everything that Master Mu has cannot be measured by money. Since Master Mu insists, I won't force you. By the way, I'll give the chariot to Master Mu. Master Mu finally came to the Magic City, so you can have a good time. The scenic spots in the Magic City are quite good. When you have had enough fun, you can drive directly back to Tiandu." "No need for that, we can take a car." Mu Feng wanted to refuse. Huang Youqian smiled and said, "Master Mu has magical powers. He will definitely become a world-class celebrity in the future. When that time comes, I would like to give Master Mu a gift. I'm afraid a mere chariot won't be enough. Master Mu, please accept it."
Madame Huang also smiled and said, "Master Mu, just accept it. Just consider it as a token of my gratitude for saving my life." Seeing this, Mu Feng thought about it, nodded and said, "Okay, thank you."
Huang Youqian and his family drove away in a 6-seater chariot.
Mu Feng spent 100,000 yuan to book the presidential suite at the Magic City restaurant, and then took the 3 girls out for a stroll. The night view of Shanghai is still very good.
After shopping until about 10 o'clock in the evening, the 4 returned to the Magic City restaurant to rest.
The presidential suite has a master bedroom, a second bedroom, a baby room, and 2 attendant rooms.
1 bedroom per person is more than enough. Go to bed early. We'll visit Lu Yusin's home early tomorrow morning and then go out for a walk in the afternoon. It so happens that there are no basketball games for our class in the next 3 days. It's a rare opportunity to come to the Magic City, so we should have fun for a few days."
Mu Feng said with a smile.
"Good."
The 3 girls nodded in unison.
Lu Yusin said excitedly, "I am familiar with the attractions in Shanghai. I will be your guide tomorrow afternoon. I guarantee you will have enough fun." "Okay. It's settled then." Mu Feng nodded. "You guys can choose the rooms. I'm going to take a hot bath first. By the way, don't peek."
Having said that, Mu Feng entered the master bedroom bathtub, leaving the 3 women staring at each other.
After a while, Wang Ya said, "There's nothing to choose from.
Mu Feng will sleep in the master bedroom, Xiao Cheng will sleep in the second bedroom, and Lu Yusin and I will sleep in the attendant room."
It's only natural for Brother Feng to sleep in the master bedroom, but why should Shi Qing sleep in the second bedroom? Lu Yusin was not convinced.
The second bedroom was closest to the master bedroom and she also wanted to sleep in it.
Because Xiao Qing is Mu Feng's girlfriend, right? Wang Ya glanced at Lu Yusin and said lightly.
The second bedroom is also called the hostess's bedroom, so it is natural to let Shi Qing, the official girlfriend, sleep in the second bedroom.
Well,
Lu Yusin was speechless for a long time before she said, although it's not yet, it will be sooner or later.
If it's not, let's go. Wang Ye took Lu Yusin and walked towards the attendant room. Each bedroom has its own bathroom.
When Mu Feng came out of the shower, Shi Qing was the only one left in the living room.
Ha? The rooms have been divided? Mu Feng asked with a smile.
Shi Cheng nodded. Xiaoya and Lu Yusin went to sleep in the attendant room. I should go wash up and go to bed. Good night.
Mu Feng rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Xiao Chang, don't you want to give me a goodnight kiss?
Shi Qing's pretty face turned slightly red. She rolled her eyes at him, walked up to him, leaned over and kissed him on the mouth. Before Mu Feng could react, she ran away with a red face.
That's it?
Mu Feng touched his lips, feeling a little amused and helpless.
Is this called a kiss? This is just a dragonfly skimming the water. I don't feel anything at all. I went into the master bedroom and lay down, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In reality, as a hot-blooded virgin, now that he has a formal girlfriend, how can he not have some other thoughts? I couldn't fall asleep until midnight.
After hesitating for a long time, Mu Feng stood up, tiptoed out of the master bedroom, and came to the door of the second bedroom.
He finally decided to be a man worse than an animal. Xiaoqing, are you asleep? Mu Feng asked in a low voice. Asleep?
Shi Qing's voice came from the bedroom.
Talking while sleeping? Mu Feng was speechless, and then asked, can I come in? It's late, time to go to bed.
Shi Qing's voice sounded again.
I can't sleep and want to chat with you.
Mu Feng tried his best to make his voice sound sincere and kind. After a long silence, Shi Qing's voice sounded again, then wait a moment, I'll get dressed.
Yes. Mu Feng agreed. Then, the light in the second bedroom was turned on.
After a while, Shi Qing said, okay, come in. Mu Feng then pushed open the bedroom door and walked in, sitting next to Shi Qing with a smile.
Shi Qing looked at him suspiciously and asked, are we really just chatting? Well, let's chat and exercise. Mu Feng nodded very seriously. Exercise?
Shi Qing was a little confused.
There's a gym in the presidential suite, right? Why are you coming to my bedroom instead of going to the gym to exercise?
I can't do this method of exercising by myself. It requires two people to do it together, and they must be a man and a woman. Mu Feng said with a smile.
What training method? Why have I never heard of it? Shi Qing's face was full of confusion and curiosity. Really want to know? The smile on Mu Feng's face grew brighter and brighter, like the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Chapter 91 I didn't cross the bottom line, I just touched it.
Shi Qing nodded. Looking at her delicate face so close to him and her curious eyes, Mu Feng felt his blood boiling and his throat dry. My method of exercising mainly trains waist strength and endurance, and secondly trains arm strength and body coordination. Occasionally, I also train thigh muscles, abdominal muscles, and chest muscles. He said this seriously, as if he was really talking about some amazing fitness method. Shi Qing nodded repeatedly after hearing this. It sounds like this method of exercising is pretty good. It can exercise most parts of the body.
Not only that.
Mu Feng chuckled, my method of exercising can also allow both parties to experience the ultimate happiness in life.
Once you try it once, you will definitely fall in love with this way of exercising. You make me more and more curious.
Shi Qing blinked her big eyes, thinking seriously about what kind of exercise method could make the person doing the exercise feel the ultimate happiness.
Exercising has always been a long and boring task.
Even if it is not painful, it has absolutely nothing to do with happiness.
If it can really make people who exercise feel happy, then this fitness method is indeed good and worth promoting. Show me a little bit, I want to see what kind of exercise method you use.
Shi Qing urged, she was really curious.
I can't perform alone, I need your cooperation.
Mu Feng shook his head, preparing to put the delicious meal in front of him into his mouth step by step.
Me? How can I cooperate? Shi Cheng asked doubtfully, with curiosity growing in her eyes. The first set of exercises is double push-ups.
After Mu Feng finished speaking, he placed his hands on the ground, tilted his head and looked at Shi Qing and smiled. Put your legs on my shoulders, hold my feet with both hands, support your body on my back, and do push-ups with me.
That's quite interesting.
Shi Qing had completely relaxed her guard. She climbed onto Mu Feng's back with a smile and propped herself up.
Here we go, 1. Mu Feng bent his arms and sank his body.
Shurching on his back was also sitting in the same position.
Doing double push-ups with your lover is indeed a very happy thing, and exercising in this way is indeed very motivating. 2. 10.
After doing 10 push-ups, Mufeng asked Shurching to get down, ending the first set of exercises.
What to do next?
Shurching asked with some anticipation.
Next is the second set of movements. Lie down first.
Mufeng said this seriously, trying hard to hide the burning light in his eyes.
Lie down? Why do you need to lie down when exercising? Is it doing sit-ups? Well, sit-ups can indeed exercise the waist and abdomen.
Shurching thought about it and lay down on the bed very obediently. If I let her lie down right away, she would definitely not doubt it. But now, after her first set of serious physical exercises, her vigilance had been greatly relaxed.
Come on, I'm ready.
She tilted her head, looked at Mufeng, and spoke seriously. A woman, an extremely beautiful woman, lying on the bed and saying "come on" to you, is simply the best aphrodisiac in the world.
Mufeng's mouth was dry.
He slowly climbed onto the bed and climbed onto Shurching's body. He supported himself on the bed with his hands and looked down at the stunning beauty under him.
The scorching light in his eyes could no longer be hidden.
Shurching felt uncomfortable under that burning gaze, and finally realized that she seemed to have been fooled.
She twisted her body a little uneasily and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you say you were exercising? What are you doing?" "Just preparing to exercise." Mufeng didn't notice that his voice had become a little hoarse. "What's wrong with your voice?" Shurching asked. "Your throat is too dry."
Mufeng stared at her beautiful face and said slowly,
I'll go get you a glass of water."
Shurching seemed to have finally found an excuse to escape from this atmosphere that made her heart beat faster and feel inexplicably uneasy.
"Water can't quench my thirst, only you can." Mufeng no longer concealed his purpose.
He slowly lowered his body and pressed on her. She just felt her body sink, and a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling came over her. The reason why it was familiar was that he had been on top of me countless times in my dreams. The reason why she felt strange was that in her dreams, she had never experienced a rapid heartbeat or unbearable shyness.
"Is this your second set of exercises?"
Shurching's pretty face flushed red. She finally understood what Mufeng meant by the method of physical exercise and the so-called method of making both parties feel the ultimate happiness.
"This bad guy has all kinds of messy thoughts in his mind all day long."
Mufeng responded and leaned forward to look for those red lips. "We made an agreement not to cross the line before graduation." Shurching looked at Mufeng's burning eyes, somewhat unsure whether he still remembered the agreement at this moment.
"Well, I won't cross the line, but it's okay for me to touch the line a bit."
When the last word fell, Mufeng touched those soft red lips. At the same time, his hands were restlessly searching around for the bottom line they had agreed upon. They had played with it hundreds of times in dreams, but this was the first time in real life, and both of them were a little nervous.
However, when love is deep, any bottom line is completely forgotten.
After enough foreplay, when Shurching was losing herself and Mufeng was about to break through the bottom line in one go, someone knocked on the door of the second bedroom, and Mufeng almost fainted with fright.
"Shurching, are you asleep?"
Wang Ye's voice was heard outside the door. Mufeng stopped what he was doing, looked at Shurching whose pretty face was flushed, and made a gesture to keep quiet, hoping that Wang Ye outside the door would think that Shurching was asleep and leave.
"Shurching, I can't sleep alone. Can I come in and sleep with you?" Wang Ye's voice sounded again.
Shurching glanced at Mufeng and said nothing. She was already awake and there was no way she would let Mufeng go any further.
But he didn't dare to say anything, for fear that bringing Wang Ye in would lead to deeper misunderstandings. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent." Unexpectedly, Wang Ye had no intention of leaving.
Instead, she was about to open the door and come in.
Why did this girl come at this time instead of earlier or later?
Mufeng climbed up from Shurching with a depressed look on his face and muttered softly, "I should have locked the door earlier." Seeing his expression, Shurching smiled and glared at him, then said loudly, "It's Xiaoya, come in." After that, he whispered to Mufeng, "You bad guy, you promised not to cross the line." Mufeng was thick-skinned and said with a smile, "I didn't cross the bottom line, I just touched it." As he said this, he raised his hand. Shurching stomped her feet with a red face, speechless.
Chapter 92. What did you do? At this time, Wang Ye opened the door of the second bedroom and walked in.
When she saw Mufeng, a look of surprise and vigilance appeared on her face.
"Mufeng, why are you here?" She looked at the two men suspiciously. What did you two do? Looking at Shurqing's flushed face, she said incredulously, You two guys, haven't you crossed the line? No, absolutely not. Shurqing quickly waved her hands and shook her head, her tone firm. Mu Feng chuckled and said, We are just exercising, not doing what you think. Exercise? Run to Xiaoqing's room in the middle of the night and close the door to exercise? Wang Ye looked at Mu Feng as if he were an idiot. Even if he had to make up a reason, he should at least make one that could deceive her. This was too perfunctory. You don't believe it? Mu Feng asked. Wang Ye smiled and said, Do you think I should believe it? Mu Feng looked at Shurqing and said, Xiaoqing, let's show her how to exercise. As he said this, he supported himself on the ground with both hands. Shurqing responded and, following the same position as before, placed her legs on Mu Feng's shoulders and held his ankles with both hands. 1. Following Mu Feng's orders, the two began to perform double push-ups. Looking at the two people's slightly skilled movements, it certainly doesn't look like it's their first time. Could it be that I was overthinking it, and the two of them were really exercising in the room? Seeing this scene, Wang Ye began to waver. She sighed and said, Actually, even if you really cross the line, I won't tell your uncle and aunt. As long as you take precautions and don't get pregnant, it'll be fine. The two men stood up and straightened their clothes. After hearing this, Mu Feng looked up at Wang Ye. In that 0.0001 second, his mind turned several circles. Finally, he was sure that this girl must be testing him. He immediately shook his head and said righteously, Student Wang Ye, you are insulting my personality. Am I the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? I said I would not cross the bottom line before graduation, and I will never cross it. Shurqing looked at him with some contempt. If Wang Ye had not arrived in time, this guy might have crossed the bottom line. A man's mouth is a lie. Yeah? Wang Ye stared at him carefully for a long time, but could not find any flaws. She smiled and said, Mu Feng, don't think about making a fait accompli. Uncle and aunt really hate young people who cross the line before getting married. They just asked you not to cross the line before graduation, which is already very lenient towards you. Clear. Mu Feng nodded and said with a smile, Since you are here, let's stop here for tonight's exercise. Xiaoqing, let's exercise together next time. As he spoke, he secretly winked at Shurqing. Shurqing blushed and glared at him, then nodded and said, Yeah. I'll be leaving now, good night. Mu Feng smiled and strode away. You guys are really just exercising? After he left, Wang Ye came up to Shurqing and asked in confusion. A single man and a single woman were in a room with the door closed. She didn't believe that Mu Feng was so honest and did nothing. It's just a workout, really. Shurqing nodded repeatedly. Since she met Mu Feng, she also learned to lie. Strangeness. Wang Ye muttered, This is not normal. Facing such a peerless beauty alone, no man can resist, unless. At this point, she suddenly widened her eyes and said in disbelief, Xiaoqing, Mu Feng is not good at that, right? He looks so physically fit, isn't he a silver spear wax head? You should buy him some supplements to nourish him, otherwise you will never be happy in the future. What nonsense are you talking about, you damn girl? Shurqing's pretty face turned red, and she used her tickling skills on Wang Ye. Ah. I was wrong, Xiaoqing, spare me. It's so itchy, I can't stand it anymore. Wang Ye is most afraid of being tickled and can't stop laughing. Listening to the laughter coming from the second bedroom, Mu Feng was speechless. I returned to the master bedroom and lay on the bed, tossing and turning. I was thinking about finding a reason to get Wang Ye and Lu Yusin away tomorrow. However, after what happened tonight, Wang Ye will definitely keep a closer eye on Shurqing, so the chances are slim. Damn it, if I had known I wouldn't have done so much foreplay and would have gotten straight to the point. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Feeling depressed, he took out his mobile phone and entered the chicken game. Seeing that the fat man and his two companions were online, I made an appointment. Collectively commit suicide, and I'll take you to eat chicken. After making the appointment, I sent a friend message to the three of them. The next moment, the three of them collectively exited the game and pulled Mu Feng into the team. Madman, is the Magic City fun? The tough guy spoke first. Crazy man, are there many beautiful women in Shanghai? Cyan asked. Crazy man, have you encountered any new targets? The fat man's obscene voice sounded.
Hearing the voices of the three people, Mu Feng's depression finally dissipated a little, and he said with a smile, "The Magic City has many beautiful scenery and beautiful women.
Next time I will bring you here to play. I hope you can all find new targets." "Forget about the new target. I am a very loyal man."
The macho man chuckled.
Cyan asked, "Crazy, are you staying at Lu Yusen's house or at a hotel?"
"Hotel,"
Mu Feng said. The fat man was surprised and said, "Oh my god, you lunatic, you took your girlfriend to the hotel to get a room, and you actually came to play with us?"
Farais began to impart his bookworm experience. "Crazy, based on my 9 years of bookworm experience, you can book 4 rooms, 1 for each of you, and then sneak into the school beauty's bed in the middle of the night and do it without anyone noticing.
As long as you don't say anything, no one will know."
They also heard from Mu Feng that Shi Qing's parents wanted the two of them not to cross the line before graduation. As men, they are very sympathetic. It would be fine if this matter was not mentioned.
Once it was mentioned, Mu Feng became even more depressed.
"Stop talking, let's start quickly, play 2 games and then go to sleep," Mu Feng said in a muffled voice. Hearing this strange tone, the fat man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Oh my god," the madman tried, but failed.
"It's okay, there is a long way to go. As long as you persevere, you will succeed one day."
After playing a few games against other players, Mu Feng was killed several times in the game. His depressed mood was not only not vented, but became even stronger. However, it was already midnight, and the fat guy and the other two had to go to self-study tomorrow, so they couldn't play anymore. Mu Feng was bored playing the game alone, so he had to quit the game.
Lying on the bed again, he entered Chu Yun's dream with a feeling of depression.
Tonight, there must be a more exciting plot, otherwise the depressed mood will be difficult to eliminate and will cause illness.
Chapter 93 Pig, Dog, Horse, Choose One.
Friendly reminder, the content of this chapter is extremely comfortable. It is recommended to watch it 2 hours after a meal.
In a dream. Mu Feng, you bastard.
The moment he saw Mu Feng, Chu Yun became extremely excited. There was hatred and anger in his eyes, but of course more of fear. Yesterday, this guy kept himself in the pigsty for 8 or 9 hours and fought countless rounds with more than 20 pigs. When Chu Yun thought of this, he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit.
"Don't worry, you will have everything you want or don't want."
Mu Feng smiled slightly, with an evil smile on his face.
You, what do you want to do?" Chu Yunxiang's body began to tremble.
He wanted to escape, but he found that no matter how fast he ran, he could only stay where he was. The deep sense of powerlessness and fear almost brought him to the point of emotional collapse.
"You'll find out soon enough."
Mu Feng chuckled twice, which sounded so evil.
"Yesterday I asked you to kneel down and apologize in front of everyone and swear an oath, but you ignored my words, didn't you?"
Mu Feng showed a hint of sneer on his face. "Let's do something more exciting today."
"You devil, if you have the guts, just kill me.
As long as I'm alive, I'll tear you into pieces sooner or later."
Chu Yunxiang roared. "Then you have to have the strength to stand up."
As usual, flip the cards. Mu Feng waved his hand, and 3 signs appeared in the air, one with a pig's head engraved on it, one with a dog's head engraved on it, and one with a horse's head engraved on it. Chu Yunxiang shook his head repeatedly and wanted to step back and stay away from the 3 signs. Although I don't know what these 3 signs represent, they are definitely not good things, so it's better not to touch them. However, his body was completely out of his control, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not move a single step.
"Don't want to choose? Then I can only choose for you." Mu Feng stroked his chin, looked at the 3 signs and fell into deep thought, muttering, "Should I choose a pig, a dog, or a horse? Pigs can only passively take a beating and cannot actively fight back, and pigs have already played yesterday. Well, pigs can be abandoned." As he spoke, he pointed his finger and the wooden sign with a pig's head carved on it shattered instantly. Then he looked at the remaining dog tags and horse tags and fell into deep thought again. "Do you want to choose a dog or a horse?"
"Forget it, just random." As he spoke, the 2 wooden signs began to spin in the air at an extremely fast speed, making it impossible to tell which one represented what. Suddenly, Mu Feng reached out and grabbed one of the wooden signs, which had a dog head carved on it.
"Ha, dog tag, it's you."
Mu Feng laughed twice and waved his hand. 10 big male dogs that were as tall as a man appeared out of thin air. Each of them had red eyes and was panting. That look was like those people in the movies who were drugged. Chu Yunxiang's scalp tingled and his body trembled. This bastard won't let himself and these 10 big dogs.
Hee hee, you were tired for 8 or 9 hours yesterday, so today I'll let you enjoy 8 or 9 hours. Mu Feng's evil voice sounded. You, what do you mean?
Chu Yun swallowed and asked with fear on his face.
Don't ask, just kneel down.
Mu Feng said lightly. His words seemed like God's will and were irresistible. Even though Chu Yun was extremely unwilling, his body was completely out of control and he fell to his knees with a bang.
Get down. Mu Feng said again.
Chu Yunxiang's body was lying on the ground very honestly, with his but slightly raised. Mu Feng waved his hand, and a hole appeared in Chu Yunxiang's pants. The hole is positioned just right, revealing just what should be revealed.
Enjoy it.
Mu Feng chuckled and said to the 10 big male dogs, come one by one, don't tire him out. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and the big dog at the front of the line rushed up excitedly.
No, no, no.
Chu Yunxiang's pupils constricted, his body trembled violently, and his heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape, but his body couldn't move.
The big dog rushed behind Chu Yunxiang and stood up. Mu Feng's body shook and appeared dozens of meters away. Ah! What followed was Chu Yunxiang's heart-wrenching scream.
Mu Feng quickly turned off his hearing, copied 2 people who possessed the same god-level fighting abilities as himself, and started sparring with them.
However, after resetting his abilities, Mu Feng was no match for 2 people who also possessed god-level fighting skills and whose proficiency was the same as his.
He couldn't hold on for more than a few minutes before being knocked to the ground. Fortunately, this was a dream he had created, so even if he was beaten all over, he could recover instantly. Under such high-intensity training, the proficiency of god-level fighting skills is soaring at an extremely fast rate. Not only that, he also got some people with the gift of speed to run in dreams to practice advanced card-flying skills, and their proficiency was also soaring at a terrifying rate.
It was not until the dream time was about to end that Mu Feng remembered Chu Yunxiang.
After regaining his powers, he teleported to the scene.
It's simply a mess.
Looking around, Chu Yunxiang was lying in the filth on the ground with his eyes rolled back. His body was still shaking unconsciously, and the expression on his face was unclear whether it was enjoyment or fear. It was very strange anyway.
TSK, classmate Chu Yunxiang, it looks like you are enjoying it. Mu Feng said, suppressing his nausea. Hearing the voice, Chu Yunxiang's empty eyes finally showed some color.
Scarlet, full of anger and murderous intent. There is also a strong sense of fear mixed in with it. Unfortunately, he no longer had the strength to speak. Mu Feng smiled and said, classmate Chu Yunxiang, go to the broadcasting room of Tiandu University tomorrow and swear in your name to all the teachers and students of the school that you will no longer have any thoughts about Shurqing, and apologize for the last time you deliberately tripped me on the basketball court, causing me to be called for a technical foul.
If you do it, I will never come again. If you can't, we will continue tomorrow.
Friendly reminder, tomorrow's plot will be more intense. After saying this, he disappeared into the dream without caring whether Chu Yunxiang agreed or not. After he disappeared, the dream naturally disappeared as well, and Chu Yunxiang suddenly sat up from the bed.
Ah! My whole body ached.
My already weak body suffered another severe blow. Looking around and seeing everything familiar, Chu Yunxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be another dream. But when I thought about what happened in the dream, I felt a strong sense of nausea.
Vomit.
He couldn't bear it any longer, and once again lay down on the edge of the bed and vomited violently. The only thing that was better than yesterday was that since I hadn't eaten anything all day, all I vomited out was water. Last night in his dream, he was tortured by 20 big male dogs. She even got the filth into her anus. When he thought of this, he even felt that his anus in real life was aching.
Damn Master Tianshan, what he said about being immune to all evil is all bullshit.
Chu Yunxiang threw the spell while hanging on the red rope around his neck to the ground. After spending $1 million and buying a piece of junk, you can imagine how angry he was. He picked up his phone and called Monkey, asking him to bring Master Tianshan over. After hanging up the phone, he lay weakly on the bed, staring at the ceiling motionlessly, with a strong murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Mu Feng, it seems that only if you die can I get rid of this damn nightmare.
Chapter 94 Brother Chu, why don't we go see a psychiatrist? Presidential suite of Moto restaurant.
After Mu Feng woke up from his dream, he washed up in the bedroom before going out. At this time, the 3 women were already waiting in the living room. Mu Feng looked at Shurqing with a smile and regret in his eyes.
What a shame, I almost succeeded last night.
Feeling Mu Feng's gaze, Shurqing turned her head away with a slightly blushing face, not daring to look at his burning eyes.
Something's wrong. Something's wrong with you too. Lu Yusin looked at Mu Feng, then at Shirqing, and asked suspiciously, "Did you two do something shameful behind our backs last night?" Mu Feng was speechless and said unhappily, "Don't say we didn't do anything. Even if we did something, it's normal. Xiao Chang and I have officially confirmed our relationship a long time ago." There seems to be some truth in what he said. Lu Yusin was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. After a while, she said, "Uncle Sher and Aunt Sher have repeatedly warned you not to cross the line before graduation. No need for you to remind me." When Mu Feng talked about this, his face became depressed. Wang Ye smiled and said, "Before I got up, I notified the hotel to send the chef to make breakfast for us. It should be almost done. Let's go." Mu Feng nodded and went to the kitchen of the presidential suite with the three women. I have to say that the chef of this Moda restaurant is quite talented. The breakfast he makes tastes very good and is very much to Mu Feng's liking. After breakfast and checking out, Mu Feng drove the chariot given by Huang Yuqian to Lu Yusin's home. However, Lu Yusin's mind was not on this. She was holding her phone, checking out the major attractions in Shanghai, selecting places suitable for them to visit. Now that she was in the Magic City, she naturally had to fulfill her duties as a good host. At the same time, at Chu Yunxiang's home in Tiandu. "Brother Chu." Monkey came to Chu Yunxiang's bedroom and said, "Brother Chu, Master Tianshan passed the position of abbot of the White Horse Temple to his disciple Master Yun. He said he was going to the United States to spread Buddhism. He left by plane last night and I don't know when he will be back." Go to the United States to spread Buddhism? When Chu Yunxiang heard this, he almost exploded with anger. Is this guy afraid of my revenge, so he ran away early? A useless spell will actually cost me 1 million. How despicable. 1 million is nothing to him. Even if he uses it to burn for heating, he won't feel any waves in his heart. But I was cheated by someone, and it is really hard to bear the anger in my heart. However, do you think you will be safe once you go to the United States? Chu Yunxiang snorted coldly, took out his cell phone and made a call. "Oldly, I remember that you were in charge of the US branch, right? Well, the former abbot of the White Horse Temple, Master Tianshan, has gone to the US. Find someone to capture him and bring him back alive." After saying that, he hung up the phone. "Brother Chu, are you having a nightmare again?" Monkey asked in surprise. Chu Yunxiang responded with a faint word and collapsed on the bed, motionless. He is too tired. Physically and mentally exhausted. The monkey looked at the smelly water stains all over the ground and his eyes flashed slightly. "Brother Chu wouldn't he be dreaming about fighting dozens of fat pigs again, right?" At this moment, the words of Master Tianshan appeared in his mind again. Could it be that Brother Chu really has some mental problems? Should we take him to see a psychiatrist? After thinking about it, he finally gave up. If he were taken to see a psychiatrist, he would beat himself to death. Monkey said, "Brother Chu, I brought you breakfast. Let me help you go to the living room to eat something. I'll help you clean the bedroom." Chu Yunxiang nodded slightly. After vomiting for so long, he was really hungry. With the help of Monkey, the weak Chu Yunxiang came to the sofa in the living room and sat down. There was a bag of fragrant buns on the coffee table. Chu Yunxiang frowned and said in a deep voice, "I remember telling you yesterday that I don't eat anything related to pork." The monkey smiled and said, "Brother Chu, don't worry, I remember what you said. These buns are not pork buns, so you can eat them without worry." Not pork buns? Chu Yunxiang glanced at the monkey and was sure that this guy would not dare to deceive him. He picked up a bun and smelled it, and found that there was indeed no smell of pork. I took a gentle bite and revealed the meat filling inside. It didn't taste like pork, but it was very fragrant. After being hungry for 24 hours, Chu Yunxiang was already thirsty and hungry. He quickly finished 3 buns and asked vaguely, "These buns are so delicious. What kind of meat filling is it made of?" "Dog meat." Monkey smiled and said, "Brother Chu said yesterday that he didn't want to eat pork, so I drove for more than an hour today to buy these dog meat buns." "Dog meat?" Chu Yunxiang paused while eating the bun, slowly raised his head to look at the monkey, and was about to speak when his stomach suddenly churned and he felt like vomiting. But he was so weak that he had trouble even getting up, let alone going to the toilet. Fortunately, the monkey reacted quickly. Seeing that the situation was not right, he quickly took the trash can and handed it to Chu Yunxiang. Vomit. Chu Yunxiang couldn't hold it in any longer and started vomiting violently.
The monkey turned his face to one side as much as possible, with an expression of disgust on his face.
This taste is so sour and refreshing.
However, he didn't quite understand.
Would he vomit after eating dog meat?
Even if I dream of fighting a fat pig for 300 rounds, even if I feel disgusted by pigs, I don't have to resist any kind of meat. After a long while, Chu Yun felt better. He raised his head, stared at the monkey fiercely, and shouted in a weak voice, "Don't feed me anything related to pigs and dogs in the future.
Do you hear me?
Understood. Understood." Monkey nodded and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I didn't know Brother Chu was so disgusted with dogs. I'll go throw these dog meat buns away now."
Roll!
Chu Yun roared. The monkey quickly grabbed the dog meat buns on the coffee table and left, but he did not throw them away.
Instead, he ate them all.
He drove for more than an hour to buy this. His original intention was to please Chu Yun, but he did not expect that not only did he fail, but he also got himself into trouble.
I really don't understand. Brother Chu used to take him to eat dog meat often. Why is he so sensitive about dog meat today? Could it be that Brother Chu dreamed of fighting with a big bitch for hundreds of rounds last night? Oh shit.
That scene must have been exciting.
The monkey shuddered and felt sick.
Even the previously delicious dog meat buns became disgusting. I no longer had any appetite to eat them and quickly threw them into the trash can. Then he returned to Chu Yunxiang's house, cleaned up the messy bedroom, and sat opposite Chu Yunxiang.
After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't help but whispered, "Brother Chu, how about we go see a psychiatrist?" Chapter 95. You have a mental problem, and it's serious.
Chu Yunxiang suddenly raised his head and said coldly, "Are you suspecting that I have a mental problem?" Monkey was startled and quickly waved his hands and said, No, Brother Chu, don't misunderstand me. Yesterday I specifically asked the elderly in my family, and they said that dreams are psychological activities. I think those psychologists are best at interpreting psychological activities. Maybe they have a way to make Brother Chu stop dreaming." Chu Yunxiang frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Then find me the best psychologist in Tiandu City."
Okay, no problem. The monkey nodded, stood up and left.
In less than half an hour, he returned with a male psychiatrist.
"Brother Chu, this is the best psychiatrist in Tiandu City, Dr. Sun." After the introduction, the monkey left on his own accord and closed the door. However, driven by curiosity, he put his head against the door and prepared to eavesdrop. "Dr. Sun, please take a seat," Chu Yunxiang said weakly. Dr. Sun sat opposite him and asked, "Mr. Chu, I heard from your friend that you have been having nightmares for 2 consecutive days, and it has had a very serious impact on your body and mind?" Chu Yunxiang nodded and said in a weak voice, "Yes, it's been 2 days. I can't eat anything in the past 2 days. I am exhausted." Dr. Sun asked, "Mr. Chu, can you tell me specifically what the dream was about? Only if I know the specific content can I do my job better."
Chu Yunxiang hesitated for a long time before he slowly said, "Last night, I dreamed of 20 male dogs in heat, torturing me inhumanely from behind."
20 big male dogs? Was he subjected to inhumane torture afterwards?
Both Dr. Sun and the monkey who was eavesdropping outside the door were stunned. Chu Yunxiang was raped by a dog in his dream.
How could a normal person have such messed up dreams?
Monkey thought that Chu Yunxiang's dream of having sex with a fat pig last time was outrageous enough, but he didn't expect that he actually dreamed of having sex with a dog last night.
This is just disgusting. What kind of psychological activity would cause such a disgusting nightmare? If this guy doesn't have some psychological problems, I would never believe it. Mr. Chu, there is no doubt that your psychological problems are quite serious.
After a while, Dr. Sun suppressed the nausea and shock in his heart, and used his professional knowledge to start to help Chu Yunxiang with psychological counseling. At the same time, after a half-hour drive, Mu Feng and others arrived at Villa No. 1 in Taoyuan. As soon as I parked the car in the independent garage, I saw Lu Hai and his wife coming together.
Mu Feng asked in surprise, "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, are you going out?"
Lu Hai smiled and shook his head. "Master Mu, last night I heard Yuxian say that you were coming, so I came to the garage early in the morning to wait for you."
"Boss Lu, this is really too much for me." Mu Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the chairman of the Lu group had been waiting for him in the garage. "Last time at Miss Sher's birthday party, you called me Uncle Lu. How come you feel so strange after just a few days of not seeing each other?" Lu Hai said with a smile. Mrs. Lu also smiled and said, "You are my savior and my daughter's friend." It's too polite to call you Mr. Lu or Mrs. Lu. Calling you Uncle Lu or Aunt Lu is more intimate. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu. Mu Feng did not refuse.
Let's go, Master Mu, let's go upstairs and have a rest first.
Lu Hai nodded with a smile and said. Mu Feng smiled and said, Uncle Lu, I already call you uncle, why are you still calling me Master Mu?
Call me Mu Feng, or call me Xiao Feng like Uncle sure and Aunt sure do.
The Lu Hai couple smiled at each other and said, okay, then I'll call you Xiao Feng.
Afterwards, the two of them took Mu Feng and others to the second-floor living room via the garage elevator.
Wanya pulled Shi Chang behind and whispered, Xiao Chang, this family seems to have a good impression of Mu Feng. From their attitude, it seems that they don't object to their daughter poaching him.
You have to be more careful and don't let someone steal your boyfriend away from you.
Shi Chang reached out and tapped Wang's forehead, and said with a smile, Shaya, what are you thinking about all day long?
Seeing that her best friend didn't care at all, Wanya became even more anxious and whispered, Xiao Chang, you can be open-minded at ordinary times, but when it comes to your boyfriend, you must be more cautious. You must keep a close eye on your boyfriend, otherwise there will be big problems.
Even if you believe that Mu Feng will not do anything to let you down, do you believe that crazy girl will not do anything out of line?
Shi Ching's eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Yusin, who was chattering excitedly in front of her.
This girl is quite crazy. If it was Lu Yusin last night, she would have probably thrown Mu Feng to the ground, right?
Well, you need to be more careful.
Arriving at the living room, everyone sat down one by one.
Lu Hai poured a cup of tea for Mu Feng and asked with a smile, Xiao Feng, I saw that Lao Huang gave you his beloved chariot? It seems that his wife's illness has been cured.
I'm awake now. I feel a little weak.
I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Mu Feng said with a smile. Lu Hai nodded, his wife's illness is similar to your Aunt Lu's, but it is much more serious. It is impossible to awaken her consciousness with artistic conception alone.
We can only use a wood carving similar to the phoenix seeking the phoenix. Mrs. Lu smiled and said, Xiao Feng's ability is really incredible. He can even cure diseases. If things continue like this, I think the hospital will go bankrupt.
Mu Feng shook his head and said with a smile, Aunt Lu, you are joking. You and Madame Huang are not actually sick, but are just suffering from nightmares. Nightmares are ultimately the activities of consciousness, and my paintings and wood carvings happen to have a relatively powerful artistic conception, which can affect people's conscious activities. If you are really sick, my paintings and wood carvings will not be able to have any effect.
Madame Lu nodded.
Speaking of which, in my dream, I was haunted by something similar to the vengeful spirit in the movies. It seemed to want to devour my consciousness, and I couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard I ran. Suddenly, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared and frightened the vengeful spirit out of its wits, and I was freed.
Something like a vengeful spirit? This is probably the most common type of nightmare.
Lu Hai said with some concern, it's normal to have nightmares in life, but I've never heard of being haunted by nightmares to this extent. If it happens once, it can be considered bad luck, but if it happens twice in a row, I'm afraid it's a bit abnormal.
I don't know if it will happen again.
Now your Aunt Lu has to hang the 5-clawed golden dragon painting on the head of the bed before she goes to bed, otherwise she dare not sleep.
Mu Feng nodded, it's indeed not normal, but it's not something we can control.
How about this, Uncle Lu, give me some small leaf red sandalwood, and I'll carve 2 wooden sculptures for you that can ward off evil spirits, and they'll be convenient to carry with you. Oh, and prepare some more, and carve one for the 3 of them as well.
That's great. Lu Hai was overjoyed.
Afterwards, he asked someone to send a few pieces of red sandalwood from the company and bought a carving knife.
Mu Feng spent nearly 4 hours carving a wooden zodiac sculpture for each person according to their zodiac sign. Lu Hai and his wife's zodiac signs are horse and rooster. Shi Chang and Wang Ye's zodiac signs are yang, and Lu Yusin's zodiac sign is monkey. Chapter 96. What kind of mysterious operation is this? Xiaofeng, how much did you sell this zodiac wood carving to Lao Huang? I will pay you the same price. Lu Hai said with a smile. 150 million. Lu Yusin said first.
Okay, Xiaofeng, give me your card number and I'll transfer it to you. Although Lu Hai was surprised at the high price of the wood carving, he never regretted what he said. Especially in front of a group of juniors, you must not go back on your word and lose face. Mu Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, Uncle Lu, I'll give you this wood carving. Although I don't have much money, I don't need this little money.
Lu Hai shook his head and said, that won't do. Let's put it this way. You can consider the one that you Xin gave to her as a gift. Let's round off the decimals for the one between me and your Aunt Lu and call it 100 million each. How do you think that is? He is different from Shi Chenaway. Shi Chenaway is Mu Feng's future father-in-law, so it is reasonable for him to accept gifts from him. But he and Mu Feng are just ordinary friends after all. How could he possibly accept a gift worth more than 100 million yuan? Yes, Xiaofeng. You can give Yusin's piece as a gift, but you have to pay for these 2 wood carvings of ours. Mrs. Lu also said with a smile. Since Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu insist so much, let's do as Uncle Lu says. Mu Feng did not refuse and handed the card number to Lu Hai. Lu Hai made a phone call and asked someone to transfer 200 million to the card, then smiled and said, "It's getting late, let's go to Nanyuan restaurant for dinner." Okay. Mu Feng nodded. Nanyuan restaurant is only a few minutes away from Taoyuan Villa district, so there is no need to drive. As soon as he walked out of the villa area, Mu Feng's cell phone rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Zhou Shuilin calling. What's the matter? After answering the call, Mu Feng asked. Boss, please come back soon. Something happened in the studio. Zhou Shuilin's somewhat anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. What happened? Don't be anxious, tell me slowly. Mu Feng frowned slightly. My sister and I came to work this morning and found that the doors of the painting studio and the sculpture room had been smashed. Zhou Shuilin said anxiously. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng's first reaction was that someone coveted his paintings and sculptures, and had no money to buy them, so he took the risk and prepared to steal them. He quickly asked, "Did you lose anything?" Zhou Shuilin's voice sounded again, "Nothing was lost. None of the paintings and sculptures were missing. However, there was a man lying in each of the studios. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive." What is this operation? Run to the painting studio or sculpture studio to commit suicide? Mu Feng was silent for a while and then asked, "Did you call the police?" The police have been called and are checking the surveillance cameras at the scene. However, the surveillance cameras in the studio and workroom have fingerprint passwords and only the boss can access them. The police hope the boss can come back as soon as possible. Zhou Shuilin said. Okay, I'll be back by plane soon. Mu Feng hung up the phone, looked at Lu Hai and his wife, and said, "Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, I'm sorry, something happened at the studio, I have to go back right away." Did someone steal something? Lu Hai could guess something from the few words he heard. I don't know for now. The things are not lost, but the situation is a bit complicated. I have to go back in person. Mu Feng shook his head and said. Okay, let's go in my private plane. Lu Hai took out his cell phone and applied to the airline for a private jet to Tiandu. Thank you. Mu Feng did not refuse. He turned to look at Shi Qing and the other 2 girls and asked, "Are you going back with me, or are you going to stay here for a few days?" Let's go back together. Shi Cheng said. Without Mu Feng, there would be no point in this trip. What's more, something happened in Mu Feng's studio, and she was not in the mood to hang out here. Wanya nodded and said nothing. Lu Yusin said, "Then I will go back to Tiandu with you." At this time, Lu Hai's application for private jet takeoff had been approved. He personally drove Mu Feng and the other 3 to the airport, and only drove back after they boarded the plane. After more than an hour, we successfully arrived at Tiandu Airport. As soon as I got out of the airport, I saw Hua Qingyu leaning against a police car, looking around with her cell phone in her hand. Mu Feng smiled and greeted, "Officer Hua, what a coincidence, are you on duty here?" Hua Qingyu rolled her eyes and said, "What a coincidence, I came here specially to pick you up, hurry up and get in the car." As she spoke, she had already opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Come all the way to pick us up? Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was going to be taken back to watch the surveillance video. It took half an hour to get the 3 women into the police car and arrive at the Tianyuan office building studio. As Mu Feng walked towards the small monitoring room isolated from the carving room, he asked Hua Qingyu, "Where are those 2 people? Have their identities been found out? Are they injured?" Hua Qingyu said, "The 2 men have been sent to the hospital and their identities have been verified. They are patients of Tiandu Mental Hospital. They have no injuries and their physical condition is normal, but for some reason they have been sleeping soundly." Mu Feng paused. The body is in normal condition, but the patient has been in a deep sleep. Isn't this the symptom that Aunt Lu and Mrs. Huang had before? Could it be that these 2 people are also haunted by nightmares? That's not right. Aunt Lu and Mrs. Huan were both haunted by nightmares after they fell asleep. These two guys came and smashed the door of the studio in the middle of the night. Could they have come in to sleep? However, it does not seem impossible for two mentally ill patients to do such bizarre things. Wait, psychopath? Mu Feng turned to look at Hua Qingyu and asked, Officer Hua, this means that even after these two people wake up, they don't have to compensate me for my losses? A mentally ill person can be exempted from criminal responsibility for killing someone, let alone smashing two doors. Hua Qingyu shook her head and said, it depends on whether they were in the stage of illness when they committed the crime. If they are mentally normal, they must pay compensation. If they are not mentally normal, then there is nothing we can do. However, judging from the surveillance in the corridor, they were not in the stage of illness when they smashed the door. That's good. Mu Feng nodded, opened the door of the monitoring room with his fingerprint, then entered the password on the computer and called up the surveillance footage. Hua Qingyu, Shi Qing, Wang Yet and Lu Yusin all squeezed in, and the two sisters Zhou Xueqing and Zhou Xuelin could only stay outside and wait. In the surveillance video, we can clearly see that two men violently smashed the door and entered the painting studio and the sculpture room respectively, as if they were preparing to steal something. However, at this moment, the man in the studio looked at the picture of the emperor. The picture shows 9 5-clawed golden dragons, looking mighty and majestic. Suddenly, the man let out a scream of fear and then fell to the ground with a thud. The man in the carving room also stared at the 18 arhats wood carvings, then screamed and fell to the ground. Hua Qingyu looked confused. What kind of mysterious operation is this? Chapter 97 Officer Hua, are they here to commit fraud? Shi Chang and the other two girls looked at each other and saw a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. The two men's reactions when they saw the paintings or sculptures were similar to Mrs. Huang's when she saw the resurrected wood carving of the zodiac ox. The difference is that Mrs. Huang eventually woke up from her slumber. But the two men fell asleep from being awake. Mu Feng frowned slightly. Although he didn't know what happened exactly, he was sure of one thing: the two men must have had such a big reaction after their consciousness was pulled into the artistic conception. At the same time, he was somewhat glad that he did not place some resurrected evil averting wooden sculptures in the carving room, otherwise it would be hard to explain. He turned to look at Hua Qingyu, who looked confused, and asked, Officer Hua, are these two guys here to commit fraud? Hua Qingyu's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. I have been a criminal police officer for 2 or 3 years, and I have never encountered such a situation. Coming out of the monitoring room, Hua Qingyu looked a little heavy-hearted. She had no idea where to start this case. At the time of the incident, only the two mentally ill patients were present, and the surveillance footage could not show what exactly happened. We can only wait until they wake up before interrogating them. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Mu Feng. We will continue to investigate the case and get to the bottom of it. Hua Qingyu looked at Mu Feng and said in a firm tone. Cooperation between the police and the public is the obligation of every citizen. Officer Hua, please get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. Mu Feng said with a smile. Hua Qingyu nodded, turned around and left with a few police officers. Mu Feng, I have called the rental center and asked them to find someone to replace the door. Shi Chang said. Mu Feng nodded, picked up 2 wooden carvings of the 18 arhats strung with red ropes from the shelf in the carving room, handed them to Zhou Xueqing and Zhou Xuelin, and said, you must carry these 2 wooden carvings with you at all times and you cannot take them off. Do you understand? Zhou Xueqing waved her hands and said, Boss, this is too expensive. We can't take it. Zhou Xuelin also nodded and said, if the boss really wants to give us some spiritual compensation, why not give each of us a bonus of 200 yuan? These 18 arhats wood carvings are worth 15 million each. Not only are they too valuable, but they have no use for them. Although it looks good and contains a strong artistic conception, this thing cannot be eaten. If you take it back home, you are worried that it will be stolen. If you carry it with you, you are afraid that it will be robbed. You will suffer from fear all day long. The bonus is really real. 200 yuan can buy a lot of food. This is my employee benefit, of course it's not a gift for you. If you want to change jobs, you have to leave these 2 wood carvings behind. Mu Feng said with a smile. What if it breaks? Zhou Xuelin asked after thinking for a while. This thing is so expensive, I can't afford the compensation even if I sell it. Mu Feng smiled and said, don't worry, as long as it's not intentional, I won't ask you to pay for it. Oh well. Zhou Xuelin nodded, carefully took the 18 arhats wooden carving ornament, hung it around her neck, and hid it between her snow-white peaks.
Seeing this, Zhou Xueqing had no choice but to accept it and hide it close to her body.
Okay, go back to work.
As Mu Feng spoke, he walked into the carving room again, preparing to carve a resurrection-capable wooden ornament for Fatty and the other students, as well as the beautiful counselor.
As an orphan, there are only a few people in this world who are worth caring about. With them around, he won't feel lonely. Now that I have the ability, I naturally have to protect their safety.
Shi Qing, Wang Ye, and Lu Yusen, together with Zhou Xueqing and her sister, cleaned up the debris on the gate.
Hello, counselor. I'm Mu Feng.
Mu Feng took out his cell phone and called the beautiful counselor.
Mu Feng, is there something wrong? Lin Shirin's gentle voice sounded on the phone. However, if you really think she is gentle, you are wrong.
Being a born violent person, Mu Feng felt a dull pain down there when he thought about the group of hooligans who were kicked in the crotch by the beautiful counselor.
Well, I want to ask what the beautiful counselor's zodiac sign is. Mu Feng asked with a smile. Zodiac sign? Why are you asking this? You're not going to introduce me to a boyfriend, are you?
Lin Shirin's suspicious voice came from the other end of the phone.
That's not the case. I just want to give you a gift.
Mu Feng said with a smile.
Why are you giving me gifts for no reason? Do your girlfriends know about it? Aren't you afraid that they will be jealous?
Lin Shirin asked warily.
Why are they jealous, counselor? Just be honest and say whether you want it or not. Mu Feng asked with a helpless look. Yes. Why not? I'm a tiger. By the way, tomorrow is Saturday, don't forget to come with me to see my master.
Lin Shirin said with a smile.
Okay, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Mu Feng started carving.
As for the zodiac signs of the fat man and the other two, they were already known before they worshipped heaven and earth, oh no, before they swore brotherhood. Fatty and the tough guy were born in the same year as Mu Feng, which is the horse. For Eyes was born in the year of the snake, the last batch born in the year of the snake.
He is only 2 months older than Mu Feng and the other two. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Feng successfully carved 4 resurrected wooden ornaments.
At this time, the door of the studio had also been replaced. Sister Zhou Xueqing has also left after get off work.
Let's go have a meal and then go back to school.
Mu Feng took Shi Cheng and the other two girls to a random restaurant outside to fill their stomachs. After sending Shi Cheng and the other two girls to the girls' dormitory, he returned to his own dormitory. At this time, the fat man and the other two were not in the dormitory, but were probably eating in the cafeteria.
Mu Feng took off his coat and lay directly on the bed. He wanted to try if he could directly enter the dreams of the two men. According to the system, as long as the other person falls asleep, you can enter their dream. But the two men were in a coma, and I don't know if they could be considered asleep. According to the appearance of one of the men in his memory, Mu Feng tried to enter, and unexpectedly he succeeded. What is this? Mu Feng looked at the empty dream space with a look of shock on his face.
After entering the other person's dream, he controls the dream and can construct the dream content at will. But the man's dream was completely blank, and his consciousness could not be found at all. Although he can create everything in dreams, he cannot create the consciousness of real people. Just like when Wang Ye and other classmates appeared in Shi Qing's dream before, they were all walking corpses and had no self-conscious activities at all. Unless, he pulls Wang Ye and others into the same dream. But as the person in the dream he chose, even if the other party's consciousness was injured and fell into a deep sleep like those in the fantasy novels of cultivating immortals, he could pull the sleeping consciousness into the dream he constructed.
Now, he couldn't find the man's consciousness.
This shows that the man has lost consciousness.
In other words, there is no soul anymore. This is the living dead? Chapter 98. Do you think the madman succeeded in the hotel?
Mu Feng frowned slightly, and his pupils shrank slightly when he thought of the scenes he saw on the surveillance camera.
Could it be that the man's consciousness, or soul, was obliterated in the artistic conception? That's not right.
Those artistic conceptions do not cause any substantial harm to people's consciousness and soul.
Etc.
Mu Feng suddenly remembered that the picture of the Supreme Emperor and the wooden carvings of the 18 Arhats were both used to ward off evil spirits. Thinking about the symptoms of Aunt Lu and Mrs. Huang, a guess suddenly popped up in his mind that he himself did not dare to believe.
Is this man's soul an evil thing?
Even if someone is as bad as Chu Yun, his soul is not an evil thing and will not be wiped out by the artistic conception.
How could the soul of this mentally ill patient be an evil being? Mu Feng was puzzled. Exiting the dream, I entered another man's dream. The result was the same, all white, unable to find the other person's consciousness. Obviously, the man's soul was also obliterated. Mu Feng suddenly felt a little afraid of his own abilities. What is the difference between erasing a soul and killing someone directly? Am I a murderer? After exiting the dream, Mu Feng sat on the bed and scratched his hair with a headache. I just painted a picture and carved a wood sculpture, and for no reason I became a murderer? No. Mu Feng shook his head and calmed himself down. Aunt Lu was haunted in her dreams by something resembling a vengeful spirit, which said it was going to devour her consciousness. Later, she was frightened out of her wits by a 5-clawed golden dragon. I think Mrs. Huang is in a similar situation. If this thing is considered an evil object, then the 5-clawed golden dragon painting and the zodiac ox should be erasing this thing. If the 5-clawed golden dragon painting and the zodiac ox had not appeared, would the consciousness of Aunt Lu and Mrs. Huang have been completely devoured in the end? By that time, it would be the evil consciousness or soul that controls their bodies? If he were drawn into the mood of a painting or sculpture that wards off evil spirits, would he be wiped out directly and become a living dead like the two men today? If this is true, then his paintings and sculptures do not obliterate people's souls, but rather the spirit that devours their consciousness and controls their bodies. Well, let's call it an evil spirit. So, where did this evil spirit come from? Why did you go to your own studio? Countless doubts followed. I don't know if the madman succeeded last night. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the tough guy sounded, waking Mu Feng from his thoughts. He opened his eyes and looked at the 3 guys who completely ignored him and were talking about how he and Shurqing stayed in a hotel last night. I think he should have succeeded. He didn't stay at Lu Yusin's house but had to stay in a hotel. His intentions are self-evident. If he can't succeed, he would not be worthy of being a man. The fat man had a lewd smile on his face, which made Mu Feng want to rush up and punch him hard in the fat face. Farais pushed up his glasses and said seriously, based on my 9 years of experience as a bookworm, a madman will most likely fail. Why? The strong man and the fat man asked curiously. Xi Yan glanced at the two of them and said calmly, as the saying goes, 3 women make a drama. If a madman takes 3 women to a hotel, the 3 women will definitely keep an eye on each other and won't let any of them secretly enjoy the madman's favor. With the madman's charm, no single woman can escape his clutches. But with 3 women together, he has no chance. That seems to make sense. The tough guy thought about it carefully and nodded. Oh. What a pity for the madman's scheme. The fat man sighed, expressing deep regret. Scheming? You are unworthy of being a man? Suddenly, Mu Feng's cold voice sounded in the dormitory. Oh my! The 3 were startled. Turning around, he saw Mu Feng sitting on the bed, leaning against the wall with a sneer on his face. He couldn't help but be surprised. Crazy, when did you come back? The tough guy asked in surprise. Weren't you still in Shanghai in the morning? Didn't you say you wanted to go and see the sights in Shanghai? Why did you come back in the afternoon? Crazy man, did you have a conflict with your girlfriend? The fat man guessed randomly. Cyan pushed his glasses and said seriously, it's okay to have conflicts. Fatty is the best at this. Let him teach you a few tricks. I guarantee you can make your girlfriend blush in no time. Mu Feng rolled over from the bed and walked up to the 3 people with a sneer. You guys are really good. Not only did you talk about me behind my back, you even questioned my ability. Mu Feng said, rubbing his fists, I'll use my bird-catching magic to serve you. As he said this, he stretched out his hands, one on each side, and it felt so good. Fuck. Are you serious? The tough guy was furious as brothers, use your bird-catching skills. Even though Mu Feng had a strong physique, he didn't want to hurt anyone, so he was quickly defeated as 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. I give up. I give up. In desperation, he could only raise the white flag. Okay, stop it. Don't break it. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to my sister-in-law. Seeing Mu Feng heading over, the tough guy waved his hand like a victorious general, stopping the fat man and 4 eyes attack. After playing for a while, the 4 of them sat at their desks, panting. All 4 little birds felt a dull pain. After a while, the fat man asked curiously, Crazy, why did you come back so soon? Did you really have a fight with Shurqing? Tell us quickly, we will help you plan it. The tough guy asked. Cyan didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of curiosity. Mu Feng shook his head and said, "Why are you arguing? We have a good relationship. The main reason I came back this time was that something happened at the studio." "Workroom? What happened? An employee stole the property? Or was it robbed?" the fat man and the other two asked hurriedly with concern.
Mu Feng smiled and said, "They must have gone there to rob something. If they really did get something robbed, I wouldn't really care. The key point is that after those two guys broke the door and went in, I don't know what stimulated them and they passed out.
They haven't woken up yet. Could it be that he fainted from the shock of the value of your studio?"
the fat man said with wide eyes. "Don't mention them. Last time I stood in that studio, looking at the paintings on the wall, I was nervous, thinking that each one was worth more than 10 million. The tough guy frowned slightly and said, "Madman, I told you before that I would hire a few strong security guards to guard there, but you still didn't believe me."
"Now you know I'm not worrying too much. There are so many paintings in your studio, and they are so valuable. It's hard for those people with bad intentions not to be tempted."
Cyan glanced at Mu Feng and said to the fat man and the tough guy, "You two guys didn't hear the point. The point now is not whether they stole anything, but that the two thieves fainted in the madman's studio and have not woken up yet.
Although those paintings are incredibly expensive, they shouldn't be unconscious until now. There must be something hidden that we don't know about." Chapter 99. Make me a bottle of golden gun medicine. Mu Feng looked at Si Yen in surprise and asked, "Did you come up with this using your 9 years of bookworm experience?"
"Yes." Four Eyes nodded, as if it was a matter of course. The plots in novels are all kinds of strange and varied. Each book is a world. Although I have not yet set foot in society, I have traveled through thousands of worlds and experienced countless trials. Nothing can escape my sharp and wise eyes. As he spoke, he pointed to his eyes.
"You are wrong, you have 4 eyes. The fat man corrected. Roll.
The momentum that Cyan had finally gathered was instantly broken, and he glared at him unhappily.
Mu Feng looked at Si Yen seriously. He was now a little unsure whether this guy was really guessing based on the plot in the novel or relying on his own IQ analysis. "Okay, don't worry about this."
Mu Feng smiled, took out 3 wooden sculptures and placed them on the desk, saying, "Come on, one for each of you. I carved these zodiac wooden sculptures according to your zodiac signs. They have the effect of warding off evil spirits. Apart from taking a bath, you must wear them even when you are fighting with your girlfriends in bed." The fat man and the other two looked at the 3 wooden sculptures, and their consciousness was instantly drawn into their artistic conception. A group of wronged souls and evil spirits swarmed in from all directions, trying to devour them. The scene was even scarier than a horror movie and gave the 3 of them a fright. At this moment, 2 red horses and a red snake appeared in their mind's realm with dazzling light, staring all the wronged souls and evil spirits out of their wits. The artistic conception disappeared, and the 3 people woke up one after another.
"Crazy, did you carve this? How come I didn't know you had such ability?" the tough guy asked in surprise.
Mu Feng smiled and said, "I was bored, so I learned an extra skill."
Strong man. Fatty. 4 eyes. This sounds really asking for a beating.
They were already amazed by the fact that Mu Feng could draw paintings that could draw people's consciousness into the artistic conception.
Now he is trying to carve?
The fat man looked at the wood carving and asked, "Madman, this wood carving shouldn't be cheaper than those paintings you made. Since they both have the same artistic conception, the prices should not be much different."
About that, Mu Feng did not hide anything.
The 3 of them were not fools and they could guess the value of the wood carving.
"I feel embarrassed to accept something so valuable."
As he spoke, the fat man showed a lewd smile on his face. "Madman, look at how much my body of meat is worth, I'll give it to you."
Roll. Mu Feng said unhappily, "You treat you as mine and want me to feed you well? Fatty, you have a good plan." "Huh? You discovered all this?"
The fat man looked at Mu Feng in surprise, picked up the wooden sculpture of the Chinese zodiac horse, and said with a chuckle, "After my appraisal, the madman has not been blinded by love, and he is not stupid." As he said this, he put the Chinese zodiac horse wooden sculpture around his neck and muttered, "Will I be able to see ghosts if I wear this?
Will I have a chance to find a female ghost, hee hee?" Mu Feng rolled his eyes, "So fucking disgusting." "Fatty, turn around,"
the tough guy suddenly said. Hearing this, the fat man subconsciously turned his head to look over.
"Hey, the real face has appeared."
The tough guy put the phone in his pocket with a smile. "Fatty, I have recorded what you said before.
If you don't want your chin chin to know, you know what to do, right?" Fuck, tough guy, you are so fucking insidious, delete it for me now.
The fat man was immediately furious and rushed over to grab the phone.
The macho guy is the captain of the basketball team in the class.
He is very agile and rushed around in the dormitory, and he couldn't be caught by the fat guy. The fat guy was so angry that he screamed and vowed to lose weight. Cyan picked up the zodiac snake wood carving, put it around his neck, looked at Mufeng and said, "Crazy, I seriously doubt that you have obtained the ancient inheritance.
Tell me the truth, are you cultivating immortality?"
Cyan, you have been greatly harmed by novels.
If I could cultivate immortality, why would I still be wasting my time here?
Mufeng said unhappily.
It's not uncommon for immortal cultivators to play around in the human world. It's not uncommon in novels.
Cyan muttered, and a lewd smile gradually appeared on his face. As the saying goes, when one person becomes an immortal, all his family members will benefit.
When you become an immortal, help me refine a bottle of elixir of immortality and a bottle of potency for invincibility.
This way, I can taste all the beauties in the world, and leave a legend of my romantic life in every era.
Mufeng rolled his eyes and spat out 2 words unhappily, scumbag. I want one too.
The tough guy rushed over, put the Chinese zodiac horse wooden sculpture around his neck, and shook Mufeng's hand. Brother Crazy, when you become an immortal, make me a bottle of elixir of life, and teach me your basketball skills, so that I can enter the NBA and become the only basketball player in the world who will never retire.
Crazy brother, and me.
The fat man also rushed over, pulled Mufeng's other hand and shook it, saying coquettishly, Brother Crazy, when you become an immortal, refine a bottle of marrow-cleansing pill for me, so that I can be reborn and become a peerless handsome man, the kind that can stun beautiful women with just a glance, and attract countless beauties to throw themselves into his arms with just a wave of his finger.
Who can stand a 1.9-meter tall man and a fat man with a lot of fat on their bodies, pulling your arms on both sides and acting coquettishly?
Mufeng's whole body was covered with goosebumps and his teeth were chattering.
It's so fucking disgusting. I can't help you with immortality, but I can give you some pointers on other requirements.
Mufeng said with a smile, the golden spear that Cyan wants is actually very simple. All you have to do is hang a stone of appropriate weight on your spear every day and swing it 49 times. Then gradually increase the weight of the stone. When you can swing a 3-pound stone 49 times, you will be able to make your golden spear unbreakable. Cyan looked at Mufeng, then looked down at the place where the gun was hidden, and fell into deep thought.
Is this method really useful? Man, I can teach you basketball skills right now. Whether you can learn it depends on your talent.
After saying that, Mufeng looked at the fat man again and laughed. As for you, with your facial features, even if I really become an immortal, I can't help you.
The only one who can help you is the face-changing kingdom.
Go, kid, go to the face-changing kingdom and come back, you will be a beautiful boy. The fat man stared at Mufeng and said seriously, Crazy, I suspect you are scolding me.
No, I'm giving you advice sincerely.
Mufeng said with a smile.
Yeah?
The fat man looked at Mufeng suspiciously, picked up the mirror and looked carefully, and muttered, these facial features are quite good. After playing for a while, the 4 of them watched a few more games of black, and it was around 11 o'clock before they turned off the lights and rested. And Mufeng, amidst 3 thunderous snorings, was thinking about his dream for tonight. Chu Yun was quite stubborn.
He could hold on even after having such disgusting nightmares for 2 consecutive days.
I must give him something exciting tonight.
Chapter 100 Dream Game, Hell Difficulty.
After thinking for a long time, Mufeng finally conceived of his dream for tonight.
That scene makes me sick just thinking about it.
Chu Yun, just enjoy yourself.
A smile appeared on Mufeng's lips, and he began to enter Chu Yun's dream. Ding.
Please note that the dreamer is not asleep yet, and we cannot enter his dream for the time being. The system prompt sound suddenly rang.
Mufeng was stunned. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, almost midnight, and he hadn't slept yet? Okay, let's wait a little longer.
He is very patient and is not in a hurry.
At around midnight, Mufeng tried to enter Chu Yun's dream again. Ding.
Please note that the dreamer is not asleep yet, and we cannot enter his dream for the time being.
The system prompt sounded again. Still asleep? Mufeng frowned slightly.
Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Mufeng tried for the 3rd time, but still failed.
Is he not going to sleep?
After thinking about it carefully, Mufeng roughly guessed what Chu Yun was thinking.
Could it be that he was planning to stay up all night to avoid nightmares? Okay, then take your time and see you in the morning. Mufeng smiled slightly and temporarily gave up his plan to enter Chu Yun's dream.
However, the precious time of the evening cannot be wasted.
Whose dream should I go to? Mu Feng fell into deep thought. Fat guy? Muscular guy? 4 eyes? 3 grown men, what are they doing in their dreams? Watching them masturbate? Well, letting them masturbate in their dreams and wash their underwear when they wake up the next day, can that be considered as dreams affecting reality?
Turning around and looking at the 3 guys sleeping in the dormitory, Mu Feng's smile gradually became a little obscene.
No, I am a decent man, how can I do such a dirty thing?
Soon Mu Feng denied this plan.
Forget it, I'd better go find my little Ching Ching. I haven't had a date in my dreams for many days.
However, the content of the dream needs to be carefully planned. You have to design a dream with a plot. Mu Feng carefully pondered for 2 hours, until around 4 in the morning when he finally determined the content of the dream and entered Shurqing's dream. However, this time, he did not see Shurqing immediately, nor did he immediately enter the dream content he designed. Instead, he appeared in a vast white space.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking a deeper level of gameplay in the dreaming system, the dream game. Just when Mu Feng was wondering if the system had crashed, the system voice finally rang.
Dream game? What is that? Mu Feng was stunned.
The system explained, dream games are when the host sets a dream plot theme and ending in advance, and then the host or the dreaming object enters the dream to complete the preset ending.
If the ending is completed, the host will be given a certain reward, and if it is not completed, there will be no reward.
Dream games are divided into 5 levels of difficulty: easy, normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell.
The higher the difficulty level, the better the reward after completion. In addition, after entering the dream game mode, the host is no longer omnipotent. Mu Feng's eyes lit up.
This sounded very interesting. It turns out that the system has this kind of gameplay. It seems that I need to study this dreaming system more in the future.
I see. Can I enter the dream now? Mu Feng was vaguely looking forward to it.
Host, please choose the difficulty. The system will process and improve the dream plot theme set by the host based on the host's choice.
Said the system.
This is my first time trying a dream game, so I'll choose the most difficult one.
I'll choose the hell difficulty.
Mu Feng said after thinking for a while.
Ding!
Hell difficulty has been locked, wish the host good luck.
The system prompt sounded.
In the dream, the girls' dormitory building.
Wang Ya, what's wrong with you?
I'm Shurqing. Shurqing looked at her best friend, whose body was stiff, eyes were lifeless, and mouth was bloodshot, and her face was filled with panic.
She didn't know what had happened.
She was sleeping soundly, but her best friend suddenly became like this and even wanted to bite her. Fortunately, she dodged quickly, but now she had retreated to the corner of the balcony and had no way to retreat unless she jumped off the balcony. Looking at her best friend with a scary appearance, Shurqing's face was filled with fear.
This looks a lot like the zombies in the movies. How could a best friend suddenly turn into a zombie?
Seeing her best friend who had turned into a zombie getting closer and closer to her, Shurqing took a deep breath and prepared to climb up to the balcony and jump off. The balcony is about 7 or 8 meters high, and jumping down would certainly kill you. But she would rather die than be bitten by her best friend who turned into a zombie.
What if, like in the movies, you get bitten and turn into a zombie yourself? That would be too ugly. Mu Feng, goodbye forever.
The figure of Mu Feng appeared in Shurqing's mind. If there is really an afterlife, she hopes she can still be your girlfriend.
Farewell, Dad, Mom. I will honor you in my next life.
Just as she was about to climb onto the balcony, the door was opened and a figure rushed in. He knocked Wang Yi to the ground with a stick, and then hit Wang Yi's head hard. While smashing, he was also muttering to himself. Let you ruin the good things between Shurqing and me. Let you ruin the good things between Shurqing and me. He didn't stop until he smashed his head to pieces.
Mu Feng?
Only when the man stopped what he was doing and stood up did Shurqing see his face clearly, and she was stunned for a moment.
Then he rushed over and hugged Mu Feng tightly. Woo, I thought I would never see you again.
Mu Feng patted her shoulders and said with a smile, don't be afraid, I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Although he designed this dream, Shurqing didn't know it was a dream at this time.
Shurqing then let go of Mu Feng, looked at the zombie corpse lying on the ground, and asked sadly, Wang Ya.
She's turned into a zombie, and you have to chop off or smash her head to kill her. Mu Feng said seriously, there are zombies everywhere outside now.
We must escape from Tiandu University as soon as possible. Yes, that's what they are supposed to accomplish. Escape from Tiandu University with Shi Cheng. Hell difficulty level. Zombies? The end of the world?
Shi Cheng opened her mouth wide, her face full of disbelief.
The plot that only exists in movies actually happened in real life? Let's go.
Mu Feng threw the key he had snatched from the building manager who had turned into a zombie onto the ground, then he walked out of the dormitory holding a stick in one hand and pulling Shi Cheng with the other.
As soon as I left the dormitory, a zombie wandering in the corridor pounced on me.
Mu Feng hit the zombie's head with a stick, but the zombie blocked it with his hand.
Although the zombie lost one of its hands, it retained its vital parts and continued to bite Mu Feng.
Mu Feng had no choice but to kick her to the ground, then pulled Shi Cheng and ran away. In hell difficulty, he is just an ordinary person without any special abilities and his physical fitness is just average.
He didn't even have a knife at the beginning, and even the stick in his hand was just broken off the tree on the way here. Finally, it's chapter 100, let us celebrate with flowers. Chapter 101, the school beauty offers a kiss.
The sound of fighting had attracted the attention of zombies in other dormitories, and they rushed out one after another, blocking the road ahead. In the dream game of hell difficulty level, Mu Feng's physical fitness is the same as that of ordinary people, and all his god-level fighting skills, advanced flying cards and other skills are sealed. It is extremely difficult to escape from so many zombies. I should have chosen the difficult level earlier. Mu Feng complained in his heart, then clenched the stick in his hand, blocked Shi Cheng behind him, and said, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Qing, I will protect you." Looking at Mu Feng's straight back, Shi Cheng's panicked heart instantly calmed down. With him around, I am not afraid even if the sky falls. Mu Feng waved a wooden stick, knocking down the zombies blocking his way one by one, and then pulled Shi Cheng and ran away. The closer you get to the stairs, the more powerful the zombies become and the stronger they become.
As Mu Feng continued to fight, his physical strength declined severely.
Moreover, the zombies he knocked down were not dead at all and soon stood up again.
There are zombies in front and behind, with no way to advance or retreat. Mu Feng knew that he had failed. Not to mention escaping from Tiandu University, even this dormitory building cannot be escaped.
Mu Feng turned to look at Shi Cheng and said affectionately, "Xiao Cheng, I'm sorry, I can't protect you anymore."
Mu Feng, you have done enough. It is me who is dragging you down.
Shi Cheng said crying.
Little fool. Mu Feng smiled and pushed her into a nearby dormitory.
I will lead these zombies away, and you take the opportunity to escape. After saying that, without waiting for Shi Cheng to reply, he rushed straight in the opposite direction of the stairs. With his brute force, he bumped into several zombies and was pounced upon by the zombie swarm.
No!
Shi Cheng, who had just run out of the dormitory, saw the scene and burst into hysterical tears.
The dream game ends here. No! Don't! Mu Feng.
In reality, Shi Cheng suddenly sat up from the bed, still crying in grief, tears falling like raindrops. Just now, Mu Feng died in order to give her a chance to escape. She hasn't married Mu Feng yet, and hasn't given birth to a pair of young football players for him, so how could Mu Feng die? As she thought about it, she held her head and burst into tears.
Xiao Qing, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare?
Suddenly, a familiar voice came to my ears.
Mu Feng is dead, woo woo.
Shi Cheng replied without even looking up.
Mu Feng is dead? Wasn't he fine yesterday?
The familiar voice carried a hint of shock, a hint of panic.
Just now, he was bitten by a group of zombies in order to save me. Woohoo, I'm so useless. I can't save him.
Shi Cheng cried harder and harder, her entire emotions completely immersed in that dream game, and she hadn't come back to her senses yet.
Just now? Zombies? Put. Xiao Qing, I think you missed him too much.
The familiar voice suddenly laughed. Shi Cheng finally felt something was wrong.
Why did this voice sound so much like Xiaoya?
She raised her head and looked at her best friend standing in front of her bed with a smile on her face.
She opened her mouth in surprise. Xiaoya, you are not dead? Pa. What the hell is going on so early in the morning? How unlucky. Wanya didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
She didn't know what kind of nightmare this girl had.
She still hasn't woken up.
Shi Cheng looked around. It was still the familiar dormitory, and there were no zombies. It turns out that I was dreaming. She was so immersed in the dream that she couldn't wake up from it for a while.
So, Mu Feng is not dead?
Thinking of this, a smile appeared on her face again. He quickly got up, put on his clothes, washed himself, and ran away.
Our class has a basketball game today. Aren't you going to cheer? Wanya shouted from behind. No, I want to go find Mufeng. I don't want to leave him for a moment.
Shurqing's voice came from far away.
Is this a sudden enlightenment? Wanya was a little stunned and a little sour. After waking up from the dream, Mufeng felt a little regretful.
He should have lowered the difficulty earlier.
This hellish level of difficulty is simply an impossible task.
Looking at the three brothers who were already dressed, brushing their teeth and washing their faces, he asked curiously, "It's Saturday today, why are you getting up so early?
Didn't you usually sleep until midnight?"
The fat man rubbed his face hard with a towel a few times and said, "How can it be the same? We were single before, but now we all have girlfriends. Of course we have to get up early to go on dates with our girlfriends."
All right. Mufeng turned to look at Cyan and said in surprise, "Cyan, you actually started using facial cleanser?"
In the past, Cyan would never use that thing, and always insisted that the original ecology was the best state. Cyan rubbed his face and said, "Nyamyo said my face is too oily, so she bought me an oil-removing facial cleanser and told me to wash it every day."
This is the power of love. Mufeng sighed and looked at the macho man who was brushing his teeth.
It seemed that this guy should be the most normal one. What a bullshit persistence, it is vulnerable in the face of love.
Bang bang bang. Just then, someone knocked loudly on the dormitory door. Could it be that the two school beautiful girlfriends of the madman are here to deliver breakfast again? That's not right.
They usually don't come this early, and they don't knock on the door so violently. After washing his face, the fat man ran to open the door while muttering. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Shurqing standing outside looking in.
Where's Mufeng? Is he up yet? She asked anxiously. I'm awake, still in bed. The fat man looked at Shurqing's empty hands and muttered, "You didn't bring breakfast today? And you're alone? Make way."
Shurqing pushed the fat man away, rushed into the dormitory, stood on the bed ladder, hugged Mufeng's neck, and kissed him.
Fuck.
The fat man was stunned on the spot. After washing his face, Cyan also widened his eyes and was dumbfounded on the spot. The macho man, who was still brushing his teeth with a mouth full of foam, moved his throat and swallowed some of the foam without noticing.
What's going on? Why would you come and forcefully kiss a madman so early in the morning? Hadn't the two of them just been apart for one night? How could they be so unable to control themselves? Even Mufeng looked confused. Happiness came so unexpectedly. But I like it.
Just as he was about to respond enthusiastically, Shurqing had already let go of him and said tenderly, "Mufeng, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that you were bitten to death by zombies in order to save me.
I thought I would never see you again.
Fortunately, it was just a dream."
Had a dream? The fat man and the other two looked at each other. Just because of a nightmare, they came here early in the morning to show off their love?
The corner of Mufeng's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that last night's dream game had such a profound impact on Shurqing.
Ding!
The person in the dream is affected by the dream game and kisses the host in reality. The dream affects reality, the degree of influence is 3 stars, and the host is rewarded with +3 charm and 2 chances to draw a lottery.
Do you want to use it immediately? Chapter 102 Sister-in-law, please pay attention to your image as a school beauty.
I didn't expect that the dream game would also have rewards that affect reality.
This is a pleasant surprise.
Charm +3, Mufeng's charm value has now reached 21. Moreover, among the prizes of the Samsung lottery, there must be some super skills.
It would be perfect if we could win one.
Mufeng patted Shurqing's shoulders and said with a smile, "It's okay, it's just a dream, I'm fine." At the same time, I said to the system in my mind, "Use the lottery opportunity."
Ding! The lottery is about to begin. As the system prompt sounded, a virtual turntable appeared in front of Mufeng's eyes.
The turntable has 36 grids, 6 of which contain skills. There is 1 skill each from low level to super god level, and the rest are +3 attributes. As his mind moved, the pointer began to move rapidly, and finally stopped at the grid of physical strength +3.
Physical strength value reached 19. It's okay, there's another chance.
The second lottery began, and Mufeng had great expectations. He has always had good luck and basically always wins the best prizes. Naturally, he hopes to continue his good luck this time. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have run out.
Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the prize Agility +3.
His agility has reached 26.
Well, it's not bad to get 6 attributes. Mu Feng could only comfort himself.
Shi Qing's eyes were full of love. She hugged Mu Feng's neck tightly and gave him a kiss, completely ignoring the other 3 stunned people in the dormitory.
Ahem.
The fat man coughed twice and reminded, "Sister-in-law, please pay attention to your image as a school beauty."
Ah!
Shi Qing exclaimed, and quickly let go of Mu Feng. Her pretty face flushed as she looked at the fat man and the other 2 and asked, "Why haven't you left yet?"
Fatty. 4 eyes. Strong man. Let's go now.
After a while, the fat man showed an ambiguous smile on his face. "Crazy man, crazy sister-in-law, you 2 continue."
Fatty, wait for me.
4 eyes followed and chased after him. The macho man didn't even bother brushing his teeth or rinsing his mouth, forgetting even to clean the foam at the corners of his mouth, and quickly chased after him.
Sister-in-law is getting more and more unrestrained now. She came to our dormitory early in the morning to do morning exercises with a madman?
Faintly, one could hear the discussion of the fat man and the other 2.
In the past, Shi Chang would definitely not understand what morning exercises meant.
But after experiencing Mu Feng's unique method of physical exercise in the hotel, she understood it this time and her pretty face couldn't help but turn redder. Looking at Mu Feng's ambiguous and passionate eyes, Shi Qing suddenly felt a little panicked. "I am like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth, offering myself to the tiger.
What should I do? Should I run first?
You got up so early, you must not have slept well.
Do you want to come up and lie down for a while?" Mu Feng asked with a smile.
"No, I slept well." Shi Qing quickly waved her hands and shook her head, walked to the chair in front of the desk and sat down, pretending to be calm.
"Yeah?" Mu Feng smiled. "I just heard you say you had a nightmare. How can you sleep well after having nightmares all night?"
"I slept well." Speaking of which, Shi Qing also felt very strange. It was clearly a nightmare, but why do I feel pretty good? In fact, it felt better than the past 2 days when I didn't have any dreams. In fact, this is Mu Feng's unique ability to control dreams, which can ensure that the sleep quality of the dreamer is not affected by the dream, and even become better.
As for how this was done and what the principles were, he never thought about it and never cared.
As for Chu Yun, he did not receive such treatment.
"You came so early today?"
At this time, Lu Yusin came with steamed buns and soy milk. She looked at Shi Qing sitting on the chair with a hint of surprise on her face. Then she pouted and muttered, "I didn't expect you to be so scheming now.
You came to feed Brother Feng in advance so that he wouldn't eat my buns, right?"
Shi Qing glanced at her and said calmly, "Don't make me sound like a scheming girl.
I'm his girlfriend. What can you do even if I stay with him for one night?" Snort. Lu Yusin snorted and did not refute.
She just swore fiercely in her heart, "When I snatch Brother Feng away from you, I will stay with him 24 hours a day and watch him even when he goes to the toilet. I will piss you off to death."
"But I didn't bring breakfast today."
Shi Chang was so deeply affected by the dream game that after waking up, she was eager to see Mu Feng again. It seemed that only in this way could she feel completely at ease. So, she rushed here as soon as she left the dormitory, forgetting to bring breakfast for Mu Feng.
"That's great, eat mine."
Lu Yusin's eyes lit up and she handed over the buns and soy milk in her hand. Mu Feng ate the buns while saying, "Today I am going to meet her master with my counselor.
I will give you a day off. You don't have to run around with me." "What do you want to see her master for?" Lu Yusin asked puzzledly.
Shi Chang also looked over curiously. "When the counselor heard that someone was going to deal with me, she personally trained me for an hour. But when she found out that she couldn't beat me, she took me to see her master.
I guess she wanted her master to train me,"
Mu Feng said with a smile.
"Can't we go together?" Lu Yusin asked expectantly.
She hasn't conquered Mu Feng yet, so naturally she doesn't want to waste any time. No, her master is said to be a military king. He lived a secluded life after retiring and doesn't like to be disturbed by outsiders.
It's not good to have too many people there. Mu Feng shook his head. "Oh well." Lu Yusin pouted.
Shi Qing smiled and said, "It just so happens that our class has a football game today.
I'll go and watch it and cheer them on."
"Yeah."
Mu Feng nodded.
After the two women left, he lay down on the bed again. It's still early, and the counselor rarely has a day off, so he should probably sleep in. It's just right, I can take this opportunity to have a dream. Chu Yun stayed up all night, so he should be asleep by now. At the same time, at Chu Yun's home, Monkey yawned, checked the time, and said, "Brother Chu, it's already 8 o'clock, should we go to bed? Can we go to bed now?" Chu Yun had a pair of dark circles under his eyes and looked exhausted. After the psychologist's counseling yesterday, he felt much better. Before leaving, the psychologist gave him some good advice. Since you have nightmares when you sleep at night, just reverse your biological clock and sleep during the day and play at night. So Chu Yun kept the monkey and chatted with him for the whole night. That should be fine. The monkey nodded. If he didn't sleep, he felt like he was going to die suddenly. Then go to sleep. Chu Yun fell on the sofa and fell asleep in seconds. The monkey looked at him and also lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. It was still the familiar space. Chu Yun saw the demon again and shouted in a panic, "Mufeng, what are you doing now?" Chapter 103 Children make choices, men want them all. Friendly reminder, the content of this chapter is extremely comfortable, it is recommended to read it 3 hours after a meal. Mufeng said with a smile, "Student Chu Yun, you are very stubborn. You don't take what I say seriously at all, right?" Chu Yun roared, "Mufeng, even if you kill me, I will not apologize to you." Kill you? I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly kill someone? Mufeng's smile was extremely bright. Not only will I not kill you, I will also let you enjoy the ultimate happiness in the world. You devil. Chu Yun was extremely excited, but he did not run away. After 2 experiences, he knew very well that he could not escape at all. This Mufeng possesses mysterious powers, just like the gods in the legend. It's so scary. How did I end up offending such a godlike person? At this moment, Chu Yun regretted provoking Mufeng. However, as the third young master of the Chu family, it was absolutely impossible for him to apologize to Mufeng in public. Face is more important than life. Don't thank me too much. As a classmate, this is what I should do. Mufeng said with a smile. Then, he waved his hand and several wooden cards floated in the air. As usual, turn over the cards. After saying that, seeing Chu Yun motionless, with a look of fear and disgust in his eyes, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You won't let me help you choose again, will you? As the ancients said, if you work hard, you will have enough food and clothing. As a man, how can you always let others make choices for you?" Chu Yun took a deep breath. Since he couldn't escape, he just had to accept his fate. Just as he stretched out his hand and was about to pick one at random, Mufeng suddenly slapped his forehead and said with sudden enlightenment, "I understand, only children would do multiple choice questions. Chu Yun is already an adult, so of course he wants all of them. I'm sorry, I was ignorant and treated you like a child." Chu Yun's eyelids twitched and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Damn it, you want them all, I don't want any of them." Mufeng did not leave him too much time. With a wave of his hand, 3 animals appeared in the space. A horse, a dog, and a mouthful of fish? Mufeng said with a smile, "Student Mufeng, in order to let you feel the bliss of the world, I have added special attributes to these 3 animals, that is, super endurance, which can last for a whole day." Chu Yun was relieved when he saw there were only 3 animals, but he almost fainted when he heard this. "Okay, it's about time, let's get started." Mufeng snapped his fingers, and Chu Yun's body uncontrollably assumed an enchanting posture. Kneel down, buttocks sticking out, head up. The big male dog came over and appeared behind him. The horse came over. It was very tall and could easily accommodate the big dog and Chu Yun. As for the fish with the big mouth, Mufeng teleported 100 meters away. "System, please notify me when your phone rings." In the dream, Mufeng cannot feel anything in reality, but the system can. "Okay, host." The system responded quickly. Mufeng then copied 10 copies of himself, blocked his hearing and abilities, and began a fierce battle. Although he was beaten up by 10 copies of himself, his proficiency in god-level fighting skills was soaring at a terrifying speed. About an hour later, the system's voice rang, "Host, the phone is ringing." Mufeng released his sealed ability, waved his hand, and 10 copies of himself disappeared instantly, and his injuries were instantly healed. The person who called him at this time should be the beautiful counselor. What a pity, it was only an hour. I wonder if Chu Yun enjoyed it enough. Arriving at the scene and watching the weird combination still going on, even though Mu Feng seemed omnipotent in his dreams, he couldn't stop his stomach from churning and he vomited on the spot.
It's so fucking disgusting. With a wave of his hand, the three animals disappeared, and all traces left at the scene were eliminated. He felt better then.
Chu Yun fell to the ground, his body twitching violently. In addition to the expressions of pain, nausea, and fear, there was also a hint of strangeness on his face.
It must have been brought by the fish. Student Chu Yun, how do you feel this time? Are you comfortable? Mu Feng asked with a smile.
Chu Yun didn't want to say a word. His body and mind were in extreme torture. He wanted to commit suicide, but here, he was horrified to find that even suicide was a luxury.
Okay, let's stop here for today. As usual, if you can do it, I won't come.
If you can't do it, we'll continue next time.
Mu Feng smiled slightly and disappeared into Chu Yunxiang's dream. Mu Feng, I'm going to kill you.
In reality, Chu Yunxiang suddenly sat up from the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief.
It turns out I was dreaming again.
But when he thought of what happened in his dream, he vomited on the spot.
This nightmare was more disgusting than the previous two.
Especially that tall horse.
As Chu Yunxiang thought about it, he couldn't bear it anymore and vomited even more violently. Ah! Ah! After finally finishing vomiting, Chu Yunxiang started yelling like crazy.
He was about to collapse and go crazy.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
The monkey was woken up and looked confused. But no one responded to him, only the painful sounds of vomiting echoed in the living room.
Vomited again? The monkey's face changed slightly and he rushed to Chu Yunxiang.
An unpleasant and disgusting smell came to his nose, almost making him vomit on the spot.
Fighting back the feeling of nausea, he asked with concern, Brother Chu, are you having a nightmare again?
Chu Yunxiang took 2 pieces of paper, wiped the residue from the corners of his mouth, and lay weakly on the sofa, saying weakly, the method the psychologist said doesn't work at all. Even if I sleep during the day, as long as I fall asleep, Mu Feng will appear in my dreams and torture me with all kinds of animals.
Various animals? The monkey felt nauseous just listening to it.
Brother Chu, take a rest first. I'll clean up the living room. After saying that, he ran away. After taking the tools and going through great pains, he finally cleaned the living room.
The unpleasant smell was finally much lighter. I'm so hungry.
Chu Yunxiang rubbed his stomach, his face full of pain. I had been vomiting for 3 days in a row and hadn't eaten much, so I couldn't take it anymore.
Brother Chu, you take a rest first. I'll go buy you breakfast. Monkey volunteered. Don't want.
Chu Yunxiang had just said 2 words when he was interrupted by the monkey. I know, no pork, no dog meat, in short, no meat of any kind, understand?
Chu Yunxiang nodded.
The monkey turned and left, leaving the villa, taking 2 deep breaths.
The air outside is still better. Chapter 104 Chu Yunxiang looking for his mother. Brother Chu, breakfast is here.
Half an hour later, Monkey came back with breakfast and said excitedly, Brother Chu, I thought you might not be able to eat, so I brought you a bowl of hot soup. As he spoke, he brought the hot soup to Chu Yunxiang, and a fishy aroma wafted into his nose. The scene of the big fish holding the spear in its mouth suddenly appeared in Chu Yunxiang's mind, and his stomach churned again.
Is this fish soup?
He suppressed his nausea and asked with the last bit of hope.
Yes, fish soup is very nutritious. I see you are a little weak.
Monkey nodded, but before he finished speaking, he saw Chu Yunxiang vomiting again, and he couldn't help but look confused.
Can't eat fish either? Take it away quickly. Chu Yunxiang roared. Okay.
The monkey ran away with the fish soup in his hand, looking confused. He looked at Chu Yunxiang who was still vomiting, then looked at the fish soup in his hand, his heart full of doubts. The dog and the sow caused great psychological harm to Chu Yunxiang, which he could understand.
But what kind of psychological harm can this fish cause to Chu Yunxiang?
After thinking for a long time and still unable to figure it out, he shook his head, drank all the fish soup in one gulp, and asked, Brother Chu, what do you want to eat?
I'll go buy it for you.
Roll. Chu Yunxiang roared, not wanting to look at this stupid guy again.
Okay. The monkey turned and walked away.
Come back and clean the living room before leaving.
Chu Yunxiang said again. Good. Monkey came back and cleaned the living room before asking, Brother Chu, how about we find you a magician? Or a Taoist priest? Or a psychologist? No need. What use can a bunch of liars be?
Chu Yun said coldly. The monkey moved his lips and said, Brother Chu, take a good rest and sleep for a while.
I'm leaving first. I'm going to sleep with your mother, get out of here.
Chu Yun became furious when he heard about sleeping.
The monkey shrank his neck, realizing that he had said the wrong thing.
He ran out without saying a word and closed the door.
After walking out of the door, he spat at the door and muttered, Bah! If your family didn't have some money, and if I didn't want you to arrange a better job for me, do you really think I want to serve you?
After saying that, he spat toward the door, then left with his hands behind his back, humming a little tune. In the living room, Chu Yun was lying on the sofa, looking at the ceiling, his weak face full of murderous intent.
Mufong, if I don't kill you, I will go crazy sooner or later.
After thinking about it, he picked up the phone and called his mother. His father kept asking him to wait, but he didn't know what he was waiting for, so he could only look for his mother.
Hey, Mom.
As soon as he opened his mouth, all the grievances he had suffered in the past 2 days burst out, and he burst into tears.
Yunxiang, what's wrong?
Mrs. Chu's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. In her impression, her youngest son has always been very strong and has never cried as hard as he did today.
Mom, help me find someone to kill Mufong. I want him to die.
Chu Yun cried as he spoke, his weak tone carrying a hint of hysteria.
Kill Mufong? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, then he said, Didn't your father tell you not to provoke him again?
When he's done with his work, he'll personally find someone to deal with him.
No, I want him to die now. If he doesn't die, I will die.
Chu Yun couldn't care less about that anymore. He was almost driven crazy by the torture. From the phone call, Mrs. Chu could feel her son's almost collapsed emotions. She didn't understand how it could have turned out like this in just a few days.
What did that Mufong do to you? Mrs. Chu asked in a deep voice. Mom, stop asking and help me, okay?
As Chu Yun spoke, he burst into tears again, crying so heartbreakingly.
Mrs. Chu was silent.
Reason told her that she should listen to her husband in this matter. But listening to her son's sorrowful cries and his near-emotional collapse, as a mother, how could she be rational at this time?
Okay, don't worry about this matter anymore, and don't provoke Mufong again. I will find someone to solve it. Mrs. Chu finally agreed. Thank you, Mom is still the best to me.
After Chu Yun hung up the phone, he laughed wildly, as if he had seen the scene of Mufong being killed. On the other side, Mrs. Chu held her phone and pondered for a moment, then found a number she had never called before.
After dialing the number, she asked, Yi Mao, does the promise you made 3 years ago still count?
Certainly. A rough voice came from the other end of the phone. Madam saved me once, and I said I would help you once for free, no matter when and where.
Okay. Help me kill a man. I'll send you his information and location later.
Mrs. Chu hung up the phone, sent Mufeng's photo, and mobilized her family's connections to monitor him outside Tiandu University. The reason why she didn't mobilize the Chu family's power was that she was afraid that it would be difficult to explain if Chu Tianxiong found out. Although he wouldn't do anything to her, he would definitely teach his son a lesson. At this time, Mufeng naturally had no idea what was happening in the Chu family. He was driving his Rolls-Royce Dawn, taking the beautiful counselor Lin Shireen with him, leaving the Tiandu city and heading towards the suburbs. In the suburbs, a secluded place. In a small farmyard, there is a white-haired old man who raises a flock of chickens, a group of geese, 2 dogs, and grows some vegetables in the backyard.
This day is quite pleasant. Master, I'm here to see you.
Lin Shireen waved her hands and shouted excitedly.
Xiao Yinyin is here? What day is it today? Why are you here?
The old man looked up and asked with a smile.
Junior sister is here too?
Lin Shireen was a little surprised. That girl was a very busy person, but she still had time to come to this remote place.
I'm watering my vegetables.
Poor vegetables, I don't know if they will be drowned. The old man shook his head and sighed, but a happy smile on his face.
Perhaps the happiest thing for every elderly person is to see their descendants come back for a reunion.
The old man had no relatives, so naturally he treated his 2 apprentices as his own daughters.
Then it's probably hopeless.
Junior's sister is a vegetable killer. Vegetables that have been watered by her will definitely die. Lin Shireen heard this with a look of regret on her face. She then pulled Mufeng in front of her and introduced him. Master, this is the genius I told you about, Mufeng.
I brought him here.
Genius, good, good, good. When he heard the word genius, The old man's eyes lit up and he even rolled up his sleeves.
Recalling what Lin Shirin once said, this old man likes to beat up geniuses before they grow up?
Thinking of this, Mu Feng subconsciously took a step back.
Chapter 105, All-Out Attack? Beat up the master. Young man, what are you doing? Do I look scary, old man?
Seeing Mu Feng's little action, the old man was stunned for a moment and asked with a smile.
Well. Mu Feng smiled awkwardly and said, Master's aura is too strong and the pressure is too great. I have to retreat. The counselor is right. Master is indeed a hermit master.
The old man was immediately amused when he heard this, and said with a smile, You are very good at talking, young man.
Come on, let me pour you a glass of water.
As he said that, he reached out to pull Mu Feng. This sudden enthusiasm made Mu Feng a little uncomfortable, and he waved his hand and said, No, I can do it myself, master, you take a rest first.
Come on, you're welcome.
As the old man spoke, he suddenly grabbed Mu Feng's hand and threw him to the ground over his shoulder.
Hey, didn't your counselor tell you about the rules of actual combat?
The old man seemed very proud of his successful sneak attack, and all his demeanor as a master was gone. Lin Shirin patted her forehead and gave an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. Holy shit, they are worthy of being master and disciple, they are exactly the same, they just start fighting without even saying hello.
Damn it, even if I knew the practical rules, could I just beat up my master without asking the reason as soon as we met? Mu Feng muttered to himself as he got up.
Seeing the old man approaching again, he said vigilantly, Master, if you do that again, I won't be polite.
You're welcome? I like people who are rude to me. Come on, try your best and let me see your strength.
The old man said with a smile.
Do you really want to go all out? I'm very powerful now. Mu Feng kindly reminded. I'm also very good.
The old man still had a smile on his face.
Oh well.
Mu Feng nodded, wait for me to stretch my muscles. As he spoke, he pretended to do a few warm-up exercises.
Are you still waiting for me to stretch my muscles?
It seems that this kid still hasn't remembered his practical rules. The old man shook his head and rushed forward to attack. But at this moment, Mu Feng suddenly dodged at an extremely fast speed, went around behind the old man, and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Because he didn't know the old man's physical condition, when he fell to the ground, Mu Feng used his hand to catch his back and relieve some of the force.
Good boy, you can use strategies now.
The old man got up, rubbed his body, and said with a little surprise. Lin Shirin's face was also full of surprise. As far as she could remember, this seemed to be the first time that her master had suffered a loss.
Senior sister, did you teach Mu Feng this fighting technique?
Hua Qingyu heard the noise and came out, came to Lin Shirin and asked curiously. Lin Shirin nodded, then shook her head. I did train him for less than an hour, and taught him some practical rules, but he learned his fighting skills by himself.
I've only taught you for less than an hour, and you've made master suffer?
Hua Qingyu's eyes widened, her face full of suspicion.
He is very talented.
That's all Lin Shirin could say.
Come again.
The old man yelled and rushed forward again. Mu Feng didn't want to be beaten up again like the first time he faced Lin Shirin. Relying on his super agility, he easily dodged every attack from the old man. Then he used his god-level fighting skills to knock the old man down again and again.
At first, he took the old man's physical condition into consideration and held back.
But later he found that the old man's physical condition was better than that of the average young person today, so he no longer held back.
Stop.
Finally, the old man couldn't bear it anymore and jumped out of the fighting circle to stop. Looking at the old man's bruised face, Mu Feng couldn't help but smile. Although hitting the elderly is wrong, it really feels good. The old man rubbed his blue cheeks, glared at Mu Feng and said, You little brat, you don't know how to respect the elderly. Mu Feng shrugged and said with a smile, You don't love the young either. The old man was startled, then laughed and said, You are a very good boy, and I like you.
By the way, what's your name? Mu Feng.
Mu Feng said with a smile.
Good. Good boy, you have a bright future.
The old man walked over, patted Mu Feng on the shoulder, but suddenly grabbed Mu Feng's shoulder, wanting to launch another sneak attack. Unfortunately, Mu Feng was prepared, and no matter how hard the old man tried, he couldn't move him at all. The old man took his hand back awkwardly and said with a smile, It's good to be vigilant.
Keep it up.
Only in this way can you last longer on the battlefield.
Okay, master.
Mu Feng said with a smile. The old man coughed twice and said, you've been traveling for such a long time and you must be tired.
Go to the cabin and rest first. Hard? Do you know now that I have been tired from traveling? He attacked me as soon as we met just now and made me fall.
Although he complained in his heart, he still smiled and nodded, okay, master. Lin Shireen and Huaqing Yu, who were watching the fight from the side, were already stunned.
A young boy in his 20s actually beat up their master?
As far as they can remember, they have never seen anyone who can defeat the master.
After a while, Huaqing Yu asked incredulously, Senior sister, are you sure you only taught him for less than an hour?
Yes, but he should be training on his own in private. Lin Shireen's face was also filled with shock. She had originally brought Mu Feng here to be trained by her master, and to beat him up to avenge herself. Unexpectedly, the first fight between the two ended with the master being completely defeated.
I haven't seen him for just 2 or 3 days, but he's already so powerful? Even master can't be his opponent? Then there is no way to avenge this guy who bullied me?
Little did he know that Mu Feng had been training in his dreams these days, and his proficiency in god-level fighting techniques had increased to 1 million, and his strength was much stronger than before. Xiao Yu, take Mu Feng in to rest for a while and have some tea. The old man said to Huaqing Yu.
Okay, master. Huaqing Yu responded and took Mu Feng to the cabin.
The old man walked towards Lin Shireen, looked at her suppressed smile, and said unhappily, Is this the gifted young man you mentioned who has not yet grown up even after only being taught for an hour?
Less than an hour.
Lin Shireen corrected with a smile on her face. The old man's face froze, he rolled his eyes and said, I never thought that I would have a bad day.
Since your inaccurate intelligence caused me to be seriously injured, I can no longer cook. You have to stay and cook for me for the next 2 days.
As he said this, he swallowed his saliva. The food cooked by this eldest disciple was delicious. Lin Shireen smiled and said, I think master's physical injury is not serious, but the mental injury is the most serious. A soldier who was invincible on the battlefield was beaten up by a young boy in his 20s. The old man must have suffered a great blow.
You are good in every way, except that you don't know how to hide your words.
The old man turned and left angrily. If they see through the truth but don't speak it out loud, they can still be a good master and disciple. Lin Shireen chuckled. Although she shouldn't laugh when her master was injured, she really couldn't help it.
Chapter 106, Yours is bigger than theirs. Student Mu Feng, who did you learn this fighting technique from? Inside the cabin, Huaqing Yu asked curiously.
Mu Feng took a sip of tea and said with a smile, I learned it from the instructor.
It took me almost an hour. About an hour.
After hearing this, Huaqing Yu felt like hitting someone. She studied for 20 years, but she's still not as good as what this guy learned in less than an hour?
Besides senior sister, is there no one else teaching you? Huaqing Yu asked. After learning for less than an hour, you can defeat the former military king? She doesn't believe it. No, I'm very busy.
I have to paint and sculpt, and I earn tens of millions every minute.
How can I have the time to learn martial arts?
If the counselor hadn't been nice to me, I wouldn't waste my time learning this stuff. Mu Feng said with a smile. There were some things he couldn't explain. He had to attribute this martial arts ability to the counselor. After all, it had to have a source. Huaqing Yu rolled her eyes, poured half a cup of tea for Mu Feng, and said with a smile, Student Mu Feng, it would be a waste for you to have such martial arts skills.
How about you become an instructor in my police force? You can beat people up every day. Beat people? I am a good citizen who abides by the law. How could I do such a thing as beating people? I won't go.
Mu Feng shook his head repeatedly. Huaqing Yu was speechless and tried to persuade him, train new police officers, beat up new police officers, as long as they are not disabled or killed, no one will care.
Beating people openly is very refreshing, don't you want to? Mu Feng looked her up and down and muttered, as expected, like master, like disciple. Both of them are violent and like to beat people for fun. What are you mumbling about? Huaqing Yu asked with a frown, not hearing clearly. Nothing. Mu Feng shook his head and continued drinking tea.
The tea from my master's house is quite delicious.
So are you going or not? Huaqing Yu asked. No.
Mu Feng shook his head and said with a smile, if I had that time, I might as well go shopping with my Shaoqing, watch a movie, and take a nap.
Just pretend you didn't hear the last sentence. I think the last sentence is what you want the most.
Men are animals with lower bodies, hooligans. Huaqing Yu rolled her eyes and said unhappily. As the ancients said, food and sex are human nature. Mu Feng chuckled, looked at Hua Qingyu and said, from the tone of Officer Hua's words, it seems that you are deeply touched.
Fuck you, I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Hua Qingyu glared at him and blurted out. Never had a boyfriend?
Mu Feng's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Officer Hua is the counselor's junior sister. She should not be much younger than the counselor. She should be around 24 years old. How come she has never been in a relationship? Looking at his shocked expression, Hua Qingyu's self-esteem suffered a great blow. My master taught me fighting skills and practical combat rules, but he never taught me how to fall in love.
Hua Qingyu feels aggrieved. She is 24 years old and has never been in a relationship. Is it my fault? This bastard actually dared to laugh at me?
Looking at the beautiful police officer who was glaring at him fiercely, Mu Feng said with a smile, it's okay, it's okay.
24 years old is in the prime of youth and is not considered an old leftover woman. An older single woman? Hua Qingyu was stunned. He actually used the term older leftover woman to describe herself?
If I didn't know I couldn't beat this guy, I would have to beat him up to vent my anger. She took a deep breath and said angrily, senior sister is 1 year older than me and has never been in a relationship.
The counselor has never been in love? Mu Feng was a little surprised.
He was 25 years old and had never been in a relationship.
That was too pitiful.
Logically speaking, with your looks, you were also campus beauties when you were young, so why didn't anyone chase you?
Mu Feng asked curiously. What do you mean by young times? We are young now too. Hua Qingyu corrected unhappily.
Sorry, I said the wrong thing.
Officer Hua is still young and beautiful. Mu Feng nodded.
Hua Qingyu fell into reminiscence and said, of course there are many people chasing after us, but unfortunately, ever since senior sister said that she would be the girlfriend of whoever could beat her, and then she beat up those suitors who came to challenge her, no one dared to chase after us anymore.
Whoever beats her will be his girlfriend?
The scene of his fight with Lin Shirin at the Martial Arts Association inexplicably appeared in Mu Feng's mind.
That shouldn't be considered a challenge, right? Well, that doesn't count. What are you talking about? Lin Shirin walked in and asked curiously. We're talking about why you don't have a boyfriend yet. Hua Qingyu said with a smile.
Lin Shirin rolled her eyes and said unhappily, why are you chatting with him about this? Hua Qingyu leaned close to Lin Shirin's ear and whispered, senior sister, I think he treats you well. Why don't you sacrifice your looks and lure him to our police force to be an instructor? You stupid girl, you keep talking nonsense all day long.
Lin Shirin glared at her and said, why don't you go?
His girlfriends are all as pretty as you, but you have an advantage that they don't have, which is that you are older than them.
Age is also an advantage?
Hua Qingyu was a little suspicious.
She always felt that her senior sister was beating around the bush and saying that she was eating young grass? It's not age.
Lin Shirin glanced towards the mountain range. Hua Qingyu looked down along her line of sight, her pretty face immediately blushed. She pinched Lin Shirin and whispered, senior sister, when did you learn to act like a hooligan?
Mu Feng put down his teacup, looked at the two sisters who were whispering to each other, and asked curiously, what are you talking about? Can you share it with us? No. Hua Qingyu glared at her. If you can't, then you can't. Why are you so fierce? Mu Feng muttered. Lin Shirin smiled and asked, junior sister, isn't your police station very busy recently? How did you find time to come back and see master?
Hua Qingyu sighed, looked at Mu Feng, and said, it's all about the two thieves who stole his paintings and sculptures.
So far, neither of them has shown any signs of waking up. The doctor said that they may have become vegetative. I thought that master was knowledgeable, so I came back to ask.
Unfortunately, master has never seen such a strange thing. Lin Shirin also glanced at Mu Feng. She had heard Hua Qingyu talk about this before.
Two thieves went to steal something, and after looking at a painting or a sculpture, they became vegetables? If there is something wrong with the paintings and sculptures, why don't other people feel any discomfort when they see them?
This matter is indeed very strange. Mu Feng touched his nose with an innocent look on his face. This matter has nothing to do with him. Although he guessed what happened, he would never be so foolish as to say it out loud. This matter must be kept to myself. As for the two thieves, they were just unlucky.
Chapter 107 The Tragic Killer.
At noon, Lin Shirin cooked a vegetarian meal herself. All the vegetables are picked from the master's land, they are fresh, natural, and pollution-free.
Combined with Lin Shireen's superb cooking skills, the taste is simply amazing.
After this meal, I want to enclose a piece of land and grow my own vegetables.
After dinner, Mu Feng said with some sigh. At the same time, I am also looking forward to it. I wonder when I will be able to acquire cooking skills.
After eating the dishes made by Lin Shireen, I'm afraid I find it hard to swallow the food in the cafeteria. But it is impossible for him to run to Lin Shireen's place to eat for free every day.
It would be great if I had excellent cooking skills and could cook for myself every day. Enclose a piece of land? Do you think you can just enclose it if you want? Nowadays, you can't just buy land if you have money.
Hua Qingyu glanced at him and said calmly, however, if you make great contributions to the country, everything will be fine. Obviously, she has not given up the idea of bringing Mu Feng into the police station as an instructor. Mu Feng smiled and said, Officer Hua, I was just expressing my feelings, but I didn't say I really wanted to enclose some land. Even if I want to enclose some land, I have to wait until I reach the age of my master.
Right now, it's more convenient to live in the city. Hua Qingyu didn't say anything else and quietly cleaned up the dishes.
She and Lin Shireen had already made an appointment that her senior sister would cook and she would be responsible for washing the dishes. Lin Shireen smiled, stretched, and said, Junior sister, if you want to achieve your goal, you can only sacrifice your beauty.
Go ahead, I support you.
Hua Qingyu rolled her eyes at her and went to the kitchen with the dishes.
Mu Feng touched his nose awkwardly and whispered, Counselor, you two are joking, can you please not involve me? I have a girlfriend.
Lin Shireen looked at him with a smile and asked, My junior sister was also a school beauty before, so why aren't you attracted to her at all?
Mu Feng was silent. In the counselor's mind, am I the kind of scumbag who falls in love with every girl he meets? There are so many schools in the country, and every school has a school beauty. Can I make all the school beauties my girlfriend?
Lin Shireen carefully looked at him and said with a smile, I don't know whether he is a scumbag or not. The old man looked at his apprentice and Mu Feng strangely, with a weird look in his eyes, but didn't say much. After resting for a while, he said, Mu Feng, I will give you a special training this afternoon. Fighting on the battlefield requires more than just good martial arts skills to survive.
Fighting outside the battlefield is no less dangerous than fighting on the battlefield.
As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open spear but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark.
There are thousands of ways to kill people, so you must always be vigilant.
He heard from Lin Shireen that someone wanted to deal with Mu Feng. His disciple rarely asks others for help, but he actually asked him to give him special training.
He couldn't refuse this favor.
However, ever since his fight with Mu Feng, he had come to admire the young man's character, and of course was even more shocked by his fighting ability. He is gifted, and if he can be cultivated, he will definitely surpass all the military kings in history.
Okay, I'll trouble you, master. Mu Feng nodded and said.
Although his fighting ability has surpassed the old man's, as the old man said, there are thousands of ways to kill, and not every enemy will choose to fight you head-on. In terms of combat experience, the old man, as a military king, is far superior to himself. Sure enough, after the formal special training began in the afternoon, Mu Feng witnessed the horror of the old man. In addition to fighting skills, the old man is best at disguise and hiding.
He can use anything around him to disguise and hide himself, and even Mu Feng can be fooled.
If it were an enemy, Mu Feng would have died 1,000 times. Although god-level fighting skills are powerful, they are useless if you can't see the person. After an afternoon of special training, Mu Feng had a deeper understanding of the art of camouflage and concealment. At least, the old man's disguise had not escaped his eyes. The special training lasted until midnight and would continue tomorrow, so Mu Feng stayed here. In the woods 100 meters away from the cabin, 3 mysterious men in night clothes hid in the darkness, as if they had merged into one with the night.
If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to spot them at all.
This country road outside the woods is the only way to get back to the city from the cabin. I have been here since 4 p.m. and have been waiting until now, but I haven't seen the target car show up.
Brother Cat, why don't we just go to that cabin?
The man in black on the left suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black on the right continued, besides the target, there are 3 other people in the cabin, one of whom is a policeman.
Will this have an impact on our actions? What impact can it have?
The black-clad man on the left said disdainfully, an ordinary old man, a policewoman who has only been working for 2 years, and a national women's martial arts champion who can only perform routines, how capable can they be?
It won't take more than a few minutes to kill them.
The man in black on the right said nothing more. He looked at the man in black in the middle and asked, Brother Mao, we will do whatever you say. The man called Brother Cat pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's go directly to the wooden house.
No one in the wooden house will be left alive."
Good. They both nodded. Then, 3 men in black approached the wooden house at a rapid speed.
When we arrived at the cabin, the lights were off, so I guess they had gone to bed.
Brother Mao waved his hand, and the 3 of them quietly entered the yard. They were agile and their steps were light, making no sound.
He quietly opened the wooden door and tiptoed in.
Suddenly, the lights came on, and a man and 2 women in the wooden house were looking at them with smiles.
"You guys are really slow,"
Mu Feng said with a smile. They discovered them the moment the 3 people appeared 10 meters away from the yard. The old man's yard is not as simple as it seems.
"Withdraw."
Seeing that his action had been exposed, Brother Mao retreated without any hesitation.
As soon as I turned around, I saw an old man standing outside the wooden house.
In the dim moonlight, I could still see a smile on the old man's face. A man in black tried to rush over but was kicked away by the old man. Brother Mao's pupils shrank.
What a quick movement. Is this a normal person? Intelligence is harmful. Go ahead and kill the target first.
Seeing how powerful the old man was, Brother Cat changed his mind temporarily and turned around to rush towards Mu Feng. He took out a gleaming dagger from somewhere and stabbed at me at an extremely fast speed. Mu Feng smiled coldly, snatched the blade with his bare hands, snatched the dagger, and kicked Brother Mao to the ground. His strength was much greater than the old man's, and this kick made Brother Cat unable to get up for a long time. The remaining man in black looked at the old man, then looked at Mu Feng, and then rushed towards Lin Shirin. He had already seen the strength of the old man and Mu Feng, and he was definitely no match for them. Hua Qingyu is a police officer, so her combat ability should not be too weak. Even if she can't defeat me, she can still hold me back, which would be troublesome.
Only Lin Shirin, the national female martial arts champion, can only perform routines. Her actual combat ability should be the weakest among the 4.
There is still a chance of survival if we defeat her. However, just as he rushed in front of Lin Shirin, he saw her raise her foot and kick him at a speed that he had no time to dodge. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his crotch, and fell to his knees with a bang, letting out a shrill wail. Chapter 108, Entering the Dreamland Again, the game continues.
Damn it, who said this old man was just an ordinary person? Who said this counselor could only perform routines? Who said the target person didn't know martial arts? What a bunch of idiots, they can't even get the intelligence right. Little did people know that the old man's identity was top secret in Daxia, and even in the entire Daxia, few people knew about it. Naturally, there is no way to investigate people outside. As for Lin Shirin and Hua Qingyu, as the old man's disciples, how could they be the only ones who could perform routines?
Mu Feng glanced at Lin Shirin and found that she was still as quick, accurate, and ruthless as ever.
Why didn't anyone look for me?
Hua Qingyu was ready for attack, but no one attacked her, which made her feel depressed.
Mu Feng smiled and said, "That's because you look too fierce. They think you are not easy to mess with, so they dare not attack you rashly." Aha!
Hua Qingyu nodded subconsciously, then came to her senses and pondered for a moment, feeling that this sentence did not seem to be praising herself.
What does it mean to look too fierce? I'm not wearing a police uniform. I'm so beautiful and sexy, how could I be so fierce?
Looking at Mu Feng, who looked serious, it seemed that he didn't mean that.
She couldn't help but wonder, was she overthinking? Master, just these 3 people?
Lin Shirin looked at the old man and asked.
Hearing Lin Shirin's address, the 3 men in black widened their eyes. Is this old man the counselor's master? What on earth are those idiots doing? They couldn't even find out such important information?
The old man nodded. I have carefully checked the surroundings, and there is indeed no one else, just these 3 guys.
Judging from the hand that was stretched out, it should not be aimed at me.
As a retired military king, if they want to deal with him, it means that the other party already knows his identity. The person they send cannot be this kind of person. He must at least be a killer comparable to the military king level. These 3 low-rate characters can't even get close to me.
They are so bad. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at Mu Feng at the same time.
Mu Feng touched his nose and said with a smile, "Why are you all looking at me? What if Officer Hua arrested some important person and they come to you for revenge? Or what if the counselor beat up some rich 2nd generation or official 2nd generation in a corner of a street one night and they come to you for revenge? Why must they come for me? Don't you think so?" He directed the last sentence to the 3 men in black lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, the men in black nodded repeatedly, and one of them even said, "You are right, we are not coming here for you." Naturally, they welcome misunderstandings of their target person.
Did I ask you to speak?
Mu Feng kicked the man in the stomach. He knew that the three men in black were coming for him. A powerful force landed on the stomach, and the man in black grimaced in pain and let out a shrill scream.
Damn it, why are you asking me if I can't speak?
The man in black was filled with anger and grievance. However, he dared not say a word.
I haven't even used much strength yet, why are you yelling? Mu Feng kicked him again.
This guy acted as if he was abusing a prisoner, which was really damaging to his reputation. The man in black groaned, but kept his mouth tightly shut, not daring to scream.
The target person is so moody. What if I make him angry and he kills me with a knife? Look, I told you I didn't use any strength, but he still pretended to scream at me?
Mu Feng looked at the three of them and chuckled.
No effort?
The old man, Lin Shirin, and Hua Qingyu were all speechless.
Does love mean you have to kick someone to death to be considered strong? Mu Feng bent down and pulled off the black scarf on the black-clothed man's face, revealing three ordinary-looking faces. This kind of common face may not be remembered even if you see it 10 times. However, one of them had a long scar on his face that ran from the right forehead, along the corner of the eye, nose, corner of the mouth, to the jawbone, making him look somewhat hideous. After taking a look at the three of them, Mu Feng turned to Hua Qingyu and asked, "Officer Hua, I'll leave these three guys to you. You must interrogate the person behind them."
"It is my duty to interrogate the murderer."
Hua Qingyu nodded, looked at the old man, and said, "Master, I will rush back to the police station tonight. I'll have to trouble you to tie them up." So far, she has never seen anyone better than her master in the art of binding. Anyone who is tied up by the master, no matter if he is the king of soldiers or the king of assassins, will not be able to break free. Good.
The old man smiled, took out the rope hidden in the wooden house, and tied up the three men in black tightly, leaving no chance of escape. When Mu Feng saw it, his eyes lit up immediately and he said with a smile, "Master, your method of tying people up is pretty good, leave it to me." The old man glanced at him and said calmly, "As long as you have the talent, I will give you everything I know."
It's a deal. Mu Feng chuckled. Even if I don't have the talent, I still have the system.
I can practice it thousands of times in my dreams, and practice makes perfect.
Master, I'm leaving now. Hua Qingyu dragged the three men in black to herself one by one.
As for whether the three men in black were injured a second or even a third time in the process, that was unknown.
Drive slowly at night,
the old man warned.
No. Hua Qingyu responded, sat in the driver's seat, said goodbye to the three people, and disappeared into the night.
Let's go to sleep, and continue special training tomorrow. The old man stared at the direction where Hua Qingyu disappeared for a while, then turned and spoke to Mu Feng and Lin Shirin.
Good.
Mu Feng and Lin Shirin nodded in unison. Lying on the wooden bed, Mu Feng tried to enter Chu Yunxiang's dream again, but he didn't expect that guy was still asleep. He had no choice but to enter Shi Qing's dream again. He was going to continue last night's dream game, but lower the difficulty to normal. The difficulty level of easy is too easy, not challenging, and the rewards are probably useless.
Mu Feng was too lazy to think about other dream game content and continued to use the same start as last night. Wanya turned into a zombie and was about to attack Shi Qing. Mu Feng broke into the dormitory from outside.
The difference is that the speed, strength, defense and other attributes of Zombie Kingya are much weaker than those of the hell-level Zombie Kingya last night. Moreover, this time Mu Feng was holding two large machetes and chopped off the zombie Wanya's head with one stroke. After rescuing Shi Qing, he gave her a machete, and the two of them walked out of the dormitory one after the other and headed towards the stairs.
During this time, zombies kept coming out from other dormitories and wanted to attack the two.
Unfortunately, facing the two men with machetes, these were only primary zombies and were no match for them. Chapter 109, Difficulty Upgrade Triggered by Showing Affection.
Shaoqing, follow me closely.
As you go down the stairs, the level of the zombies keeps increasing, just like playing a game, you have to pass each level.
Moreover, Mu Feng's abilities are gradually improving as he continues to kill zombies.
The biggest difference between normal difficulty and hell difficulty, apart from having two more machetes at the beginning, is that in normal difficulty, Mu Feng's strength can be improved by killing zombies, and the speed of improvement is very fast. However, Shi Qing's abilities will not improve at all. As they go further down, the zombies become stronger and stronger, and the difficulty of protecting Shi Qing is also increasing. Cheng nodded heavily, holding a machete in her hand, sometimes looking at the zombies warily, and sometimes looking at Mu Feng's broad back with loving eyes.
Zombies are scary, but with a boyfriend who bravely kills zombies for you, what is there to be afraid of?
As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of a feather, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. In the face of such a disaster, it is good enough to be able to protect yourself.
Who would have the mind to help a burden?
But Mu Feng did not give up on himself. He tried his best to protect himself. With such a boyfriend, I have no regrets in this life. As she thought about it, a shy and sweet smile appeared on Cheng's face. The stairs are narrow and cannot accommodate too many zombies, which is actually a good thing for the two of them. With Mu Feng's current strength, it is easy to deal with 2 or 3 zombies. If there are too many zombies, it will be difficult to protect Cheng from getting hurt. Suddenly, when Mu Feng killed a zombie again, a glowing book fell out from the zombie, with the word swordsmanship written on it.
Oh my god, this system is really fun to play, it can even unlock skills? Xiaoqing, have you seen the book?
He turned his head and asked curiously.
Books? What books?
Cheng widened her eyes, looked around carefully for a while, shook her head, and said, I don't see any books.
Are they important? Are they useful? Fine. Mu Feng smiled.
It seemed that only he could see the skill book. He walked forward and picked up the skill book called Sword Controlling. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched the skill book, a stream of information went straight into his mind and he learned the sword controlling technique instantly.
Sword, no.
He looked at the machete in his hand and tried it according to the sword controlling technique.
Unexpectedly, it actually worked.
The machete was suspended in front of him, and it broke through the air and pierced the head of a zombie who had just rushed up the stairs.
Bang!
The sword energy contained in the machete instantly blew the zombie's head into pieces. This sword-wielding technique is quite awesome.
Mu Feng was delighted. With this thing, wouldn't it be easy to escape from Tiandu University? This dream game of average difficulty is too easy. On the easy difficulty level, wouldn't it be possible to dance or take a nap on the zombie battlefield? Mu Feng, that move you just used was so powerful, what's it called?
Cheng was shocked.
She never knew her boyfriend could use this move.
Mu Feng moved his mind, and the flying machete returned to float in front of him again. He turned to look at Cheng and said with a chuckle, Xiaoqing, this is called sword control.
If you practice it to the extreme, you can kill people. Oh no, it can kill zombies thousands of miles away. Sword control? Like the kind in the fairy tale movies and TV dramas?
Cheng's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief.
That's about right. Mu Feng nodded. Mu Feng, so you are the legendary sword immortal?
Cheng looked at her boyfriend, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and admiration. Mu Feng enjoyed this kind of look very much.
Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Mu Feng said he was being low-key, but his face was full of pride. Why should we be low-key? There's only a group of zombies here besides the two of us.
Cheng said with a smile.
That's true, then be more high profile.
After saying that, Mu Feng bent down and picked up Cheng in a princess hug. Put me down now and focus on killing zombies. Cheng exclaimed, punched the broad chest, and said coquettishly. As they were talking, a large group of zombies rushed up the stairs. Although she didn't have much strength, she could still sneak attack and kill 1 or 2 zombies with a machete. Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, don't worry, I will protect you.
As long as I hold you, I will have unlimited motivation.
It's already this late, and you're still not in good shape. Although Cheng felt sweet in her heart, she was also a little worried. Because behind him, there were also many zombies walking down from the upstairs.
They are now facing a dilemma with no way out. Let's go, find a safe place, and I'll show you what it means to be unruly. Mu Feng showed an ambiguous smile on his face.
Then he hugged Cheng, held his head high, and walked down the stairs step by step. At the same time, with a thought, the 2 machetes spun around his body at an extremely terrifying speed, creating a terrifying wall of sword energy and wind. All the zombies that approached were smashed to pieces by this wind wall. The debris splashed along the wind wall and scattered on the walls on both sides of the stairs.
This sword-wielding skill is so powerful.
Cheng's beautiful eyes sparkled and were filled with shock.
This is indeed a fairy method, so cool and so handsome. What do you think? Am I, your husband, handsome? Mu Feng asked with a smile. Handsome, very handsome.
Cheng nodded repeatedly. There was no one in the world more handsome than Mu Feng at this moment.
Wrong. Husband?
Shirching suddenly realized what was happening, and said with a blush on her pretty face, "What husband?
We are not married yet. I don't care. You have to call me husband anyway. Do you want to marry someone else in the future?"
Mu Feng said with a smile.
"In this life, I will not marry anyone but you."
Shirching didn't know where she got the courage to say such disgusting words. After she said it, she felt goosebumps all over her body.
What happened to me today? Her face is red and very cute. In that case, what's wrong with calling me husband in advance?
Mu Feng didn't expect Shirching to say such sweet words, and his face immediately lit up with joy.
No, you can only call me that after you get married.
Shirching shook her head repeatedly.
What's your name? Mu Feng asked. Husband.
Shirching blurted out subconsciously.
Well, hearing you call me husband, I instantly feel full of motivation. Mu Feng grinned. Hateful.
Shirching was stunned. She was actually tricked by this guy. Her pretty face immediately turned red and she rolled her eyes at him.
Ha ha.
Mu Feng laughed twice and quickened his pace. With the help of sword-wielding skills, no matter how many zombies there were, they could not get close to them at all. While walking forward, Mu Feng could also distract himself by teasing the school beauty girlfriend in his arms. Perhaps the zombies couldn't stand their display of affection, and the moment they walked out of the dormitory building, the zombies actually underwent a collective evolution. Not only did the zombies become larger in size, some even grew wings and flew into the sky.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the difficulty upgrade conditions of the dream game by showing affection, spreading dog food, and ignoring zombies. The current difficulty has been upgraded from normal to nightmare level. I wish the host good luck.
Mu Feng.
Chapter 110, I will die with no regrets if I have you calling me husband 3 times. Looking at the zombies flying in the sky, Mu Feng was speechless.
Damn, can zombies understand other people's displays of affection these days? What to play? Dog system, isn't your setting too sloppy? He was 100% sure that it must be the system's fault. Well, system, let's make a deal. You lower the difficulty and I'll find you a mother system later?
Mu Feng said in his heart. The difficulty level is nightmare level, and you will definitely not be able to complete the task and get no rewards, which means you will waste the opportunity to play a dream game in vain. You can enter a dream at any time, or several times a day, as long as the dream object is asleep.
But you only have one chance to enter the dream game every day. If you fail, you can only wait until tomorrow. The system has no gender. The system's mechanical voice sounded, "These are the rules of the dream game mode. They are not added temporarily by this system. Please abide by the rules of the game, otherwise all rewards will be cancelled." Mu Feng sighed. At this moment, the evolved zombies rushed over frantically. Their speed is at least 10 times faster than before. Bite! 2 machetes flew through the air, but they only knocked the zombies to the ground, leaving only a small white dot on their bodies, unable to break through their defenses. What the hell is this? Just wait for death. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng knew that he had failed again. He looked down at Shirching in his arms and said with a smile, "Xiaochang, I'm sorry, I can't protect you anymore." Mu Feng, you've done enough. Shirching smiled gently. Then can you please call me husband? I'm afraid I won't have the chance to hear it again in the future. Mu Feng asked softly. Husband, woo woo. Shirching shouted 2 or 3 times in succession, and then started crying. With you calling me husband 3 times, I will die without regrets. Mu Feng smiled up to the sky, threw Shirching out, and controlled 2 machetes to break through the air, caught Shirching's body, and flew away with her. A group of zombies pounced on him, one layer upon another, and there was no trace of him anymore. No! Shirching's heart-wrenching cry could be heard from afar. In a dormitory of the girls' dormitory building, Shirching sat up from the bed crying. Having a nightmare again? Hearing the shouting, Wangya, who was on the bed opposite, asked helplessly. Shirching let out a long breath. It turned out to be a dream. After the first experience, she didn't react so strongly this time, especially since it was still dark. Did you dream again that I turned into a zombie and wanted to bite you? Wangya asked. Yeah. Shirching responded, and lay down again, saying, I dreamed that you turned into a zombie, and were chopped by Mu Feng.
Wanya was silent for a while. She turned on the light, looked at Shurching, and asked seriously, Xiaochang, do you have any opinion about me?
No, what do I have against you? We are best friends.
Shurching asked puzzledly.
Yeah?
Wanya looked at Shurching suspiciously.
Since you have no problem with me, why do you always dream about me turning into a zombie and biting you, and letting Mufeng chop me up with a knife? Why don't you dream about me turning into a female hero and saving you from other zombies?
Shurching was stunned for a moment and said, I don't know about this either. For 100 consecutive days, she dreamed that Mufeng bullied her in various ways in her dreams. Later, she dreamed that he asked her to deliver breakfast. Now, for 2 consecutive days, she dreamed that Wanya turned into a zombie, and she dreamed that Mufeng appeared as a hero and saved her.
Am I suffering from some disease? Xiaoya, do you think I should go see a psychiatrist?
Shurching said with some concern, what should we do if there is any psychological problem? Wanya was stunned for a moment, thought for a while and said, you have nightmares every day. If it continues like this, it may be bad for your health.
You need to take a good look. I will go with you tomorrow.
Shurching nodded and soon fell asleep again. On the other side, Mufeng woke up from the dream game, looked at the sky outside, and it would probably take a while before it got light, so he tried to enter Chu Yun's dream again.
This guy is so stubborn.
If he can be forced to do what he says, the impact on reality may reach an unprecedented 5 stars. However, what surprised Mufeng was that Chu Yun had not slept yet at this time.
What is he doing?
Humph, I want to see how long you can last.
Ding.
Alert the host that reality is about to be attacked. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in my mind.
Being attacked in real life?
Mufeng's eyebrows jumped, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a dark shadow holding a wooden stick, hitting him.
Who?
Mufeng stretched out his hand to block it, and regardless of the pain in his hand, he quickly turned over and stood up, his face full of alertness. The man who came didn't say anything, but just started to greet us with a wooden stick. Relying on his super high agility to dodge the attack, Mufeng quickly rushed behind the black shadow, hugged his waist, and threw him to the ground with his head on. This move was quite lethal. The black shadow also stretched out his hand and quickly supported himself on the ground to cushion the injury, thus avoiding any injury to his cervical vertebrae.
Ouch!
A familiar scream was heard, causing Mufeng, who was about to rush forward to use a killing move, to pause.
Is this the master's voice? Never mind, just beat him up first.
Then he pretended not to hear and continued to rush forward, sitting on the black shadow and punching him left and right without stopping. However, he was very measured in his attack, making the black shadow feel pain without breaking any bones.
Stop, stop, stop.
The black shadow finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, You little bastard, I'm your master, stop now.
Hearing the black shadow speak, Mufeng naturally could no longer pretend not to hear, so he withdrew his hand and pretended to be stunned and said, Master, what are you doing?
The shadow got up, pulled off the black scarf, revealing a familiar old face with a bruised nose and a swollen face.
He said unhappily, Special training, what else can you do? Special training? Starting now? It's not even dawn yet.
Mufeng glanced at the night outside, his face full of suspicion.
Could it be that this old man wanted to take this opportunity to hit me with a club to avenge the beating I gave him in the afternoon?
Special training means special training.
How can we train in a normal way?
The old man threw away the stick in his hand and said, Come with me, the special training begins.
But I was wondering in my heart, why was this kid so vigilant? I was beaten up by him and it hurt so much. All right.
Mufeng nodded, followed the old man out, and started a new day of special training. At this time, Chu Yun, whom he was talking about, was staying at home, holding a microphone and singing loudly, dancing wildly while singing. He would never fall asleep until he heard the news of Mufeng's death. He took stimulants to keep himself in an excited state so that he didn't need to sleep. Singing and dancing have been going on for more than 20 hours. His voice was hoarse, but he didn't care. Because of the stimulants, the body does not feel too tired.
Hi. Keep going. Go on going for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 111. The school beauty went to see a psychiatrist. After dawn, Shurchang and Wanya went to the hospital and consulted a female psychologist. Sit down. The female psychologist smiled and asked Shurching to sit opposite her. Wanya was sitting aside. What does this student want to consult? Asked the female psychologist.
Shurching hesitated for a moment and said, for more than 100 days, I have been dreaming every day, and I always dream about the same person. The female psychologist was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Student, I am here to consult you about psychological issues, not to interpret dreams."
I know.
Ching bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and continued, "In the past 100 days, I dreamed that the same person bullied me in various ways in my dreams."
Bully you? How? The female psychologist was full of curiosity.
Ching's pretty face turned red. "That's the kind of bullying." The female psychologist was stunned for a while before she reacted.
Was she dreaming about being forced to do something?
It is normal physiologically to have the same dream once or twice occasionally, but it is really strange to have such a dream for 100 consecutive days. Wanya also widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She knew that Ching had had the same nightmare for 100 days in a row, but she didn't know it was this kind of dream.
Thinking of Ching's behavior during this period, she suddenly asked in surprise, "Ching, the person who bullied you in the dream couldn't be Mufeng, right?" Ching blushed and nodded. "It's that bad guy."
No wonder you asked me that question that day. No wonder you forced a kiss on Mufeng at the opening ceremony of the school sports meeting, so that's how it is." Now, Wang Ye finally understood.
Mufeng? What's your relationship with him? The psychologist asked curiously.
"He is my boyfriend now." Ching showed a sweet smile on her face.
Boyfriend?
The female psychologist was silent for a while and then said, "Student, if you want it, just tell your boyfriend directly. If you can't get it and it turns into a dream, it's not good for your physical and mental health." When Ching heard this, her face immediately turned red. "Doctor, before that, he was not my boyfriend, and I didn't even know him."
I see. The female psychiatrist thought for a moment and said, "Has the nightmare of him becoming your boyfriend ever happened again?" No.
Ching shook her head, but other dreams appeared again.
What dream? Asked the female psychologist curiously.
Ching said, "Sometimes I dream about him asking me to bring him breakfast. Recently, I dreamed that my best friend turned into a zombie and wanted to bite me. He appeared as a hero, saved me, and beat my best friend who turned into a zombie to death. Then he took me out of the dormitory building, although we failed twice." After listening, the psychologist couldn't help but look at Wanya, but didn't say anything. He continued to ask, "Student, every time you have a dream, do you feel uncomfortable or tired the next day?" Ching thought about it carefully, shook her head and said, "No, I was in a very good spirit the next day." The female psychologist nodded and said with a smile, "Student, since your physical and mental state are fine, then you don't have to worry. In the first 100 days, dreaming about strangers bullying you should be considered a wet dream, but your wet dream is a little different. This should be normal, you don't have to think too much. The latter dream is your subconscious expectation after he becomes your boyfriend. You hope to deliver breakfast to your boyfriend every morning and hope that your boyfriend will be the hero of your life. These are all normal, don't worry."
Is that so?
Ching nodded.
Okay, you go out first and have a good rest. If you need anything, find your boyfriend.
Only when your physical and psychological needs are met will you stop having wild thoughts," the female psychologist said with a smile.
Oh, thank you, doctor.
Chang went out with a red face, but she was wondering in her heart what physical and psychological needs were.
Student, please wait a moment. The female psychologist stopped Wanya, and after Ching left, she whispered, "Classmate, what is your relationship with her boyfriend?"
Wanya was stunned for a moment and said, "We are just friends, just ordinary friends."
Really? The female psychologist obviously didn't believe it. There are only you and me here. There's no need to hide it.
If you keep it in your heart, you will have psychological problems over time. Besides, I need to know the real situation so that I can make the most accurate judgment on your bestie's condition.
What's the condition? Wanya frowned slightly. Didn't you say there was nothing wrong with her?
The female psychologist said, "That was just for her to hear. She dreamed for 100 consecutive days that she was bullied in various ways by a strange man, and in the end she became his girlfriend.
It would be abnormal if she didn't have some psychological problems.
Although she didn't have that kind of nightmare after becoming a boyfriend and girlfriend, it didn't fundamentally solve her psychological problems. Once she breaks up with her boyfriend one day, this psychological problem will erupt again, and it will be more serious than it is now." Wanya was silent for a while and then said, "His boyfriend and I are really just ordinary friends."
The female psychologist thought for a moment and asked, "Has her boyfriend ever expressed any ambiguous feelings to you behind her back?"
Wanya shook her head. "That guy only has eyes for Ching." Seeing this, the female psychologist smiled and said, "So, you have some different feelings towards her boyfriend.
Do you like him? No, absolutely not.
Wang Ye waved her hands repeatedly, her face changing a little. Seeing this, the female psychologist roughly understood and said with a smile, "It seems that my guess is right.
You are indeed in love with her boyfriend.
Classmate, if my guess is correct, she may have noticed your thoughts, so she had such a dream. In the dream, you turned into a zombie and bit her, and her boyfriend appeared and beat you to death to save her." When Wang Ye heard this, her face suddenly changed.
Is this really the case?
Classmate, you have to think carefully whether you want her to be your best friend or her boyfriend, the female psychologist reminded.
After coming out of the hospital, Wang Ye felt a little heavy. She kept thinking about what the female psychologist said. Was Xiaoqing really having that dream because of her? That's not right.
She thought she had hidden it well and had never revealed any other thoughts about Mu Feng in front of Xiaoqing.
Moreover, with Xiaoqing's personality, if she knew what I was thinking, she would never get along with me the way she does now. Xiaoya, what are you thinking about?
Shi Cheng was very happy to know that she had no psychological problems from the psychiatrist. Seeing Wang Ye's serious expression, she could not help but comfort her. "Xiaoya, don't worry about me. The doctor said that I have no psychological problems."
Seeing Shi Qing's happy look, Wang Ye made a decision in her heart.
"I will never be a fake best friend, you stinky man, stay away from me."
Chapter 112, Entering Chu Yunxiang's dream again. I am a professional in torturing people.
Time flies, and in the blink of an eye another day has passed. In the evening, after dinner, Mu Feng said goodbye to the old man and drove back to school with the beautiful counselor. After 2 days of special training, although his proficiency in god-level fighting techniques did not increase much, Mu Feng learned some other abilities. The abilities of camouflage and anti-assassination have been significantly improved. The appearance of the two at school naturally attracted the attention of those who were interested.
Mu Feng showed up at Tiandu University again?
Okay, I got it. Mrs. Chu frowned slightly. Mu Feng appeared in Tiandu University safely, but Yemo had not replied to her yet, which meant that the operation had failed. She thought for a moment and called Chu Yun, Mu Feng has appeared at Tiandu University again.
The operation is likely to have failed.
Behave yourself during this period and don't cause any more trouble. After saying that, she hung up the phone. After thinking about it, she called her husband Chu Tianxiang again and told him the whole story. At this point, this matter can no longer be concealed. It would be fine if the night cat died, but it would be troublesome if it was caught.
People like Yemo may not necessarily keep their mouths shut.
If they give themselves away, it will bring huge trouble to the Chu family and even his own family. A loving mother often spoils her child.
Do you know that what you are doing is likely to put my Chu family in an irreparable situation? Chu Tianxiang's angry voice came from the other end of the phone.
Mrs. Chu didn't say anything, she knew she had done something wrong.
After a while, Chu Tianxiang's voice sounded again.
Okay, I'll take care of this matter. Keep an eye on Chu Yunxiang and don't cause me any more trouble. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone.
Mrs. Chu sighed.
At the same time, Chu Yunxiang was also furious at home. He smashed the coffee table, cups, chairs, TV, and everything that could be smashed. It was not until the stimulant wore off that he collapsed on the sofa, staring at the ceiling and muttering to himself.
It failed. Why did it fail? Why did you let Mu Feng live?
His eyes were red and he was on the verge of emotional collapse. After the stimulants wear off, the whole body aches and aches unbearably, which is caused by the body being overloaded. Chu Yunxiang howled in pain for more than an hour. Only after the pain subsided did he fall asleep from exhaustion. After returning to school, Mu Feng saw that it was still early, so he asked Shi Qing out and had a meeting on the playground.
It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that he sent Shi Qing back to the dormitory building.
After returning to his dormitory, he played a few more games of black games with the fat guy and his two companions before going to bed to rest.
After 3 thunderous snoring sounds were heard, Mu Feng once again tried to enter Chu Yunxiang's dream. This time, it finally succeeded. Mu Feng.
Chu Yunxiang clenched his fists, his face full of murderous intent, but his eyes were filled with fear.
Classmate Chu Yunxiang, I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you miss me?
Mu Feng said with a smile. Chu Yunxiang gritted his teeth and said, I want you to die. As he said that, he rushed over like a madman.
Oh. Why don't you learn your lesson?
Mu Feng waved his hand, and Chu Yun, who was rushing over, was instantly knocked into the air by a powerful force. When he reached the top, he was trapped in the void by a mysterious force and could not move. Mu Feng disappeared out of thin air, floating in front of Chu Yun, and said with a smile, "What game do you want to play today? Tell me boldly, I will satisfy you." Chu Yun couldn't move his body, he could only stare with a fierce look and use his killing skills with his eyes. "It seems that you like to be passive. In that case, I will think of one for you. After all, I am a warm-hearted person." Mu Feng sighed, touched his chin with his hand, and fell into deep thought. The game played a few days ago seemed not enough for Chu Yun. I have to say, this guy is really amazing. He has been tortured so badly but still refuses to compromise. I have to try a different approach today. He waved his hand, and dense swarms of ants appeared in the sky. Ant? What does he want to do now? In any case, today shouldn't be as disgusting as the previous times. Thinking of this, Chu Yun felt relieved. Mu Feng smiled slightly, and endless ants flew over and wrapped Chu Yun layer by layer. Ah! Hundreds of millions of ants were gnawing at his flesh. The pain was unbearable for ordinary people. Chu Yun let out a scream. But soon, endless ants crawled into his mouth and all the sounds disappeared. There are ants outside gnawing at your skin and flesh, and there are ants inside your stomach gnawing at your esophagus, intestines, stomach, and internal organs. It was extremely painful, yet I couldn't make a sound. But he couldn't faint, all his feelings were so clear. Let's have something more exciting. Mu Feng chuckled and waved his hand, increasing Chu Yun's body sensitivity 100 times. Even the ants crawling on his body could cause him great pain, let alone being bitten. That feeling is so indescribable that it is like ecstasy. It's so crowded and layered that it's enough to make me feel like I have trypophobia. Mu Feng's body flashed and appeared in the distance, and began to train god-level fighting skills. He continued training until 3 o'clock in the morning, then stopped and appeared in front of Chu Yun. With a wave of his hand, all the ants disappeared. At this time, the skin on Chu Yun's body had disappeared, and his muscles were full of pits and bloodstains. He opened his mouth wide, as if he wanted to scream in pain, but no sound came out. The hair and scalp have long disappeared. The only thing intact was the pair of eyeballs. This time was also filled with fear. The sensitivity increases 100-fold, and the pain endured is more than 100-fold. If Mu Feng hadn't given him the attribute of immortality, he would have died long ago. But precisely because I can't die, the pain becomes more intense. Student Chu Yun, how do you feel? Mu Feng suppressed his discomfort and asked with a smile. Chu Yun dared not move at all. Any slight movement would infinitely magnify the pain he was enduring at the moment. Mu Feng's eyes rolled, he waved his hand, and a breeze blew by. Normally, a breeze is a very comfortable experience. But for Chu Yun, who had no skin to protect him, his muscles were exposed, and he was bitten all over, and his sensitivity was increased 100 times. It was like cutting his body with a sharp knife. The intense pain made Chu Yun's eyes widen and his mouth opened as wide as possible, but he still couldn't make any sound. Because his throat and vocal cords had long been damaged by ants. Remember, our class has a basketball game tomorrow. Go to the court, kneel down in front of everyone to apologize, and swear never to bother Shi Cheng again. If you do it, I won't come again. If you can't, oomph. After saying that, Mu Feng snorted coldly and disappeared into the dream. Chapter 113. Complete the task and get a dream point reward. No! Chu Yun screamed in horror, sat up from the sofa, and gasped for breath. Then he checked his body and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a dream. The feeling in that dream was so intense that now I feel unbearable pain all over my body. As soon as I closed my eyes, countless ants swarmed in. The scene was truly terrifying. Mu Feng. Chu Yun gritted his teeth, with murderous intent. But he was really too tired. If he continued like this, he would really be driven crazy. Now his mother won't help him anymore and his father wants him to wait too. He has nothing else to do. Do I really have to apologize to him in public? Chu Yun's eyes flickered and he was hesitant. Never mind, just an apology, give it a try. Wait until I recover, then go and kill Mu Feng. As the saying goes, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Mu Feng, just wait for me. However, it was only 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was still early for Mu Feng's basketball game, but he didn't dare to go to sleep. He took some stimulants and had fun at home. At the same time, after Mufeng came out of Chu Yunxiang's dream, he entered Shi Qing's dream game again. The difficulty was still normal, but this time he did not start over, but continued the previous plot. In the dream game, Mufeng used 2 machetes and sword-wielding skills to send Shi Qing far away.
Countless evolved zombies swarmed in and surrounded him.
In the distance, Shi Qing's heart-wrenching cry echoed between heaven and earth.
Mufeng, why are you so stupid? I would rather die with you than live alone.
Looking at more and more zombies overlapping, Shi Qing was heartbroken as she could no longer see Mufeng's figure or hear his voice. Just as she was about to jump from the air to her death, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the zombie swarm. Those were condensed sword energies that suddenly burst out and killed all the zombies. Even the zombies flying in the sky could not escape death. A figure, bathed in endless sword energy, floated into the air from the ground. He closed his eyes tightly, as if he was in some kind of enlightenment.
Mufeng?
When Shi Qing saw her beloved, she cried with joy.
He's not dead yet, that's great.
Suddenly, Mufeng opened his eyes, and 2 sword energies burst out from his eyes. Then, he stepped into the air and soon appeared in front of Shi Qing with a familiar smile on his face. He held Shi Qing in his arms with one hand, gently wiped away the tears on her face with the other hand, and said softly, "Shao Qing, I'm still here."
Woo woo. Shi Qing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears while hugging Mufeng.
At that moment just now, she really thought that she would never see Mufeng again. She was even ready to commit suicide for love.
Okay, stop crying, let's go.
Mufeng patted Shi Qing's shoulders and spoke softly.
Shi Qing responded, buried her head in Mufeng's shoulder, and asked curiously, Mufeng, did you just break through the desperate situation?
Mufeng smiled and said, I thought I was dead, but after hearing your heart-wrenching cry, I couldn't bear to leave you alone, so I broke through. Shi Qing's heart was filled with sweetness.
Let's go and leave school early.
With the lesson learned from last night, Mufeng didn't dare to show his affection too much, for fear of triggering another difficulty upgrade, which would be a tragedy. Shi Qing nodded and said nothing more. She just wanted to hold Mufeng forever. Mufeng held Shi Qing in his arms and walked in the air, with 2 machetes spinning at high speed around his body. Groups of zombies with wings flew over and were chopped into pieces on the spot by 2 machetes. Before the breakthrough, the machete couldn't even break through the defense, but now, it can easily kill these evolved zombies in seconds.
However, the closer they got to Tiandu University, the stronger the zombies became.
When approaching the gate, Mufeng also needs to use all his strength to kill the zombies. However, we were already close to the gate, so there was no doubt that we would complete the mission. After killing several powerful zombies that blocked the way, Mufeng hugged Shi Qing and rushed out of the gate in an instant, appearing outside Tiandu University.
Ding! The dream game is over.
Congratulations to the host for completing the game mission. You can exit the dream game at any time to claim your reward.
The system prompt sounded. However, Mufeng did not plan to quit the dream game immediately.
He still has one major life issue to resolve. He lowered his head to look at Shi Qing in his arms, and an ambiguous smile gradually appeared on his face. He found a hotel outside the school, put Shi Qing on the bed, and climbed on top.
You've been fighting for so long, aren't you tired?
Why don't you take a rest first? Shi Qing said with a slightly blushing face. No matter how tired a man is, he will become excited when it comes to this matter. Mufeng smiled slightly and stretched out his dirty hands. This battle was more intense than killing zombies, and the fighting lasted until 8 o'clock in the morning. As Mufeng exited the dream game, Shi Qing also woke up. Looking at the ceiling, a silly smile appeared on her face. I'm dreaming again, but this time Mufeng finally didn't die.
Am I dead then?
Wanya, who was lying on the bed opposite, asked curiously.
I didn't dream about you this time.
Shi Qing glanced at her and said, It's strange to say, this dream is a continuation of the last one. Last time, I dreamed that Mufeng was surrounded by a group of zombies. This time, Mufeng actually broke through in my dream, became even more powerful, and killed all the zombies. That's your subconscious mind at work. Wanya rolled her eyes and said, You subconsciously hope that Mufeng is not dead, and hope that Mufeng can continue to be the hero who kills everyone, so you have such a dream.
Is that so?
Shi Qing muttered, Never mind, I'll go prepare breakfast for Mufeng. After saying that, she got up, washed up, and went out happily. Mufeng, who had just exited the dream game, heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the dream game mission and receiving the rewards of top-level driving skills, strength +2, and dream points +2.
Strength plus 2, his strength reaches 25.
What he didn't expect was that after completing a general level dream game, he was rewarded with top level skills.
In this case, wouldn't the difficult level dream game have rewards for god level skills? So the nightmare level reward corresponds to the super god level? The reward for the hell level corresponds to the supreme level?
Thinking of this, Mufeng became eager to try the hell difficulty again.
Of course, it's just thought.
Until a method is found to pass the game, I can only play low-level game copies for the time being.
System, what is this dream point? Mufeng looked at the last reward and asked curiously in his heart.
Generally speaking, the host can only synchronize dreams or dream games with one person. But with dream points, dreams or dream games can be synchronized with more people.
One dream point can synchronize dreams with one person. The system explained.
Chapter 114. Chu Yun kneeled down and apologized in public.
There is such an operation? This is fun. Mufeng's eyes lit up.
Now that there were 2 dream points, he could pull 2 more people into the dream.
Who should I pull? He fell into deep thought. Fat guy? Muscular guy? 4 eyes? Forget it.
It's too much to have the same dream as a bunch of grown men.
Wang Ya?
This girl turned into a zombie as soon as she appeared, and was hacked to death by herself. In order to pull her into the dream game, we have to redesign new game content.
It's troublesome.
Well, it doesn't seem to be that troublesome.
Wouldn't it be enough to just design a resurrection card that kills zombies and resurrects Wang Ya in the dream game? Lu Yusin?
Well, this girl is quite capable. First, pull one person in to try out the effect, take your time, and don't be in a hurry. After learning top-notch driving skills, Mufeng was about to get up when there was a knock on the door. It must be the sisters-in-law who are here to bring breakfast to the lunatic again. After washing up, the fat man walked towards the dormitory door, muttering to himself, his heart full of envy. He begged his wife for a long time but never succeeded.
The school beauty personally delivers breakfast to the madman, why is it so difficult for my own? Crazy people are so blessed. You can't envy them.
The tough guy said with a smile. 4 eyes nodded in agreement. The door opened and Shi Chang walked in carrying breakfast.
Mufeng, get up quickly and have breakfast.
Shi Chang said this with tenderness on her face, with no trace of love hidden in her eyes. Although the two of them did not date many times in real life, they had experienced life and death together in their dreams, and the speed at which their feelings heated up was difficult for ordinary people to understand.
Good.
Mufeng turned over and stood up, wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. Shi Chang's pretty face turned slightly red, but she did not avoid it like she did in the previous times.
Just then, Lu Yusin came in with breakfast again.
Seeing Mufeng, who had not had time to put on his clothes, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up.
Brother Feng, your figure seems to be getting better and better. Lu Yusin had no idea what shyness was. She looked at Mufeng's figure with great interest and even commented on it. Crazy girl, don't you know to knock before entering?
Mufeng quickly wrapped himself in the quilt and said unhappily.
Isn't the door open to let people in? Don't you agree?
Lu Yusin turned to look at the 3 tough guys and asked with a smile. Crazy, I'm going to the court to warm up first, you should come early too.
The macho man chuckled, walked around Lu Yusin and ran away.
Well, my Chin Chin is still waiting for me to bring her breakfast, so I'll leave first. Seeing that the situation was not good, the fat man immediately ran away. Cyan pushed up his glasses and said, Nyamyo is waiting for me to have breakfast together.
The dormitory is reserved for you. Cut. Lu Yusin pouted. You go out first. Shi Chang pushed Lu Yusin out and closed the door. What are you doing? I haven't delivered breakfast to Brother Feng yet. Lu Yusin said somewhat dissatisfiedly.
Shi Chang smiled slightly and said, keep your buns for lunch.
My buns are his breakfast. TSK, you just got here before me. I will come even earlier tomorrow. Lu Yusin muttered.
After a while, Mufeng put on his clothes, opened the door, let the 2 girls into the dormitory, and picked up a bun to eat, but was gently patted by Shi Chang.
Brush your teeth first, then eat. Shi Chang said angrily. Okay, brush your teeth first.
Mufeng pinched Shi Chang's nose, put the bun down, and went to brush his teeth obediently.
Lu Yusin asked curiously, Shi Chang, why do I feel like you two are different from 2 days ago? You seem to be closer to him. You guess.
Shi Cheng smiled proudly. No one could have imagined that she and Mu Feng experienced life and death in her dream.
Lu Yusin asked suspiciously, did he secretly follow Brother Feng to meet his counselor's master without telling me? First of all, I didn't go. Shi Cheng said unhappily. Secondly, even if he went, he wouldn't do it behind your back. I'm his girlfriend, so why would I need to inform you, an ordinary friend, if I follow him anywhere? She emphasized the words ordinary friends in an effort to remind Lu Yusin to be aware of her identity. Unexpectedly, Lu Yusin didn't care at all. Instead, she murmured softly, a girlfriend who was not allowed to be touched? I don't know if Brother Feng can hold it in. This crazy girl can say anything.
Shi Cheng's pretty face turned slightly red, and she fell into self-reflection. As a girlfriend, it seems a bit unreasonable not to let Mu Feng touch me. There are still 2 years before graduation.
Can he hold it in?
Even if you can hold it back, you'll get hurt.
No, I can't think about it anymore. If I think about it again, I will lose my bottom line.
Shi Cheng shook her head, glared at Lu Yusin and said, crazy girl, don't try to take advantage of others.
That depends on how strong your corner is. Lu Yusin giggled. What are you talking about?
After washing up, Mu Feng returned to his desk, stuffed a bun into his mouth, and asked vaguely. Besides, you will find several girlfriends.
Lu Yusin said with a smile. Is this question even necessary?
Mu Feng looked at Shi Cheng and said affectionately, Xiao Qing is my eternal love. Shi Cheng's face was full of sweetness. You can have several true loves, Lu Yusin added.
If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb.
Mu Feng rolled his eyes, and the sweet atmosphere that he had worked so hard to create disappeared in an instant. After breakfast, Mu Feng put on his sneakers and said, I have a game at 9 in the morning.
Xiao Cheng, do you want to go and watch me play? Go ahead.
Shi Cheng nodded.
Well, let's go. Mu Feng smiled, took Shi Cheng's hand and left. I want to go too. Lu Yusin put the buns on Mu Feng's desk and hurriedly followed him.
Soon, the game began. Mu Feng's god-level basketball skills are more proficient than before, and his techniques are naturally better as well. With him around, the game was won without a doubt. Just as he was about to take Shi Cheng away, a figure, dragging his tired body, slowly walked onto the court.
Chu Yun, why is he here?
The players from both teams and the entire audience were filled with curiosity. Everyone in Tiandu University knows that Chu Yun and Mu Feng have a conflict.
So why would Chu Yun come to Mu Feng's game? Are you here to learn from experience?
Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly.
Could it be that this guy couldn't hold on any longer? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Yun walked up to Mu Feng with a gloomy face. After hesitating for a moment, he knelt down on the ground with a bang. Mu Feng, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
It seemed as if he had used up all his strength to say these 8 short words, and he almost became paralyzed after he finished speaking. As the third young master of the Chu family, he has always been glorious and has never bowed his head to others or admitted his mistakes. At this moment, he knelt in front of Mu Feng in public, and the audience instantly went wild. Chapter 115 Dreams Affect Reality, Rewards Superb Cooking Skills.
Ding!
Chu Yun kneels down to apologize to the host.
The dream affects reality. The degree of influence is 5 stars. The host is rewarded with superb cooking skills and physical strength +5.
As Chu Yun knelt down, the mechanical sound of the system came into Mu Feng's mind. I didn't expect that the impact of this dream would be so great. And he has elevated his cooking skills to a superb level. Although he was very excited inside, Mu Feng appeared calm on the surface, even a little confused.
Of course, that was just an act. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand anything?
Why are you apologizing to me for no reason?
Did you do something wrong?
Mu Feng had a bewildered look on his face, and looked at Chu Yun in confusion. Obviously, he did this on purpose. What Mu Feng wanted was not just an apology, he wanted to see Chu Yun admit his mistake in person, admit what he had done, and he wanted to do it in front of everyone.
If he hadn't admitted it himself, others probably wouldn't have believed it. Everyone present was talking about it and was extremely shocked. The third young master of the Chu family actually kneels down to others? This is not Chu Yun's style. What's going on? I don't know. Could it be related to Shi Cheng?
It's probably true that Chu Yun is interested in Shi Cheng.
But he shouldn't kneel down. Everyone was talking about it.
For a moment, Chu Yun's action became the focus of the whole audience.
Many onlookers gathered around, wanting to see what was going on. The stadium became very lively. Chu Yun was naturally angry and embarrassed. In public, his kneeling action was photographed by many classmates. How is he going to survive in school in the future?
This was the first time in his life that he felt humiliated. As the third young master of the Chu family, he has always looked down on others.
How could he have the chance to be humiliated?
However, when he thought of that kind of piercing pain, the feeling made his whole body covered with goosebumps and he felt uncomfortable all over, and Chu Yun couldn't help but shiver.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken the opportunity to retaliate against you during the last game. I probably tripped you up when you weren't paying attention. I shouldn't have gone against you.
You shouldn't keep pestering Shi Ching.
I will never bother her again, please forgive me. Chu Yun's words made everyone realize that the grudge between the two was more than just a trivial matter.
As everyone knows, Shi Ching is now Mu Feng's girlfriend.
If you pester him, wouldn't that just be making things difficult for Mu Feng?
This kind of thing, no matter which man it happens to, is unforgivable.
But everyone felt even more strange. Who is Chu Yun? He is so arrogant in school. Who dares to mess with him?
But now he actually took the initiative to kneel down to Mu Feng.
Could it be that this Mu Feng is not as simple as he seems? Could he be the young master of some wealthy family?
As a result, Mu Feng's identity instantly became a mystery, making everyone present suspicious.
Those who once looked down on Mu Feng were trembling in their hearts. If Mu Feng retaliated, wouldn't they be in trouble?
Chu Yun spoke very loudly, almost shouting.
That was the reluctance in his heart. Although he was very angry, he didn't dare or couldn't do anything to Mu Feng. Now, he just wants to end it all as soon as possible and leave.
Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Mu Feng was secretly happy, but still appeared calm on the surface.
Student Chu, why are you doing this? I can't stand this.
You should just get up quickly.
Why do this?
As he spoke, Mu Feng pretended to come to Chu Yun and slowly helped him up.
We are all classmates. Since we are in the same school, it is fate. Don't do this again in the future. I didn't care about what happened before.
Chu Yun knew very well whether these words were what Mu Feng wanted to express.
But he didn't dare to say anything more. After being helped up by Mu Feng, he asked cautiously, "So, do you forgive me?" "Of course, it's fate that we met. I have always regarded you as a good friend.
Even in my dreams, I was thinking about how we could ease our relationship. This is true, the relationship has eased, but it is not certain in what form."
"Thank you, forgive me."
After saying that, Chu Yun didn't want to continue to embarrass himself, so he could only leave the scene quickly. The scene just now has been captured by many students with their mobile phones. After he returns, he will have to think about how to deal with all this. Looking at the other persons departing back, Mu Feng sneered inwardly.
"Brother Feng, you are so generous." Lu Yusin on the side looked at Mu Feng with admiration.
Seeing that something was not right, Shi Ching quickly stood in front of the two of them.
Mu Feng is a generous person. There's no need to make such a fuss.
He has never seen the world.
When he said the last few words, he deliberately emphasized them and glanced at Lu Yusin.
The two women looked at each other. Although there were no extra words, from the look in their eyes, anyone who was around could tell that they were jealous of each other. However, Shi Ching also understood that she was Mu Feng's official girlfriend, so naturally she should do what an official girlfriend should do. Lu Yusin continued to say with a nonchalant look on her face, "I will slowly understand what kind of person Brother Feng is in the future, so you don't need to worry about it."
"Brother Feng, you must be tired from playing basketball, why don't we go relax for a while?"
The word relaxation caused everyone present to have wild thoughts.
Many people looked over here again, with expressions showing that they were enjoying the fun. Mu Feng smiled bitterly and said to Lin Shirin, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
I haven't painted or sculpted for a long time, and I'm itching to do something." Lin Shirin nodded silently without saying anything.
Mu Feng took Shi Chang and walked towards the office building. As for Lu Yusin, she naturally followed behind and didn't care about Shi Qing's attitude at all. Just as everyone was preparing to go to the Tianyuan office building, a figure appeared in front of everyone. "It's watching you."
The other party looked hurried, as if there was something important.
"Mu Feng, do you have time now? I have something important to tell you." Watching US target is naturally Mu Feng.
However, this is not the place to talk. Watching you is a police officer, and it must be an important matter, not a simple one. So, Lin Shireen, who hadn't walked far yet, said to the two of them, "Why don't we go to my dormitory and talk?
It'll be more convenient."
Seeing that there were many students around, Watching you nodded.
Mu Feng didn't care. Chapter 116: 3 Killers Escaped from Prison? The three decided to go to Lin Shireen's dormitory to discuss in detail.
But before that, Mu Feng turned around and looked at Shi Chang and Lu Yusin behind him. "Otherwise, you two can wait for me at the office building first.
I will come to find you after I finish my work here." Although somewhat reluctant, Shi Chang and Lu Yusin did not say much.
They both knew that since even Watching you, a police officer, came to them in person, there must be something very serious going on with his health. Even if it's just a minor fight, it depends on the occasion. The two men nodded and turned to leave. Afterwards, Mu Feng and Watching you, led by Lin Shireen, came to her teacher's dormitory. "Mu Feng, please watch this video first." As she spoke, Watching you took out her cell phone and placed it in front of Mu Feng.
The video is playing again and again in the phone.
In the video, 3 familiar figures come into view. Mu Feng remembered very clearly that they were the killers who attacked him in the cabin. Judging from the surveillance footage and angle, this should have taken place inside the prison. The 3 killers were originally sleeping, but I don't know why, but my body suddenly shook. Not long after, the 3 of them opened their eyes at the same time, but their eyes were very empty, as if their souls had been sucked away, and they turned into 3 walking corpses. Then, 3 people stood up from their beds, and what happened the next second was amazing. These 3 people were like ghosts. They passed through the iron gate of the prison and then came under the surveillance camera. The moment they raised their heads, they locked onto the target and destroyed the monitoring camera without hesitation.
The video ends here.
Needless to say, these 3 killers must have escaped from prison.
Judging from the surveillance time, they escaped from prison at midnight yesterday. After watching the video, Watching you put away her phone. You have already seen what happened in the video.
These 3 killers have escaped from prison, and it is not clear what means they used. I guess after the 3 of them escape from prison, they will definitely come after you for revenge, so you are in great danger now.
Did you feel anything was wrong today?
When he said this, Mu Feng fell into memories. As far as he could remember, nothing strange happened the whole day.
After getting up in the morning, I went to the playground to play basketball.
There was basically nothing special about the whole process. After thinking for a moment, Mu Feng said this. So far, nothing has happened.
But I don't think that's the point.
When Watching you heard the other party say this, she was stunned and could hardly believe her ears.
These 3 killers will definitely come after you, and you actually said it's not important.
Tell me what is the most important thing. Mu Feng did not directly answer the other party's question, but took the phone again and observed the details in the video in detail.
After repeated checks, Mu Feng's brows gradually furrowed.
It has never been figured out how these 3 killers managed to escape from prison. Based on what we know about them, it is impossible for them to have the ability to pass through the prison gate. Otherwise, he would never have been caught in the first place. It seems that the problem occurred when the 3 of them were sleeping.
I was sleeping well, why did my body suddenly start shaking? Have you figured out how they escaped from prison? Mu Feng asked. Watching you shook her head.
I have never seen such a strange scene, so I came to find you immediately. But judging from your appearance, you probably don't know much about it. Anyway, since the 3 of them have already escaped from prison, you will definitely be their primary target for revenge, so you'd better be careful during this period of time. There are still many things I need to deal with at the police station.
Since everything is fine here, I will go back first. As soon as the words fell, everyone prepared to get up and leave. At this time, Mu Feng did not forget to say, "Thank you for your reminder, I will inform you as soon as there is anything." The two nodded to each other, and Watching you turned and left. Only after the other person disappeared from view did Lin Shireen, who had been standing silently by the side, step forward and ask. Mu Feng, since you are in danger now, I will grant you a leave. You don't need to come to class recently. Just stay in the dormitory. It will be safer this way.
In Lin Shireen's opinion, although this is a university and the management is definitely stricter than in society, it is still somewhat relaxed.
Usually, some people from society come into the school. You never know when the 3 killers will come looking for you.
So there is still a certain degree of danger on campus, but those 3 killers should not find Mu Feng's dormitory. What's more, there is a dormitory supervisor guarding downstairs. Whenever a stranger is seen, the dormitory manager will normally go up and ask questions. But Mu Feng refused.
Don't worry. If these 3 killers wanted to come here, they would have shown up long ago.
They wouldn't have waited until now.
And even if they have already targeted me, if I suddenly change my schedule, it will attract their attention. So, let's just do it the same way as before. After thanking Lin Shirin for his kindness, Mu Feng left his teacher's dormitory. But he was not in a hurry to go to the Tianyuan office building. I found an empty alley.
System, check whether you can enter the dreams of the 3 killers just now. After testing, I am temporarily unable to enter the dream state. Then monitor them in real time. If you find that you can enter their dreams, notify me immediately. After saying this, Mu Feng looked around and made sure that there was no one around before he hurried to the Tianyuan office building. It seems that this matter is more difficult than imagined. The most important thing is not to be afraid of how long it will take for the 3 murderers to find you, but to find out why they have the ability to pass through the prison gate. Recalling the scene in the video, before passing through the iron gate, their eyes became empty, just like the zombies in the movie. However, since they can identify surveillance cameras, it proves that they still have a certain degree of intelligence.
At the same time,
Chu Yun did not stay in the dormitory, but returned to his residence off campus.
At this moment, he was extremely angry. This is the first time in my 20 years of life that I have been humiliated like this. Who is he, Mu Feng? Why are they treating me like this? I will never let you go. Chapter 117: The Conspiracy of the Chu Family.
The angry Chu Yun smashed the cup in front of him. Having suffered a great humiliation today, he will definitely repay it double.
Bell. Just at this moment, the phone rang.
It was Chu Tianxiong who called. As soon as the call was connected, a stern scolding came from the other end.
You little bastard, you always cause me trouble. Why do you keep provoking Mu Feng again and again?
It's fine if you provoke me, but you don't have the ability to get rid of him.
Are you such a loser?
The harsh rebuke and criticism left Chu Yun stunned.
Indeed, not killing the person was the worst thing he had done.
But he was also helpless. If he had the ability, he would have dealt with Mu Feng long ago.
I don't know why, this guy Mu Feng seems to have magical powers. No matter how we target him, he is not hurt at all. Dad, this is really not my problem. I also want to kill Mu Feng.
He has always been a thorn in my side, but I haven't been in good shape recently, so I have left so many troubles behind. After all, Chu Yunxiang is Chu Tianxiong's son.
No matter how angry he is or how harshly he scolds him, he can't really ignore his son. But there are some things that can never be put on the table and can only be solved secretly.
I don't care what happened to you in the past, but it should be okay for you to bring the person out to me.
Dad, what do you want to do? Don't worry about this.
You just need to find a way to bring the person to Tianlai Mountain for me. I will take care of the rest.
Then leave Tianlai Mountain as soon as possible.
When he got to this point, Chu Tianxiong suddenly remembered something, paused for a moment, and continued, remember, do things cleanly for me, don't leave any handle, and don't let others know that it was you who brought him to Tianlai Mountain. At this time, Chu Yunxiang probably knew what his father wanted to do. Since Chu Yunxiang, as a son, is unable to deal with Mu Feng, let Chu Tianxiong, as a father, come forward to solve the problem.
Tianlai Mountain is a suburban area and its location is relatively remote.
Although it is a special scenic spot, it is special because it is specifically used for picnics.
But today is not the weekend, so not many people are having picnics.
Therefore, starting from that place would definitely be the best option. At that time, we just need to invite Mu Feng to Tianlai Mountain and then find a few killers to ambush him there, and kill him directly when no one is around. Thinking of this, the Chu family father and son were filled with smiles. Mu Feng has brought them so much trouble and humiliation. If they don't get rid of him, he will always be a thorn in their side.
Dad, don't worry. I will definitely bring the person to you tomorrow and will never let anyone else find out.
At this moment, Chu Yunxiang had already made up his mind. After hanging up the phone, he thought for a moment and immediately contacted Li Furong, the daughter of the Li group. Chu Yunxiang knew very well that it was impossible for him to gain Mu Feng's trust no matter what. Therefore, if I invite the other party to Leishan 2 days ago in my own name, it would be impossible and the other party would definitely not agree.
But, change your thinking. If the invitation was from someone close to Mu Feng, then he would definitely not be wary at all.
It's only a matter of time before he appears in Tianlai Mountain. Although Li Furong might not necessarily gain Mu Feng's trust, at least in his eyes, Li Furong would not arouse any suspicion.
Moreover, Chu Yun had already thought of this.
The reason why he was sure that Mu Feng would definitely go to Tianlai Mountain was naturally because he had another way.
Li Furong is a very good chess piece. Ask the other person out and meet at a cafe. Mr. Chu, how come you suddenly have time to ask me out? As soon as they met, Li Furong acted in a happy manner, which made people know that she did it on purpose. I want to ask you for a favor. I don't think you would put it off. After all, your Li family's group should need some help recently. Chu Yun didn't want to waste time. He was very clear that the Li group was facing great financial difficulties recently. If this hurdle cannot be overcome, the entire Li group will probably go bankrupt.
Under such circumstances, the Chu family is wealthy and powerful, so they can naturally afford the money. Li Furong is eager to establish a relationship with Chu Yun.
At least, it would be good to be able to help the family group overcome this difficult time.
After hearing what Chu Yunxiang said, Li Furong's smiling face suddenly became embarrassed.
If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know.
As long as you can help our Li group get through this difficult time, I can do anything for you. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yunxiang knew that the matter was settled. He took out a check from Dong and placed it directly in front of Li Furong.
The latter took a look and found that the check was worth 3 million.
Although this money cannot help the Li group overcome its difficulties, it can at least help it survive for a while longer. I want you to help me invite Shirqing to Tianlai Mountain. This money is just a deposit. As long as you can complete the task I assign to you, your Li group will receive a large investment from the Chu family, and you will not go bankrupt.
From now on, our two families will be partners.
When he said this, Chu Yunxiang even counted the checks with his hands.
Shirqing.
Li Furong was stunned. What happened in the school that morning had already spread throughout the school. Chu Yunxiang clearly stated in public that he would not continue to harass Shirqing, but it turned out to be just polite talk. He still wanted to ask the other party out in private.
What's more, Tianlai Mountain is such a remote place. Don't go to such a place. There must be other intentions. However, even for the family business, Li Furong had to agree. Nothing is more important than the bankruptcy of the Li group.
I promise you, I will invite her today, and we will set off for Tianlai Mountain tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, don't forget to find a way to get Mu Feng to come with you, and make sure he isn't discovered. Li Furong naturally agreed. But it was precisely because of this sentence that she finally understood that Chu Yunxiang's real target was Mu Feng. Mu Feng and Shirqing are boyfriend and girlfriend, so if one of them wants to go, the other one should naturally go as well. Therefore, Li Furong suddenly came up with a brilliant idea.
This way, there is absolutely no way Mu Feng would discover any clues.
After coming out of the cafe, Li Furong had already contacted a bunch of rich second-generation friends she knew.
Chapter 118, Dreaming and Seeing the Evil Spirit Again. Tiandu University.
Mu Feng found Shirqing and Lu Yusin, who had been waiting for him for a long time in the studio.
The moment she saw Mu Feng, Shirqing hurried forward and asked, Mu Feng, watching you came here suddenly, should she be okay?
Don't worry, he just wants to ask me about some things in the past.
There's no danger.
After hearing what Mu Feng said, Shirqing finally felt relieved. After all, he had been away for such a long time and there had been no news. As his girlfriend, Shirqing was very worried about Mu Feng's situation. After staying in the office for a while and finishing all the unfinished paintings in the studio, the three of them left the office.
Lu Yusin and Shirqing had to go back and deal with some things first, so they left temporarily. When I returned to the dormitory, the other roommates had already returned. The fat man asked with a wicked smile, I heard that some people were licked by Master Chu today? Don't talk nonsense.
It's obvious that Master Chu admitted his mistake to the young master of an unknown large enterprise and surrendered.
I didn't expect that there is a hidden rich second generation in our dormitory.
Looking at his three roommates making indirect accusations, Mu Feng sighed helplessly. What happened in the morning has spread throughout the school.
Everyone was confused about Mu Feng's identity.
Many people suspected that he was the heir to a mysterious large enterprise. Otherwise, how could the third young master of the Chu family kneel down and apologize to him in public? Don't join in the fun. You know my situation, why are you trying to play this trick on me? As he spoke, Mu Feng turned on the computer first. What he didn't expect was that his roommate actually took the school's speculations seriously.
The fat man came over and asked in a very mysterious tone, "Tell me the truth, are you really hiding your identity from us?" At this time, the other two people also came over to join in the fun. "I really don't have any special identity. Those are just guesses by my classmates." "Then why did Chu Yun kneel down to you today?" "How would I know? He just appeared out of nowhere and knelt down." I was a little confused. Mufong, I pretended to know nothing and acted very sincerely, so that the other three roommates didn't have any doubts. However, what happened today really makes people feel very confused. The roommates discussed and decided to have hot pot together tonight. Just as they were about to leave, Shirqing suddenly sent a message. "I'm going to Tianlai Mountain with my friends tomorrow. Do you want to come with us? Why did you suddenly think of going to such a remote place? Who else is going with you?" Mufong felt strange. Tomorrow was not the weekend and Tianlai Mountain was located in the suburbs. It would take 1 or 2 hours to go back and forth. After asking, I found out that it was a gathering of a group of rich second generations. Not only Shirqing, but also Lu Yusin and Wang Ya agreed to go along. In this case, as Shirqing's boyfriend, Mufong would naturally not leave her alone and would definitely go with her. The other side. Chu Tianxiong waited for a long time and finally received a call from his son. "How's it going? Mufong will arrive at Tianlai Mountain tomorrow morning." In this case, Chu Tianxiong also took action and made another call. "We have determined that our target will be heading to Tianlai Mountain tomorrow morning. I think you three should be fine." He, master, rest assured, we will definitely complete the mission." A cold and evil voice came. It was Night Owl. "That's the best. I'll wait for your news tomorrow. Hopefully nothing goes wrong." After hanging up the phone, Chu Tianxiong finally felt relieved. His wife had hired Yemo and the other two to kill Mufong, but they failed and were captured, so he had to use a special method to get them out, so as to prevent them from betraying his wife and implicating the Chu family. Now, they have special abilities and are the most suitable people to kill Mufong. Even if the truth is finally revealed, he can still distance himself from the matter. The three killers had already arrived at Tianlai Mountain that day. However, since the action would be tomorrow, the three of them went into a deep sleep in order to conserve their energy. Mufong had just returned from eating hot pot with his roommate. When he was lying on the bed, he heard a system prompt sound in his ears. It has been detected that the three killers have fallen into a deep sleep. We can enter their dreams. After hearing this reminder, Mufeng's eyes lit up and he quickly lay down on the bed and pretended to fall asleep. Based on the appearance of the three people in his memory, Mufong soon took the lead in entering Yamao's dream. But after entering Night Owl's dream, Mufong was surprised to find that he was surrounded by a vast white wasteland. There was nothing, not even a thought. This means that, at this moment, the Night Owl's brain actually does not have any consciousness at all. But the fact that he was able to escape from prison is enough to prove that there is probably someone else behind all this. It seems that in order to solve this matter, we need to find the manipulator behind it. I am now in Night Owl's dream. Although I cannot sense his consciousness for the time being, maybe I can find some clues here. Continue walking forward, although the surroundings are still white, but in the dream, Mufong is the king of everything and is fearless at all. I don't know how long I have been walking, let alone where I am now. Just as Mufong was wondering, he suddenly felt danger approaching. That murderous atmosphere cannot be concealed. I looked around, but found nothing. It seems that the other party is hiding quite deeply. When I turned around the next time, I suddenly saw an evil spirit emitting black and red aura in front of me. The evil spirit's eyes revealed murderous intent as it stared straight at Mufong, treating him as its prey. If I'm not mistaken, it was it that controlled Night Cat and escaped from prison. It seems that the same thing should exist in the bodies of the other two people. Evil spirits can devour other people's consciousness in dreams. And the stronger the consciousness they devour and the greater the number, the more powerful they will become. So when he saw Mufong, he became extremely excited. There was a red light between his eyes, and a mouth full of fangs was exposed. Chen Shang also exuded a black and red deathly aura. As time went by, one could feel the murderous aura from the other party becoming stronger and stronger. Mufong has been targeted by the evil spirit in front of him. Things have come to this point. If this evil spirit is not eliminated, I am afraid Mufong will not be able to escape unscathed. The next second, the evil spirit's tiger body shook, and it rushed madly towards the direction where Mufong was. Chapter 119, Killing the Evil Spirit in a Dream.
The evil spirit's attack method is different from what you might imagine. It is driven by consciousness. Therefore, the one that was attacked was naturally Mufeng's consciousness. The black and red aura seemed to have a magical power. It could move freely in the dream world and released powerful sonic attacks. Hiss. Mufeng took a breath of cold air. This sound wave was not simple. The moment the sound was released, Mufeng's consciousness was actually pulled back, and a sharp pain swept over him. Suddenly, I almost fell to the ground. Mufeng tried to get rid of the pulling force, but found that he couldn't do it at all. The evil spirit is more powerful than I thought. Not only in the real world can he pass through walls at will, but even in the dream world, he can also exert powerful strength. However, Mufeng, who possesses the dream system, is omnipotent as long as he is in the dream world. This little trick is of no use to him at all. Roll! Mufeng shouted angrily and waved his right hand. The consciousness that was being pulled in his mind was immediately ejected from his body. Then, it seemed as if an invisible hand grabbed the evil spirit. A white wall also appeared behind the evil spirit. The evil spirit was pressed against the wall by a hand, and no matter how it struggled, it could not move. Roar! The evil spirit let out bursts of roars. The sound was miserable and sharp, and made people feel very uncomfortable. Mufeng clenched his outstretched hand into a fist, and at that moment, the evil spirit's screams disappeared. Slowly approach the other person and observe carefully. Mufeng unexpectedly discovered that this evil spirit was actually no different from the human consciousness in essence, but on this basis, it was full of evil aura and infected him. Apart from this, no other problems were found. It seems that it is not an easy task to find the mastermind behind the evil spirits. In this case, there is no point in keeping this evil spirit, so it is better to get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it is kept for one more day, it will be a big hidden danger. Take out a painting that has the artistic conception of warding off evil spirits. This painting shows a 5-clawed golden dragon, which looks majestic and domineering. He pointed the front of the painting at the evil spirit. The next second, the 5-clawed golden dragon in the painting suddenly came to life, wandered in the painting for a moment, and then flew out of it. The 5-clawed golden dragon hovered in the air for a moment, and immediately locked onto the evil spirit. The next second, it rushed straight over. Roar! With a roar from the golden dragon, the evil spirit was swallowed up. At first, the evil spirit had devoured the killer's consciousness and was able to control this body. Therefore, the killer's original consciousness had long been destroyed, and now, the evil spirit controlling this body had also been devoured, and this body had become a shell with nothing inside. After Mufeng left the dream, the killer himself turned into a vegetable. And because he has no consciousness, he will naturally never wake up. The entire process will not produce any noise and naturally will not alarm other people. However, it's not over yet. There are 3 killers in total, and the other 2 have not been dealt with yet. Immediately afterwards, Mufeng entered the second-person dream. The situation was basically the same as before. There was nothing in this dream, it was empty and looked a bit desolate. Mufeng subconsciously began to look for the evil spirit, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the target. Just when he was feeling confused, a dark shadow suddenly flashed behind him. When I turned around, the black shadow disappeared again. Mufeng could clearly feel that the evil spirit in this killer's body was even more powerful than the previous one. Although everything looks peaceful, if you look closely, you can sense a strong sense of hostility. This feeling was accompanied by a smell of blood, as if a fierce battle had just occurred not long ago. In a dream, even if the evil spirit hides, it is of no use. Take out the previous painting and release the 5-clawed golden dragon. Go, find that evil spirit for me. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the 5-clawed golden dragon began to emit golden light, and it kept looking around and scanning. After searching for a while, I was surprised to find that I found nothing. This actually surprised Mufeng. It seems that these evil spirits are hiding quite deeply. But it is precisely because of this, the challenge, that everything seems so interesting. Otherwise, it would be too boring. But with a wave of the hand, the whole dream changed drastically. The desolate surroundings seemed to be covered by something, and in the fleeting moment, a dark red shadow gradually appeared. These shadows transformed into human shapes one by one, and all of them obeyed Mufeng. Break this dream and forcibly find the evil spirit. At a command, these dark red shadows spread out in all directions, and everyone came to a different area. Then, they actually began to eat everything in the dream, like gluttons, eating wherever they went, and leaving nothing behind.
After a few minutes, almost everything in the dream had been eaten.
The evil spirit that was resurrected in this body has also appeared in front of Mu Feng. Before he could give any instructions, the five-clawed golden dragon behind him rushed forward, opened its huge mouth, and swallowed the evil spirit in one gulp.
After exiting this dream, there was only one killer left.
After coming in, Mu Feng was too lazy to waste time and directly replaced the previous dark red shadows. He let them devour while the five-clawed golden dragon kept looking around. Not long after, before the dream was completely devoured, the evil spirit was discovered. Just like before, the five-clawed golden dragon devoured the evil spirit and returned to the painting as if nothing had happened. At this point, all the evil spirits were eliminated and the three killers became vegetables.
I came out of the dream and looked at the time. Only an hour or two had passed.
It was still early, so Mu Feng entered the dream game. But this time, I decided to bring Lu Yusin into the game as well. This time, the dream game starts when the last one ended. Shi Chang was still sleeping next to Mu Feng. After slowly getting up, he saw a message for help from Lu Yusin on his mobile phone.
What happens?
At this time, Shi Chang was awakened and saw that Mu Feng's face didn't look very good.
Chapter 123 People share a dream, and the dream game continues. There's a distress signal.
Mu Feng showed the phone to Shi Chang and found that the person asking for help was Lu Yusin. At this time, Shi Chang was stunned.
Lu Yusin is her love rival. If she rescues her, wouldn't she be facing a great crisis?
When Shi Chang thought of this, she hesitated. After thinking for a moment, Shi Chang finally decided to rescue Lu Yusin.
After all, we are all classmates, and the other party is not a bad person, he just likes Mu Feng too.
How could Shi Chang, who believed deeply in kindness, watch the other person fall into danger and do nothing to help?
Let's hurry up and rescue her. If we're late, it might be too late.
Although we are safe here now, we may get into danger if we go out, but we are all classmates, so we must not stand by and watch someone die. Shi Chang is a kind person, and she still hopes that Mu Feng can rescue the person.
Moreover, in these troubled times, having one more friend means having one more strength.
Only if we truly unite can we survive in this chaotic world.
Okay, then let's go rescue Lu Yusin together.
In fact, even if Shi Chang said these words, Mu Feng would definitely go to save people.
Because the mission of this dream game is to rescue Lu Yusin from Tiandu University.
And at the beginning, the difficulty of the dream game is selected as difficult mode.
The two packed up and prepared everything they needed.
Mu Feng took Shi Chang through the window in the room and flew directly into the air, using the sword controlling technique, and the two set off for Tiandu University. Downstairs in the hotel, a large number of zombies heard the noise and all turned their attention to the two people.
However, because the two of them were in mid-air, there would be no problem even if they were discovered by these zombies. Just like that, the two of them immediately went to Tiandu University.
At this moment, the two schools had already been surrounded by zombies. And because the total number of teachers and students at Tiandu University is very large, the number of them who become zombies is also considerable.
It's right in front. The one on the far left of the girls' dormitory is Lu Yusin's dormitory.
Shi Chang pointed forward, and Mu Feng looked and saw a large number of zombies gathered in that area.
If you want to rescue people from there, it will not be an easy task. Hold on to me, we're going to charge.
Mu Feng shouted, and asked Shi Chang behind him to hold his waist tightly. Just like that, the two of them began to lower their altitude and slowly came to the girls' dormitory. The surroundings had already been surrounded last time. After killing several zombies in succession, they finally found a place to stay. However, as soon as the two of them landed, zombies who heard the news immediately rushed over.
Go in quickly.
Seeing that they were about to be surrounded by zombies, the two quickly entered the girls' dormitory building. Under Shi Chang's guidance, we quickly found the dormitory where Lu Yusin and I were. But at this moment, the moment the door was opened, the other roommates in the dormitory had already turned into zombies. When the door was opened, he rushed over directly.
Roar! After a roar, these roommates who turned into zombies were directly killed by Mu Feng. Lu Yusin, where are you?
Shi Chang was searching everywhere in the dormitory, but Mu Feng had already closed the door.
Finally, the two seemed to hear crying.
Following the direction of the sound, I found Lu Yusin, who had already collapsed in the toilet. She didn't know how long she had been trapped here. She was hungry and cold, and she dared not make any noise. So when she saw someone coming, her emotions burst into tears.
You're finally here.
Without bothering to exchange pleasantries, Lu Yusin burst into tears of joy when she saw Mu Feng, and jumped and danced while hugging him. Seeing this scene, although Shi Chang was a little unhappy and jealous, she felt a little reluctant when she thought of Lu Yusin's previous experience. In order not to look so unhappy, and not wanting to see Lu Yusin hugging Mu Feng's fried noodles, Shi Qing could only turn around and face the two of them, but did not stop them from continuing to hug each other.
After a while, Lu Yusin finally stopped crying and calmed down. I thought I would be trapped here forever. Thanks to you guys for coming. Otherwise, I don't know what to do.
We just received your distress signal this morning, so we rushed here directly.
Fortunately, you are okay.
Now there is one more survivor.
Mu Feng looked at Lu Yusin with a very gentle look.
It made the latter feel very warm, and at the same time, his heart became more stable. In this troubled time, it is a blessing to have someone to rely on.
You probably haven't eaten yet. We brought you some water and bread.
At this time, Shi Qing, who had been silently standing by, took out some supplies from his backpack.
Thanks.
Lu Yusin had indeed not eaten for a long time, and the way she wolfed down her food was really pitiful. Shi Qing, who was originally a little jealous, couldn't bear it at this moment.
Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. If you don't have enough, there's more here.
The two of them waited until Lu Yusin was able to run like a rabbit, and her expression finally looked much better, and then they decided to leave Tiandu University as soon as possible. The two of them just broke in here by force, and they might have been targeted by quite a few zombies with higher abilities. If we stay here, we will definitely be besieged by zombies.
Boom! Just as everyone was preparing to discuss the next course of action, a loud noise suddenly came from downstairs. What's going on? Mu Feng opened the door carefully and looked around.
Because when we came up, all the zombies in the corridor had already been killed, so there was no danger for the time being. But when I looked downstairs, I didn't expect that the door that was closed before was forced to open under the siege of a large number of zombies.
Countless zombies rushed upstairs and were about to rush over. Mu Feng quickly closed the door and used heavy objects in the house to block them. Pack your things quickly. The door downstairs to the dormitory has been broken open. We must leave here immediately.
After hearing this, Shi Chang and Lu Yusin began to worry.
They quickly collected the available resources in the dormitory and put them all in their backpacks.
At this moment, the door of the dormitory was suddenly knocked.
The rapid knocks on the door sounded as if someone was trying to take his life.
It frightened people so much that they took several steps back.
Chapter 121. If you die, Brother Phone will be sad. Don't just stand there, hide behind me and don't run around.
After saying that, Mu Feng quickly used his sword-wielding skills, and the moment he opened the door, he killed all the zombies that were rushing in front. While the following zombies had not caught up yet, Mu Feng quickly took the two of them and walked into the air, and under the eyes of countless zombies, they quickly left the girls' dormitory building. They originally thought that they could escape from Tiandu University safely in this way, but what they didn't expect was that shortly after leaving the dormitory building, countless flying zombies swarmed in and followed them closely.
Moreover, these flying zombies are very fast.
If they continue to move at their current speed, it won't take long for them to catch up with the three of them. Not only that, because the difficulty of the dream studied this time is difficult, the loss of strength that appeared has also been strengthened a lot. It is no longer possible for the protective sword energy emitted by the sword-wielding technique alone to cause them much damage.
Now, dealing with each zombie is much more difficult than before.
In this situation, in order to safely escape from Tiandu University, Mu Feng had to take some more actions. While the protective sword energy was defending, it was also being attacked by many flying zombies. In the past, he only needed to slightly control the sword to kill the zombies. But this time, he had to use more strength to make the sword really touch the zombies and penetrate their bodies to kill them completely. This situation lasted for a long time and also revealed some flaws. When no one expected it, a few extremely fast zombies actually committed suicide by crashing into the protective sword energy with their bodies. The nature of the protective sword energy itself is quite special. The closer it is, the stronger the lethality will be, and vice versa. So when these flying zombies got close to the sword energy, they were instantly smashed to pieces. But their actions were not in vain, the protective sword energy was also damaged, and a very large hole appeared on the side. Immediately afterwards, all the flying zombies rushed over here. Shi Chang is in this direction. Many zombies attacked her. Mu Feng was also facing attacks from other zombies at the same time, so he had no time to react. Just as Shi Chang was about to be caught by these zombies, at this critical moment, a hand suddenly appeared and pulled Shi Chang back.
It's Lu Yusin.
Although she was in a safe position, when she saw Shurqing in danger, she rushed out without hesitation to save her. It was because of this that Lu Yusin was directly exposed to the flying zombies.
These zombies will show no mercy.
Their target is not just Shurqing, but everyone.
So no matter who appears in front of them, they will attack immediately. Swish! In the next second, the flying zombie hit Lu Yusin.
Its claws pierced right through her chest. A large amount of blood gushed out immediately, and even Lu Yusin herself had blood gushing out of her mouth, and she couldn't control it at all.
Seeing this scene, Mu Feng became extremely angry. Ah!
With a roar, he directly controlled the sword and killed the flying zombie in front of him, smashing it to pieces. But now is not the time to be sad. There are so many flying zombies chasing after us. If we don't get rid of them all, more people will die. One person has already died, and Mu Feng doesn't want anyone else to get into trouble. Amidst the flashing of swords and sabers, Mu Feng used his sword-wielding skills to exert his highest power and directly killed all the zombies that flew over. They waited until all the flying zombies that were chasing them were eliminated before they finally got a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. We came to a nearby hillside, which was very close to the school, but fortunately the road here was difficult to walk on and usually not many people came to this place, so there were almost no zombies on this mountain. Looking at the dying Lu Yusin, the two put her on the ground.
You have to hold on, everything will be fine.
Shurqing squatted beside Lu Yusin, tears streaming down her face. Although the two are rivals in love, she doesn't want to see the other die. But given the current condition of her injuries, Lu Yusin's entire chest was pierced, and there was no possibility of survival.
Why? Why did you save me?
If you hadn't taken action just now, it wouldn't have turned out like this.
Shurqing burst into tears and even her voice changed.
Lu Yusin, who was lying on the ground dying, actually smiled at this time.
If you die, Brother Feng will definitely be sad. I don't want to see him sad.
Although speaking was still a little difficult, Lu Yusin still insisted on saying what was in her mind. She herself was also very clear that if she had not saved the person just now, she would not be the one who died. But she also knew that if something happened to Shurqing, Mu Feng would definitely be very sad.
Lu Yusin likes Mu Feng, so naturally she doesn't want him to be heartbroken.
As for the other side, Mu Feng was also very sad. If I had reacted more quickly just now, this tragedy would not have happened. Lu Yusin, lying on the ground, was bleeding profusely and was almost unable to hold on. But at the last moment of her life, she still called the other two people to her side. With a very weak gasp, he said, "You two must live well.
Don't be sad for me either. I don't want to see you two sad. Promise me that we will be together forever."
The two of them never expected that at this last moment of their lives, Lu Yusin could still say such words and still be thinking about them.
Tears flowed from the corners of Shurqing's mouth and she nodded silently.
Not long after saying these words, Lu Yusin could no longer hold on, her eyes became dim, and she lost all signs of life. Until this time, Shurqing, who had not dared to cry out loud, finally couldn't hold it in anymore.
She hugged Lu Yusin's body and cried uncontrollably.
Mu Feng also felt very sad.
He never thought that things would turn out like this.
The original intention was to rescue the people, but in the end, I failed to complete the mission. Looking at Lu Yusin's gradually cold body, Mu Feng had to pull Shurqing away from her.
If you want to cry, just cry out loud, don't hold it in.
Chapter 122 Brother Feng, I dreamed of you yesterday. Mu Feng hugged Shurqing tightly and kept patting her back to comfort her.
Don't be too sad. Things are unpredictable. No one wants to see such an outcome.
The two people hugged each other tightly, and they were very sad in their hearts. Most of the time, human nature is beyond our control.
The same is true even in dreams. Most people act out of their own selfish interests.
If they were really in an era where zombies were rampant, they would definitely do whatever it takes to survive. But unexpectedly, Lu Yusin did the exact opposite and took the initiative to sacrifice herself to save her companions. Her death made Mu Feng and Shurqing realize that she was actually kind-hearted and not a bad person. Otherwise, Shurqing would be the one dead now. What's more, the last words she said before her death made people feel heartbroken. Lu Yusin is already dead, so this dream game mission naturally failed. Mu Feng woke up from his dream and lay on the bed, silent for a long time. At this moment, his heart was somewhat touched. Although some of the things that happen in the dream mission are under your control. However, the choices made by the people who enter the dream are not under their control.
In other words, everything that happened before was Lu Yusin's own will. It seems that Lu Yusin is not a bad person by nature. She is a kind person and is indeed worthy of being treated well. I don't know how long I lay there, looking at the sky outside the window, which was gradually getting brighter. Thinking that I still had things to do today, I quickly got up from the bed and went to wash up. At the same time, in Shi Qing's dormitory. She had just woken up from a dream, and when she recalled what had happened in the dream, she felt a little scared. The dream I had last night was so real, as if it happened right next to me. But it's just a nightmare after all. There are no real zombies in the real world. Shi Qing felt somewhat shaken when she recalled that Lu Yusin had died to save her in her dream. She was in a very complicated mood and didn't know how to describe Lu Yusin, let alone what position she should be placed in the days to come. Even though it was just a dream, he was my savior after all, and I can't repay him with evil. Suddenly I felt that Lu Yusin was not as annoying as I had imagined before. Shi Qing, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get up, it's almost dawn. After Wang Ye, her roommate, woke up, she suddenly saw Shi Qing sitting on the bed in a daze. This was not the first time this had happened, so Wang Ye was used to it. She thought it must be another nightmare, so she didn't take it seriously. He just quickly got up to wash up, and reminded Shi Qing to get up and get ready. We have already agreed that we will all go to Tianlai Mountain for a gathering today. If it were just the two of them, it wouldn't matter how long they arrived, but there were more than 20 friends waiting there, so being late would always be a bad thing. After washing up, the two of them dressed up and went out for breakfast. Not only that, Shi Qing also took Mu Feng's copy and walked towards his dormitory. Now, it has become a habit for her to bring breakfast to Mu Feng every morning. Wang Ye was naturally very clear about this, so she didn't say anything and followed him. At this time, Mu Feng had just finished washing up when he heard a knock on the door. The fat man was the first to be awakened, and he shouted, "Crazy, sister-in-law is here to bring you breakfast again." Mu Feng came out from the balcony and opened the door. He didn't expect that it was Lu Yusin alone. According to the usual time, she seemed to come earlier today. Lu Yusin greeted him with a smile, skillfully placed breakfast beside Mu Feng's bed, and then pounced on him. "Brother Feng, I had another very strange dream last night. I dreamed that I was alone in the dormitory at school and was blocked by zombies. Even my other 3 roommates had turned into zombies, so I could only hide in the bathroom. I was extremely desperate at that time. I hadn't eaten for a long time and my phone was running out of battery. I took advantage of the last bit of power I had left, and the first thing I thought of was to send you a distress signal. I didn't expect you to actually come and successfully rescue me from the dormitory." Lu Yusin recounted in her mind everything that happened in her dream last night, but she did not mention the sacrifice she made yesterday to save Shi Qing. Mu Feng, who was standing aside, was eating breakfast and listening with a smile. At this time, Shi Qing and Wang Ye also came to Mu Feng's dormitory. At this time, Shi Qing and Lu Yusin looked at each other, but there was a hint of weirdness in both of their eyes. What is even more surprising is that whenever they met in the past, they would always compete with each other and be jealous of each other. But the situation today is a little different. After the two people met, they just looked at each other, as if nothing had happened. Wang Ye, who was standing by, was very surprised. These were not the Shi Qing and Lu Yusin she knew. There must be something wrong. At this moment, Shi Qing suddenly recalled the dream she had last night. The scene where Lu Yusin chose to sacrifice herself in order to save herself will never be forgotten, especially the last moment of her life, the words she said in the last scene, which are really moving. He sighed quietly and said calmly, "Since Lu Yusin has already sent breakfast over, I don't need to eat mine." What does this mean? Everyone present was shocked after hearing this. Not to mention Wang Ye, even the other 3 brothers in Mu Feng's dormitory were a little confused and didn't know what to do after hearing it. What Shi Qing said just now sounded strange. It didn't sound like jealousy, but more like a compromise. Moreover, delivering breakfast is itself a reflection of the intimate relationship between men and women. If it were the same as in the past, Shi Qing would definitely fight with Lu Yusin, but not today. It's like she wants to give up her boyfriend. This situation is not good. Xiao Qing, you are not mistaken. As Shi Qing's best friend, Wang Ye thought that Shi Qing didn't react for a moment and said this mindlessly, so she wanted to remind her in a low voice. But what he didn't expect was that Shi Qing responded very confidently, "No problem, I know what I'm doing." That is to say, Shi Qing had thought carefully about what he said just now. Besides, it was just breakfast. If this is the case, it would make her best friend Wang Ye even more shocked. Chapter 123. It feels so good not to have nightmares. Inside the dormitory, the fat guy suddenly felt something was not right. Today's atmosphere seems a little strange. Could it be the calm before the storm? If that's the case, it would be a big problem. The calmer the situation is, the stronger the storm that will eventually break out will be. Well, I have something else to do this morning, so I'll leave first. After the fat man said this, the other two people quickly stood up. I have an appointment with my friends today, so I won't bother you for now. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After these three people got up, they hurriedly left the dormitory without even washing up. Seeing how flustered they were, Mu Feng nodded helplessly. He could already guess what these three people were thinking. After these three people left, Mu Feng came to Shi Qing. Since you've already sent it to me, I must eat it. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of you? After saying that, he brought breakfast for both of them to the table, and they finished eating it all in no time. After eating so many buns at once, Mu Feng felt his stomach was bloated. They had already washed up, so after breakfast, the three of them prepared to go to the Tianyuan office building. During this process, Wang Ye was whispering in Shi Qing's ear. Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you today? I feel like something is not right between you and Lu Yusin. Normally, you two wouldn't be so calm, right? And what you just said in the dormitory, are you trying to give your boyfriend away? Wang Ye really felt that something was not right. What happened this morning was too abnormal. Mu Feng and Shi Qing are a well-known boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. If they just give it up like that, it would be a laughing stock. What's more, Wang Ye didn't want to see Shi Qing get hurt in any way. But at this time, Shi Qing was silent for a moment and responded, "It's nothing, actually. I just simply think that Lu Yusin is not as bad as I imagined. She obviously knows that Mu Feng is your boyfriend, but she still wants to get between you two. Isn't that bad enough?" Wang Ye really couldn't understand why Shi Qing would say such a thing. The latter said calmly, "Actually, I thought so before, but later I figured it out. The reason why Lu Yusin did this was because he liked Mu Feng. Besides, she has never done anything to offend Mu Feng. On the contrary, she has been very good to him. If that's the case, why should I prevent her from liking someone else? Besides, the fact that so many people like my boyfriend proves that he is very attractive. It also shows that my choice was not wrong. I think this is also good." In fact, when Shi Qing said these words, what she recalled in her mind were the things in her dream last night. So these were just excuses she made up to make her actions seem more logical. But I chose not to tell you about what happened in the dream. After all, it was just a dream. It would be hard to believe if one changed one's mind just because of a dream. But that's the truth. At least now, Shi Qing's heart was somewhat shaken. After listening to Shi Qing's explanation, it seemed to be true. But Wang Ye felt that something seemed strange, but she couldn't put it into words, so she didn't continue. The group came to the garage under the Tianyuan office building. Mu Feng parked a Rolls-Royce Dazzle here. After the four people got in the car, they headed to Tianlai Mountain together. After an hour or two's drive, everyone finally arrived at the foot of Tianling Mountain. This is the entrance to the scenic area, and all preparations need to be completed here. When I got here, I found that everyone else had already arrived. Chu Yun was also among them. He greeted everyone who came later warmly with a smile on his face. Even if he saw Mu Feng and others coming, it was the same. "You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone is ready and we can go hiking soon. The weather is nice today, but before we start climbing, we should go to the rest area and get ready. We'll set off soon." Chu Yun looked very enthusiastic, and it didn't seem like he had any hatred towards Mu Feng at all. It was just like a normal interaction. After greeting everyone, he also went to make preparations. Moreover, judging from his mental state, he was much better than yesterday morning. This was mainly because Chu Yun finally stopped having nightmares when he went to bed last night. After the torture they had gone through some time ago, they were finally able to get a good night's sleep and have enough to eat and drink. Naturally, their mental states were much better than before. But in fact, no one knows that in Chu Yun's mind, his murderous intent towards Mu Feng has not diminished at all, he just hasn't shown it. My father once said that the closer it is to the final moment, the calmer you should remain. In addition to Chu Yun, there were 15 other rich second generations. Most of them had attended Shi Qing's birthday party and had met Mu Feng once. This naturally includes Li Furong.
After seeing Mu Feng and others coming over, he also took the initiative to come up and say hello.
Shurqing, you are finally here. Have you brought enough clothes? You might feel a little cold. If not, here are some new ones.
On the other side, several rich second-generation men also came to Mu Feng.
Master Mu, do you still remember us? We saw your phoenix seeking a phoenix wood carving at Miss Shi's birthday party last time. That wood carving is so amazing and incredible.
I still remember the song you and your girlfriend played together.
It is still fresh in my memory.
Many people came up to say hello, and they were all impressed by Mu Feng's abilities. Mu Feng didn't feel that they had any ill intentions, so after greeting everyone, he hurried to prepare supplies for going up the mountain.
Not far away.
Chu Yun felt relieved when he saw that Mu Feng was not on guard at all. In this way, it would be much easier for the people Chu Tianxiong arranged on the mountain to take action. While no one was paying attention, Chu Yun quickly contacted his father. Dad, we're already at the foot of Tianlai Mountain.
Let's go up the mountain right away.
Chu Tianxiong's voice came from the other end of the phone.
I know. You should pay attention too. Chapter 124, Picnic at Tianlai Mountain, it's time to show your skills.
At the foot of Tianlai Mountain. A dozen or 20 people who knew each other chatted about the past, prepared their equipment for climbing, and prepared to hike to the top of Tianlai Mountain together.
Tianlai Mountain is a relatively famous local tourist attraction.
Because there are not many plants and trees here, the people who come here to visit are basically pure mountaineering enthusiasts, so the flow of people is naturally smaller. The Chu father and son saw this point and chose to take action here. It is also because of this that this place has become a great place for a picnic. In Tiandu City, Tianlai Mountain is also the only mountain where picnics are allowed. Every year when the picnic season comes, many people come to the mountain to have picnics.
This time, we are not just here to climb the mountain.
We have also prepared tents and things for camping, and plan to camp on the mountain for one night after climbing it today.
Mountaineering is a physically demanding activity, not to mention hiking, which requires little help from any external forces.
It is indeed a big challenge for climbers. They had just passed the halfway point of Tianmen Mountain, and the top of the mountain was still some distance away.
Most of the rich second generations were already exhausted and out of breath.
Only Mu Feng seemed as if nothing had happened. When others were very tired, he still strolled leisurely in the garden. Not only that, he also held Shurqing's hand throughout the whole process, looking relaxed and comfortable.
Shurqing suddenly said to Mu Feng, "Why don't we take a break? We are all so tired."
It's impossible for us to be the only two to reach the top of the mountain first. I glanced at the people around me and saw that everyone was indeed very tired. What's more, it was Shurqing who took the initiative to propose it, so Mu Feng naturally would not refuse. Then let's rest here for 20 minutes and continue on our way later.
You must be hungry too.
As he spoke, Mu Feng took out a piece of chocolate from his backpack and handed it to Shurqing. The latter took it, peeled it gently, divided it into two halves, put one half into his own mouth, and the other half into Mu Feng's mouth.
Don't just focus on me eating.
You were the one who kept pulling me along.
You must be tired. You need to replenish your energy.
The two of them showed their affection in front of everyone. There were many sighing sounds coming from the side. As if we didn't exist, all you do is show off your affection all day long.
Oh my God, this is so unfair. We are just here to climb the mountain, but we are being fed dog food. Where is justice?
There's no need to show off in these mountains. We all know that you two have a great relationship.
Everyone sighed with emotion.
They were a little hungry at first, but now they were full after being fed dog food.
Mu Feng and Shurqing didn't think so. They didn't care about other people's opinions at all.
They seemed very loving together.
But among everyone, Chu Tianxiong saw this scene and was very angry. Chu Tianxiong didn't dare to speak out his anger.
He had already made up his mind that he must bury Mu Feng in Tianlai Mountain today. After a short rest to replenish their energy and water, everyone continued to move towards the top of the mountain. After about another hour, everyone finally reached the top of the mountain. After finding a flat, open area, everyone started setting up tents and making arrangements for the picnic. Seeing everyone busy, Chu Yun suddenly said to everyone, "We will need firewood for our picnic later.
I will go find some dry firewood and come back soon."
After saying this, Chu Yun turned around and walked away. In fact, this time, he deliberately found an excuse to avoid everyone and took this opportunity to find the killer that his father had arranged in Tianlai Mountain. Just now when I contacted Chu Tianxiong at the foot of the mountain, I said that the 3 killers were already in place and could take action at any time. After wandering around Tianlai Mountain for a long time, he still couldn't find the killer that Chu Tianxiong had arranged long ago.
What's going on? Didn't they say that people were already lying in ambush here? Now, let alone people, I can't even see a ghost.
Chu Yunxiang had a bewildered look on his face, feeling extremely helpless.
We have finally been able to get Mu Feng out, so these 3 killers must not let anything go wrong.
If you missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be easy to kill Mu Feng secretly. Chu Yunxiang, who originally wanted to continue searching, found that he had been out for too long. If he didn't go back, it would likely attract other people's attention.
By then, it will be even more impossible to take action.
Thinking of this, Chu Yunxiang had no choice but to quickly find dry firewood and return to the camp. When he came back, he found that everyone was proceeding in an orderly manner. Some wash vegetables, some light fire, everyone divides the work according to their own abilities, with an average of 3 to 5 people in a group. This group of rich second generations does a pretty good job in camping. Obviously, although everyone is the second generation of rich people is not very strong, this kind of thing like camping should not be the first time, so at least they have some experience. In this case, there is no need to worry about dinner tonight.
Mu Feng, Shi Cheng, Wang Ya, and Lu Yusen naturally formed a group. What are the 4 of us going to do? I can't cook.
Shi Cheng started to panic as she saw other teams proceeding in an orderly manner.
The most important thing about a picnic is eating. No matter what you eat in the end, it should be there.
Lu Yusen, who was not far away, also said quickly, actually, I can't cook either.
Don't worry, even though my cooking skills aren't very good, I can still make a dinner. Wang Ya suddenly appeared in front of everyone.
Looking at the stone stove and iron pot that had been prepared, he prepared to light the fire. But before she could do anything, she was suddenly stopped.
Mu Feng said to the 3 women, how could I let you 3 women cook? Otherwise, what's the point of having a grown man like me?
You don't have to worry about dinner today, just leave it to me. Next, you guys just rest nearby. You must be tired after climbing the mountain for so long.
I will cook.
As he spoke, Mu Feng had already brought some dry firewood and put it into the stone stove.
He lit it with a fire and then covered it with the frying pan. A burst of hot air came over. Jiao Tai was done.
As for the other 3 women, they sat quietly on the chairs and watched Mu Feng cook with joy.
Brother Feng looks so handsome when he cooks. I'm really looking forward to what he will cook for me today.
My boyfriend's cooking skills are naturally very good.
No matter what he makes, it will definitely taste good and I will eat it all.
Chapter 125 Show off your skills, the rich second generation's request.
On Tianlai Mountain. Everyone was preparing for tonight's picnic dinner in an orderly manner. The food had been prepared in advance.
Mu Feng and the others had only received the invitation the day before, so the ingredients and props were prepared by other rich second generations.
Distributed evenly, each group will have a frying pan, a spatula, a kitchen knife and a cutting board.
The tools are few and simple, and can meet basic cooking needs. Just wanting to make some complex and exquisite dishes is almost impossible. After Mu Feng had figured out the basics of the kiln fire, he picked up a kitchen knife and held a carrot in his other hand, placing it on the chopping board, and his quick knife skills began instantly. Only a series of de sounds were heard, and the carrots on the chopping board were quickly cut into slices.
Then he laid the carrot slices flat and the kitchen knife swept through them quickly. The sliced radish turns into shredded radish in the next picture. If you look closely, you will see that each piece of radish is cut into shapes with exactly the same length and width. Without a master craftsman who has decades of experience in knife skills, it would be impossible to achieve such a high level of quality. Mu Feng's superb cooking skills came into play.
The unexpected discovery and his own super high agility combined together, and his speed of cutting vegetables was incredibly fast. During the process of cutting vegetables, even Shi Cheng and others could not see clearly.
As for the rich second generation, they were even more surprised.
They didn't expect that Mu Feng's knife skills were so amazing. After preparing all the carrots and various other ingredients, Mu Feng put them into the pot one by one in order.
Without too many seasonings or too many fancy cooking methods, a bowl of stir-fried carrots is ready. The fragrance is everywhere. Shi Cheng, Wang Ya, and Lu Yusen could no longer contain their excitement and hurried to try it out.
But when their tongues touched the carrots, the strong smell of stir-fry came over them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the super chef to cook. You have received an extra bonus and your physical strength has been restored by 20%. Gain 2 points of proficiency in superb cooking skills. The voice of the system sounded in his mind. Mu Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the meals made with super cooking skills could actually allow the user to gain extra bonuses after eating the dishes. Moreover, depending on the different dishes and the proficiency of cooking skills, the attribute bonuses obtained will continue to change. Come and try how it tastes. Mu Feng happily called Shi Chang and others over. The facilities here are simple, so we can only keep it simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Chang and the other three couldn't wait to come to Mu Feng's side. The three of them usually stir-fry the radish. The moment the radish is put into the mouth, the taste buds are instantly awakened, just like bathing in the morning sunshine, making people feel like waking up from a dream. Not only that, not long after the three of them ate the radishes, they felt their tiredness slightly relieved. A lot of the physical strength consumed in the previous mountain climbing has also been restored. The additional effects of the meals made by the super chef skills will not be cumulative regardless of how much you eat. Each dish will only have one effect on the same thing. No matter how many radishes Shi Chang, Wang Ye, and Lu Yusen eat, the effect will not be repeated. After taking another bite of the radish, Shi Qing looked at Mu Feng in surprise. Why do I feel less tired after eating this radish? I feel the same way. Brother Feng, your cooking skills are so good. The fried radish is so delicious that it makes us forget our previous fatigue. The three girls all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. This plate of stir-fried radish was so delicious that they didn't want to stop and ate a lot more in succession. Seeing that the radishes in the plate were almost eaten up, the other rich second generations not far away were like wolves and tigers. They smelled the fragrance and drooled all over the floor. Except for Mu Feng's group, the other groups have not yet prepared their dishes. They smelled the food here and watched Shi Chang and others eating, and they couldn't help but run over to try it. Seeing this, Shi Chang quickly said, "They are coming to grab our carrots." The other two people reacted immediately and got ready to guard the plate. While protecting the plate, they quickly ate all the remaining radishes in the plate. Those rich second generations who wanted to come over and eat ordinary carrots smiled awkwardly. The radish I just ate has been eaten and is gone. Everyone smiled awkwardly and all their eyes were on Mu Feng. Master Mu, if you don't mind, please fry one for us. Yes, you can use the food from our group as you like. If you don't have enough, we'll give it away for free. As for us, we will deliver it immediately as long as Master Mu says so. Do you still need to speak to Master Mu? We will deliver it directly. A group of people actually started a fight in order to be able to eat the food cooked by Mu Feng. Mu Feng didn't mind. Besides, by helping them cook, he could also hone his cooking skills, so he agreed. Improve your proficiency as soon as possible so that you can make some portable food with additional effects later. This way, if needed, you can eat it anytime, just in case. Since you want to eat my food so much, then take out all the ingredients. I'll make it all at once so we can all eat together and we don't have to wait. As soon as these words were spoken, the rich second generations present cheered. He quickly collected the ingredients and placed them next to Mu Feng. After counting everyone's ingredients, Mu Feng began to show off his cooking skills. Spread out a flat surface and take out a kitchen knife. With his smooth cutting skills, all the dishes were prepared quickly. The wok has been heated with oil, and the cut vegetables are put in one by one and stir-fried in the hot oil. Soon, one steaming dish after another has been served on the table. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Super God Chef to cook, and get an extra bonus, and restore 15% of your physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Super Chef to cook, and get an extra bonus, and restore 18% of your energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Super Chef to cook. You will get an extra bonus and restore 10% of your energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Super Chef to cook, and get an extra bonus, restoring 12% of your physical strength. Gain 3 points of proficiency in superb cooking skills. Gain 4 points of proficiency in superb cooking skills. Gain 2 points of proficiency in superb cooking skills. Gain 2 points of proficiency in superb cooking skills. Every time a dish was prepared, a system prompt sounded in Mu Feng's mind. Chapter 126. Chu Yun was isolated, and the two men reconciled? The rich second generation can smell the fragrance from a distance. Looking at the delicious dishes, their mouths watered and they couldn't hide their desire to eat. It's almost done, come and eat. After Mu Feng finished speaking, the rich second generations rushed to taste the food. The radishes that I have fried before, as well as potatoes, eggplants, celery, minced meat, etc. Every dish is the best of the best. Even when the proficiency of super god cooking skills is not yet full, the dishes he makes are not comparable to those of ordinary chefs. These dishes also have the ability to restore energy or physical strength. After everyone tasted these delicacies, they instantly felt refreshed. The tired look is gone, now he looks energetic and full of vitality. Master Mu is indeed worthy of his name. The dishes he cooks are so delicious. Master Mu is really multi-talented. Shi Cheng is so lucky now. Not only can she draw, but she can also cook. She is a capable lady who can do both housework and cooking. It would be great if my boyfriend was like Master Mu. I don't ask for anything else, as long as he can cook. Master Mu's cooking skills are not just ordinary, they are at the level of a 3-star Michelin chef. More and more people are praising the food cooked by Mu Feng. Everyone feels that these dishes seem to have magical powers and can really make one feel more relaxed physically and mentally after eating them. No one had any objection to the additional effects of the dishes. I just feel that, in this tired and hungry situation, being able to eat such delicious food will naturally make me feel fuller. Just like eating candy can make people feel happy, it's the same. Not far away. Chu Yun and Li Furong kept looking over here. The two of them form a group, or to be more precise, there are 2 other people in the group. When they saw so many people running to eat the dishes made by Mu Feng, they couldn't hold on to the members and ingredients of their own team, so they hurried over to join in the fun. Now, there are only Chu Yun and Li Furong left in each team. Seeing everyone eating with gusto on the other side, Chu Yun couldn't help but say, "It's just cooking, what's so great about it? After I cook the dish, I will show you how delicious it is." Having said that, it is not an easy task to put it into practice. The dishes on Mu Feng's side have been prepared, and you can see that everyone is almost done eating, but Chu Yunxiang's side confirms that the stove is still being set up. If we continue to wait, we don't know when we will be able to have dinner. Li Furong, who was standing by, had already been holding her stomach, not because of him, but because it was too hot. Seeing that the dishes cooked by Mu Feng were almost finished, I finally couldn't help it. I'll just go over and taste it for a bit, and I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Furong ran directly to Mu Feng and tasted the food with other rich second generations. Put a piece of potato in your mouth and the crispy feeling comes instantly. Although this piece of potato is fried, it has the taste of deep-fried food, which is really amazing. Li Furong couldn't help but say, Master Mu's cooking skills are amazing, completely beyond imagination. If you like it, eat more. The teams at the scene were very obvious, and Chu Yunxiang was isolated by everyone. Anyone who has eaten Mu Feng's dishes will praise the taste of these dishes. Everyone recovered a lot of physical strength and energy. Their originally exhausted bodies and spirits had recovered a lot after eating this meal. The rich second generation's admiration for Mu Feng cannot be expressed in words. It can be seen from everyone's excitement that they can't put these dishes down. On the other side, Chu Yunxiang, after going through untold hardships, finally brought the dish he had prepared to the table. However, these dishes are not satisfactory in terms of color, aroma, or visual effect. When I smelled the aroma of the dishes made by Mu Feng again, the moment it wafted over, the smells of the 2 batches of dishes mixed together. The dishes made by Chu Yunxiang were really hard to swallow. Chu Yunxiang sighed, looked at everyone eating with gusto, and inevitably had some thoughts in his mind. If that doesn't work, just ask Mu Feng for something to eat. Anyway, I already apologized to the other party yesterday morning. It's just a meal, nothing serious. So, he shamelessly came to Mu Feng. Master Mu, could you please help me fry something? I'm not picky about food, I'll eat whatever you fry. Okay, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. After saying that, Mu Feng started cooking again. A burst of hot air passed by, and in about 10 minutes, the dish was ready. The proficiency of super cooking skills was also successfully improved by 3 points. After bringing the dish to Chu Yunxiang, Mu Feng said to him, "The dish is already cooked, so I don't need to prepare the rice myself." "No, just some food will do, and some Master Mu." Just when Chu Yunxiang was about to take the dish away, Shi Cheng suddenly appeared in front of them. "I want to try this dish too." As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly won the resonance of others. The ingredients Chu Yunxiang brought just now were different from everyone else's. When the dish was cooked, a different aroma came over. Just smelling it was enough to whet everyone's taste buds.
In this case, how could people not be curious and want to taste it? No. I made this dish specifically for Chu Yun. No one else can eat it.
When these words were spoken, everyone else at the scene was shocked. No one really expected that Mu Feng would actually stand on Chu Yun's side and speak.
Everyone saw how unpleasant the quarrel between the two of them was at school before.
Now, the situation has reversed, which is somewhat unbelievable.
Wanya couldn't help but ask, Mu Feng, when did the relationship between you two become so good? None of us actually noticed it.
Mu Feng explained, he apologized to me in front of so many people yesterday.
I definitely won't be petty, otherwise I would be the petty one. Everyone recalled what happened yesterday and it was indeed true. This way, it makes sense.
As the third young master of the Chu family, Chu Yunxiang has already knelt down and apologized in public.
What reason is there not to forgive him?
This kind of thing was a loss of face for Chu Yunxiang, but he still apologized, and the two of them were finally able to reconcile.
Chapter 127. Is this the kitchen god descending to earth? Even if you two have reconciled, you shouldn't be unable to let us try this dish, right? We won't let him finish it, just let him taste it. Others expressed doubts.
The main reason is that the dishes cooked by Mu Feng taste so good, so everyone wants to try them. Actually, what you may not know is that I just noticed that Chu Yunxiang seemed to have a lot of toxins in his body, so I specially cooked this dish for him that can remove toxins. Moreover, the method of cooking this dish is a bit special, so other people can't eat it.
After this explanation, everyone present finally understood. Although everyone was a little reluctant, they still nodded and continued to taste the food.
As for Chu Yunxiang, he was a little surprised by what Mu Feng said about letting bygones be bygones. However, Mu Feng himself let go of his past grudges, but Chu Yunxiang suffered a great humiliation. This matter has always been a hurdle in his heart. If he does not get rid of Mu Feng, he will definitely not be able to get over it.
Chu Yunxiang felt somewhat fortunate.
It seemed that he had gained some trust from Mu Feng.
This way, it will be much more convenient if you need to take action in the future.
Without thinking too much, Chu Yunxiang quickly tasted the delicious dish. The moment the dish was put into the mouth, the whole person's eyes lit up, as if a new world had opened up, and he was completely attracted by the taste.
No wonder I saw everyone eating with gusto just now, there is a reason for it.
Chu Yunxiang was already a little hungry, and when faced with such delicious dishes, he couldn't help himself.
He was afraid that everyone would fight with him for the food, so he finished all the dishes in no time. Now, my stomach is much fuller.
But just after he put down his bowl and chopsticks, within a few minutes, he heard his stomach growling. Chu Yunxiang's face changed and he quickly covered his stomach with one hand in his but with the other hand.
He looked around, found a place where no one was, and rushed out. The rest of the rich second generation were stunned. They looked at the disappearing influence with astonishment and confusion on their faces. Shirqing quickly asked, "What's wrong with him? I suddenly feel something is not right. Did something happen?"
Mu Feng explained calmly, "Actually, this is the detoxification method I just mentioned. The more toxins there are in the body, the more time and frequency it will take to detoxify, so don't worry, Chu Yunxiang is just going to detoxify." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood instantly.
I didn't expect that Quan also has this special way of detoxification. It's really eye-opening.
No matter how long it took, no one would question Mu Feng. After all, everyone had just eaten the food he cooked, and after eating, they indeed felt that their physical and mental strength had been restored a lot. Naturally, I believe that the dishes cooked by Mu Feng must have a certain detoxifying effect. In fact, Mu Feng was laughing secretly in his heart. Only he himself knew that it was not a special detoxification method at all, but just an excuse. Before, when I was cooking for Chu Yunxiang, I used the super god New Year and secretly brought about the attribute of diarrhea. The food cooked by North Korean cuisine can not only provide positive special effects, but also bear some special negative effects. Diarrhea is just one of the negative effects of transmission. This is the case when Mu Feng shows mercy, otherwise, it would be more than just diarrhea. With constant cooking during this period, the first-year student has become very proficient. Nowadays, Mu Feng is able to add positive or negative attributes to food according to his wishes. At the current stage, my proficiency is not particularly high, so I cannot perfectly grasp the exact extent of the added effects. The rich second generations were enjoying the meal so much that even Li Furong, who was in the same team as Chu Yunxiang, forgot that he was still having diarrhea. But at this moment, in the eyes of many rich second generations, Mu Feng is simply the god of cooking. Shurcheng didn't say it directly, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Mufeng was full of love and pride. I am very happy that my boyfriend has such perfect cooking skills and is loved by so many people. As a girlfriend, Shurcheng also feels very happy. She looked at Lu Yusin, who was not far away. She was also full of love for Mufeng, and a hint of helplessness appeared in her eyes. This crazy girl doesn't know how to restrain herself at all. Sometimes, having a boyfriend who is too outstanding may not necessarily be a good thing. Before anyone noticed, Chu Yun had already collapsed. It was only a short time later, and he had no idea how many times he had diarrhea. His thighs were so weak that he could only hold on to the big tree next to him with his hands, otherwise he would become completely weak and collapse to the ground. At this moment, he hated Mufeng to the core and his teeth were itching. But now he is still rolling around without knowing it, so he can't be wrong about other things. There is really nothing we can do. Today's second-generation rich have already been successfully brainwashed by Mufeng. They believe whatever Mufeng says. They also believe that there are too many toxins in Chu Yunxian's body, which is why he has diarrhea. But only he himself knew very well that Mufeng was definitely playing a prank on him on purpose. It should be that when the dish was being cooked, a large amount of laxatives or croton seeds were put into the dish while no one was paying attention. There was no way. My stomach was churning non-stop and there was no way it would ever stop. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, Chu Yunxian quickly called Chu Tianxiang's cell phone. But after waiting for a long time, the phone kept ringing, but no one answered. In desperation, I could only throw the phone away. What's going on with those three killers? Didn't father say he had already contacted them? Why haven't they shown up yet? If they miss this opportunity, I will definitely not forgive them. What kind of people did my father find? They actually failed at such a critical moment. If any of them had appeared, I wouldn't be as trash as I am now. Chu Yunxian was very upset, but he could do nothing about Mufeng in his current state. I don't know how long it will take for my stomach to heal. If I take a large amount of laxatives, I'm afraid it won't heal until tonight. Only Chu Yunxian knows the pain in his heart. No one else can know. Chapter 128: The man who abandoned Zhou Xueqing and her son is back? In the afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock. As the sky gradually darkened, I had originally planned to spend the night on the mountain, but I didn't expect the sky to become dark and it seemed like it was going to rain. Tianlai Mountain has very little rainfall throughout the year, so it would be a bit unexpected if such a situation occurred. It's going to rain soon. Let's go back. No one has brought any waterproof equipment. One of the rich second generation said something, and the others nodded in agreement. So everyone started packing up and preparing to go down the mountain. The way up the mountain is not necessarily easy to walk on. Everyone took care of each other, and the exhausted Chu Yunxian supported Li Furong. His face was pale and his eyes were gloomy. I've been defecating on the mountain for almost a whole day, and I've been laughed at by so many rich second generations. I'm really embarrassed. Walking at the back and looking at Mufeng, Shurcheng and others in front, Chu Yunxian was very excited. I must find a suitable opportunity to kill him. I said it quietly, not daring to speak too loudly for others to hear. Chu Yunxian was devastated. At this moment, he was thinking about how to make the best contribution. At the same time, he was also feeling regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have given the assassination mission to the three killers today. For the entire day, none of the three of them showed up. It was really unforgivable that they wasted such a good opportunity. Chu Yunxiang has already told Chu Tianxiang about this matter, so he doesn't have to worry about what happens next. Anyway, Chu Tianxiang will personally settle the accounts with these three killers. Return to Tiantan University from Tianlai Mountain. Mufeng brought Shurcheng, Lu Yusin and Wang Ye back to the Tianyuan office building. After a few days of transactions, the painting studio and the sculpture studio earned a total of 100 million yuan. Apparently, the sister employees sold some more works. After arriving here, the first thing Mufeng had to do was to fill the gaps in the works that had been sold. When everyone just arrived here, the two sisters of the Zhou family had already come to Mufeng impatiently. Boss, something magical happened last night. Zhou Xuelin, who was in charge of the carving room, excitedly recounted what happened to him last night. The wooden sculpture of the 18 arhats that I had put on my body before actually showed its power. This wooden sculpture is shining and makes people feel full of peace when they look at it. And that golden light wasn't blinding at all. When it shone on me, I felt warm all over and felt much more comfortable. As she spoke,
Zhou Xuelin revealed a very fascinated expression.
It can be seen from her invitation that she really likes the miraculous arhat wood carving and is inspired by it. And after taking a bath in Seiko, I feel more energetic than before. As for Zhou Xueching, she also nodded in agreement. My wooden sculpture of the 18 arhats also showed its power. It also emitted a golden light. Although it was short-lived, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. It was as if I was protected and wrapped by something. When this golden light appeared, I felt very comfortable. After hearing the stories told by the two sisters, Mu Feng already roughly understood what had happened.
The two 18 arhats wood carvings emit golden light not because they are spirits. It is very likely that there are evil spirits that want to enter the bodies of the two sisters and control them.
In order to protect the sisters, the arhat wood carvings emit golden light and use the evil repelling artistic conception contained in them to eliminate these evil spirits. If Zhou Xueching and Zhou Xuelin had not carried the arhat wood carving with them, the two sisters would probably have been possessed by evil spirits long ago. However, when he saw that the two sisters were very excited about the apparition of the arhat wood carving, Mu Feng did not tell them the truth directly. There is no need to scare the Zhou sisters. Fortunately, the arhat wood carving has already cleared away the evil spirit, so there will be no danger for the time being.
If the arhat wood carving shows its power, that would be a good thing.
But I still need to go to the painting studio and the carving studio to see how the works are selling. After saying that, the two sisters of the Zhou family quickly took out the recent sales records. Mu Feng saw it all, but silently noted down the number of works that needed to be filled in. Since quite a few works have already been sold, I must definitely paint or carve more as quickly as possible to fill in the gaps. Shi Qing, who was behind Mu Feng, suddenly felt her stomach growl.
Mu Feng turned around and asked with a smile, "Are you hungry? Then let's go eat now.
Anyway, things in the office will take a while to finish." Then, Mu Feng turned to the others and said, "If everyone is okay, let's go have dinner together.
Today's meal is my treat. Please feel free to order whatever you want."
After these words were spoken, all the other women were delighted. Zhou Xueching was happy, but she found that something seemed to be missing.
"Why don't you guys go eat?"
"My son is almost done with school at this time, and I have to go pick him up from school."
"What's the big deal?
I'll just drive over to pick up your son. My car has plenty of room." Before Zhou Xueching could react, the others had already pulled him into the car. Shi Qing, who was always kind, said to her earnestly, "Sister Zhou, you don't have to be polite to us. It's not easy for you as a single mother to raise a child.
There's not much we can do for you, so don't refuse."
Shi Qing's smile has a special magic that makes people unable to refuse her after seeing it.
Everyone got in the car.
Mu Feng turned on the navigation, and in less than half an hour's drive, they arrived at the school where Zhou Xueching's son was. When we arrived here, it was school time and a large number of students were rushing out. The school gate was instantly crowded with people.
We parked the car not far away and everyone came over to pick up the children.
When most of the children had gone up, Zhou Xueching suddenly saw her son talking to another man, and a look of resentment appeared on her face. As for Zhou Xuelin next to her, she became furious. Without caring about anything else, Zhou Xuelin rushed to the man with her handbag and started punching and kicking him.
"Fang Junjie, you scumbag! Why did you come back if you have nothing to do? You abandoned my sister and our child, and you have the nerve to come back. You shameless thing!"
As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Feng, Shi Qing, Lu Yusin and Wang Ya understood instantly. It turns out that the Fang Junjie in front of him was the man who abandoned Zhou Xueching and her son. When this man left, he was so final and heartless, but I didn't expect that he would come back now.
Chapter 129, Something is Wrong. Mu Feng watched Fang Junjie's condition.
When Zhou Xuelin punched and kicked him, his natural reaction was to prepare to fight back. But after seeing Zhou Xueching not far away, his attitude changed drastically. He retracted his fist and looked very pitiful, allowing Zhou Xuelin to hit him without fighting back.
"I was wrong. I was wrong about this matter. Please forgive me. I feel sorry for your sister, so I came back. No matter how you hit me or scold me, I will never fight back." Zhou Xuelin was very excited.
She kept throwing the bag at Fang Junjie without caring about the value of the bag or the things inside. The two people were talking in quite loud voices, which attracted quite a few people to watch.
"This is a school."
Zhou Xueching didn't want the matter to get out of hand as it would be bad for her son's future studies in school, so she quickly came to Fang Junjie and Zhou Xuelin.
"Okay, leave him alone. Let's go quickly and ignore him.
Zhou Xueqing grabbed her sister and turned away with her son.
Unexpectedly, Fang Junjie actually knelt down in public and shouted at Zhou Xueqing, "Wife, I was wrong. Just let me come back. I will take good care of you and your son. No matter what happened before, it was all my fault. You can punish me however you want, but please don't separate me from you, and definitely not from my son." Fang Junjie spoke so loudly that everyone at the scene could hear his heart-wrenching screams. Everyone around gathered around and looked over here. It is not common to see a grown man kneeling down to beg his wife outside of school. What do you want to do? You left on your own accord. No one forced you to do it. Now you want to come back again, do you think I will agree to you?
Zhou Xueqing was so angry that she didn't wait for Fang Junjie to answer and directly pulled her son away from the scene. As a single mother, she raised her child for so many years and endured so much hardship and shed so many tears. All of this was caused by the loser Fang Junjie. Even if she didn't consider herself, Zhou Xueqing would never hand her son over to such a man.
That would only ruin his son. Unexpectedly, Fang Junjie suddenly shouted, "It doesn't matter if you don't forgive me, I will definitely let you see my sincerity. If you don't forgive me, I will kneel at the door until you forgive me." Hearing what the other party said, Zhou Xueqing's body trembled. But she was very determined about this matter and still took her son away from the scene. On the way to Tiandu Hotel, the people in the car fell silent about what had just happened. Fang Junjie's sudden appearance caught everyone present off guard. This is Zhou Xueqing's family affair, so no one needs to interfere too much. But after thinking about it, Mu Feng felt that it was still necessary to remind the other party. Although this statement is a bit beyond the line, I still think it is necessary to remind you that no matter what the matter is, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. It is better to be careful. Although Zhou Xueqing knew this, she nodded silently and didn't really want to mention the man Fang Junjie. Zhou Xuelin, who was sitting next to her, was furious. At first, Fang Junjie was like a madman, studying things related to human consciousness and soul all day long. During that time, he seemed like a different person. He often said some crazy things, saying that the soul can continue to survive without the body. Luckily, staff from the mental hospital came and arrested him, otherwise he would have been crazy all day and might have caused trouble. When Mu Feng heard it, he instantly became interested. I didn't expect that Fang Junjie would actually study these things. Although to ordinary people, these research things are nothing but nonsense and impossible to achieve. But in Mu Feng's eyes, it was not the case. Then do you know which mental hospital Fang Junjie was originally imprisoned in? It seems to be called Cam Mental Hospital. When these words were spoken, Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Isn't this the same mental hospital where the 3 killers who wanted to kill me were imprisoned? From a probabilistic perspective, there are no coincidences. Mu Feng listened to what Zhou Xuelin said just now, because there should be some special connection between the two. In this case, it seems necessary to investigate it thoroughly. Arrived at Tiandu restaurant. Everyone had a good dinner. After eating and drinking, Zhou Xueqing was not in a hurry to go home. Considering what Fang Junjie had said before, she directly booked a room on the 9th floor and stayed there. Zhou Xuelin was also a little worried about her sister and had also stayed in the hotel with her. During this period, the two sisters gave Mu Feng about 10 paintings and about 10 sculptures. The total amount adds up to nearly 300 million. According to the previously agreed 0.5% commission, the two sisters now have a total of 1.5 million in assets, making them moderately wealthy and more than enough to live in a hotel like this. After Mu Feng sent Shi Qing, Wang Ya, and Lu Yusin back to the girls' dormitory, he walked towards the dormitory. Bell. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was Hua Qingyu calling. Mu Feng, the crisis has been resolved. You don't have to worry anymore. As soon as the call was connected, there was a burst of joyful congratulations from the other end. What do you mean? Is there any new investigation? Hua Qingyu smiled and responded, the 3 assassins who escaped from prison before have been found by us now. They are in Tianlai Mountain. And you can rest assured that these 3 killers have all turned into vegetables now. They will not attack you or the people around you. After hearing what the other party said, Mu Feng immediately understood. It seems that the other party had already set up an ambush in Tianlai Mountain. If Mu Feng had not entered the dream and killed them in advance, these 3 killers would probably have taken action directly at Tianlai Mountain. The most important thing is, how did these 3 killers know that I would go to Tianlai Mountain and set up an ambush in advance?
It seems that there are a lot of tricks involved in going to Tianlai Mountain. If I remember correctly, we were indeed quite anxious about going to Tianlai Mountain for a picnic. All of this is so coincidental that one has to be more careful. Hua Qingyu also joked, I am now somewhat suspicious whether those 3 killers have changed their profession to steal paintings. When Mu Feng suddenly heard the other party say this, his heart tightened.
Chapter 130 Fang Junjie's Real Purpose, the Dream Game continues. Hua Qingyu's words made Mu Feng's heart tighten.
Her words sounded like a joke, but Mu Feng knew very well that the other party might be suspicious of him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to suddenly make such a joke. Fortunately, it is just a suspicion at this stage. If you had real evidence, you wouldn't say such a thing.
Really? If that's the case, it's quite interesting.
Mu Feng pretended that he knew nothing.
The other party did not say anything more. He just said hello and hung up the phone. Return to the dormitory. The fat guy, the four-eyed guy and the tough guy are playing games enthusiastically. You're finally back, come online quickly, we're waiting for you.
The fat guy shouted, and 4 people in the dormitory started playing together. After playing for a while, it was getting late, so I turned off the lights and went to rest. It was not until the shouts of the other 3 people were heard that Mu Feng finally entered Fang Junjie's dream peacefully.
In a dream.
Fang Junjie woke up from his coma and looked around, only to find himself in an unfamiliar room. When he tried to struggle, he found that his whole body was trapped by ropes. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Fang Junjie.
It's Mu Feng. But with a mask. Who are you and what do you want to do? Fang Junjie, who was tied up all over, was extremely panicked. He didn't realize that he was in a dream. Tell me, what is your purpose for coming back suddenly this time? I don't understand what you are saying, let me go, you are breaking the law. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, I have a way to make you understand. Mu Feng waved his hand, and 2 burly men in black clothes, wearing sunglasses, with sturdy build and very serious looks appeared in the room.
One of the sturdy men held a water pipe in his hand and pointed it directly at Fang Junjie.
Wow!
There was a sound of flowing water, and a large amount of water gushed out of the pipe and poured onto Fang Junjie's body. Mu Feng lowered the surrounding temperature in advance, so Fang Junjie, who was poured with a large amount of water, began to shiver all over.
Especially when there is a breeze in the room, the feeling of cold becomes more obvious.
If you had told me your true purpose, you wouldn't have to suffer all this. Mu Feng grasped the scale just right, not leaving Fang Junjie without feeling, nor waking him up from his dream.
However, Fang Junjie was even more powerful than imagined. He actually persisted for so long. Even though his whole body began to shake violently, he still refused to give in. Seeing this, Mu Feng waved his hand. Another strong man behind him took out another water pipe. With the help of the 2 water pipes, Fang Junjie felt an unprecedented coldness, and his breathing became rapid and not as smooth as before. Then, a large number of ants appeared below Fang Junjie and began to crawl onto his body. Perhaps because of the cold, Fang Junjie could clearly feel the itching and tingling sensation on the soles of his feet. Mu Feng used the same torture method as he did before against Chu Yun. After the ants had covered all of Fang Junjie's body, he began to twist his body and scream. Stop it! I said everything. Only after hearing what the other party said did Mu Feng wave his hand and cancel all the torture he had previously inflicted on Fang Junjie. Tell me, what is the real purpose of your return this time? I came back this time just to get close to Mu Feng. I want to know how those paintings and wood carvings can kill evil spirits. Mu Feng listened and seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that the other party has bad intentions. Coming back to take care of Zhou Xueqing and her son was just an excuse. The real purpose was to get close to me. Why are you investigating this? It's not me, it's my boss. Fang Junjie said while breathing heavily, I received an order to come here to investigate Mu Feng in his studio and carving studio. I don't know anything else. Mu Feng continued to ask, who is your boss, and why does he want to investigate these things? I don't know. I only know that my boss is the founder of the Tiandu Mental Hospital. I don't know anything else. Seeing the other person so scared, Mu Feng didn't think he was lying. It seems that this Tiandu Mental Hospital is not simple, and the power behind it is extraordinary. Seeing that he could not get any useful clues from Fang Junjie, Mu Feng came out of the dream directly. Fang Junjie was so frightened that he suddenly stood up from the boat, gasped for breath, and quickly turned on the light and looked around. Only then did I realize that I was dreaming.
But this dream was too real, even the feeling of cold and pain was so real. Wake up from Fong Junjie's dream. I glanced at the time, it's still early. Mu Feng decided to use this time to consume the last dream point and successfully pull Lu Yusin into his and Shurqing's dream. This time, the difficulty of the dream game was set to normal.
Last time I chose the difficult mode and failed.
It seems that it is still difficult to lead two people to complete the dream game at the same time.
It is better to lower the difficulty appropriately and give priority to completing the dream game.
After entering the dream, he appeared on the back mountain of the school where Lu Yusin died last time.
Shurqing was heartbroken at this time. She looked at Lu Yusin's body and burst into tears. Roar! Just when everyone was feeling grief-stricken, a burst of zombie roars suddenly came from above and below.
It must be because the noise made before was too loud and attracted the zombies here.
Careful!
Mu Feng shouted and successfully killed the zombie that was rushing towards him. More and more zombies attacked.
Mu Feng blocked the intersection with a sword and killed them one by one.
Fortunately, the terrain of the back mountain is easy to defend and difficult to attack.
Even if Mu Feng is alone, he can easily deal with these zombies whose abilities are not very strong.
Swish! Just after killing the zombie in front of him, a healing bead suddenly burst out from where the opponent's body fell. With this healing bead, no matter what kind of injury a person has suffered, as long as he or she has one last breath left, he or she can be saved. Mu Feng happily handed the healing bead to Shurqing.
Hurry up and give it to Lu Yusin.
This bead can save her. Shurqing reacted and stuffed the healing bead into Lu Yusin's mouth. Not long after, Lu Yusin began to eat and slowly opened her eyes. The places on the body that were bitten began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the poison slowly dissipated.
Seeing this scene, Shurqing hugged Lu Yusin.
Great, you're okay. Lu Yusin was still a little confused. She had just been rescued and didn't know what had happened.